Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your Fan Lines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 7 o'clock. They play the Anaheim Ducks at PVG Paints Arena. It's a home game for the Penguins. First one in a little while for the Pens, who had a 2-game winning streak snapped when they lost in a shootout to the Dallas Stars on Sunday. Also, sources confirming to MLB.com the rumors about Kyle Schwarber being offered a 4-year deal from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, that's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to tell you again, it's all about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You know, like somebody kind of gave you a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best where and when it counts. And Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. And it really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days, to your prime, when you told everybody you were at your best. And guys, it isn't just about performance. Give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Dive into the world of legendary music with the Gilmore Project. Wish You Were Here, 50th anniversary, performing live at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Thursday, December 11th. Experience the artistry of Jeff Pevar, Prairie Prince, Kasim Sultan, Mark Karen, and Scott Guberman as they bring to life Gilmore-centric Pink Floyd classics and rare solo treasures. Buy your tickets now at librarymusichall.com. The Gilmore Project live at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, December 11th. Another Drisky Entertainment event.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod made the most of his rivalry game versus Baltimore. The 42-year-old threw 1 touchdown on 284 yards and also flashed his signature pose after rushing in a 1-yard TD. He was 22 of 34, including a 52-yard pass to DK, while getting more deep balls this week than he had in the prior 5 combined. Roger said he felt great and joked that at his age, that's not a guarantee. He credited his team's success with a great week of practice, claiming it was their most crisp week of preparation. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Get up with The Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Tuesday is the day, and it's the middle of December. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan. Fan Early Morning Show is brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Smile this morning at me as I talk. Hopefully you're somewhere warm. It's 16 degrees outside this morning. Not snowing, thankfully. There's still snow on the ground. The snow was starting to melt outside, which was nice to see. You know, it was getting a little too thick when it snowed last week, but the snow remained on the ground, and it was starting to melt. It's getting a little warmer outside, and then bang, temperatures drop this week. So the remaining snow on the ground stays, and it's freezing, 16 degrees. So if you're out right now, be careful. It ain't going to get much warmer when the sun comes up either. We're in the middle of December. Time's moving. 2026 is approaching quickly. Holiday season is in full swing. A lot of good sports to watch, to cover, to follow as well. So let's talk about those. I'm watching the highlights on TV from the Monday Night Football game between the Los Angeles Chargers and the Philadelphia Eagles, which was a great game, went into overtime. Chargers ended up winning. They got a field goal in overtime and then had an interception around the end zone late in the game, and the one Chargers player tackled the other because the Chargers player was trying to return his interception, and I guess his teammate realized that once he's down, the game was over because the Eagles had their possession at that point. So once they lost it, the Chargers having the lead, game was over. So I thought that was kind of funny. Chargers improved to 9-4. They're not winning their division, though. The Denver Broncos are 11-2, leading the AFC West. Chiefs are in third place in that division and very much might not get a playoff spot this season after being in the Super Bowl 3 consecutive times, winning it twice in a row, and winning 3 times this decade. They've kind of fallen. Now, the Eagles, I was going to say they've fallen because they, both teams, Eagles and Chargers, went into the game at 8-4. So now the Eagles are 8-5 after losing that game. But the Eagles winning their division because the other teams in their division not very good. The Cowboys have gotten a resurgence, and we've talked about, you know, some of the good things that they've been doing, how George Pickens has been efficient for them up until this most recent game where he seemed to give up and not want to play 100%. They're 6-1 now. The Commanders 3-10. The New York Giants 2-11. So that division is not very strong. So the Eagles very much might win that division by default, considering how the other teams in their division are doing. They're not very good. It's kind of like the AFC North, except the AFC North team's a little better. Bengals 4-9, Browns 3-10. Those are the bottom 2 teams. And, of course, the Steelers 7-6 now, and the Ravens 6-7. But I know Troy from Mount Washington called in yesterday to talk to the morning show and kind of yelled at Adam Crowley because Crowley thought that the Steelers were going to get decimated by the Ravens and put on a poor showing, and the Steelers actually ended up winning the game, which I think was surprising on some level to anybody that's followed the Steelers this season, that they played as well as they did and were able to maintain their lead pretty much throughout the whole game. I don't think they gave up the lead at all in that game, so they did good at sustaining the lead and ended up winning. But Troy called in and said, do the Chargers really scare you? Do the Broncos really scare you? And Crowley was arguing back, yes, they do. I love Troy. He calls in all the time. He's got a great perspective on things. And I admire anybody that wants to remain optimistic at any time. Because we all experience sports at different times, different ways. Like for me, right? Because I'm on the younger side, I tend to have a little more optimism for the Pirates just because I've never seen a championship. Though some of you that may be older, that have lived through the 70s, you've already seen the championships and you want to see them again. And so you guys feel differently than I do. Like I feel more desperate to see one just because I haven't seen one and I've lived through a lot of their losing. We all experience the Steelers in different ways. Maybe you're like me with the Steelers where, I saw them win a Super Bowl when I was really young and I didn't appreciate it, but I'm satisfied that I've lived through it to the point where I'm not going to be as optimistic for them because I've seen it and I want to see it again, and I'm not going to put up with, the constant playoff wins or not, the constant playoff losses. When they make it to the playoffs, when they win their division or when they achieve playoffs or they get in by virtue of the wild card, whatever the case, I've seen what I've been seeing here for the past several years. I've seen them win a Super Bowl, so I'm less willing to give them benefit of the doubt like I would the Pirates or like I would, some of the Pitt teams. And it's just how we experience sports differently. Now, Troy wants to stay optimistic for this team, and Troy wants to enjoy the season. There is nothing wrong with that being the case. But if you're coming in now and you look at the Chargers, who are 9-4, and the AFC West has not been decided yet. There's still enough games left in the season where the AFC West hasn't been decided. And the Chargers could still win the division. I think they are dangerous. The Chargers are a very dangerous team coming in here. And if I were going to play them in the playoffs, right now the Steelers already lost to them in the regular season, but the conversation also revolved around, if you meet this team or that team in the playoffs, should you be worried? And I'd say after the Chargers beat the Eagles on Monday Night Football, the way they beat them, the way they gritted out the game and won in overtime, yeah, I'm going to be afraid of the Chargers. Yeah, I'm going to be afraid of the Broncos. Yeah, I'm going to be afraid of the Bills. The Bills now didn't put on a great showing against the Bengals this weekend, but they still won the game. They still came back and won the game. So it's like, who would you be afraid of? Yeah, I'd be afraid of anybody. Anybody that they play, I'm going to be afraid of. They're probably not going to play an AFC North team in the playoffs. The division winner in the AFC North is likely to be the only one participating from this division. That's the way the AFC is unfolding. So at least the Steelers won't likely have to play a division opponent. I mean, the Bengals aren't making it. The Browns aren't making it. The Ravens, I'm not going to say that they won't come back and overtake the Steelers. I don't want to jinx that, so I'm not going to say that. The Ravens would have the best chance, though, of passing the Steelers at this point with the remaining games left on the schedule. But there's a lot of good teams. There's a lot of good wild card teams coming in here. So yeah, I'm gonna be afraid. Right now, the Chargers in position for a wild card. The Houston Texans and Indianapolis Colts, they're in the hunt, and then you get the Bills that are right there with the wild card spot. So there's a lot. There's a lot of teams that I am definitely not going to sit here and I am not going to sit here and take lightly. So as much as I respect Troy, called in yesterday and argued with Crowley about, who is a tough team and, why we should be more optimistic for the Steelers going into the playoffs this season. I'm still holding up pessimism because they have not demonstrated consistency this season. that would lead me to believe that they can play well in the playoffs. And don't let the Ravens win fool you either. And I don't want to be super negative, so if you want to call in and you want to steer me in a certain direction, you want to persuade me that I'm thinking about this wrong, you can. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number, 412-928-9370. But if you, going into this, the Steelers have not demonstrated the consistency that I think that they need to inspire confidence in us that they'll win in the playoffs. And side note there, too, the Steelers beating the Ravens in the regular season is not a huge accomplishment. It's not an earth-shattering accomplishment. The Steelers always do well in the regular season against the Baltimore Ravens. In the past 7 years, the Steelers have either split or swept with the Ravens. The Ravens have not swept the Steelers in the regular season in a long time. So just get that out of the way. That's a thing that the Steelers do. That's a thing that I expect the Steelers to do at this point because it has been a trend for almost a decade. Now, we saw what happened when the Steelers and Ravens met in the playoffs. The Ravens were ready, and they played like they were playing in a playoff game. The Steelers were continuing their conservative trends, and they ended up losing heavily to the Ravens in that playoff game, in that wild card game. Super wild card weekend. Ooh. That's just what they do, and that's why I don't have as much optimism. They need to demonstrate that consistency in the regular season against multiple teams. And down the stretch, they have not demonstrated consistency. They have maintained the trend that they have over the last several seasons where they have beaten the Ravens at least one time in the regular season. That doesn't do it for me, though. Because if I believe that if the Ravens and Steelers were in a playoff game, the Ravens would have played a little differently, a little more aggressively, and they would have been able to win that game because that's the mentality they have. And the Steelers have not demonstrated that they can play consistently well and have that playoff mindset in games. Especially when they get to the playoffs, they don't play with the playoff mentality. They get down early, and they lose. That's just what they've done when they've made the playoffs through this 8-year stretch of, the streak where they haven't won a playoff game. So that's why, to combat Troy a bit, that I'm not as high on this team either, just because that is just what we've seen. And until they break that trend, until they prove that they can break that trend, I'm going to have a fair chunk of pessimism in my mind. Because, I'm not going to continue to praise this team. I'm not going to continue to invest in this team if this team is not going to do anything different to try to win. Same head coach, same approach of patching holes with established, sometimes overpaid talent, and a fundamental lack of developing young players. That's been the Steelers' formula for the last 8 seasons now. It's not a winning formula. So I just need more from this team during the regular season. And they've lost games I thought they should have won. They've come out for games that I think they weren't ultimately prepared for, and it's just frustrating. So, when Troy called in yesterday, nice guy. But when he called in yesterday, it struck something with me, and I just thought about, okay, I thought about what he was saying. And then the Chargers went out and beat the Eagles on Monday Night Football, and I'm just like, yeah, no, we should be afraid. We should be afraid of some of these teams that the Steelers may play if they do indeed win the division and make the playoffs. The wild card teams are dangerous. The wild card teams are hungry. You think the Chargers? Think about how hungry they are to win. They got Jim Harbaugh as their coach. Justin Herbert has developed into a steady quarterback. They kind of broke down their core a little bit and kind of refreshed it. And now they're winning, and they're not even winning the division. Their 9-4 record's not good enough for them to lead the division. They're behind the 11-2 Broncos right now. You don't think they want to try to steal the division? Win some games here down the stretch and maybe win that division, and then if they make the playoffs, and they're a wild card team, they taste the playoffs again. Chargers don't make it to the playoffs every year. They're hungry. They've been an inconsistent playoff team, but so you'd think that they go in this season and they have an opportunity that they know they might not get again? So I always wonder, too, if the Steelers players or the Steelers coaching staff gets complacent because they go every season to the playoffs, and so they think, we've been here before, we can do this, as compared to other teams that don't make the playoffs every season. So when they get in, it's like a big deal, and it's like a crucial deal, and the focus is different because they know they don't get there every season, so they play differently. I wonder if that's the case, too. But all that aside, all that kind of collected in thought, that's why the Steelers should be afraid. Or that's why Steeler fans, too, should be afraid of these teams and not take these teams lightly. The Chargers are hungry, and they just beat the Philadelphia Eagles, the Super Bowl reigning team right now, the Philadelphia Eagles. They just beat them in a primetime Monday night game. 412-928-9370. Let's get going with the calls. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road.
You're on the air. What's up? Well, what's that?
Nick.
I'm here. You're on the air.
You said everything on the road. Dave on the road.
I can hear you.
Said everything on the nutshell. Fire Mike Tomlin.
That's it? Oh, you just hung up. All right. Well, Dave always says fire Mike Tomlin, and he usually says more, but he didn't there. So I appreciate the call, though, Dave. Move on to this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Harris. Joe. How are you?
Good. It's been a little while. What's up?
Yeah, likewise. Parity, my friend, parity. That's what this year's changed. There's a lot of parity in both sides, in both divisions, and I think now you're seeing it, and you're seeing the younger kids, these younger quarterbacks are hungry. Coaches are, the younger coaches are starting to implement themselves. And you're right, we should be scared because Harbaugh, he's always given us trouble throughout years, and it's not going to change. And if they get in, they're going to be a dangerous team. I'm telling you. And the NFC, Carolina scares me. They're dangerous over there. They're starting to look dangerous. And I'm going to tell you another team in the AFC and is New England.
Yeah,
they're scary. They're real scary. And look, Drake May looks real. He looks like the real deal. So.
Yeah, you're right, Joe, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. So as I'm looking at the division right now, I'm looking at who the Steelers are more likely to play in the first round. That's why I'm not necessarily mentioning the Patriots as much or like the Jaguars in the AFC South. Right now they're leading, but they don't have a secure lead on the division because the Texans and Colts are right behind them. Though the Colts are on a free fall, they're not going to have Daniel Jones either. There's a lot of storylines to cover throughout the AFC. But yeah, as I mentioned the Bills, the Chargers, any other team that's right now fighting for a wild card spot. I mentioned them over anybody else because that's who the Steelers are likely going to be playing. The Steelers are, like I said, the AFC North team that wins the division is probably going to be the only team from the division to make the playoffs. And so being a division winner, the Steelers are probably going to play, and having the worst record among division leaders, the Steelers are likely going to play the best wild card team during Super Wild Card Weekend. So that's the only reason why I mentioned them. But yeah, I mean, assuming the Steelers were to get past the first round of the playoffs, yeah, then they may play one of those other division winners. It just depends how the playoffs unfold. But right now, I'm just considering wild card teams because if the Steelers are going to make the playoffs, they're likely almost certainly going to be the division leader, and then they're going to play one of the wild card teams. And the wild card teams are scary, so that's why I didn't mention the Patriots up front. But yeah, there's a lot of AFC teams that are teams that shouldn't be taken lightly. Chargers definitely not one of those. And like I said, that caller yesterday, Troy, called in, was arguing with Crowley about how optimistic we should be about the Steelers, what AFC teams we should be fearing. Well, the Chargers just beat the Eagles, and that's my argument, is that, yeah, we should probably be concerned with them and the Steelers in making the playoffs. If they were to meet the Chargers, yeah, I'd be concerned about that game, and I would think that they would need a steady game plan to beat them because they are a solid opponent. The Bills are another team that they may play in the playoffs. The Bills may get a wild card spot. And we saw what the Bills did to the Steelers a couple weeks back. That's a team that I'd be afraid of. So there are a lot of teams to be afraid of. There's a lot of teams to fear going into the playoffs, especially because, like I said, a lot of these teams, they don't make it every year, and they are way more hungry because they don't taste the playoffs every year, and they see the playoffs as an opportunity, whereas I think the Steelers have viewed the playoffs as a routine thing that just happens every year, and that may contribute to why they're losing in the first round. Because we'll be back, we'll be in the hunt, we'll be in the picture. We're always in the picture. Whereas these other teams go, you know what, we have an opportunity because we don't get here every year. So let's capitalize on this opportunity while we're here. Just saying. 412-928-9370. We got this caller now. Good morning. What's your name? Hello.
Harry.
There you go. You're on the air. What's up?
Okay, not much. But for a couple controversial calls in that game on Sunday, we could have had a loss.
Yeah.
Has the Steelers' offense closed out a game for a victory this season? They couldn't muster a first down to keep the ball out of Lamar's hands. Fortunately, our defense come up and shut the door on them. That seems like it's been that way all year. Our offense cannot shut a game out.
Yeah, what's your name, by the way?
Oh, it's Court. C-O-R-T.
Oh, nice to meet you. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you calling in and expressing your opinion. Yeah, it's a thing. I mean, the Steelers went out against the Ravens. Very well could have lost that game. Now, there's definitely that's definitely a theme. That is true too. That's definitely something that I've talked about where the Steelers really could have lost some of these games. And early on in the season when they were winning, it's like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't, a win is a win. We shouldn't be that critical of the team. But on the other hand, I've always argued that we could be critical of how the Steelers could have lost these games that they play in because when they make it to the playoffs, there's really no second chances. There's a lot of good teams that make it to the playoffs, and there's a lot of teams that capitalize on mistakes, and these weird things don't always seem to happen in the playoffs. Where you get to these situations where, like, whether a guy got his feet down or not, or had time to make a football move, like these decisions don't usually happen in playoff games. When they do, they're big news because they don't. Usually, playoff games, especially ones we've seen the Steelers play in, they haven't been close at all, and so teams avoid big calls happening at the end of games because when they play the Steelers, they usually just beat them by multiple scores. So I always look at games that the Steelers playing close and think, well, am I that confident when they win these games that one or two things that happen could have made the Steelers lose, and that's for sure. Like that call in the end zone, I had confidence the Steelers would have executed an offensive drive late to come back in that game, even if the Ravens would have scored. So that's my opinion on the matter. But I always do think that same way, and I appreciate the perspective there from Court because when they're in the playoffs, it seems like they're never close in these games, and they never seem prepared for these games. So I always look and I think, well, they could have lost this game, and then they did lose this other game that they played in because they weren't prepared and weren't ready. There's a lot of mistakes that I think we can fairly criticize the Steelers for, and yeah, so I mean that call late in the game against the Ravens, where the touchdown was called back and then the Ravens didn't score, that's definitely something you can look at and be concerned about for sure. All right, got this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Rusty.
You're on the air. What's up?
Hi. My biggest fear is that the Steelers try to play too much not to lose instead of trying to win, if that makes sense. And then the other point, and I'll hang up and listen to your comment, you notice that since they got MVS and the other guy, Thielen, that took some pressure off of DK Metcalf, even though most of us here on the Fan have been saying for months that they needed a wide receiver too.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Rusty. I don't know because those guys didn't get targeted that much. Like, they weren't in the game that much. So I don't want to sit here and say that they were the exact reason that DK Metcalf played better. I think that the thing is DK Metcalf was just fed the ball and fed the ball well. Whereas before, he wasn't really getting the ball. They weren't scheming the offense properly around him, but I don't think that it was MVS and Thielen that necessarily made that happen. I think that they just schemed properly to get him the ball more, and they set the tone on the first play of the game against the Ravens, where they gave him the ball, and they clearly gave him the ball, and from the first play on. You know, they threw a 52-yard pass, right down the field, and DK Metcalf caught it on the sideline. First offensive play of the game. That was a statement that they gave that I think that, that was a statement they gave. That was a scheme that they put together. That was a play that they executed properly. And that's why he did well, because they were scheming him open. They were being aggressive. They decided that they were going to do that early and then end up doing it often. He had 7 catches on the day, 12 targets, I believe he had too. So he was fed the ball a lot. It was just feeding. It was making plays, scheming plays together that gave him the ball often, and scheming plays together that made sure that he was open. That's the key there. I don't think the two guys that they got. MVS. I wish that MVS and Thielen were in the game more. I do. I've wanted to see them more, but I'm not going to sit here and say just because their presence was active in this game that's the reason why DK Metcalf was thriving. Because again, they weren't in the game very often. They weren't targeted very often in this game, and so I'm not gonna sit here and say that it was them and they were the reason why DK Metcalf thrived. I think it was more scheme. I think it was more an aggressive approach that allowed for Metcalf to shine in this one. All right, I'm out of time. My name's Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show is next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on all 3 parkways, as well as Route 28, I-79, and the Pennsylvania Turnpike, all moving along at the posted speed limit. Some of the outlying areas, though, you may find some snow-covered roadways, so take the proper precautions as you leave. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Is your home ready for the holidays? 'Tis the season to be jolly, and nothing makes me jollier than a clean home. With the holidays right around the corner, it's time to get ready for friends and family. What a better way to do that than Zero Res? You got the salt stains, you got your family coming in, traipsing all their mess everywhere. You need Zero Res. Don't do it yourself. Call Zero Res because you know it is safe and effective. Zero Res can handle it all for both your home and business. Carpets, air ducts, hardwood, LVP, tile and grout, upholstery, rugs, and stone. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead and get clean, but don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or visit ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spots are filling up. Don't wait. Lock yours in today. Happy holidays from all of us at Zero Res.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Hey Steelers fans, Chris Muller here, and that's right, your Steelers took home the win this week. And because of their incredible victory, Verizon is donating another $100,000 toward veteran debt relief in southwestern Pennsylvania. We all love that winning feeling, and this season, Verizon is making every single Steelers victory mean even more for our veterans. They've committed to tackling veteran debt one win at a time. And for every Steelers win, $100,000 will be eliminated. And with a mission of eliminating up to $1 million in veteran debt in our community, every single game this season counts. When the Steelers win, the vets win. Simple as that. This is more than just a donation. It's Verizon showing up for the heroes who have sacrificed so much for our freedom. With every Steelers touchdown, they're not just getting points, they're helping Verizon to pay it forward for the people who deserve it most. Verizon is proud to stand with our veterans, and to all who have served, we want to say thank you for your service.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit smaleacura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. Ends January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and if what I'm about to describe describes you, then it sounds like you could need some help. It's time to get intimate, everything gets ready, and then you can't perform like you used to when you were in your prime. Blue Chew can help you out, fellas. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. Blue Chew is a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and then handed it a gym membership and then slapped it on the back and said, get out there and do your best. Blue Chew's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is, because showing up matters. Guys, it isn't just about performing performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bit of a problem for you on inbound Route 28. Crews working on a water main break that has forced the closure of the right lane. This is approaching the off-ramp for the 31st Street Bridge. Traffic is a little slow in that area. As you get to the left lane to get by, you'll find delays back toward Millvale. Parkways east and west, a little bit heavy into their respective tunnels, but mainly steady. And the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North, the North Shore Expressway, and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Dorn Dickerson here with you on this frigid Tuesday. It's freezing outside. Jeez. Adam Crowley is out today dealing with a family matter. We have Jeff Hathorn, Trey Essex, Southside Jake, Jason Mackey talking about the whole Kyle Schwarber opportunity, if you will. Jason looking for, maybe. I don't know if he feels like talking to us today. He hasn't talked to us in a couple weeks, but usually we have him on Tuesdays at 9:30. So we'll see if he dials in or not. If not, then we'll keep it rolling as we always do. But, yeah, it is freezing out today. And, yeah, Adam Crowley is out today dealing with a family matter. And just real quick, I mean,
It was on December 6th, 8 years ago, that I lost my mother. And, every year that goes by, it clearly doesn't get easier, but the kind of fibers of your heart kind of weave back together, and they try to start to come back together, and you start thinking about the memories and the good memories that you have, and life is precious. Enjoy every single second of it, because you never know when somebody might go. But it's important to be kind to each other. It's important to be there for each other. Like life is so short. So, those of you that have lost people, those of you that are going through anything difficult right now with a family member or friend or whatever it is, just you gotta enjoy the time you have with people, especially the people that you love, because nothing is promised. And I'm just very grateful every day I get to wake up and talk to you, Pittsburgh. It's an unbelievable point in my life right now to be able to do this every single day in this great city that I grew up in. Have 4 kids, the best mother to my kids, and Rochelle. It's just I'm very, very thankful, and I don't take it for granted at all. Just it's important to be kind and try to live life to its fullest every single day. Callis, how you doing this morning? Good morning.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
I can't really see you because of this plant.
I think these are poinsettias.
They are pretty.
They're red.
They're very nice.
Yeah, I don't know why they're here.
There's a lot of them, though.
There's a lot outside, too.
There's a lot. There's probably 50.
There's 2 in the studio, a few outside on the...
No, there's more. There's 4 in the studio.
Oh.
No, 5. Every time I look around, I find
Well, there's 2 by me, by the window here, the glass.
There's 2 right there, 1 right there, 1 in the corner, 1 in the corner. There's 4 out there. There's about 6 out in the lobby.
So we don't know why these weren't delivered to us, or
I think they might have been. I think that our Twitter account, 93.7 The Fan Twitter account, posted something about it yesterday. But they're pretty. I like them. Really Christmas vibe.
Sure.
How you doing? You doing all right?
Life's good. I got some interesting news.
Oh yeah? Let's hear it.
So, my uncle is musically inclined. I tell you, my family is musical, and I do stuff, and that's why I do the weekly wrap-ups now for the Steelers. And I contacted my uncle the other day, and I asked him, because he's got a bunch of recording equipment at his house. And he's always wanted to show me, and I've just never had the time to go over there. But I thought, you know what? I'm going to go. And I asked him, I said, would you help me write a track that I'm going to perform live at our Christmas karaoke event coming up in a week and a day? And he said he would. So my uncle's going to help me write the track that I can perform live, because I need help. Because it's going to be, like, the Steelers are going to play on Monday, and I'm going to have to turn that song around in a day.
Yes.
Because there's the Monday they play, Tuesday, and then Christmas karaoke's on Wednesday.
Yeah, you have a big deal. It is a big deal.
I need help.
A lot of effort that's going to go in. Now, is he going to help you, like, write it or write, like, kind of like the...
He's going to help me with the musical side.
Okay.
So all of the beats and the melody and the undertone, I'm going to try to make it Christmas themed. But I'm excited because he's helping, and I'm like, that's cool. We've never collaborated on a music project before, but he's wanted to show me for the longest time his recording studio in his house, and I just never had the time. I was in school, and I was working 2 jobs, but now that I got more time, I'm like, you know what? This is a good excuse to spend some time with him and write this.
That's awesome. That's honestly, like, kind of rolls right into my question to you this morning. The most transcending device, system, or like electronics in history, in your estimation, other than the cell phone, because, like, you're about to go to your uncle's studio. I mean, there's so many things in music that have transcended over the years. But from your point of view, what is the biggest thing?
Well, I'll say music. One of the things is he's got a drum pad, so, like, you can play the drums, but, like, there's a wire that goes into it that you can plug into a computer, and it will record the sounds of the drums straight up, so you don't have to record physical drums. You can just have the pads.
Nice.
And they record.
Like, when do you think that came to be? Like,
that's a thing that was late 90s.
Late 90s.
Early 2000s. They started making electric drums like that when, like, techno became a thing, and then, all of the artificial instruments. The other biggest thing, because I'm a big video games guy, is think about how revolutionary the Nintendo Switch has been.
Absolutely.
Where you can play full-scale games in a handheld version, but there's also, they make the dock so that you can then plug the system into this dock, and it will show up on your television. And the little Joy-Con controllers that they have, not only do they plug into the sides of the device so you can play handheld, but they also have motion controls in them. So you can play games with motion. You think about...
And you can make them as controllers, too. Like, you can plug them into actual, like, controllers. The sides of the device can become, like, you can actually buy, like, a plastic controller that you can hook up to it to make it a controller while you're playing.
Or you can turn it to the side because they have games that are compatible with the halves, right? So you can turn them to the side and hold them sideways. I know that it gets criticized for quality at times. The Switch 2 is a lot better now because I have one and it's really nice. But like when that came out, like that was revolutionary.
Yeah.
That you can just have all of these different ways to play games with this one set.
Yes. Yes.
It's really cool.
I mean, Game Boy clearly started that. I don't know if you remember the Game Boy back in the day. You had a Game Boy? Everybody my age had a Game Boy. And then I think it was Game Gear? Sega Game Gear, I think it was. You ever heard of a Game Gear?
No.
Look that up. It was like, it's like the Switch, but it was Sega. I believe it was Game Gear. That was like the next version of Game Boy where it was handheld. Is that
so Sega and Nintendo are different. So
yes, absolutely.
It was Sega's version.
Sega Game Gear, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. I've never seen one before.
Yeah, I had one of those long time ago. Sega Game Gear.
It looks like one.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've never seen one.
Those were big time. Those were big time. But like for in my day and age, like from going from Nintendo to Sega, it was like wow, like there's just a new system, right? But it still had the cartridges. But whenever it went Sega to PlayStation, it was like a whole new world because like you're dealing with discs now.
Yeah.
And nobody had any discs. I mean, CDs were big, but nobody ever thought that you could play a game on discs. So to me, it was like, man, I'll never forget getting that first PlayStation whenever it came out and being like, this is a whole new world. Like, this is a whole new adventure for video games.
Yeah, PlayStation set the standard for, like, quality in games, and that's what made them popular. Until the Wii came out, and then everybody's like, oh, look, this is fun. You can just do goofy stuff with the motion controls. Yeah. That just shows the age discrepancy, though, too, because when I was growing up, discs were just a standard.
Right.
Because the first gaming system I ever had was a PlayStation, so it's like if you're playing a game on a cartridge, it's a handheld device. But Nintendo made the games now too. Just back to it, their full-scale games are on cartridges.
Right.
And I'm like, how did that happen?
Right.
I thought you needed the whole disc to fill to make the game work because there's so much on it that you need the compact disc. No, you just got cartridges.
Do you go buy physical games anymore?
No, well,
does anybody?
This is a big gaming controversy, which is something I don't necessarily agree with gaming developers doing or providers doing. Is so now the Nintendo, you get the cartridge if you buy the physical game, but it's just the key to unlock the game. The game is downloaded through the internet.
Yes.
So what gamers are worried about is that the providers will eventually take the games away if they want to. Like you don't own the game forever anymore. Because everything has to be downloaded online. Like PlayStations they sell now don't even have disc drives. If you want a disc drive for a PS5,
but you can't put a disc into a PlayStation.
Nope,
anymore,
you would have to buy the disc drive separately if you
Wow.
wanted to use discs. Because they think that most gamers now will just download games online.
Huh. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Obviously, movies were the same way, or DVDs, and then you had on demand, and now like you don't need to buy a physical. I don't even know if they
don't. A lot of like I know Practical Jokers was a show I watched growing up, and they have seasons 1 through 5 on DVD, but they stopped in season 6. They stopped releasing them on DVD, and I know True TV is part of some conglomerate, some parent company that owns them, but the only way you can watch is through their website or through the streaming service that they're on.
It's crazy.
You can't own these things anymore.
You can't own anything. Like they don't even it's one of those situations like if I go to Target or whatever and I'm going through the electronics section, I don't even bother to look to see if there is DVDs. Are there DVDs that
I think they still sell DVDs.
Sell them?
I don't know how many modern shows or content are actually
modern. Probably not, right? It's probably
because I don't think they do it anymore because they want to maximize on the streaming service
Mm-hmm.
value, and the only way to do that is to never let anybody own anything on a DVD.
Did you see this deal with Netflix trying to buy Warner Brothers at all?
I saw that. I thought Paramount was the
Paramount. Sorry,
Yeah,
Paramount trying to trump Netflix to buy
Warner Brothers.
Right.
Selling, yeah.
We might have talked about that a little bit. It's just so much money going around. Just so much money. And Netflix has the audacity to get mad that people are sharing accounts when you have all this money.
Well, they don't make the money if people are sharing the accounts. That's the
thing. They got $80 billion to buy. $80 billion. My goodness.
Yeah, a lot of greed.
Yeah.
And the internet allows for that to happen. So.
Yeah, I was just thinking like the most transcending thing. Like, I mean, it could be anything. It could be anything that has to deal with like electronics. Like, what is, like, I know like the tape player. Like, you didn't have tapes growing up. I did. You know, you had to put a tape in your car to record.
No, my dad had a car that it only had a tape.
It only had a tape player, right?
I do remember tapes. I was real young when they were out, but there was this one Disney tape we had that we'd keep in my dad's car, and we would play it whenever we were driving around. I do remember that.
Man, you talk about
a lot of home videos of mine. I mean, there's this stash of video cassettes in my house somewhere that's just like, those are my childhood videos.
Yep. Same.
I was still young enough where like you needed to put like the full scale video cartridge, the cassette in to a camera to record.
The VHS.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, that's going back.
Yep.
I remember my parents having the big ones that you hold on your shoulder.
Yep. My dad had one, so my earliest videos of me are on those somewhere in my house.
Oh my goodness, it's just wild. It's wild how far we come.
Well, I mean, that was like from 1990 to 2020 was like the biggest technical revolution I think in history because everything developed. I mean, DVDs became a thing, and then the internet was booming, so people didn't need that anymore. You remember iPods,
iPads
that were coming out.
MP3 players.
Yeah. So all of a sudden it was like, okay, let's put the phone, let's put the iPod with a phone, and now you've got an iPhone, and it's like, so now you can listen to your music and call people and text and stuff with data and service, and it's just like, and now we've got streaming services, and now we have smart TVs, right? Now our TVs can advertise to us directly.
Oh,
that's something I noticed because my sister has a smart TV in her basement. This weekend I was watching the Steeler game, and when a commercial would come up on Paramount Plus, because I was watching through the streaming service, the ad would like pop up in the corner and say, "Hit this button for more information or how to purchase." It's like you could just watch the ad, and you could just press a button now, and it'll help you order what you want.
It's unbelievable. Everything's about convenience. Everything. You just sit there and you press a button and you're good. You don't have to move. You don't have to do anything. Where do you think we'll be at 20 years from now? Like, what do you think? How do you think things will, the evolution of everything?
I think there's going to be a lot lazier people. I think our houses are going to be really round and shiny.
Round and shiny?
You're going to have a lot of fences.
Why round?
I don't know. I'm thinking of Chrome, just like Chrome stuff, like future's Chrome, right? I feel like we're just going to be a little lazier because everything's going to be convenient for us. So your food gets delivered to your house.
What do you think the cell phone will be at 20 years from now? Do you think it'll be like, a payphone?
Oh, you mean like that?
Yeah, like where?
I hope not.
Like how will we use? What will we use, and what will it look like the form of communication?
I saw this commercial one time.
A cell phone.
Saw this commercial one time that was scary. It was talking about like don't fall for subscriptions. Get what what we're selling. But the one example was like your your microwave needs a subscription. Like you'll need like to use your oven or your microwave. You'll have to have a subscription to that because it'll be like automated. And I'm like, I guess it could happen. I hope it doesn't. We'll have like smart microwaves, smart ovens, smart doors, smart lights, right? And all these things will be locked.
I think everything will be voice. Like
everything's already voice.
Everything is already, but I think it'll just be like everything is like to get gas. It'll be like, all right, like I need 5 gallons of gas.
Your virtual assistants might be actual human forms as well, like robots. We might have robots soon. AI is like literal servant assistants, perhaps.
Oh my gosh! See, like this is bizarre. It's just getting wild. It's getting wild. I can't imagine 20 years from now. What do I be? 57 years old? Man, you'll be what, 46?
Yeah.
46. And we'll be. See, we thought we'd have flying cars by now, though.
Yeah, Back to the Future in 1985 had the flying cars for 2015. It's now 10 years past the future of Back to the Future. That's crazy to think about, too.
That is very wild. That is very wild. No flying cars yet. Interesting. A lot of weird stuff. That's good, though. It's good. There's a lot of things that have changed. There's a lot of things that are good that have changed, and I think there's a lot of things that are bad.
Real quick, do you know the logistical nightmare, though, of flying cars?
Mm-mm.
Do you know how much air traffic control would need to take place? Think about it.
It'd be insane.
It's not like there's just one plane you can fly in. I mean, you could have two cars flying at each other.
You would just put roads in the air, right? Like it would be like kind of just like.
But how many roads before you run out of space? I mean, how many layers can you get to? How high can you get before?
That's a good point,
right? And there's still so many cars, so I mean, it's not like I don't think traffic would be reduced that much because if one flying car can fly over all the traffic, if everybody has a flying car, how do you regulate that in the air? With planes too. Think about that.
Oh my God!
I've always thought about how that would be a logistical nightmare.
That's probably why we don't have it. That's probably why we don't have it at this point. All right, let's get on to the sports. We're going to dive into the Steelers. We're going to bounce around a little bit, as I always do whenever I'm by myself. Little Penguins. We got, obviously, Jeff Hathorn, as I said. Trey Essex at 8. Jason Mackey, 8:35. We got Southside Jake at 7:35. Jason Lockett 4, maybe at 9:30. We're going to do some college football. We're going to do some Penguins, some Pitt, and mostly Steelers, as the Steelers – we're 2 days removed. 2 days removed. How are we feeling? Got to ask that question. We'll talk about it in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man.
Oh, we're 2 days removed. Thor Dickerson here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. 2 days removed from Steelers-Ravens. How are we feeling? How are we feeling 2 days removed? I know we talked about it yesterday, but that's kind of the 24-hour rule. You're still feeling some emotions. You're still feeling probably the high. I would say the majority are feeling the high of the win in Baltimore because it's tough. It's tough to go into your rival's home and to get a win. We talked about that early on in the season, how it was tough to get road wins whenever the Steelers went up to New England and beat the Patriots. I remember us having the discussion, is that a good win? Because we didn't think the Patriots were going to be what they are right now, which is 10-2 and one of the best teams in pro football. We didn't believe that at the time because it was so early in the season. So our question always was, after that game, was that a good win? Any win is a good win, clearly. We know that. Any win is a good win. But any road win is a significant win. So yesterday, I know that we were a little bit negative, maybe. I think we were maybe too negative about the Steelers and the win that they had in Baltimore. But don't get it twisted. That's a crucial win, and it just puts you in better position. And that's all you can really ask for if you're a fan of the Pittsburgh Steelers right now, is to be in position and have an opportunity at this thing. And that's what the Steelers have given themselves. That's what the Steelers have given you. But whether you're feeling high or feeling low the day after the game, the morning after the game, how are you feeling now whenever everything is settled? How are you feeling now whenever you watch the Eagles-Chargers on Monday night and saw that debacle by Jalen Hurts and seeing what the Chargers were able to do? And I believe that they may have knocked the Kansas City Chiefs out of the playoffs with that win. So how are we feeling now? I'm going to open up the phones pretty early this morning, 412-928-9370. I feel a little bit better than I did yesterday, to be honest with you. I do. Because it's anybody's game. It's anybody's game. And it's kind of been that situation throughout the whole season. at least in the AFC. Now, the NFC's got some dogs. They got, you obviously got the Lions, and you got some other teams and you got the 49ers that probably will make a push, and the Green Bay Packers, and there's some teams out there in the NFC that we really don't need to worry about. But in the AFC, it just seems like it is open, even though I did just say that the New England Patriots are at the top of it. But it just seems like there is opportunity there. So whenever you look at the Steeler game and you see them get a win, it's like, man, you know what? If they can just put it all together, not just for one game, but consistently throughout this last stretch, can they do that? And Sunday could probably give you a little bit of hope to do that, but it's just hope. And we're just waiting for them to kind of bust through and to take a stranglehold of this situation that they're in. And they have a great opportunity to do that on Monday Night Football against the Dolphins, who are a hot team right now. But did the Steelers get lucky on Sunday? Did they earn that win? Every win is an earned win, but I do feel like that there was some luck involved, clearly, with the whole Isaiah Likely non-touchdown, some penalty calls, Aaron Rodgers being down and having possession of the ball and that being an incomplete pass, all that stuff. But that's how football is, right? You got to have some luck. Everybody has some luck that goes through and wins, especially in the playoffs. Luck has to be on your side. So did they get lucky? Sure. But that's a part of the game, in my opinion. It's how the ball bounces. Does it bounce your way or does it bounce the other way? Sometimes the ball does bounce your way. Sometimes it bounces your way for more than just one game. Maybe it does a whole entire season. We've seen those Cinderella teams that go through a whole season and, they're just hanging on, then all of a sudden that the ball bounces their way, that they're in the AFC or NFC championship game. You're like, how did this team get here? They aren't that good, but maybe they are. And maybe they just got lucky. So, I am feeling better today about the Steelers, even though that they have some injuries that we will get into. But the way that Aaron Rodgers played and elevated his teammates is exactly what Tomlin said after the game. This is why you get in a partnership with Aaron Rodgers. That's what they've been looking for, but they're looking for that consistently. The way that they won, they kind of abandoned the running game because they knew that the running game was getting stuffed. Jalen Moore couldn't really do anything on the ground. Kenneth Gainwell couldn't do anything on the ground, but they figured out a way to score points. They figured out a way to move the football, and that was through the air. So be it. My problem is that I do feel better today, as you should too. But will I feel good Monday night, next Monday night? Will this Steelers team revert back to being the broad, being the bland, conservative football team that we've seen for majority of this football season? That's my worry. That's my worry from what Tomlin said after the game. We had to play aggressive against the Baltimore Ravens. Like, is that a one-off? Is it just that game that you have to play aggressive? Why does it take that game for you to play aggressive? Why not the whole entire season? Why did it take for most of the players? You guys watched the game. You could tell that the Steelers had a little bit more that they were playing for, it seemed like, on Sunday. It seemed like their hair was on fire, like they had something to prove, like they wanted to go out there and dominate the Baltimore Ravens and to prove that they're worthy, to prove that Mike Tomlin is still a really good head coach, to prove that Aaron Rodgers still has a lot left in the tank, to prove that DK Metcalf is earning the $150 million he was paid to be one of the top-tier receivers in the league. Why did it take that long, though? Why did Sunday... Why was that the revelation whenever you sit down and you're like, all right, now we need to step on the gas pedal? That's my problem. Why not the whole entire season? Like, you knew your situation. You knew what the situation was going to be. You try to fool us, and listen, whenever I talk about players, it's not personal. It's not personal. I know how hard it is to play in the NFL. I know how hard it is to make a team in the NFL and to be a good player in the NFL. But they tried to fool us to think that Calvin Austin was a number 2 receiver. They tried to fool themselves when we weren't getting fooled. He's a really good player as a number 3 or 4. We knew that the whole entire time. So why were they trying to fool themselves thinking that they could make him the number 2 wide receiver whenever they had opportunities to go out and get a number 2 wide receiver, a legit one in the offseason or a legit one at the trade deadline? You put yourself in this position. That's the gripe I have with the Pittsburgh Steelers, is that not only is football hard, not only is week in and week out playing an NFC or AFC opponent or a divisional opponent extremely hard, they make it so much harder on themselves. Some of the things that have happened throughout the season, it's more self-inflicted. No number 2 wide receiver, young offensive line. Whenever you had an opportunity to pay somebody in the offseason, defensive line is banged up. You could have paid somebody in the offseason. You want to rely on a rookie. Like, the run game, teams are running all over the Steelers, and the Ravens racked up rushing yards because of Derek Harmon wasn't in because he was hurt. Like, you're relying on a rookie? That shouldn't be the case. You had opportunities to fix that or to create more depth there. It's just, and it is what it is. It really is what it is. But sometimes the self-inflicted wounds, whenever you're dealing with the gauntlet of a football season, good teams don't let that happen. Good teams do not let that happen. Now, they still have a chance to fix it, to create that consistency, but do we have faith that they're going to do that? Have they proved that they can do that before? Throughout the season? I don't know. I don't know what team to expect, but I know one thing. Let me rewind. I don't know what team to expect every single week with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't know what Aaron Rodgers to expect sometimes with the Pittsburgh Steelers, or a DK Metcalf, or a Jalen Warren, or even a Patrick Queen, or Jalen Ramsey, or TJ Watt. I don't know what to expect week in and week out. All I know is right now is they put themselves in position to take a shot at this opportunity that they have at hand to be division champs and to host a playoff game. And is that all you can ask for? Kind of, right? Kind of. You put yourself in the spot. There's teams like the Chiefs that are, on the outside looking in. There's a lot of teams in the NFL whose seasons are done. Done. There's guys planning trips to Turks and Caicos already with 4 games left. As soon as that final whistle blows in their last game, they are on a plane to Turks and Caicos. The Steelers, well, they may be preparing for a home playoff game. And I think that might be all you can ask for at this point. But can they continue? Can they find the consistency? Can you beat a Miami Dolphins team in December at home? I don't care how hot they are right now as a football team. Can you take care of business? Can you go up to Detroit indoors and give them a football game? You don't have to win that game. You don't. But you better make it competitive. You better not go up there and get blown out. Can you do that? Can you take care of business in Cleveland, a tough place for you to play over the years? And can you finish off the season at home against your rival? These last 4 weeks are so telling. It's so interesting. It's so exciting at the same time to watch the Pittsburgh Steelers, because for as much of unknown that we have, they could fix that. They have an opportunity to fix that, and that's why it's just so fascinating how this season is going to end. And us looking back saying, was it a good decision to sign Aaron Rodgers? Did Aaron Rodgers deliver? Did DK Metcalf deliver? Did Mike Tomlin deliver? 412-928-9370. I want your calls. Did this week give Mike Tomlin some breathing room? Did this win give Mike Tomlin some breathing room by winning in Baltimore, beating John Harbaugh? Because people were calling for his head last week, more than I've ever seen it. I mean, you had Ian Rappaport, you had all the talking heads on ESPN talking about his option and how the Steelers can get out of that, and are the Steelers going to move on? Are they going to re-up? Is it time for Mike Tomlin to go to Penn State? You had all that stuff going on last week. It's kind of quiet right now. It seems kind of quiet. I mean, I heard a caller on Cal's show earlier saying fire Mike Tomlin, then hung up. But I haven't heard that much. I haven't seen it that much. Did he give himself some breathing room? From your point of view, fans, this week by beating the Baltimore Ravens. 412-928-9370. Where are you at on Mike Tomlin right now? Is it still the same? Do you expect the same from Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers when this season ends? 412-928-9370. We'll get into that. Give me a call. And there's a lot more other things going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers that we have to get into. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have a game tonight against the Anaheim Ducks. It's a home game for the Penguins, and it starts at 7 o'clock. Penguins had 2 straight wins before losing to the Dallas Stars on Sunday in a shootout. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Adam Crowley.
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes, well, life sucks. It sucks less if you call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, they answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. And they have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget. The Pickle's a diamond-certified contractor for Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting can be your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Following last night's sloppy 22-19 overtime victory over the Eagles, Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert said, "It's not the way we drew it up, that's for sure. No one draws up games featuring a combined 5 interceptions, 4 by Jalen Hurts, by the way, and 5 fumbles. In fact, Hurts became the first player ever credited with 2 turnovers on the same play." I'm Boomer Esiason.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. That's 800-676-1090.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Clouds and sun today, the high 36.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directive.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big trouble this morning on Route 28 inbound, where crews are working on a water main break between the 40th and 31st Street bridges, closing the right lane and causing delays now back to the Route 8 at the bypass. Now, you can head across the 62nd Street bridge over toward Butler Street and come into town that way, but expect that to get congested as well. Parkway West, you're in line between the top of the hill and Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jams up at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan More Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Dickerson Callis with you on the Fan Morning Show. Do you have more faith in the Steelers right now? How are you feeling? 2 days removed from the win in Baltimore. Know you're feeling a little bit of most of you were feeling pretty good after the win. Some of you weren't still feeling that the Steelers are still the same old Steelers. But getting a win down in Baltimore is very crucial to what the Steelers want to accomplish this season. Clearly, they put themselves in a pretty good position right now, getting that win. And the Baltimore Ravens, they stink. I mean, they looked awful from top to bottom, across the board, defense, offense, everything. I mean, Lamar Jackson looks like he's 90 years old out there. Derrick Henry looked like he didn't want to run the football, but the Steelers took care of business. Isn't that all you can ask for at the end of the day? Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We're going to go with our guy, Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, good morning. How are you?
Thank you, Doran. Doran, can I get serious for a second here before we say something about the Steelers? You know, how old is your dad?
He'll be 70 January 4th.
Okay. Well, I'm 70 also. So he and I come from, we look at sports and we look at even America from a different prism.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we've passed those things on to our young children. And we took a lot of pride in Barack Obama winning the presidency because he and I never thought we'd see it in our lifetime. And we never thought we'd see a black coach on the Pittsburgh Steelers in our lifetime. So we have a lot of pride in Mike Tomlin. But that doesn't mean that we're going to ignore when you're not winning.
Right.
But when I'm hearing, unfortunately, some of the ugliness that people have launched at he and his family and his daughter in school and racial connotation disgusts me. Because sports isn't that important, people. It's just entertainment. And do we – look, I got frustrated a lot of times watching the Steelers and the Pirates lose, but I never once wanted to launch racial slurs or attacks or wanted to death threats to the coach or his family. So, you know, people, please put these things in perspective because the coach and his family did not have to endure the ugly, nasty stuff that went on. And I know you guys haven't talked about it, but it's out there in the sphere. Unfortunately, I know some of the family, and it just wasn't right. And it's ugly. And it just doesn't happen to black coaches. It's happened in this town before, even with some of the white coaches. It's just not necessary to make death threats over a sporting event.
I totally agree, and thank you for your call, Anthony. And I was about to say that too. Like it's not just Mike Tomlin. Like this has been happening. These, you know, whether it's weird allegations or rumors, whatever. Whenever people don't want the head coach or, you know, a president or a GM to be in position, they create these wild allegations or, you know, situations with these people. It is too far. It is just sports. Like you can not like your head coach and want a different head coach, but why? I mean, personally, why attack somebody? Like it's not that serious. It really isn't. It's a game. It is a game. I mean, come on. I could see, like, and you know what? It's not like the Steelers have one win on the season either. And not to say that it'd be appropriate to do the things that people are doing right now, but the Steelers are, you know, it's not like they're a losing franchise. It's not like that they're the Browns. I mean, come on. Yeah, it is. It's kind of sad. And that's this day and age. And that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, Callis. Like, social media has given people a voice, and frankly, it's given people who shouldn't ever have a voice. There was a reason before why there was only a certain amount of people to be able to voice certain things. Whether you're a journalist and you went to school and studied and that was your profession, like you were a person that could write things in the newspaper and there's credibility behind it. Now nobody has any credibility and they can just say what they want. They can make up what they want. There's no accountability that goes with it as well. So it is just the day and age that we're living in. And it's not even, you know, what's really sad about this, and you know, this is, you know, I'm getting on the soapbox right now, but what's really sad about this, you know, all these rumors or allegations, things of that nature, you know, it's one thing to do it, you know, for the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach, who is a grown man that probably can take it, right? He probably can take it. He's like, all right, like it is what it is. People are just talking like, okay, like don't come after my family. That'll probably perturb him and make him a little bit upset, clearly. But this goes on in high school. This goes on in middle school, like with kids and kids being mean to each other and leaving comments in social media. And just, it is, you know, it's the same thing that's happening, that has happened to adults, is happening to younger kids. And that's a shame. If a kid loses a high school basketball game or a high school football game, go read, like, the comments are just as bad as something that, you know, Mike Tomlin, the head coach that is 50-some years old of the Pittsburgh Steelers, gets, that could probably handle it. The young kids can't handle it, and that's a shame. They shouldn't have to. That's the problem. That's what makes me upset about all of this. The whole nucleus of people just saying whatever they want to and not having any repercussions from it. It's the wild, wild west. You can just go do whatever you want to, say whatever you want to. Zero respect for anything anymore. No respect. That doesn't mean that Mike Tomlin, and Anthony was right, doesn't mean that Mike Tomlin deserves to be the head coach anymore of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that time might be up. That's a different discussion, though. We're talking about sports. We're talking about football. We're talking about a guy who has been here a long time and hasn't made the playoffs in 8 years, or hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years. Any other franchise would have fired their coach and moved on. I believe that it's time for the Steelers to move on, regardless how it looks down the stretch. But I do give credit when credit is due, and I give credit for Sunday. I give credit to the Steelers by going down in Baltimore and beating your rival whenever you had so much on the line. I give credit to Mike Tomlin of having his guys ready and to complete the game, to not the game away. Not crap the game away. They finished. So I do give credit. But is that going to continue for the next 4 games? We'll see. Are we still staring at the same old Pittsburgh Steelers, whether it's 10-7, 9-8, and a playoff loss? Seems like we're heading in that direction. But they have an opportunity to fix that. And that's all I can go off of right now, is right now. What they did on Sunday and what the opportunity presents to the Pittsburgh Steelers on Monday night. And that's why I feel a little bit better. That's why I feel a little bit better, because they do have about him next on the Fan Morning Show. But first, the Cal's headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sources have confirmed to MLB.com now about the Pirates offering Kyle Schwarber a 4-year contract. Winter meetings are this week around Major League Baseball. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan and the official sports betting partner of the NBA. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel, the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. That's why FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. And right now, it is the absolute best perfect time to join, because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. On FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Must finance HMF loan with 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Hybrid models only. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end January 2nd, 2026.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's. Both available with 0% financing for up to 60 months. Or receive up to $4,250 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. Hey, it's Bob Pompiani, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. With real-time scheduling and precision scan-to-plan accuracy, they make your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. That's why hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to transform their bathroom, windows, doors, you name it, they do it. Plus, right now, when you buy a full bathroom model, you'll get a second shower for free and lock in an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. But you need to schedule this right now at westshorehome.com/fan.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership, the ultimate stocking stuffer for the ones you love. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance you can always count on. Right now, Gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. They'll even thank you with a $20 gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This New Year's Eve, escape to Margaritaburg at Rivers Casino. Kick off your flip-flops and join us on Wednesday, December 31st for Island Vibes, live music, party favors, drawings, a midnight confetti celebration, and more. Visit riverscasino.com for full details and waste away the last hours of the year. Rivers Casino style. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jewelers, have we met yet?
Shopping season is in full swing at Louis Anthony Jewelers. We're here 7 days a week for your holiday shopping needs. Louis Anthony Jewelers has the best selection of fine designer jewelry, timepieces, and home decor. We've got something for everyone on your list, from brands such as David Yurman, Roberto Coin, and Baccarat. Let the Louis Anthony team put some extra sparkle into your season.
Have we met yet?
Things are going to be busy between now and the end of the year. Holiday gatherings, school functions for the kids, and family get-togethers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the last thing you want to worry about this holiday season is whether your roof is going to make it through another Pennsylvania winter. One call to MHI Roofing to schedule a free 21-point roof inspection will put your mind at ease. A highly trained roof inspector will carefully examine every inch of your roof, checking the 21 most common areas of roofing failure. Then go over the results with you and discuss your options going forward. Most of the time, problems can be fixed with a minor repair. But if it is time for a new roof, MHI offers money-saving discounts and financing terms to make paying easy. And don't forget, MHI is so confident in their skilled installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call or go online to schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864. That's 412-998-8864. Or online at MHIRoof.com.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, wishing you and yours the best this holiday season.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Ben Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Kels, how you doing, man? Doing all right?
Life is good.
All right, good. Good. It's good to hear. I'm glad. Very glad. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're going to go to Mike in Fort Wayne. Good morning, Mike. How you doing?
Hey, I'm fine, man. I don't mean to be a negative Nancy, but, you know, another 200-yard rushing game against us. I mean, gosh, man, I'm sorry, but I've lost faith. I have. It's just the same script. I think I came up with an analogy for our coach, and that analogy is if you compare him to like an automotive mechanic, okay? Mm-hmm. A skilled automotive mechanic can diagnose, troubleshoot, identify the problem, and then repair it.
Uh-huh.
And then the less skilled mechanic is just a parts replacer. Just replace the part and hope that part fixes it. And I think we saw that again with bringing in the wide receiver from Minnesota last year at the end of the season. We're going to make changes. It's all just it's just parts. It's all personnel changes, parts. You're not digging in deep in identifying the fact that we haven't been – Baltimore, 200 yards runs in the playoff last year. Buffalo, 200 yards. Baltimore again, Jacksonville back in 2017. I mean, when are you going to identify the point of attack being a terrible scheme?
I feel like that they think that they have identified it. And if Mike Tomlin was having a conversation with you right now, you know what his rebuttal would be? You know what he would say to you? Is we drafted a defensive lineman in the first round.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If you took a guy like Casey Hampton, okay, and you had him play wide receiver, and he failed at wide receiver. Is it Casey Hampton's fault because he failed at wide receiver, or is it the coach's fault? Benton is really not a very good nose tackle.
Right.
So why do you keep playing him at nose tackle? Why would you play Casey Hampton at wide receiver? You got to identify the players you have and the skill sets that they have. Aaron Smith, Casey Hampton, they were just different animals to run that three-man front, and it worked. And I've called before on this topic, but I just don't. I feel like we need four big butts up there with two defensive tackles. We just don't have a nose tackle on this team. And, I just feel like that we're just running the wrong scheme for the players we have, man. It's just the proof is in the pudding. It keeps happening over and over and over again. I don't know, man. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the call. We always love whenever you call in, Mike. But, you do have a point, and this has been going on for years. I mean, we've had this discussion before of the different players that, were drafted or brought in by the Pittsburgh Steelers and moved positions. I mean, you think about Kendrick Green being the prime example, being a guard in college and then being moved to center to be the starting center for Ben Roethlisberger. Like, they have tried to do this for many years, and it just hasn't worked. So, Mike, you do have a very valid point. And the whole mechanics thing, it does make sense. Like, a mechanic can fix it, can fix the car, can rebuild the car, put it back together. And it seems like Mike Tomlin does get a lot of different pieces and parts, but he can't put the car back together. It almost looks like I don't know, what's a weird looking car, like a go-kart instead of a Lambo. I guess it's a go-kart. He's trying to put a go-kart back together. Callous. But yeah, like that's been an issue for a long time, at least half a decade, maybe even more, with the Pittsburgh Steelers, of bringing in players and moving them positions, not having them in their natural spots, and saying like, all right, we're just going to live with it. This is what we got. They did it with Jalen Ramsey this year. It's been decent, but they've done it with multiple players. So, Aaron Rodgers is the guy that I'm talking about, and I think that everybody knew that. If Aaron Rodgers can play the way that he played on Sunday, the Steelers will have a chance. We've been waiting for Aaron Rodgers to break out again. He did it in the beginning of the season, but he's the conductor here. He's what makes this thing go, and he holds guys accountable. I think it was a fantastic signing. I know that Aaron Rodgers wasn't their first option in the offseason, but whenever they figured out he was available and had a discussion with him, I think that it was almost like an immediate relationship. And they ended up getting married, quote unquote, months later. But I think that it happened a while before the actual signing. But Aaron Rodgers he's the vessel to the Steelers having a good season. And if he reverts back to being 42 years old, which honestly isn't his fault, at the end of the day, then the Steelers will be the same old Steelers. But if Aaron Rodgers can lift guys like DK Metcalf up the way that he did, and I do feel like Aaron Rodgers this past week probably went into Arthur Smith's office and Mike Tomlin's office and is like, look, this is what we got to do. We have to scrap everything else. Everything else isn't working. This is what's going to work. This is how we can get this thing back on the tracks. And I remember the situation in Tampa Bay with Tom Brady and Bruce Arians whenever that happened. It was like midway through the season. Tampa Bay wasn't doing anything. They weren't doing well. The offense looked bland, and it was Bruce Arians' offense. Now, Bruce Arians is a really good offensive coordinator. He was a head coach at the time. So you're thinking that melding those two together with Bruce Arians' mind and his offensive style and Tom Brady's just everything, that it probably was going to be an immediate success, and it wasn't. And I do remember hearing that Tom Brady went to Bruce Arians' office and was like, look, you got to turn the offense over to me. Basically, like, I'm Tom Brady. I know it works. Just trust me. And Bruce Arians did, and then they ended up going to the Super Bowl. Not saying the Steelers are going to go to the Super Bowl, but that's what happened. Whenever you have high-level, Hall of Fame, still able to play quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, there comes a point where it's like, yeah, let me take over. This is my ship. I know what's going to work. You're going to have to just trust me here. And that's why you bring in somebody like Aaron Rodgers, in my opinion, is that if it does get to this point, you know where to turn. Like, over the years, they didn't know where to turn. Russell Wilson didn't have that cachet. He didn't have that. He thought he did. He had that he had that presence like he did. He had that kind of grasp on, taking over an offense. He didn't. Justin Fields clearly didn't. Kenny Pickett didn't. Mitch Trubisky didn't. Mason Rudolph didn't. Aaron Rodgers does. So over the years, the Steelers and Mike Tomlin didn't know where to turn. And obviously you're dealing with Matt Canada and all these different things. They just didn't have anything going. But now I believe that they have somewhere to turn, and that is Aaron Rodgers. And I believe that did happen this past week. I think Aaron Rodgers really had his handprints all over what they were doing on offense. I mean, almost like 95% of what they did on offense. And he's like, look, we got to take shots on the field. We got to do this. We got to do that. We'll scrap the running game if we have to. I know what to check into. I know what to check out of. He used his legs. If he can do all that moving forward, and if they let him do all that moving forward, they'll be all right. They'll be all right. Not saying that they're going to win multiple playoff games, but they'll put themselves in even better position to hopefully be better than they have been the last couple years. So we'll see. We'll see. But it all goes through number 8. Coming up next, Cal Schwarber. There's still talks about Cal Schwarber, Callis. We're going to bring you in on the discussion. Because I know that you think that Cal Schwarber is going to be a Pirate. You said it, last week?
60-40.
60-40. We'll talk about Cal Schwarber coming up next. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have a home game against the Anaheim Ducks tonight at 7 o'clock. Penguins have 34 points. Coming into this game, they had a 2-game little winning streak there before they lost in a shootout to the Dallas Stars on Sunday. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Coming down the AK Valley on Route 28, just a bit more difficult than usual. This report brought to you by Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. That's due to an emergency water main break repair. Closing the right lane on that inbound side of Route 28 just past the 40th Street Bridge. It is causing solid delays now back before the Route 8 at the bypass. Starting to see some delays as people are looking for alternates on the inbound side of Butler Street approaching the 62nd Street Bridge. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East delays between Greensburg Pike and Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Meet the floodlight that talks back. Get a free floodlight camera and 1 free month of AI deterrence from Guardian Protection. This smart camera knows when someone's creeping around. It flips on the lights and gives a loud verbal warning to send them running. It's tough, it's smart, and it's free. Don't wait. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab your free floodlight camera. Terms and conditions apply. Call 1-800-PROTECT.
Back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Or does your lower back give you problems as the day goes on? The Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Ann.
Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100%.
Wouldn't it be nice to get back to doing what you love like Patrick did?
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, my back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Learn more or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com and come in and get your free personalized fitting at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Spots are filling up fast, so don't wait. Lock in yours today at ZeroResPGH.com. Happy holidays from all of us at Zero Res.
At Giant Eagle, we're here for the holidays because it's time to break out the family recipes. Because your get-togethers bring everyone together. Giant Eagle is helping bring the holiday magic home because it matters.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson Cowles with you here on the Fan Morning Show. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Do you give the Pirates credit for putting this story out there that they offered Kyle Schwarber 4 years, $100 million, Cowles? Do you give them credit?
I mean, yeah, it's good that they're exploring. I'd give them more credit, though, if they actually got a deal done at some point. The offers don't matter as much. You got to sign somebody. But they look like they're looking at a lot of people. I heard them link to Pete Alonso as well, maybe some other guys. So, good things to hear.
I think I read somewhere that they offered $100 million, which is already less than what the Phillies are offering him. So, like, what is the point? I feel like that they just wanted to get it out there to make it look like that they're attempting to spend money. So I don't give them any credit at all. I feel like that this was just – I feel like they had no interest in actually – giving Kyle Schwarber $25 million a year over 4 years. There's not one part of me that feels like that they were actually interested in it. I think they just wanted to get it out there to make it look like that they're trying to spend money.
Well, the reports say over $100 million. I don't know if did we get a confirmed number? I didn't see anything that was confirmed. I just saw the year was confirmed.
All I know that it is going to be less, and it is less than the Phillies and the other teams that are interested. So. I mean,
maybe they'll get into a bidding war. Let's be optimistic here. Maybe
bidding war?
Yeah.
The Pirates?
Maybe.
If you're Kyle Schwarber, would you want to come and play for the Pittsburgh Pirates?
For the right price. You think about how beloved he'd be here. People would love him.
Are you thinking that if you're Kyle Schwarber? How Pittsburgh would love me? Yeah.
Hey, he did hit a ball into the Allegheny once during that playoff game 10 years ago. He sent not Kyle. He sent Garrett Cole deep. Maybe he'll like playing in Pittsburgh. Maybe he'll be. Hey, think about it. You get more opportunities. Hit the ball into the river.
Yeah.
Clemente Wall is fun.
Yeah.
When someone's not falling off.
Is winning fun?
Yes.
Is losing fun?
No. Well, no, I mean, they got to do more than signing Kyle Schwarber, but I think that if they flesh out the roster, they'll be fine. They just have to get a few more guys. Their pitching staff's already there. We've been talking about this for years. Their pitching staff's there. They got half of the game down.
Do you think if they so let's play like let's live in this world where they do and they did get it done somehow. They're like, we signed Kyle Schwarber, Pittsburgh Pirates, bang. Do you think that would be their only like major signing?
It shouldn't be.
Do you think that they would make it look like, hey, look, we signed Kyle Schwarber and we're done?
Shouldn't be.
Do you think that if they don't sign Kyle Schwarber, that they will use that money that they floated out there of paying Kyle Schwarber for other players?
Yes.
Okay. You really have a lot of faith in the Pirates, huh?
I do. Well, I mean, I also saw the story about the revenue sharing perhaps going away or potentially going away in the new CBA, and I think a lot of the smaller market teams want to make sure they can still have that revenue to get in and to help with their teams. So I think the Pirates have some incentive to spend as well, and would give them a little bit more of chips for the bargaining whenever the CBA comes up after 2026.
I mean, it is weird seeing the Pirates' name linked to Kyle Schwarber. I will say that. It is different, and it kind of makes you go, whoa, are the Pirates for real? But, I mean, then the other piece kind of comes to the table. It's like, oh, okay, like, are they going to do it or not? It's like, yeah, that's one thing to talk about it, but, yeah, are they going to actually do it?
But how many people were they linked to before? None. None of these big names like that. So, I mean, I feel like if they weren't interested at all or there wasn't a chance at all that they wouldn't even try.
But don't you think that, like, if you're Ben Cherington and you're under a lot of pressure and, you need to make a move, and like, don't you think that this would be an appropriate way to get?
The best thing to do would be to put a facade up about being interested in players. I don't know.
No.
Why wouldn't he have done this before then, too? I mean, why now?
Didn't feel the pressure. Didn't feel the pressure for his job.
The Pirates were prime with Paul Skeens last season, right? It was his first full season. He's now a Cy Young Award winner. Why wouldn't you float out acquisitions back then, or the interest in acquiring certain players? Why now? You know what I mean? I don't. I think it's legit because I don't. There's no reason they would do this now as opposed to any other year under his tenure.
Interesting. I don't know. Well, we're going to talk to Jason Mackey and get his thoughts on it a little bit later on in the show. But it just, for me, I'm just like, okay, like this is, like Cal said, a facade, like to put up a shield of like, hey, look, we're trying, but there's no realistic chance that this is actually going to happen, and let alone would he want to come here and play whenever he has other options on the table. Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn, he will join the Fan Morning Show. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. KDK TV has your weather.
Good morning. It's a cold start to the day with temperatures down in the low teens and wind chills in some places falling below zero. Highs today will hit the mid-30s this afternoon with mostly cloudy afternoon skies. Looking ahead, rain and snow will be around all day long on Wednesday with temperatures just warm enough to expect wet and not snow-covered roads. More snow is expected over the weekend. I'm First Floor Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to tell you again, it's all about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You know, like somebody kind of gave you a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best where and when it counts. And Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. and it really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days, to your prime, when you told everybody you were at your best. And guys, it isn't just about performance. Give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence and 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4 MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $499 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 1/5/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
All of a sudden, a bit more difficult heading out of the South Hills. Delays on the northbound side of Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard, stretching almost back to Nobles Lane. Solid as you approach that Liberty Tubes off-ramp. And the emergency water main break repair on inbound Route 28 past the 40th Street Bridge, causing delays back between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2 men and a junk truck.com. Ho, ho, ho! 2 Men and a Junk Truck has an early gift for you. Mention The Fan and save 10% off your junk removal. Book us before Santa comes. 2 Men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
George Dickinson here on the Fan Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Cowles. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I'm not going to make you do this little Hawk Report thing. Callous. This is what we do here, right? The Hawk Report.
Call.
The Hawk Report. Brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Visa card, 5% cash back for every dollar spent through December 31st. Jeff Hathorn, he's on the show right now. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Dorn. Morning, Nicholas.
Hey, it's cold. It's cold, Jeff. There's a lot going on, obviously, with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Your kind of 30,000-foot view. Now we're 2 days removed from the game down in Baltimore. Any win is a significant win in the NFL, and especially a road win. Your 30,000-foot view, 2 days removed from the game. How are you feeling about the Steelers moving forward?
Enjoy the win. You win in Baltimore. It's a rival game. You found a way to get it done. And they're kind of ticked off because a couple of calls went their way. Like, enjoy that part of it. Enjoy it. I don't know if I feel, so much different about this team this year. But they had their backs against the wall. People that used to be in that locker room were ripping the coach and saying it was time to go. And those guys, bowed up. They found a way. They played through injuries. I mean, it wasn't a perfect game, but you couldn't question any of the effort that was happening on either side of the ball with the injuries they were dealing with. They were aggressive at times on offense. There was a lot of things you wanted to see that happened in that game. Is it going to happen Monday night? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. I don't think the guys in the room know. Mm-hmm. But at least they saw a formula that got them a much-needed win.
Jeff, you say you don't know if you feel any different about this football team, and I'm right with you. That's exactly where I'm at, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that feel the same way. Just don't know what to expect on Monday night. But how do you feel about Aaron Rodgers after his performance Sunday? Do you feel like he can find consistency in doing that moving forward and give the Steelers the best opportunity?
I mean, you hope it's the start of something, start of a run. I mean, it reminded me of the Jets game. And I just love the fact that they took chances, that they had some opportunities down the field. And the thing about Aaron, he moved around pretty well in the pocket. I know he had the rushing touchdown, but there were times he just danced around enough in the pocket to be able to get a play. Had that nice duck of a sack. He looked a lot healthier, a lot better. If you see that Aaron for the rest of the season, absolutely they've got a chance to get into the playoffs. And here's the thing with this year. It's not going to be a road game. Mm-hmm. They either get in as the division winner or they're not getting in.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that John Harbaugh is on the hot seat right now? Do you think that there could be a situation where we don't see John Harbaugh as the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens in 2026?
For years they modeled themselves after the Steelers. They went and got Steeler-type players. They became the Steeler organization, and they've stuck with them through some worse times than this year. I don't think, unless they were to lose out and look horribly, no. But I will say, you could probably hear it on the broadcast, third quarter, you could feel there were a few boos. There were some people ticked off. I mean, listen, expectations are high in Pittsburgh always. But right now in Baltimore, it's this is our time to win a Super Bowl. And they're seeing the same things that Steeler fans are damn, the Chiefs are vulnerable. The Bills are vulnerable. Why aren't we as the Ravens, jumping to another level and able to win this lousy division and go on a run?
Jeff, how do you think the injuries are going to pan out for Monday night with DK Metcalf, the stomach issue, Darnell Washington concussion, Andrews Pete concussion, Dylan Cook went in there at tackle? Do you feel like we're going to get most of those guys back, any of those guys back for the game against the Dolphins?
So we're not allowed to talk, and I understand. I'm not complaining, to the guys that are in concussion protocol. I did see Pete around the locker room yesterday, so that's a good sign. We'll see. I mean, you just never know with guys in concussion protocol. Expect DK to be able to go. It's just something that's bothering him. That didn't seem to be a serious concern. We'll find out a little bit more from Tomlin. And quickly, there's a really cool story for Dylan Cook. And here was a guy who was a quarterback who transitioned to tackle at Montana, 4 years on practice squads, and finally gets an opportunity against your rival on the road. And he was saying, he was so amped that he looked back at some of his sets and like he knows he was off. And I don't know if you felt this way, but I bet you did. He said, you know what? I realize now I don't have to rush it.
Yeah.
As much as he did.
Yep.
And he says he'll feel more comfortable. And from a size standpoint, I mean, this guy's always had talent. I mean, obviously he was a quarterback, so
That's
he's got
fantastic.
a lot of physical tools. But it was a cool story for him to get in that situation. And unfortunately, they've got so many injuries on that offensive line. They might need him again, and we'll see on Monday night.
Jeff, is this the worst stretch in the last 20 years for Pitt basketball?
No, Stallings had worse.
Worse.
I mean, yeah. And the things with Stallings is, like, especially that first year, like, there was some talent out there. It just wasn't coming together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at Jeff's teams right now, there's some youth that they're trying to work through. I mean, Cialepa, he was a guy who played rugby, and, oh, yeah, I played some basketball too.
Yeah.
And you could see it in his game. I mean, there's talent there, but there's things he's got to figure out about playing at this type of level. The injury to Jackson, to Deshaun Jackson, was huge for this team. They were counting on him to be a part of their middle, and they're just right now not putting it together. I mean, they did against Ohio State, but in some of these other games, they're just not good enough to have lulls. Like, they need to be that gritty defensive team, and they're not always that. And until they are, I think they're going to struggle. But I'll say this. They have a top 10 recruiting class.
Yeah.
And Jake Kuntz, who they got from West Virginia, is one of the best at working the portal. So I'm not feeling pessimistic about their future. It's just right now they've got some things they got to work through.
Jeff, outside of Dan Muse, name one thing that you've seen by attending and covering Penguin games this season that is evidently different than last year.
Power play. I mean, they're hitting it over 30%. If they would have done that at any point over the last couple of years, they're probably in the playoffs, and they might be dangerous. The power play has been outstanding. Now, they're playing harder. Erik Karlsson's like a whole different player.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a guy who just quit on his coach and is now just shoving it up his old coaches for, the way he's playing right. He's playing responsible. He's doing the right things. I mean, that stuff I don't want to overlook. But when you're hitting on the power play like the Penguins are hitting, and you're getting pretty good goaltending most nights, that's a winning formula in the NHL.
Jeff, do you think
and Sid's pretty good?
Oh yeah, he's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's not only one of the best athletes ever, but one of the best people that you could ever talk to, and just so humbled. I mean, we all know that he's great. He's awesome. Jeff, do you think the College Football Playoff Committee, do you think they got it right with the teams in the playoffs?
Do I think Notre Dame is one of the top 12 teams? Yes. But they lost to Miami. Head-to-head has to be a factor in that. I don't care when they played. It's not like Miami or Notre Dame had 43 injuries that they were dealing with. Head-to-head has to factor, and I mean, you hear it from everybody. I bet you if Notre Dame's in a conference, they're in. And, it's unfair what they have, the assets they have because of their TV deal with NBC, and now they're paying the price for it. So I don't feel bad for them. The kids on the team, they worked hard. I get it, but they're in a conference. They're in that field of 12.
How about them backing out of playing in a bowl? How do you feel about that?
I mean, initially it's like, man, come on. But if you're going to have a team that's uninspired to play and a whole bunch of guys opting out to where you're running second and third teams, it doesn't do you any good. I get it. I don't agree with that, but I understand their decision. That's their protest. I mean, and then them saying that the ACC has done irreparable damage. Well, you know what? Leave.
Yeah.
Go take your sports and schedule softball as an independent. See how that works out. Go play volleyball in wherever, where you're having to pick up games against teams all across the country.
Mm-hmm.
If you think that, the ACC has done you wrong, then leave. The ACC doesn't need you.
Jeff, I was going to ask you an Ohio State question, but I don't want to torture you this morning because they did lose to Kurt Cignetti in Indiana in the Big Ten Championship.
Well, and the offensive coordinator that we know really well at Indiana.
Mike Shanahan.
Yeah. Excuse me, my voice was going there for a second. Listen, what Cignetti has done at Indiana is amazing. I mean, Indiana was a doormat for decades.
Yeah.
And to not only win it's not like, and credit to Duke for winning the game, but being 8-5 and winning a conference is kind of fluky.
Yes.
Indiana's the best team in the country. Like, there's no fluke. And it's not just because they've got a high-flying offense. Like, their defense hits.
Yes.
Like, they're a legit football team. And for any of the SEC teams that are going in thinking, Indiana's easy, or we're going to roll Indiana, you better think again, because Kurt Cignetti has the best team in the nation.
Jeff, you're the man. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dorn. I'll see you.
All right. See you, Jeff. It is 7:15. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek, the best golf store for all your Christmas gifts. That is Indiana is fantastic. And I was talking to Frank Cignetti, who obviously was my offensive coordinator at Pitt. Still have a really good relationship with him. He was the offensive coordinator at Pitt a couple years ago. Talking to him about his brother and just the culture that his brother set at Indiana is just fantastic. And he just goes in there and he's gonna be a legend forever. They'll build a statue of Kurt Cignetti at Indiana for him to really dig that program out of the depths of what, and not only just compete in the Big Ten, but to be the best team in the country right now as we sit. That's just a fantastic job. It's probably one of the best coaching jobs ever in college football history. We'll talk a little bit more. We'll bounce around. We'll do a little rapid fire of sports, Pittsburgh sports, and maybe some college football coming up next. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game against the Anaheim Ducks. It's a home game for the Penguins, and it's tonight at 7 o'clock. Penguins still at 34 points in the standings right now. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
What do you want from your building supplier? No-nonsense pricing and incredible service from contact through completion of your project? That's what you get from my guys at Reed Building Supply. I know this because I've known them for years. They choose their partners with care. We're talking fast delivery from regional centers, responsive support when things don't go as planned, and reliable service always. Experience, knowledge, integrity, service, all from your personal Reed rep. Check them out today at reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. All right, folks, time to lower the boom on Notre Dame Athletic Director Pete Fabakwa. Yesterday, he slammed the ACC for pushing Miami's successful college football playoff candidacy at the expense of the Fighting Irish, who are conference members in 24 non-football sports. It's high time Notre Dame manned up and fully joined a Power 4 conference, then win the conference championship game and earn a playoff berth as opposed to be given one. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98 Twins. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Reserve your Christmas parties at Taft, Brick Oven, and Poorhouse in Greensburg.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Bucco's Roofing. The latest accident on McKnight Road in Ross Township. 4800 block of McKnight Road, not far from Seabird Road. It's in front of North Hills Village. Meanwhile, an accident in Springdale on Pittsburgh Street near the intersection with North Street. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound 28 remains stacked between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass, down past that right lane closure near the 40th Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg T on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Bucco's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucco's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucco's Roofing.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's 723 Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek, the best golf store for all your Christmas gifts. House, have you gone Christmas shopping yet?
I have.
Oh, you have?
Yep.
Nice. Are you all done?
Just about.
Really? Look at you. On it. On it. What'd you ask Santa for Christmas this year?
Nothing. Life's good. I was telling my family and everybody and Santa Claus, right? Yes. I'm good. I got a lot of good things in life. Jada gave me a couple of gifts early, too. because we had some family coming around and we wanted to play the games that she got with them. Wouldn't have made sense for them to just be for me. So
Nice.
I'm good.
Nice, good. I'm happy for you. That's good. You got all your shopping out of the way, and you don't want anything for Christmas. You're just a giving person. Look at you. You're awesome. Not a receiver, but a giver. Look at you. Nice. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Callis, let's say it's 1992. You played fullback in high school, right?
Yes.
You played fullback. Say it's 1992, and you're the best fullback in college football. You're number one. And in 1992, fullbacks were they were a part of offenses. Everybody loved to have a really good fullback in the 90s, right? Say you had a first-round grade. Say you're at the University of Pittsburgh. You're the best fullback in the country, number one. And you have a first-round grade. Well, in the NFL draft, we are going to draft Nicholas Harry Callis in the 2026 first round. You know that you're going first round. Playing for the University of Pittsburgh. Would you play in the Military Bowl? Would you play in a bowl game that wasn't a playoff bowl game? Or would you opt out? You would opt out?
You don't have to mention anything else. No, I don't play.
If the Military Bowl, who's it presented by? I don't know. I'll find that out a little bit later. But if the Military Bowl, whoever it's presented by, if they were like, all right, Callis, we want you to play in the bowl game because that brings more viewers and more eyes to our bowl game, and we want as much as possible, right? And if the bowl offered you an NIL deal for the week, let's say north of 6 figures, or maybe a little bit less, would you play in the bowl game?
No.
You still wouldn't play in the bowl game?
Yeah, but I'm still going to go to the NFL too. So.
Okay. See, that was my kind of theory around bowl games now, is you're going to have so many guys with high evaluations and grades and, the names of college football. And if it's not a playoff bowl game and you're not in the playoffs, it's like, what is the point of playing in a bowl game if you are one of these top players in the country? A lot of opt-outs. We've seen it. I mean, it just gets more and more over the years, and I expect probably some of the Pitt players to opt out of this bowl game, the ones that do have draft grades. In order to fix that, in my opinion, I think that the bowls should offer week-long NIL deals for these star players, these big-name players, to play in the bowl game, give them some incentive to play in the bowl game.
What do you mean by week-long?
So a bowl game is a week. You're there for a week. So you get, for every day that you're there practicing at the bowl area you're at, so say Annapolis, and you're on, that bowl premises, for every day you make an X amount of money because you are here and you're bringing eyeballs and fans to watch you play. And then in the game you get your, you obviously get, it accumulates and you get $100,000. Would you still not play?
I wouldn't. I mean, if I'm actually that good and I have guaranteed odds to get into the NFL through the draft, I mean, you're going to make more money doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So what's $100,000 now compared to potentially millions later?
I mean, you can play with your teammates that you went through the season with, but things like that are out the window. I understand, but
I feel like good teammates understand that decision too. For anybody that's actually primed to get to the NFL,
they do. They definitely understand it. I'm just thinking of ways to make bowl season better because I feel like it's starting to fade away, and I feel like that started whenever players started opting out, and you're like, all right, well, I remember Kenneth Walker. He was the running back for Michigan State, and Kenny Pickett. They both opted out of the Peach Bowl after the 2021 ACC championship game. And I'm like, how can you incentivize this bowl game to have those guys play?
Do you remember Nick Patty? My God, you're right.
Yeah, I do.
What a guy.
Yeah. He was a great backup quarterback for the Pitt Panthers. Great backup quarterback. It is, I feel like that there's a way to kind of, and people are still going to watch, but I feel like the lust of the bowl games is definitely fading away. Outside of the playoffs. I do think Pitt being picked to play in the Military Bowl was a slap in the face. I think it's a slap in the face. It's a lower tier bowl. They had a pretty good season. They have a lot to offer player-wise with Mason Heinchel, a freshman phenom. I think it was a slap in the face by, I guess it was the ACC that probably pushed them to go to this bowl. And you had some other teams in the ACC that got better bowls. I still can't get over it. Like it is really, really perturbed me. and nothing against the Military Bowl. I'm sure it's a fine bowl, and Annapolis is a fine place. I've played there. I played against Navy. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for that. But I just feel like it was a slap in the face by whoever to put Pitt in that bowl.
Can I throw out an odd idea that might sound dumb, but I want to try?
Yes.
What if instead of bowl games, all of the conferences decided to have extended playoffs? I know a lot of them are like one game. You just have 2 teams that make it. Why wouldn't you extend the conference championships out? Maybe let more teams into those, and then use how those results finish to better accurately put teams in the national championship.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I think you split into even more in more regional conferences and add more conferences. So like what Northeast would be like Pitt, Penn State, blah, 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 blah. And then you got the Midwest, you have obviously the West Coast, you got the South, you have 2 Souths, and then you have like more conferences. And just the conference champions of multiple conferences, even more conferences that there is now, just go into the playoffs. Like if you're the legit conference champion, like it's all conference champions.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be restructured in some way, though, considering it's way more about entertainment now than just strictly developing athletes.
Yeah, of course.
So give us more then. Give us more playoffs.
There's a lot of ways that you can fix it. Don't know if they will, but it's just a flawed system at this point. To watch Duke and Virginia was just mind-boggling. To think that Duke was in the in the ACC championship game and wins it with the record that they had, and knowing that they would have got waxed by SMU, even Pitt, and Miami, it's terrible. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Coming up next. Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? With Jake the Plumber, presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating. We'll see if Jake can get us today, Callis. We got to get him. I can't take an L today. I absolutely cannot take an L. Hopefully he gives us some football questions, because if he gives anything else, I'm going to be out. So it's going to be me and you against Southside Jake. We haven't played in a while, so excited for that coming up next. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sources have confirmed to MLB.com that the Pirates have indeed reached out to Kyle Schwarber and offered him a 4-year contract, though the monetary value of that contract is still a little bit unclear. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Things are going to be busy between now and the end of the year. Holiday gatherings, school functions for the kids, and family get-togethers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the last thing you want to worry about this holiday season is whether your roof is going to make it through another Pennsylvania winter. One call to MHI Roofing to schedule a free 21-point roof inspection will put your mind at ease. A highly trained roof inspector will carefully examine every inch of your roof, checking the 21 most common areas of roofing failure. Then go over the results with you and discuss your options going forward. Most of the time, problems can be fixed with a minor repair. But if it is time for a new roof, MHI offers money-saving discounts and financing terms to make paying easy. And don't forget, MHI is so confident in their skilled installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call or go online to schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864. That's 412-998-8864. Or online at MHIRoof.com.
This holiday season, give yourself the gift of a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is unwrapping amazing December lease deals. Slide into a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. These offers melt away January 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and drive into the new year in style.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your wrap-up the year sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Mr. Magic Car Wash lets you give the gift of happiness that comes from driving a bright and shiny car. Give your family and friends Mr. Magic gift cards this season for an amazing stocking stuffer. Stop by any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations to load up on gift cards for easy holiday shopping.
Holiday shopping is in full swing. Don't forget the most important thing on your list, individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan. Open enrollment runs through January 15th, so put a plan in your cart before it's too late. Their convenient plans give you access to an extended network and great coverage. UPMC First Care offers a $0 copay for a variety of visits. They'll even give you access to a healthcare concierge who's like a personal shopper. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Yes, he's back. Southside Jake. Are you smarter than a plumber? Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Jake, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Yes, I am back. Two-week hunting trip, and I'm back, and I'm ready to play, and I'm a little disappointed not to see Crowley. I missed a little guy, but it's all right.
You got me and Callis, so we'll do our best job to try to beat you today. Are you ready to go, Jake?
I am go, and good morning, Callis.
Hey-o. Let's get it going.
All right. First question. In the movie Sudden Death, the fictitious goalie for the Penguins' name is Brad Tolliver. He is played by former Penguin and current media member. Who is it? A. Jay Caulfield. B. Bob Erie. C. Phil Bork. Or D. Peter Taglianetti.
It is A. Jay Caulfield.
You are correct.
I love that movie.
Nice job by you.
Love that movie. Van Damme. Luke Robitaille, Van Damme. I mean, you had Iceberg. That was a big time. I love that movie growing up. I actually just watched it maybe like a year or two ago in the summer for some reason, but love that movie. Yeah, Jay Caulfield.
What a heater that movie was, for sure. No
Yes,
doubt
it was.
about it.
All right, next question.
All right, Heisman weekend. So I got 2 Heisman questions here.
Oh.
So let's get after it. Who is the lowest drafted pick Heisman winner ever? A. Russ Staubach. B. Doug Flutie. C. Troy Smith. Or D. Jason White.
I want to go Jason White, but was he drafted? Because Jason White obviously had the controversy over Larry Fitzgerald, and Ron Cook was a part of that. But I don't know if he was drafted late or not drafted at all. Troy Smith was drafted, I believe, in the second round, third round. Staubach, man. All right, let me.
Remember, you have 50-50. You know what? I'll give you 2 50-50s today, since it's just you and Callis, because Callis isn't a lifeline today.
All right, I'll use a 50-50.
Okay, 50-50. Remaining on the board is B. Doug Flutie. Or C. Troy Smith.
Oh.
Doug Flutie's speaking to me, Dorn.
It is, yeah. It is. Troy Smith, I believe, Troy Smith was drafted by the Ravens. I think mid-rounds. Let's go Doug Flutie.
B. Doug Flutie is correct. He was an 11th round pick in 1984. And you are correct. Jason White was undrafted.
That's
so that
right.
was a trick question. And Troy Smith was a 5th round pick in 2007 for the Ravens.
Nice.
So,
I'm on it today, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you already won, but we're going to go for the third question.
We
just
sure
because
are.
It's fun.
Let's do it.
All right. This person is the only player to win a Heisman and coach a college football national championship team. Let me say that again because it came out a little muffled. This person is the only player to win a Heisman and coach a college football national championship team. A. Jim Harbaugh. B. Barry Switzer. C. Steve Spurrier. Or D. Bobby Bowden.
Steve Spurrier, lock it in.
C. Steve Spurrier, you just whooped my ass today. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. That was a big performance by me today.
Man.
Yes. Yes.
Heck of a performance. Great job. I mean, I didn't stand a chance.
Welcome back, Jake. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. We'll talk to you next week.
And you guys have a great day.
You too, man. We'll talk to you. How about that, Callis? How about that? That's the way to have a little Tuesday morning on a clean sweep, baby. You like that?
I would have guessed Jay Caulfield as well, so I think I was on it.
Really? Jay Caulfield, yeah. I think he didn't have any teeth in that movie. He's an imposing guy. I mean, have you ever met him?
No, but I've seen him on television.
He used to come in studio all the time, I think, with Cook and Joe and do an hour.
He did.
Yeah.
I've never seen him in person, though.
He is huge. Big man. Tough. Wouldn't mess with him. Wouldn't mess with that guy. Kyles, can you name one Heisman finalist for this year?
No.
Okay. That's fine. It's not like, that just came out like yesterday, I think. You know who the quarterback is of Indiana?
Oh, but what the heck's his name? I just saw his name last night. Frank something Chirinamanino or something.
Fernando.
Oh.
Mendoza.
Oh, wow.
Fernando. What'd you say, French? Oh, you're funny. Oh, man. Listen to Starkey's card. Listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Oh, man. That was a nice little clean sweep. Can you name one Heisman Trophy winner?
Bryce Young.
Look, wow. Of all guys, Bryce
Young. That was the year Kenny Pickett finished third. So I remember.
Of all guys, nice.
I wish Kenny Pickett would have won that year. I feel bad.
That would have been great, but he was a finalist, and that was amazing as well.
And all the quarterbacks from that draft are underperforming. Bryce Young's doing kind of good.
He's doing better, yeah. He is doing better. Who's it? Oh, Malik Willis. Oh, man, that's terrible.
Aiden Hutchinson was part of those 4, too.
He was. He's a beast.
Look at me.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good.
I know
like
not a lot, but a little bit.
You're knowing more.
Yes.
You're doing better.
Penn State's in the Big Ten.
That's right. Who's their coach?
I don't know his name. I know James Franklin got fired. Oh, wait, what? No, they just hired the Campbell guy.
Yes,
I forget.
sir.
Matt?
There you go. There you go. And you know what? We're going to talk about that next. We're going to take a trip around college football. Coming up next. Good job, Callis. Matt Campbell. Yes. Matt Campbell did play for the University of Pittsburgh football team for a year and then transferred. How about that?
I didn't know that.
How about that info? We're going to talk about college football, take a trip around college football coming up next. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 7 o'clock. They play at home against the Anaheim Ducks. The Penguins have 34 points right now in the standings. They are toward the middle of the Metropolitan Division, tied with the New York Rangers for the 4th spot of teams in the division. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod made the most of his rivalry game versus Baltimore. The 42-year-old threw 1 touchdown on 284 yards and also flashed his signature pose after rushing in a 1-yard TD. He was 22 of 34, including a 52-yard pass to DK, while getting more deep balls this week than he had in the prior 5 combined. Roger said he felt great and joked that at his age, that's not a guarantee. He credited his team's success with a great week of practice, claiming it was their most crisp week of preparation. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A big mess on the roadways. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Be careful fighting morning traffic. If injured in an accident, local super lawyers LGKG will help you navigate the legal fight. Let's start with a couple of accidents. One of them tying up Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard and Cross Street in Leedsdale. We also have one in Springdale on Pittsburgh Street near North, and an accident being cleared on Route 19 Perry Highway in the Wexford Flats area. This is in front of North Allegheny High School, so watch for delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jammed before Greensburg Pike to the Churchill on-ramp. And inbound 28, your delays between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass. Past crews working on that earlier water main break with a right lane closure near the 40th Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Happy holidays from Hellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
Lewis Anthony Jewelers is open 7 days a week for your holiday shopping needs. Visit us at lewisanthony.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Is your home ready for the holidays? 'Tis the season to be jolly, and nothing makes me jollier than a clean home. With the holidays right around the corner, it's time to get ready for friends and family. What a better way to do that than Zero Res? You got the salt stains, you got your family coming in, traipsing all their mess everywhere. You need Zero Res. Don't do it yourself. Call Zero Res because you know it is safe and effective. Zero Res can handle it all for both your home and business. Carpets, air ducts, hardwood, LVP, tile and grout, upholstery, rugs, and stone. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead and get clean, but don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or visit ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spots are filling up. Don't wait. Lock yours in today. Happy holidays from all of us at Zero Res.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with Alla Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and Bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at AllafamiliaFineFoods.com.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With the holidays upon us, the staff at Cedarbrook Golf Course, always affordable, great place to play, would like to thank their loyal customers. The weather this summer was tough on all golf courses in the area. It truly was. Tough to keep them up, but Cedarbrook did an unbelievable job, and their staff can't say enough about their loyal golfers. As winter approaches, Cedarbrook will continue to make improvements for 2026. Cedarbrook Golf Course, the leader in affordable quality golf.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson, Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. 50-minute mark of the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Man, college football, I tell you what, it's the best reality show, best entertaining show that you can ask for. There's so much movement, whether it's NIL deals, whether it's transfer portals, guys sitting out of bowl games, teams sitting out of bowl games, new coaches signing with different schools. I mean, it is just an evolution of just entertainment every single week, it feels like, with college football. This coming weekend, you get the Army-Navy game. I know a lot of people love that. That's to cap off the college football season. But in my opinion, that game should start the college football season. I think that should be the only week 0 game in August to start the college football season, and maybe extend the playoffs and add some more teams to the playoffs. So this week would actually start the playoffs, in my opinion. That's just mine. That's just me. That's just what I think should happen. I think Army-Navy should start the season. Kick off the season with the big American flag. You run out with it. It'd be awesome. But what do I know? All right. Notre Dame. Everybody knows I can't stand Notre Dame. Can't stand them. And you guys are seeing the reason why. They feel like that they're better than everybody. Now, I will say this. In this whole segment, you're probably going to think that I'm going to go one way, but I'm actually going to go the opposite way with two things, with Notre Dame and another school. Notre Dame, I can't stand them, but I do believe that they should be in the playoffs. I do believe Notre Dame should be in the playoffs. I saw them up close and personal. I saw them whip Pitt's butt up close and personal, how dominant they were up front on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Jeremiah Love, the best player in college football, in my opinion. They are better than Alabama. I know that Miami beat them head-to-head, and that's okay. I understand that decision. You got to put Miami in. That was the right decision. But Alabama getting in, they are better than Alabama. Notre Dame should be in the playoff. Now, they make the decision of opting out of their bowl game, taking their ball and going home, crying, whining, and obviously coming at the ACC and saying that there's politicking by the ACC to get Miami into the playoffs and to kind of talk down to Notre Dame. And now they're mad, and they, the friction between the relationship with the ACC. All right, then see ya. Like, who cares? See ya. I'm Jim Phillips. Like, all right, hey, take your ball and go home and never come back. That's what you want to be. Like, okay, Notre Dame, you think you're big, you think you're better than everybody. You're sitting at home right now, and you're going to be watching. That's just the reality of the situation, but I do feel that Notre Dame should be in the college playoffs. They are one of the better teams in college football. They should have the ability to compete for a national championship. They did that last year, and they are pretty damn good this year. They should be in it, but we're going to get an Alabama team who's probably, they're not Alabama of the past. We know that. We saw what happened in the SEC championship game. They got ran through. It was, listen, don't like Notre Dame, but I do believe that they should be in the playoffs. Now, the direction I'm going to go in here. Matt Campbell had his press conference yesterday for Penn State. Matt Campbell, as we just discussed before, did play a year for Pitt football, transferred to Mount Union. Matt Campbell kind of, brought a lot of life, actually brought a lot of life to the Iowa State program. A program that really didn't win anything for many, many years. He brought a lot of life to that program. I've heard nothing but good things about Matt Campbell as a head coach. I know that he's tough. He holds a lot of people accountable, but that's what you want out of your head coach. Now, was this Penn State's first option? No, it wasn't. I think that we can, at least I can see through that. That wasn't their first option. If it was, they would have reached out to him long before that they did. They had other options on the table that fell through. But they end up with Matt Campbell. Dare I say that Matt Campbell is going to do a very good job at Penn State? I think he is. I think he's going to do a good job. I think Penn State lucked out. They're going to say that they got their guy. They waited, and they finally got their guy, the guy that they wanted all the time. That's not the case, but they do have Matt Campbell, and I think that he is going to do a good job at Penn State. I think that he is a culture builder. I think that he is going to, bring some people with him, whether it's players or coaches that can really fit what Penn State is looking for. So at the end of the day, is it a good hire by Penn State? Yes, it is. Is it the hire that they wanted? No, it's not. But you know what? If you're a Penn State fan, I'd be very excited right now with what Matt Campbell can bring to the table, and especially in a Big Ten conference with the schedule that Penn State has, to be able to win games. Is he going to be better than James Franklin? That's going to be hard. That's going to be hard. James Franklin had them he had them right at the tip, right there, and obviously couldn't get over that, and they wanted to part ways, and they did. And James Franklin is now at Virginia Tech, but I think Matt Campbell is going to do a decent job. James Franklin, like I just said, is at Virginia Tech, and he has hired Brent Pry as his defensive coordinator. Brent Pry was the defensive coordinator underneath James Franklin at Penn State at one period of time. But Brent Pry, oh man, I was talking too fast. Brent Pry. Do you know who Brent Pry is, Callis?
No.
Brent Pry just got fired by Virginia Tech.
Oh.
He was their head coach.
Oh, and then James Franklin took over.
And now Brent Pry is the defensive coordinator for Virginia Tech.
Huh.
How about that? He just got fired by being the head coach, and now he's the defensive coordinator.
Did they have to give him a whole new contract? Why wouldn't they just demote him?
They didn't know they were going to get James Franklin. James Franklin loves him, had him at Penn State, so now he brings him back, and now he's the defensive coordinator. How about that? How about a weird situation like that? Kirk Cignetti. Talked about him a little bit earlier. He's doing a fantastic job. Fantastic job. They may win the national championship. Fernando Mendoza playing high-level football. Got to see him up close and personal last year when he played for Cal against the Pitt football team. But what Kirk Cignetti has done for that program is unbelievable. Unbelievable. So credit and kudos to Kirk Cignetti of making Indiana a powerhouse in college football. Coming up next, Trey Essex. He joins the show. Breakdown, the offensive line, and that's really where I want to go with Trey, clearly. The offensive line, I thought, played a very good game. a very good game, and especially dealing with some injuries and dealing with some movement of the offensive line. They figured out a way to keep Aaron Rodgers upright, and Trey's the best person to talk to about all that stuff. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 34, low of 14, with overcast. Tomorrow, high of 39, low of 30, 90% chance of rain. Trey Essex up next on the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know what's better than catching someone on camera? Catching them in the spotlight. Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you a free floodlight camera. It lights up the moment. It detects movement, so intruders get caught and called out. Bright lights, clear video, and total peace of mind, all free. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your floodlight camera. Terms and conditions apply. Call 1-800-PROTECT.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks barrel selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
This is Pat Bostic. Every foundation poured, every beam placed, every mile of asphalt laid. PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group take pride in building Pittsburgh's future. Their work shapes our communities, leaving a lasting impact for generations. With passion, craftsmanship, and an unwavering commitment to excellence, they build more than structures. They build legacies. Ready to be part of something bigger? Join the team where hard work meets passion. Learn more at pjdick.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Near impossible traffic situation becomes worse. The latest accident is in Shaler Township, 1300 block of Babcock Boulevard near Geyer Road. Also, an earlier accident being cleared on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard at Cross Strait in Leetsdale. And one out in front of North Allegheny High School on Route 19 Perry Highway. Watch for delays past there. One in Springdale on Pittsburgh Street near the intersection with North and Oak Streets. Parkway West, Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. That earlier water main break still blocking the right lane of inbound Route 28 near the 40th Street Bridge. Delays almost back to the Highland Park Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't forget custom cards, invites, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Staples. That was easy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of
of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Counts behind the glass. We got Trey. Joining us right now is our guy, Trey Essex. Trey, good morning. How you doing, man?
Fantastic, Dorn. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty well. It's a little chilly here in Pittsburgh, and the sun's shining, so I can't ask for everything. And just like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What's a little chilly? It's December 9th. What do you expect, Dorn?
It's 18 degrees.
18. Oh, well, that's a little rough.
I can see if it was like 35 something. Give us something. But 18 degrees, it's freezing.
That's pretty brisk.
It's the sun is shining, so I can't ask for everything. I can ask for warm weather and the sunshine. At least the sun is shining, and the sun seems to be shining a little bit on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Going down to Baltimore, getting a win, and as you know, as a former player, it's hard. One, it's hard to just win in the NFL, but two, to go into your rival's home and to physically, I believe, beat them was significant. 30,000-foot view. How did you, in 2 days removed from the game, how do you feel about the Pittsburgh Steelers after beating the Baltimore Ravens?
You feel better and better about it each day. It's never going to look how I think Steeler Nation wants it to look. And I think I've just come to the point where we don't know what this team is going to look like on Sunday. You can't have any expectations. You got to just roll with the punches. Unfortunately, it's going to come down to the wire. It's not going to look pretty, but going to Baltimore, in Baltimore, with everything that was on the line and coming out with a victory, the way we did it, it was grimy. We lost every single statistical category, but it was a very hard fought, and they showed a lot of heart. And at the end of the day, that's all I wanted to see. And they showed that, and they came out with the victory, and it's not easy to do that.
We do our game ball segment every Monday. We give out game balls, and whether it's position groups, coaches, or players, we give out to who we think deserve them the most. And mine yesterday was to the offensive line. What did
Thank you?
I mean, Aaron Rodgers didn't get touched. The only time he got touched was whenever he had that, catch down, whatever they ruled it, whenever it got batted, he caught it. It was down. That's the only time he got touched really in the football game. Offensive line did a hell of a job. Andrews Peat goes out with a concussion. Dylan Cook, in his first ever appearance in the NFL, goes in a tackle. I mean, what are you seeing from the growth of this offensive line, and what did you see Sunday from this O-line?
I'll tell you what, there's only been one constant on that left side. We've had 3 left tackles, Broderick, Pete, and now Cook, and Isaac Seumalo is the constant on that left side. He missed a game there due to a little pec injury. He's been able to overcome. That's not an injury usually you overcome, especially at O-line, so got to give him credit for that. But he's having a Pro Bowl year, man. Isaac Seumalo was having a Pro Bowl year, and when he's tasked to lead this group of young, inexperienced offensive line, and you see their growth throughout the year, give Pat Meyer his flowers right now, because they are growing into the most consistent unit on this team. They are on the rise and have been since like the last 3 or 4 games. And they were the best group on the field on Sunday. And there was one play that kind of exemplified that. Coming out of the third quarter, we've been horrible with the ball in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible. I would wager we're probably one of the worst teams in the third quarter. And I was really interested in what we were going to do once we got our hands on the ball. And that first play, Aaron Rodgers was able to scramble, and I timed it. 7.5 seconds he had to throw that ball to DK across the middle. And that kind of set up the cushion that we needed in that third quarter, because we didn't do anything in the fourth quarter. But we got points on that drive, and we got points on the next drive, and that kind of set the tone for the rest of the game.
Do you feel like Aaron Rodgers' handprints were all over this game plan? Like, do you feel like last week he went into Arthur Smith and to Mike Tomlin and was like, listen, trust me, I kind of know what we need to do in order to get a win and especially on offense. Do you feel like he had a lot to do with how they played on offense, taking the deep shots that they did, and just kind of finding some type of continuity on offense?
I think he has some say. Now, it still looked like an Arthur Smith offense. It's not like we ran any no huddle, which is when you really see the quarterback have his fingerprints all over the game. It still looked like the plays that Arthur Smith calls, but I think Aaron was like, I'm determined to take some risk. I'm determined to push the ball downfield. I'm determined to get DK involved and open up this offense. And the plan, I think, and that Charlie mentioned this on the show, that to open the game up with the pass in order for us to run the ball more efficiently. Now, that didn't come to fruition. We didn't run the ball worth any crap whatsoever. But another thing, that wasn't all on the O-line, but we don't got to talk about that right now. That is a problem that needs to be addressed. But Aaron definitely was more determined to have an impact on this game versus previous games.
Do you feel like Aaron Rodgers can play that way, the way he played on Sunday for these next 4 games? Do you feel like he can do you feel like he could find the consistency to play aggressive and to play the way that he did to close out the season?
I do. And this is the game I think he really felt comfortable with the protection for the first time. I think before there was some uncomfortability, maybe some learning trust issues that is, I think, somewhat natural with a vet when he has a young O-line blocking in front of him. I think on Sunday he looked like he trusts what was going on in front of him. And I think if he keeps that trust and feels like he can step into the pocket and he can create and extend plays, then I think we can see more of that from A-Rod.
Isn't it crazy how bad the Ravens actually look, though? Like, do you feel like John Harbaugh's on a hot seat? I asked Jeff Hathorn this earlier. Do you feel like he's on the hot seat down in Baltimore? They looked awful. I mean, from top to bottom.
I don't know if their media is as loud as ours. Well, I know they're not, but I'm sure there's some calls for his head because I know he was on the hot seat just a couple of years ago before Lamar started going off. But yeah, at 6 and 7, the way they started and how they look, they're going through a lot of the same issues that we're going through as far as their identity being questioned, their defense being as leaky as it's been this year. Now they've had a resurgence of late, but they seem to have come back to earth. And Lamar, I got to tell you, I don't know what's going on with him. He looks a little hobbled. He looks a little hesitant, and there's obviously something going on, I think, from a health issue with him. But yeah, they don't look like the same Baltimore Ravens, but looks very familiar.
How does this matchup look for you with the Steelers and the Dolphins coming up Monday night? Now, the Dolphins have routed off 4 straight. It's kind of unbelievable. I thought that they would kind of pack it in on Mike McDaniel. I thought that he was going to get fired weeks ago, but they have a resurgence. They figured, I mean, when Tyreek Hill went down, I was like, all right, their season's done. But they've routed up 4, and they can score points clear. They're explosive. Achane may play, may not play. He had a rib injury in this last game. How do you look at the matchup of the Steelers and the Dolphins here in Pittsburgh?
Well, I hope Achane takes his sweet time to recover. He needs about 2 weeks to recover because that dude is terrifying. And this team scares me a little bit. Now, we haven't been too good in these primetime games, and we definitely haven't been good against the run these past 2 weeks. And that's exactly what they've been doing, is running the ball. And Achane is already, 3rd in the league, over 1,000 yards or something like that. And so he's a big play waiting to happen every time he touches the ball. A very scary offense with that McDaniel leading the way. So, yeah, we're not out the woods by any means. They looked like an easy win maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. Far from it now.
What do you think the offense would look like if DK Metcalf, he has like the little stomach problem, if he can't go, maybe it's appendix, I don't know what the injury is or what happened. He had to stay in Baltimore, so it's definitely significant. If DK Metcalf can't go Monday and Darnell Washington, who's in concussion protocol, can't go Monday, what type of offense do you expect Arthur Smith to roll out there?
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
I don't want to think about these things on Tuesday. Can I enjoy this win a little bit more, man?
Listen, it's just reality. Hey, it's next game up.
Yeah, it is next game up. And, dude, that's a tough question to answer because I don't know what this offense looks like without DK. And it's terrifying that we are that player dependent on 2 players. Our run game struggled mightily without Darnell in there. Jonnu's not a great blocker. Pat did some good things, but that's not his forte. We need Darnell out there. He's a huge part of our running attack and our blocking scheme. And obviously DK is our big play. Like, there's nothing else outside from a receiving standpoint. You get Calvin in spurts every now and again, but don't know what this offense is going to look like. You would love to think that Arthur would really start to lean on Jaylen Warren. We're 13 games in. I think he's made up his mind that Gainwell is the guy that he's going to split. It's going to be 50-50, or he's going to lean more Gainwell because of what he can do in the passing game. And so that's just what it is. That's what this team is. I hope they lean more on Warren if that's the case, but who knows?
Trey, I appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
You too. Join the Pop and Joe show on a Friday, on a Football Friday with Donnie Football this Friday, December 12th, live at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Bring non-perishable items to be donated to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank and say hi to the guys. Details at 937thefan.com. Man, to think about that, what this offense might look like, and it's very possible that we may see a whole different offense with DK Metcalf going through his situation with his stomach. I mean, I would hope that he'd be okay, ready to go by that time. I mean, he got a lot of days off, which is good. They're not practicing today or tomorrow, so get some days off, a little mini bye for the Steelers. And then Darnell Washington, we know how effective he is in the run game and in the passing game, him in concussion protocol. Very scary to think about what this offense could potentially look like if those guys don't go. That probably wouldn't bode well. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. 412-928-9370. I'm taking your calls. I presented this earlier, but I want to take your calls again on it. Has Mike Tomlin absolved himself of the pressure that you fans, the media, everybody has put on him by winning and beating the Baltimore Ravens? Does he have any breathing room right now, today? Now, obviously, things will change and might change Monday night whenever they take on the Dolphins at home. But right now, how are you feeling about Mike Tomlin 2 days after beating Baltimore in Baltimore to take first place of the AFC North? How are you feeling? 412-928-9370. I want to know your thoughts on Mike Tomlin right now as we sit. But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play against the Anaheim Ducks tonight at 7 o'clock. It's a home game for the Penguins, who right now have 34 points. They're still tied for fourth right now in the Metropolitan Division with those 34 points. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455, Southside Plumbing and Heating.
The Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams I went 0-2 and they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Friday's World Cup draw resulted in a matchup of Egypt and Iran. After Seattle was named the host site more than 3 years ago, it designated the June 26th event as a pride match to kick off the city's Pride Weekend celebrations. One small catch, folks. As we all know, the LGBTQ plus community faces discrimination and harassment in Egypt, while homosexuality is punishable by death in Iran. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/
play.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Celebrate the people who matter most to you with a AAA membership. The ultimate stocking stuffer that brings peace of mind all year long. From exclusive savings on shopping, dining, and events, to amazing deals on theme parks, entertainment, and even travel planning for that perfect winter escape. AAA helps make every season shine a little brighter. And at the heart of it all, every membership includes their trusted roadside assistance. So whether it's a flat tire or a dead battery, they're just a phone call away 24/7. And right now, you can give the gift of AAA for only $35. And it includes a free household member. Plus, as a thank you, they'll send you a $20 gift card. So go ahead, spread a little joy, a little love, and a lot of peace of mind. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, wishing you and yours the best this holiday season.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
List of accidents continues to grow. This report brought to you by Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Crews still working on that earlier water main break. Still have the right lane closed in inbound Route 28 near the 40th Street Bridge, and that's causing solid delays just about back to the Highland Park Bridge. So just stay away from the area. You might want to consider coming in by way of Allegheny River Boulevard as you make your way into town. Right now, a few accidents causing major delays. One downtown Liberty Avenue at Wood Street. Also one in Ohio Township, the intersection of Mount Nebo and Mud Hollow roads. And one in Shaler Township on Babcock Boulevard near Geyer Road. And now one being cleared in the Wexford Flats area. This is on Perry Highway in front of North Allegheny High School. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Need a new roof? Call the Pickle, Gerken Roofing. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. Gerken Roofing and Contracting, they're your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tim, I can't remember a week where Tomlin has faced so much criticism, outside noise.
You can? There's been plenty of weeks where that happened.
This might be the worst, though, of them. I mean, you know him very well. What did you see from him through the weekend and his process and his approach?
Just consistent. He didn't get out of character and say, "Oh, the world is falling," and the sky's falling, and we have to act completely different. We have to do this. It's just about our message is the same: get better, own your mistakes. Everybody talks about what Tomlin needs to do. It's about what the players have to do, and I think it starts from our leadership. We own our mistakes, and when we lose, we take it the worst. It shouldn't be Coach Tomlin. Players play, coaches coach.
Yeah, it's Cam Hayward talking about Mike Tomlin and some of the criticism that has been heard here in the city of Pittsburgh and just across the board, really across the country. You look at the talk shows and you just look up, and Mike Tomlin, if you looked up last week and you see Mike Tomlin's name was just sprayed across ESPN, Fox Sports. Is it time for the Steelers to move on from Mike Tomlin? What's the situation? What's his contract look like? Does he have options? All kinds of stuff going on surrounding Mike Tomlin. First fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. My question to you is, has Mike Tomlin bought himself some breathing room from this win on Sunday? I feel like yes. I feel like yes, just based off of social media and based off of this show. I don't hear those chants as much these last 2 days. I don't hear the fire Mike Tomlin chants as much since Sunday. I mean, that was a significant win. I think we all can agree on that. It still may be the same Steelers. But to go into Baltimore, I don't care how good or how bad Baltimore is. It's a tough place to play. You've known that for years. And what was on the line was to be at the top of the division. And the Steelers took care of business. And the thing that really sticks out to me is they finished it, which there's been so many games where they haven't finished the games. They've let teams come back. And now they almost let the Baltimore Ravens come back. And did they have some luck? For sure. That's a part of football. Having luck is a part of football. Having the ball bounce your way sometimes is a part of football. And, whether you want to discuss the likely, was it a touchdown, was it not? I mean, at the end of the day, the Steelers are sitting here with one win over the Ravens out of 2 games so far. So, did Tomlin buy some time, or did he buy some breathing room by beating the Ravens? It feels like to me that it is a yes. People kind of have eased off a little bit now. It's all going to ultimately be about how they finish this football season. I think that's fair, right? I think it's fair with how they finish the football season, how people will look at Tomlin. Now, there's going to be a majority of people that still think that the Steelers should move on from Tomlin, regardless of what they do this year, unless it's a Super Bowl. Unless they make it to a Super Bowl, I feel like majority of people are going to be like, yeah, it's still time to move on from Mike Tomlin. But I feel like for the moment we're in right now, has he bought some breathing room by beating the Baltimore Ravens? We're going to go to Emmanuel in Carnegie. Good morning, Emmanuel. How you doing?
Hello. How you doing? Good morning.
Good.
Yes, I think he bought himself a little time because all the criticism was predicated off of his lack of playoff success. If we would have lost to Baltimore, chances are we were not going to even make the playoffs. So all the criticism was warranted. He bought himself time. But then again, it depends on what we do in the playoffs if we make the playoffs. I think we're going to make the playoffs, but I'm not sure we're beating Buffalo. So he's got to win at least 2 playoff games. He's got to take care of the home playoff game, especially if it's against the Chargers with a banged-up Justin Herbert or against the Texans, who are inexperienced technically. He's got to win a playoff game and be competitive in the second game.
Thanks, Emmanuel. Thank you for the call. No, that's exactly where I thought that everybody was at. Like it is, yeah. He's brought himself some breathing room right now, I think, for fans. And, Steelers Nation, but it ultimately comes down to what you do in the playoffs and, how that looks. And I don't know if we're going to get a different version of the Steelers. I ultimately think, and what do I know, but I'm a radio host, but I ultimately think that we're just going to get to where they've been, just a different route. It's going to be a different route. They'll still get to maybe 9-8. They'll still get to maybe 10-7, and it's going to be a potential home playoff loss to one of the teams that we just discussed. Mel in Cranberry. Mel, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I'm a believer in Tomlin. I've never lost it. I call him Mr. First Ballot Hall of Fame. I believe that you listen to what the players have been saying, that he has taken the heat for them and taken the heat off of them. And I think he's an incredible leader. And if you look at his body of work, what he's dealt with, and how the players and the talent he's had over the years, I think he's done an excellent job. And the other side of the coin is, if we let Tomlin go, who do we get?
That's a good question. Thanks for the call, Mel. No, I know one thing is that Tomlin has never lost the locker room, and I don't think he's lost this one. I was questioning that over the past 2 weeks, but just the tone and tenor of guys like DK Metcalf, obviously Aaron Rodgers, Cam Hayward, the guys that have spoken to the media, it doesn't seem like that they're out on Mike Tomlin. I feel like that they're rallying around Mike Tomlin, and that was evident in the game on Sunday. You could tell that they were almost playing with their hair on fire, and they had a different aggression towards the Baltimore Ravens. It really wasn't about the Baltimore Ravens, in my opinion, with the Pittsburgh Steelers winning there on Sunday. It was more about like, hey, ease off. Like, ease off of us, ease off of our coach. We'll figure these things out, and we're going to go out like gangbusters. But my question is, why did it take so long for them to come to that conclusion, to finally start playing aggressive? Tony in Rhode Island. Tony, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Flying solo today, huh?
Yes, sir.
So, Tomlin, yes, definitely time to go. And I think, this is going to sound crazy, I think Cincinnati would be a perfect place for him to go and coach. What do you think?
I don't think that he would take that. And I don't think, and thank you for the call, Tony. I don't think that he would take that, and it would have to be a trade, I believe. And obviously the Steelers and the Cincinnati Bengals wouldn't make that trade. But if he were to, and that's a good question, like if they were to part ways with Mike Tomlin, I could see him going, I don't even believe that he'd go the TV route. I really don't, because I feel like he loves football too much. He loves the grind of football. He loves the grind of a season, the grind of an offseason too much, that he would have too much time on his hands. I do believe that he would get another job. I just don't see it being in the AFC North in the division where he would have to play the Steelers twice a year. Just don't see that happening. It's 8:30. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. All right, coming up next, we're going to dive back into Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber and the Pittsburgh Pirates, but we're going to do that with our guy, Jason Mackey, coming up next. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
There are sources that have confirmed to MLB.com that Kyle Schwarber has been offered a 4-year contract by the Pittsburgh Pirates. So there are several other suitors that are offering him competing years and rates. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
The NBA season is back, and Fanatics Sportsbook is already running plays straight out of a championship playbook. Here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about Fan Cash, and remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% Fan Cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still scoring Fan Cash. Fan Cash unlocks real value. You can use it on authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics events with NBA legends. But that's not their only play. As you know, other sports books let injuries box you out. Fanatics Fair Play protects all bets from first-half injuries across pro football and pro basketball. So if your player goes down with an injury, Fanatics Sportsbook keeps your bet in play. Make the switch and get more ways to win with Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling, or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier local option for shredding and document management. We make it convenient with on-site shredding at your business or quick drop-off at our Strip District location. We also offer hard drive destruction, e-waste removal, plus new scanning and digitizing services to eliminate the clutter and boost security. Steel City Shredding, trusted, convenient, and 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Ben Morris Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Kyle, somebody accused me for cherry picking phone calls.
Really?
About Mike Tomlin. Why would I do that? Like, well, I don't know what the person's about to say.
No, we don't cherry pick here.
No, I don't care. Voice your opinion.
We could if we wanted to, but we don't.
No, what's the point? Like, I want to hear your side of it. Hear what you have to say. Cherry pick phone calls. Give me a break. I don't have time for that. Come on. Come on. Joining us right now is our guy, Jason Mackey. Oh, my goodness, Jason. I can't stand you right now. You know, I always liked you. I've always really liked
sorry.
you. I can't believe you did it on purpose, didn't you? There's palm trees in the background.
I mean, I'm in Orlando, Doran. I got to get something back here, man. I can't just do it from the boring hotel and have people walking past me.
Oh, from the hotel, he said.
Right.
From the hotel.
Well, what? It's at a hotel.
I mean, there's literally 4 palm trees in the back. You did see? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let this one slide. I hope you're enjoying the weather down in Florida, in Orlando. I hope you go to Disney and get one of those Mickey Mouse hats. That's awesome. Good for you.
Should have come on here with that. That would have been good.
Jason, you're at the winter meetings, MLB's winter meetings down in Orlando. Clearly, anything that you've grasped from the meetings, anything that you're hearing that's around the Pirates down there at the winter meetings?
They're not getting laughed at. I'll say that, Doran. A lot of people expect that the Pirates really, truly, genuinely want to do something. I'm not trying to defend them when I say this, but like the sentiment I'm getting is that they are prepared to spend. They are prepared to be active. They want to be active. Now, the problem with the Pirates is convincing players, especially free agents, to come to Pittsburgh, to buy what they're selling. I don't totally understand their strategy, like starting with Kyle Schwarber and expecting Kyle Schwarber to come to Pittsburgh. I don't understand that. But like if you start with a couple smaller pieces, and I mean, as much crap as the Pirates take locally and people get frustrated by them, if you look league-wide, like people around baseball want the Pirates to be good. They want the Pirates to be relevant. They want them to be competitive. And so, I mean, that's another sentiment I'm getting down here that, people are kind of curiously looking at the Pirates saying, are they really going to do this? Are they really going to spend? And they're spending a lot of time on a lot of guys. I don't even know if they have a type at this point, Doran. I mean, infielders, left-handed, right-handed. It's definitely more position players over pitchers, but almost anybody who's out there in the market right now, the Pirates are checking in on them.
Jason, what do you think the motivation is at this point? I mean, the off seasons prior have been rather quiet. What are the factors now that are making them jump in, do you think, so quickly to these super big name guys?
Yeah, Callis, that's a good question. And that's stuff I was talking about with a bunch of people yesterday. Like, what is this? What's behind this? I even asked Ben Sharon that question yesterday about, this wasn't the sense that I got when you guys ended the season. Maybe I'm wrong, but he was saying he felt like this the whole time. This is my own speculation, but, I think they're kind of tired of getting dragged through the mud, as they should be. That's certainly a reasonable feeling. And I also think they do sense an opportunity here. If you look at their pitching staff, like they are not wrong. When you say they have a really good young pitching staff, they've got a couple guys that if they improve a little bit and then you add some bats to it, they
freeze a little bit. Yep, it froze. Well, it's coming back. There you go.
I'll give him a call.
All right, give him a call. Get him on the phone. So
That's not the face you want to freeze on either.
Yeah, give him a call.
On the YouTube stream. Okay.
Give him a call so we don't have to look at that background of him in Orlando. And there's palm trees and nice weather. And just was talking to Trey a little bit ago. It's 18 degrees here, as everybody knows. And I'm not complaining. I'm in a studio. It's nice and warm. And there's people outside working on construction projects and bridges and having to, pick up garbage, things of that nature. I'm not complaining, but it is cold, so I feel bad for you all that have to work outside right now. Jason, we got you back. Kyle Schwarber, like, is this real? Like, do you see it? What percentage of you feels like that this could actually happen? The Pirates paying Kyle Schwarber, 4 years, $100 million, and like you said, it's like it's trying to lure the free agents to want to come to Pittsburgh. What is the lure outside of money to want to come to Pittsburgh? And is Kyle Schwarber a potential real thing?
Yeah, Doran, and sorry for the technical difficulties. I think I got a little too far from the facility and the Wi-Fi gave out, so I'm good now. I don't think there's a strong likelihood of Schwarber coming to Pittsburgh, unfortunately. But I will say this about everything I understand about the Pirates push, and I can't talk in specifics, but how they handled this was received very well. How they handled this was very professional. This was not a junk offer. You know, it's something they should be proud of. It's just, like I said before a little bit, I don't understand why they're starting with Kyle Schwarber, because what they're going to have to do to get somebody to come to Pittsburgh is give them something they can't get anywhere else. And that could be playing time, that could be role, that could be selling them on a part of things. It's probably going to be money, an extra year. Like where Schwarber's numbers are at, where his markets at, like they're competing with the Mets, the Phillies. They're not going to outspend those guys. They're competing to a lesser degree with the Reds. I mean, he's from there. There's some sentimentality there. So, I mean, I don't see it. And their sales pitch is generally, it's three things, Doran. It's they can be a part of something. There can be opportunity in Pittsburgh, and, you know, try to sell them they obviously have to pay a competitive rate, which they were comfortable doing with Kyle Schwarber.
So if not Kyle Schwarber, then like who are some other players that the Pirates are talking to? I saw some light links to Pete Alonso. I saw a link to Willie Castro. What? You didn't?
Alonso?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong then. That's why I'm asking the expert here.
No, man, you're good. You're good. I mean, Alonso's interesting. But to me, that's like Schwarber. You can go talk to Pete Alonso, but he's going to have a different market. And ultimately, just to put a bow on the Schwarber stuff, like I don't see him leaving Philadelphia. I don't know if you guys or listeners feel differently, but anyway, like some guys they can realistically target. One guy I really like out of Tampa, Brandon Lau, was an all-star last year. Has hit 30-plus home runs. I don't know, 4 seasons, something like that. He would be a trade. But a lot of times, lower-level prospects, you wouldn't have to give up a ton. I mean, you'd be giving up a ton in terms of prospect capital, but nobody immediately close to the big leagues, I wouldn't think. He's somebody who makes a lot of sense. If you're comfortable spending what they are on Kyle Schwarber, Eugenio Suarez should be in play for you. Several 40-homer seasons. I don't understand why you don't go that route, and I think they will. Ketel Marte, that's a trade that, you know, they're checking in on and have been interested in there. I think he makes a lot of sense. Stephen Kwan is somebody else. Yandy Diaz. You know, trades, free agents. There's going to be a lot of guys they check on.
So have they set the standard now that they are going to spend $25 million a year, or $25 million this year at least? I mean, whatever you say that you're going to give Kyle Schwarber $100 million and you don't get Kyle Schwarber, should we expect them to spend that type of money on other guys this year? Because now you set the standard that way.
My brain went to the same place, man. Like, if you're telling me you're comfortable spending $25, $30 million a year on one player, that's great. I love it. But, you know, you should be comfortable spending that amount of money on anybody you land. You know, Josh Naylor wouldn't have been cheap. They made him an offer. I think they made him an offer. It's some confusing information there. But, I mean, what you're telling us is you're comfortable with that amount of money. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, I was expecting their payroll to kind of flirt with the $100 million. If you're out there offering Kyle Schwarber what they did, like, you have to clearly be okay with it being over $100 million. So, yeah, they're at about 62 with current commitments. So I would fully expect them to spend 40. I'd hope they spend 40. They can spend 40. And honestly, Doran, I don't even know if that's the best business practice. If you have 40 to spend 30 on one guy. Mm-hmm. Like, I might rather see them extend Connor Griffin and divvy it up.
Jason, you're the man. Enjoy the weather. Enjoy Universal Studios and Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and all those people down there. Have a good time,
I wish, man. I'll be walking around a hotel, but good to talk to you.
Good to Later, guys. We'll talk to you. Thanks. That's Jason Mackey. Listen to the Fan Morning Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. How do you feel about that, Callis?
Well, I'm more sad now because my intuition seems to be failing me by all these reports.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
I'm going to hold out hope, though, because why not?
I like that about you.
They don't play any games in the wintertime.
You're right. I like that about you. Coming up next, there was a situation after last night's Monday Night Football game between the Chargers and the Eagles that I have to get off my chest. I have a take and a theory and thoughts around how it should go and how kind of ridiculous it honestly is, in my opinion. And I'm actually very near to that situation. So we'll talk about that next, but first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play hockey tonight against the Anaheim Ducks at home at PPG Paints Arena, 7 o'clock start time for that game. Penguins right now have 34 points in the standings. They're tied for fourth among teams in the Metropolitan Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews checking reports of an accident now in Wilkinsburg at the intersection of Hill and Swissvale Avenues. Meanwhile, downtown, an earlier accident being cleared the intersection of Liberty Avenue and Wood Street, and one in Shaler Township on Babcock Boulevard near Geyer Road. Meanwhile, Route 28 inbound, the right lane remains blocked near the 40th Street Bridge, where crews are working on that earlier water main break, causing delays just about back to the Highland Park Bridge. Parkway East, you are jammed back at Churchill, while Route 28 is stacking right between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report is brought to you by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only, must be located in PA. Happy holidays from Hellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
Doran, I thought our Guardian systems had it all until I saw this new floodlight camera.
Oh, yeah, the one that talks back. It lights up, yells warnings. It's like a coach for your driveway.
New customers get it free, plus 1 month free of AI deterrence.
Man, Guardian's spoiling the rookies.
Don't miss out. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to grab your free floodlight camera. Terms and conditions apply. Call 1-800-PROTECT.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Dickerson, Callis with you here on the Fan Morning Show. Fan Morning Show Twitter Pro brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. There was a situation last night. I fell asleep and I woke up to it this morning, and especially on social media, people talking about the situation. Laura Rutledge of ESPN, she's a sideline reporter for Monday Night Football. She was chasing down Justin Herbert after the game, and Justin Herbert wanted nothing to do with the post-game-ish interview on field with Laura Rutledge, stating, "I just want to celebrate with my team." Now, one, if that was Shedeur Sanders, people would lose their mind. If that was, some other quarterback, some people would lose their mind. So that's one thing. Obviously, you have an obligation, and it's a part of the job for you to do that, to have that post-game interview while you're on the field. It's a part of being a professional, and I get all that. That's what the rules are. That's what comes with being a professional athlete, and every professional athlete knows that. So Justin Herbert knows that, and he should have just did the interview. But I think it's ridiculous that they do those things. I think it's ridiculous that sideline reporters do the interviews that they do. I hate it. And like I said earlier, I'm very near to this situation because I'm a sideline analyst for Pitt football. That is a part of my job, is to conduct interviews at halftime and postgame right after the game ends. I can't stand it, and I'm just going to be honest with you. I at halftime, see, I'm all about decompressing, and maybe this is the former player in me. I'm all about decompressing, and I know that you want to get that soundbite that goes viral and, a coach say something, but coaches are smart, and most players that you're trying to interview after a game, they're mostly quarterbacks. They're smart. They're kind of, they're politically correct. They're almost machine-like and robots whenever it comes to those things. For me, those halftime interviews need to go away. The halftime, coming in or out of the into the locker room or out of the locker room, they should just go away. That's, especially in the NFL, that's why you have the halftime shows. That's why you have former coaches up there, and you see Bill Cowher up there on the halftime shows. The coaches that you're interviewing are not going to tell you something that you don't already know, in my opinion. That's what the analysts are for. That's why you have former coaches up there, is to tell you the truth of what is going on. I even say, I can tell you what Pat Narduzzi really wants to say if you just ask me the question, because I know the game and I know the process. I know how things work with football, clearly, being a former player. But he's not going to say that. A coach isn't going to say that. I mean, you had the situation with Aditi and Ben Johnson. I just think that stuff needs to go away, and you utilize the analysts that you pay money to for halftime or pregame, halftime, and postgame shows, because they're going to tell you probably more the truth than the actual coaches or players. The coaches or players are not going to throw anybody under the bus. An analyst probably would if they have to, because they're getting paid to do that. They're not getting paid to coach or to play and to be in a locker room.
Well, can I counter that for a second?
Go ahead.
Just thinking like a producer and somebody strictly who didn't play. You do the interviews for the shot that somebody slips up,
right,
or has an emotional outburst, because, to make a sports analogy too, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So if they don't try, they're never going to get anything.
Well,
it seems monotonous because most of the time you're going to get the same result of a robotic response, or a response that doesn't really mean anything. But every once in a while, somebody gets frustrated. Every once in a while, somebody says something that does go viral, and that's why they do it.
Yeah, so I would rather take the chance of somebody like Bill Cowher or whoever is up there, whether it's a former player or former coach, of being Bill Cowher saying, "Oh, well, Sean Payton's being ridiculous about that situation at the end of half," because I know I'm probably not going to get the truth from Sean Payton about another coach or something like that.
But you might, and then you do it for the shot.
I think that it is ridiculous. I do. I don't think that I think that people honestly tune out. I think that that's the time when people get up and they leave and they go to the restroom, or they go to the concession stand, or they go to the bathroom in their house, or they go get something to eat, or they go play with their kids. Like, by time that last whistle blows at halftime and post game, people are getting up to do something.
Can I tell you one situation I can remember in recent memory?
Mm-hmm.
Remember Richard Sherman in the NFC Championship?
Right.
They do it for that.
Right.
That exact scenario.
Right.
Where after the game, he's just fired up and he calls himself the best corner in the game.
I know why they do it. I know exactly why they do it. It's for the soundbite. It's for that moment. I understand that. I just think it's ridiculous. I think that it's nonsense. It's nonsense. I feel like that there should be an allotted time. This is the former player in me, for a player or a coach, if you are to do that, to decompress before. Now, post-game, like press conferences, yes, like just do that. You have time to actually celebrate with your team, to actually talk to your teammates, talk to your coaches, kind of decompress. Say you got whoops, say Jalen Hurts. And I see both sides of it, just from the former player and actually doing it. I just feel like it's just it's nonsense. I feel like it's ridiculous. Maybe that's not an appropriate take by me, but that's just how I feel personally. I don't see that you're getting really anything out of it at the end of the day. I feel like the post-game press conferences, you can get what you need. I feel like pre-game, you have the analysts that you pay a lot of money to set the game. Halftime, you have them say what they have to say, and there still should be jobs for sideline reporters, though. I mean, I feel like they have a valuable job of injuries, things of that nature. But the whole interview thing to me is just, I could leave it. I honestly can just leave it. Coming up next, we're going to take a trip around the NFL. A lot of stuff going on in the NFL. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 34, low of 14 with overcast. Tomorrow, high of 39, low of 30, 90% chance of rain. Around the NFL, coming up next.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Okay, holiday time. Hello, Colin Dunlap here for Schultz Ford. First, let me tell you about all those great locations. You may have some time off. Why don't you go look at a new ride? Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. No matter where you are, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, there's a location near you. Always SchultzFord.com, too, even if you're far, very far from my voice. So give a listen here. There's such a large selection of inventory. That's what you'll notice first. Also this, they do all those little things. Great things, like mobile service. Something small you need done, they'll come right out to your house, do it right there. Pick up and delivery. Maybe something a little bigger. Grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it back when it's finished. So all those great locations, the customer service can't be beat. Make your holidays a lot happier. Get the Schultz Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and always SchultzFord.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Good
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4 MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing. Through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 10/5/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More and more accidents on the roadways. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Of course, we have that earlier water main break being repaired on the inbound side of Route 28. This has caused the closure of the right lane near the 40th Street Bridge. Traffic is stacking just about back to the Highland Park Bridge. We have an accident now on Banksville Road approaching the Parkway West on-ramp. That's causing solid delays as far back as Wenzel Avenue. We do have an accident now, McKnight Road at Nelson Run Road in Ross Township, and as well one being cleared in Wilkinsburg at the intersection of Hill and Swissvale Avenues, and one downtown Liberty Avenue at Wood Street, as well as one on Babcock Boulevard at Gaia Road in Shaler. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. With most weight loss methods, the answer is maybe safe, maybe effective, maybe they're lasting. With Awaken 180, the results weren't a maybe. They were real. Pounds gone, stayed gone. 50 of them. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Callis, are you aware of the Indianapolis Colts quarterback position?
Daniel Jones is out. He tore his Achilles.
That is correct.
Bang.
Do you know who the Indianapolis Colts just brought in for a workout yesterday at the quarterback position?
Jacoby Brissett?
That is incorrect. They brought in Phillip Rivers.
Oh, that's right. I did see
Phillip Rivers hasn't played in the NFL since 2020. Phillip Rivers is currently a high school football coach. Phillip Rivers has 10 kids. 10. He has 10 kids. He's getting after it. Phillip Rivers is also a grandfather. So not only does he have 10 kids, he has a granddaughter or a grandson out of his 10 kids. Phillip Rivers doesn't swear. He doesn't say bad words. I've played against Phillip Rivers. I remember running off the field one time my rookie year. He looked like a praying mantis. He was like 6'7". His arms were kind of dangling there, and he was saying, "Dadgummit, y'all, dadgummit, this, that." I'm not saying any swear words.
Did you say 6'7"?
6'7". He was 6'7".
Sorry, I got distracted.
6'7". Yes.
But he doesn't swear. He says "doggummit."
Yes. He doesn't swear. Phillip Rivers, Callis, do you know how old he is?
He's got to be like 43.
That is very close. That's a good guess. Phillip Rivers is 44 years old. Do you know the two other quarterbacks that have big names that will be Hall of Fame quarterbacks that were in his draft class in, 2004?
Ben Roethlisberger was.
There's one, yes.
Eli Manning.
There, Callis. See, you know what? Good job. That's what I'm talking about. Good job. Eli Manning, Ben Roethlisberger were in his draft class. Aaron Rodgers is right now as we sit, the oldest quarterback in the league. But Phillip Rivers has worked out yesterday for the Indianapolis Colts to make a comeback to the NFL because the Colts quarterback situation is bad. How about that?
He hasn't played since 2021, from what I understand.
2020.
COVID-19 season. Well, that COVID-19 season blended into 21. Yes. But yeah.
How insane is this?
Been years. 5.
You're trying to tell me that there's no other quarterbacks that are younger and available right now to come in and to facilitate your offense other than Phillip Rivers. So that begs the question, can Ben Roethlisberger still play? They're the same age. But, I mean, you already have an old quarterback. It is fascinating and hilarious to me that they brought Phillip Rivers in for a tryout at 44 years old, hasn't played football in 5 years, is a high school coach, has 10 kids, has a grandkid, and doesn't swear.
He was with the Chargers for the longest time, right?
Yes, he was.
So the Colts were just the last team he played for.
Yes.
Because I would think there'd be more nostalgic value if that was like the franchise that he was most known to be a part of. But they're just picking up where he left off.
It's funny because the Colts have done something like this before. Obviously, whenever I forget who the coach was that got fired, they brought in Jeff Saturday, who was probably going to be a Hall of Fame center, to be their interim coach, and he had never coached before. They brought him in.
I remember that.
Yeah, like they do stuff like this all the time. But it would be very interesting to see Phillip Rivers out there in a game this weekend. Very interesting.
Well, if you're not going to be good, be interesting, I guess.
There you go. Funny situation. Okay, Shedeur Sanders. It has been announced by the Cleveland Browns that Shedeur Sanders is going to start the rest of the season for the Cleveland Browns.
So he's going to play against the Steelers?
He sure is, Callis. How about that? It ultimately ends up being Shedeur Sanders as the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. Now, Shedeur Sanders, I'll say this. I know that he didn't warrant a first-round pick. And I know he fell in the draft. I know there's some conspiracy theories around that. I do think that he warranted being maybe a third-round pick. I don't understand why they drafted Dylan Gabriel. I think they should have drafted Shedeur Sanders there. But Shedeur Sanders last week, they did lose the football game, Kyle, but he threw for 384 yards. 384 yards.
It was like opposite, because usually it's the defense that's doing well for the Browns.
I don't know if Shedeur Sanders is going to be the quarterback of their future. It seems like Stefanski doesn't really like Shedeur Sanders that much. Is kind of, hoping that he doesn't do well. I don't know what the situation really is there. Maybe we'll get Ken Carman on the phone. But Shedeur Sanders is going to be the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns to finish out the season. I think he earned that. I'm going to be honest with you. I think he earned that right to be named the starting quarterback to finish this season out. To throw for 384 last week and a few touchdowns. I know they didn't win the game, but he gives them the best quarterback play they've had all season. I know that. So, very interesting situation going on in Cleveland. And, of course, it's Cleveland. And why wouldn't it be interesting? Why wouldn't they have a quarterback debacle and Shedeur Sanders being the guy to finish out the rest of the season? Is it Josh Allen's year? I think it might be. The Buffalo Bills, they're not impressive. They're not that good. They don't have any, splash players on the perimeter. They kind of are like the Steelers and didn't really, take advantage of the situations of surrounding Josh Allen with the adequate talent at wide receiver. But if you look around, man, you look around the AFC, the Chiefs are basically out of it, right? After last night. So you don't have to deal with Patrick Mahomes. The Cincinnati Bengals, they're out of it. Even though Joe Burrow came back and gave them a little bit of life, they had a chance to beat the Buffalo Bills in the snow this past weekend. But Josh Allen came through at the end. He had like a 50-yard, 45-yard run. So you don't have to worry about Joe Burrow getting in your way. Lamar Jackson is a shell of himself. He's a shell of himself at this point. Guy can't run. The Baltimore Ravens look awful. I'm not taking anything away from the Steelers, but they just look terrible. So you don't have to worry about Lamar Jackson. Could this be Josh Allen's year? They figure out just a little bit of getting some playmakers on the outside and guys to step up. Now you can't really sign anybody, or you can, but can't obviously trade for anybody. But you just hope that internally guys kind of pop through. Josh Allen might have a chance to make it to an AFC Championship game and to win that this year. I just don't know the team, is really that impressive in the AFC. Josh Allen might find his way to finally appearing in a Super Bowl if the Buffalo Bills can kind of figure some things out. Last night's game was wild. It was. I just talked about the ending of the game with Laura Rutledge and Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert had a big pad on his hand. I think he had surgery on his other hand, on his non-throwing hand. Jalen Hurts, though, man, 4 interceptions. And they were bad, too. Jalen Hurts threw 4 interceptions. He threw an interception to lose the football game as well. I watched the first half of that game. And then there was the one insane play where he threw an – Kyle, did you see this? Jalen Hurts yesterday? The one where he threw an interception, and the guy caught it and started running, fumbled the football. The defender of the Chargers fumbled it after the interception. Jalen Hurts picked it up, and then Jalen Hurts fumbled it. So Jalen Hurts threw an interception on the same play and fumbled on the same play to give the ball to the Chargers. Never seen anything like it in my life.
I don't know why you try to run that back, though. You'd get a new set of downs if you got it back as the offense.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of like caught it in the air, and I think he tried to run, but obviously he probably would want to go down just in that situation and protect the football. But I think he caught it mid-stride a little bit and tried to run, and then it fumbled again, and then the Chargers picked it up. Just
I didn't see that
showing.
Did you see at the end of the game, though? I thought it was hilarious that the Chargers guy intercepted the ball and started running, and his teammate tackled him. Because the game's over. Once you intercept it, that's it.
Right.
So I thought that was funny.
Yeah, just that game was wacky last night. It was odd, and the Eagles. Obviously the offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo is getting his house egged by Eagles fans, and it just proves it's very hard to repeat the way that the Eagles have done. In the last 5 years, and what Kansas City has done, it's just hard. After a while, it just gets stale, and you lose guys, you lose coordinators, and that's what the Eagles have dealt with the past couple of years, losing offensive coordinators. Last year, losing Kellen Moore, and just the revolving door there. It's hard to find continuity, even though you have really good players. And Saquon Barkley not having a great year. It is. I know Eagles. I know we're tough here on Mike Tomlin. I bet you in Philadelphia today it's as worse as it's probably been here this season.
Yeah, there's no need for what they do over there.
It's bad.
And on the other side too, I remember Troy from Mount Washington called in yesterday and said he wasn't afraid of teams like the Broncos or the Chargers. Would you not be afraid of the Chargers after that game?
Yes.
They're good.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
Picking it up.
Yeah, and they got Aaron Hampton back yesterday, and he looked like. He's in mid-season form as a rookie running back, and you got Vidal, the other running back. They're pretty dang good, man.
I don't want to play them again in the playoffs.
No, I don't. Who would you want to play? Who would you feel comfortable the Steelers playing?
No one.
Right.
No.
I agree.
I said this, too, on the early morning show this morning, and I was thinking about it. I think there's other teams, when they go into the playoffs and play the Steelers, that are hungrier and more appreciative of the opportunity because other teams don't get the opportunity as much. They go through their losing stretches. The Steelers, I feel like it's routine. It's like, we've been here. We know what we're doing. Whereas other teams are like, you know what? We might not get back here next season. We need to capitalize now. And then they play like it.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Thank you for that rant.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Good job. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up next, we'll break down a little bit. It's a little early in the week, but we still can break down a little bit of the Dolphins game Monday night here at Acrisure Stadium. Dolphins come to town there. They've routed off 4 straight wins underneath Mike McDaniel, who is a guy that I thought was going to get fired at some point this season. So it's going to be a tough game for the Steelers. We'll talk about that matchup a little bit coming up next. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play tonight at 7 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. It's a home game for the Penguins at PPG Paints Arena. And the Penguins come into the game with 34 points. Right now they're tied with the New York Rangers for 4th among teams in the Metropolitan Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows at Pirate Games Live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Al Bubba Baker. The 69-year-old former All-Pro defensive end says he's cheering for Cleveland's Myles Garrett to break his unofficial single-season record of 23 sacks set back in 1978 before sacks became an official NFL stat. Baker also said you'd think the Browns are 15-2 with how many sacks he has. Too bad he can't play quarterback. I'm Boomer Esiason.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Or does your lower back give you problems as the day goes on? The Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Ann.
Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100%.
Wouldn't it be nice to get back to doing what you love like Patrick did?
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, my back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Learn more or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com and come in and get your free personalized fitting at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-830-4914. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still, our trouble continues on the roadways. This report brought to you by Mr. Magic Car Wash. A couple of accidents still being tended to. One at the intersection of McKnight and Nelson Run Roads. That's got the right lane blocked, backing traffic up before Babcock Boulevard. Also an accident being cleared in Wilkinsburg at the intersection of Hill Avenue and Swissvale Avenue. Inbound Route 28, the emergency water line repair at the 40th Street Bridge, still causing delays, backing halfway to the Highland Park Bridge. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill and the Parkway East at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Mr. Magic Car Wash lets you give the gift of happiness that comes from driving a bright and shiny car. Give your family and friends Mr. Magic gift cards this season for an amazing stocking stuffer. Stop by any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations to load up on gift cards for easy holiday shopping.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them today at awaken180weightloss.com. And that is the athletic director of Notre Dame. Can't say his name, don't know how to pronounce it, so I'm not going to try. But he is for crying about the ACC and opting out of bowl games, even though I did say earlier that I do believe, and this is hard for me to say, it is very tough for me to even say something like this, that Notre Dame should be in the college football playoff. Now, I understand the whole Miami angle to it, the head-to-head. I think they got that right. But for Alabama to make it over Notre Dame, I think Notre Dame would wax them 10 out of 10 times. Notre Dame is the better football team, but social media's biggest loser goes to the athletic director of Notre Dame for crying. Taking his ball and going home with the whole bowl game situation. But if you want to take your ball and go home and never come back, then just leave the ACC behind. So be it. Oh, well. All right, this game coming up Monday. Now, I know it's early. It's very early, and, you know, the team's not even practicing today. They're not going to practice tomorrow. They're going to, you know, really start their week on Thursday because they have the extra day, which I think bodes well, really, for the Pittsburgh Steelers and getting healthy and trying to get healthy. Hopefully, DK Metcalf is going to be fine for the game. We'll see. Darnell Washington is in concussion protocol. Andrus Peat is in concussion protocol. I think Mark Cabali told us yesterday that after the game, Patrick Queen could barely even walk, so he's all banged up, even though he played a hell of a football game, in my opinion. It is a little bye, I guess, a mini bye for the Steelers, if you want to look at it that way, but I think that, you know, them not practicing is definitely appropriate, so I have no problem with that, but it is early, and, you know, Devon Achane, who is one of the most dynamic players in the NFL. He's a running back, but he's a receiver. He's a running back. He can do it all. It's kind of like, you know, the Jahmyr Gibbs of the world, the Bijan Robinsons of the world. He's smaller. He's extremely fast. You can look at a box score one game and he'll have 7 catches. You can look at the box score the next game and he'll rush for 100 yards. So he is the most dynamic player on their team, and he's dealing with a rib injury. He got taken out of the game in the first half of the game on Sunday. So his status will be up in the air, and I think that is very vital, clearly, to the Pittsburgh Steelers and what they do in that football game, because that guy can – I mean, we saw it with James Cook, what he can do in the running game. This guy can do it both in the passing game and the running game. Not that James Cook can't, but that's what they want to do, is to get him the ball as many ways as possible and get him in open space. And I just think that is just a recipe for disaster for the Pittsburgh Steelers. With having Achane, playing in the football game and the way they want to utilize him. I don't think the Steelers have a real answer for that. But it's early. We'll see if he plays or not. Tua Tagovailoa, he's not had a great season, but he's done enough. He's done enough to have them in a position where they've won 4 straight. You can't look the other way at a team that is explosive and harps on and lives on and hangs their hat on being an explosive offense, winning 4 straight games in a row. And as I said earlier, this is a team that, they beat Buffalo on November 9th, 30-13. They won in overtime against the Commanders. The next week, the week after that, they beat the Saints. And then last week and on Sunday, they beat the Jets. So, I mean, three, not so great teams, but the Buffalo win is very significant. And this is a team that I was talking about earlier, who I thought was just going to cave. They were going to pack it up after the Tyreek Hill injury and their head coach situation. I didn't know if it didn't seem like that they were real bought in to Mike McDaniel this season. And you could look at him and you could think what you want. And, he's a little nerdy guy and doesn't do good press conferences. And I can't really picture myself being like, okay, like, yeah, we're going to rally behind my head coach. And, he's up there. I don't know. I just can't put myself in that situation and think that he's going to rah and we're all going to get behind him. But this team has, so kudos to them. Riding off 4 straight like that. You're coming to Pittsburgh. It's going to be chilly. I talked about that with the Miami Hurricanes coming to Pitt and playing Pitt, and obviously that didn't affect them at all, so I don't expect it to affect the Dolphins going into cold weather. But this is a team that could really put the nail in the coffin for the Steelers in a certain way. The Steelers would still be alive, clearly, but just taking, dominating in a dominating fashion, this team, if they get going, it's hard to stop. It's hard to stop, and it's hard to keep up with. And Tua Tagovailoa, he's done decent, but he has put the ball in the right spots, and he gets the ball where it needs to be, and that's getting it in the hands of Jalen Waddle, who's their leading receiver, now that Tyreek Hill is out. I mean, he's a great number 2 receiver. I wish the Steelers would have traded for him, actually, but clearly they wanted to hold on to him. But this team, in the beginning of the season, if you go through the schedule, you circle this game as a win, right? You would circle this game as, the Steelers will probably win at home in December against the Dolphins because we don't know what their situation is going to be like. We don't believe in Tua Tagovailoa. He might have a concussion or something by now, but he stayed healthy, so good on him. But right now, I feel like that they're a dangerous team. I really do. So the Steelers, in order for them to get the victory that we're looking for, it's going to depend on what's the status of HAN, and are the Steelers going to move forward with the aggressive nature of their offense that we saw on Sunday? That's my biggest question mark. Are they going to let Aaron Rodgers be Aaron Rodgers and play aggressive and push the ball down the field, or are they going to revert back to their conservative style that we've seen for majority of the season? And that also is going to predicate on the health of DK Metcalf, the health of Darnell Washington. But I really hope that they let Aaron Rodgers be Aaron Rodgers. That's their only chance. That's their only chance. If you can get number 8 going and let him do his thing, any other way is not going to work. Any other way is not going to work. And on defense, you got to create turnovers. That's what they hang their hat on, the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got to create as many turnovers as possible because this team can beat you many, many ways if you let them. And if you're not in the right spots, just thinking about Joey Porter Jr. against the Buffalo Bills and that first play of the game whenever James Cook ran around the end, like that's day one stuff that you learn whenever you're young. You have contained, you're a corner. Like if you peek your eyes and, do something you're not supposed to do, this team will wax you. So we'll see. This is an interesting matchup. You got an explosive team coming that has a lot of confidence right now. Can the Steelers push forward with the way that they beat the Baltimore Ravens? Can they keep that in their wheelhouse on Monday night, or will they revert back to their normal, boring style that we've witnessed most of the season? All right, coming up next, I think maybe Jason Lockenfor is going to join us. If he is, great. If he isn't, we'll keep moving on with the show. We'll find out, I guess, in 6 minutes there, Callis, if Lockenfor is joining us this week. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates being linked to Kyle Schwarber. They've offered him a contract of 4 years, that confirmed by sources with MLB.com the other day. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad is here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Inside Madison Square Garden, Florida and UConn clash are all the Rays slices. Both are terrific on the glass. Both are tremendous defensively. Both have a winner's pedigree in what should be a battle in the 60s. And with Boogie Flan's offensive game trending in a positive direction, give me Todd Golden's group plus 4.5 at a minus 110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on, like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. This holiday season, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to say thank you to the Pittsburgh community and their valued customers. Your trust in their honest team of experts as your go-to home services provider means the world to them. Whether they've kept your home warm, your pipes flowing, or your light shining bright, they're grateful for the chance to serve you year after year, and we look forward to serving you in the future. From the McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric family to yours, have a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smell Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit them online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company were intercepting all the high
prices. Slide.company.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Cows, was a little bright in here, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, the sun's coming through and camera glare, hurts people's eyes when they watch on the streams, so we gotta,
I'm just glad it's sunny out. I know it's 21 degrees, but
it ain't gonna feel like it.
No, it's not. But it still puts me in a good mood that the sun is out.
It puts you in a good mood when you're inside and you see that the sun's out. You got the greenhouse effect.
Yes.
Makes everything warmer inside. But when you go out in the environment, no.
You're absolutely right. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The performance by DK Metcalf this past weekend, I saw a lot of people saying that I'm not going to applaud DK Metcalf for the performance because that's what he expected. That's what he's paid to do. That's why he's paid so much money to be a number one receiver. But it's just amazing what confidence can do for a wide receiver. And DK Metcalf has been nothing but a great teammate, nothing but a professional throughout this whole process of this season. Having minimal targets, having minimal yards for so many games, and then to really bust out the way he did, that's going to do a lot for his confidence. I hope that the situation kind of absolves itself where he is able to play, because to be able to stack games, and at least that one game, that breakthrough game, you can almost kind of tell in an athlete that is explosive like DK Metcalf that will happen again. It's like, man, I finally broke through. I have the confidence. Let's get this thing going. And, Aaron Rodgers was vital in that process, clearly, to get DK Metcalf going. But I just feel like it'd be a damn shame if he isn't able to go Monday night. Here's DK Metcalf after the game against the Ravens.
DK, what was it like this week, turning around from losing at home to the Bills and coming on the road and beating the Ravens? What turned it around for you guys?
I think we just knew what was at stake, first place for the division, and we knew we were coming in facing a good team, and they had just come off a loss as well, so we know we were going to get their best shot. But I think we had a great practice all week. We were on all the details throughout the whole week, and I think that it came to fruition out there on the field.
What were you guys saying to each other about how to approach this game during the week?
I just felt it. Everybody kept talking about the rivalry between the Steelers and the Ravens, and that's all that needs to be said. Mike T would show old clips of the previous years and how the games came down to last second plays made by our team. But I think we just knew what was at stake, and that's what happened.
You came out attacking right off the bat with the deep ball, and then even started the second half. Was that part of the plan, just attacking them and be aggressive all day?
Yes, sir. And then I think we all got our opportunities downfield and got our opportunities to make plays, and when the ball was in there, we capitalized on it.
It's one thing to decide you want to throw the ball deep a lot, but you guys executed at a really high level. What were the details that you feel like you did right today that it would go on like that?
I think just us connecting at practice on Wednesday, Thursday, and even on Friday. The defensive scout team gave us great looks. We were competing all week at practice. And then, like I said, man, we're on all the details, all the checks, all the looks at practice. We were communicating all week. So, I think it was just a perfect storm, for everything to just come together and for us to play a good game like that.
Storm, what's it like to get a win like this for Mike Tomlin after kind of the last week or so that he's had that you guys have had?
Yeah, we knew not to pay attention to any outside noise. Like I've said this before, Coach T is a great leader for us, and he's done nothing but take the bullets for us. Even when it's when we're high and when we're low, but he's always come in every day, has been steady and stayed the same, always motivated us to always play our best ball, and that's what he did last week. And like I keep saying, man, we knew what was at stake, first place in this heated rivalry, and the better team came on top.
Was it fun for you guys to get the win, though, in that way, in the middle of that?
Oh, yeah. Offense played good. Could still had a little lull at the end there, but for the defense to come up big how they did was amazing.
What's the expectation? How much did Mike said earlier that you guys practiced a lot. How much did that first play specifically mean to you guys to hook up like that?
Man, it was great. Felt great. When I saw Aaron load it up, I was like, here we go. And that was it. That's all I've been waiting for is opportunities down the field. And we were able to capitalize on that.
Did you sense Aaron more locked in than he normally is?
No, he's always been the same. Every game. But this week it felt different as a team, as a whole. As an offense, we knew what was at stake, and like I said, man, it just felt different this week at practice. Getting off the plane last night, getting here at the stadium, it just felt different.
What about the meeting on Monday that you had at this house with all the Steel people? What was that? I mean, did that serve any purpose, at least up to this game? What was that all about? What was the impact?
No, I ain't go to the meeting. I ain't go to the meeting on Tuesday. No. I meet with Aaron and Art on Tuesday morning, so I ain't go to that meeting.
What's the conversation like on your sideline during the replay review of the touchdown that got overturned? Did you sort of sense that would be overturned, or was it surprising?
No. Joey didn't give up on the play, and we knew that the defense was going to get a stop, and we had to go back out there and at least get a first down. We weren't able to do that. Defense bowled back up and got a stop on their 2-minute drive.
You feel like you were defended any differently today? Do you think Adam and Marquez being in there changed their approach?
No, I think they got a little. I didn't see much safety help over the top today. Yes, sir. I think that was a big thing of how we got to throw a lot of the balls down the field.
You take that personal. I mean, you were double teamed most of the year. I mean, you see that happen. You look at it as a great opportunity.
Yes, sir. I'm not going to tell the defense what to do or what not to do. If they want to put one-on-one on me, then so be it.
On that final punt, you were a gunner on that play. What went into that? How much experience do you have gunning, and how that kind of feel drew a hold on you?
No, Sco was on the sideline saying his finger was hurting, so I told him, I got you, when I saw him running out on the field. And he went to the other side. I didn't know that part until I got to the sideline. But I took one gunner rep in college. But no, I'm trying to win.
So did you go out and do that yourself? You went out there on your own?
Yeah, if you want to say that, yeah.
You mentioned the rivalry, DK. Was this what you thought it would be?
At the end of the day, I look at football as football. They're trying to stop us, and we got to score points, and that's how I look at it. I don't look at any game being bigger than the next.
So, DK, what does this mean from a confidence standpoint, from the team moving forward? How do you feel?
I think we put our best foot forward today, and we still got to clean up some mistakes. We still have yet to play our best game, so I think that's the most confidence that we can get out of this. Clean up those mistakes and just continue to build off of this win, against a good football team.
Aaron had the wheels like last one. Aaron had the wheels like that?
No, I thought it was a busted play at first, and then I saw him run to the sidelines. I just started cheering. My boy still is a dual threat quarterback.
It's 9:45. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. DK Metcalf has been nothing but a great professional since he's been here. It's clearly very tough at times whenever you don't get the ball, or you can't get open, or you don't have the yards that you want or the touchdowns you want. But he's been nothing but a great professional. It was awesome to see him break out like he did on Sunday. And look, I mean, the guy took a special teams rep. I mean, that's your number one $150 million receiver. He went in there and tried to do whatever the team needed him to do in that situation. That screams to me as the ultimate teammate and an ultimate professional. So good on DK Metcalf. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We'll wrap up the show coming up next, but first, a Cal's headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play tonight at 7 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. It's a home game for the Penguins, who right now come into the game with 34 points. They're tied for fourth in the Metropolitan Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Our morning rush problems continue. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Insurance companies prepared to settle auto accident cases, not LGKG. LGKG prepares for trial. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Crew still working with a couple of earlier accidents, one at the intersection of Clareton and Old Elizabeth Roads, the other one in Wilkinsburg on Hill Avenue at Swissvale Avenue, and looks like the earlier accident has been cleared, reopening the inbound side of McKnight Road at Nelson Run Road. Meanwhile, inbound Route 28, that earlier water line replacement project goes on. It's blocking the right lane near the 40th Street Bridge, causing delays before the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com. Your local super lawyers.
Hello, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. Like many people, my life has had some interesting twists and turns. I was a Class A member of the PGA of America and a golf pro for over 20 years. Got to work with the original developers at Nevillewood and kicked it off by playing the opening round with Jack Nicklaus. Pretty cool, huh? In 1997, I decided to trade in my PGA for my CFP and became a certified financial planner professional. It was one of the best decisions of my life. The best was marrying Barb 42 years ago. We have two wonderful children, Lester and Sarah. Both of them work with me here at Botkin Family Wealth Management, an independent financial planning and investment firm. We formulate plans to carry our clients from the investing years into the retirement years. Visit BotkinFamilyWealth.com to learn more about our dedication. We look forward to meeting you.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. PAG and Botkin Family Wealth are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Okay, so you may have missed the window to get on Precision Pointing's schedule. That's a bummer, but let's make sure you've got your ducks in a row in spring of 26. Don't make the same mistake again. Believe me, it won't be that long. And now that they're an award-winning company as the region's premier masonry restoration company, the secret's out with Precision Pointing. Brick pointing, chimney repair, whole house commercial restoration, well, they do it all and they do it well. Take it from this satisfied customer right here that Precision Pointing is the way to go. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
This New Year's Eve, escape to Margaritaburg at Rivers Casino. Kick off your flip-flops and join us on Wednesday, December 31st for Island Vibes, live music, party favors, drawings, a midnight confetti celebration, and more. Visit riverscasino.com for full details and waste away the last hours of the year. Rivers Casino style. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier locally owned shredding and document management service since 1928. Steel City has been Pittsburgh's trusted name in business services. Today, Steel City Shredding continues that legacy with secure, on-site shredding you can watch happen. From paper and hard drives to media destruction and e-waste disposal, we keep your information safe. And we 100% recycle all materials. Steel City Shredding, secure, on-site, 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
Surfside is the perfect fit this holiday season. Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, there's nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. Made with real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top shelf spirits served over ice balls, plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks' Streak menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
The traditional cigar and pipe shop in Squirrel Hill. An analog feel in this digital world.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. How about this tweet from last night from my guy Shady McCoy, Callis? He tweeted, "I seen this before with crying faces. Jalen about to win the game, and that's what we call clutch gene." Yeah, Jalen Hurts ended up throwing an interception to lose the game. Was that Starkey?
Oh, but you're on the air, Joe. Yeah.
Harry's not little, is he?
Hey, Callis, you're about to throw down at this this little Christmas deal we got going on next week. You get the weekly wrap up, and you're gonna go to your uncle's studio. This is gonna be big time, huh?
Yeah, he's got one in his house. It's not a super professional one. I don't want to act like I'm going to a record label.
Yeah, but it's still good.
It's gonna be a homemade song, and it's gonna be performed live. Yeah,
it's awesome.
I'm terrified.
Why?
I just thought about the timeline. It's like, well, they're gonna play the Dolphins on Monday, and then Tuesday is gonna be a thing. So I have one day to put the lyrics to the music, and then Wednesday, that's it.
We should do the whole season up to this point.
I'm gonna think of something creative, and it's gonna be Christmas themed.
Yeah,
because it's the Christmas karaoke. So you will get
like a Jingle Bells thing,
song flavor.
Yeah, that's good. That's gonna be good. That's gonna pop. Yeah, you do good with those, man. I can't wait to hear it. What is that? Next Wednesday?
Yes,
next Wednesday. All right, Callis. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Good job.
All right.
Hooray! Hooray! Hurrah! Joe Starkey up next. Fan weather. Brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 34, low of 14 with overcast. Tomorrow, high of 39, low of 30, 90% chance of rain. Talk to you tomorrow. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4 MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 10/25/2026.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews continuing their work on inbound Route 28 with a right lane closure near the 40th Street Bridge. That's causing delays back before the Route 8 at the bypass. Somewhere in that backup, we do have reports of an accident. Meanwhile, the Parkway West inbound, another accident reported. This is an earlier one on Banksville Road at the ramp to the inbound Parkway West. That is causing delays as you approach the scene before Crane Avenue. Jammed on the inbound side of the Parkway West before Parkway Center. Parkway East, those delays at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got junk? Two-man-and-a-junk-truck.com. You ventured into the attic and garage for your holiday decorations and suddenly remembered what a cluttered nightmare it was. Before you put it all back, give us a call. Two-man-and-a-junk-truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face.
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room.
That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin will meet with the media today at noon, and you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan as the Steelers prepare for Monday Night Football against the Miami Dolphins, as they will have an extra day to be able to rest and prepare for the home game next week here in Pittsburgh. And a critical game, as of course they all are, trying to unleash hell in December as the Steelers have a one-game lead over Baltimore, plus the head-to-head tiebreaker in the AFC North. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Tuesday Bump and Joe.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the Pomp and Joe. Austin City limits, he's behind the glass, he's on the border, man, and they're ready to go. Talking Steelers, Penguins, Pirates, Pitt, State, and so much more. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. The Pomp's not here. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Nobody knows. They're ready to roll. Taking callers 10 to 2, talking all things 4-1.
Well, we wish it was the Pomp and Joe Show today, but as the song says, Bob's not here. Where'd he go? He's over at the Tomlin News Conference, although his cardboard mannequin is certainly here. And I'm hot on a lot of topics today. Welcome aboard. City limits to my left, the man they call Austin Bechtold. I want to rip Notre Dame today. I'm really frothing over that one. I really want to rip him. And I want to talk Pirates and whether we believe that this Schwarber stuff is real or they're going to sign anybody or, I compare it to an auction. Say I'm at an auction. There's a man named Mr. Smith limits. He's very rich, Mr. Smith, okay? He's a very rich man, and I have it on very, very good authority that Mr. Smith is going to bid $10,000 on a framed Juan Thornhill photo. One of the greatest photos in history,
Good
I
for
might
him.
add. Yeah. One of the all-time great photos of Juan Thornhill.
I think it can be one of the best there of all time.
We didn't even plan that, but that worked out. So I go to the auction. I see Mr. Smith there. I'm positive. I know that he's going to bid $10,000 for the Juan Thornhill framed photo. Well, I'm going to get up to $9,000 for this limits. I'm going to get up to $9,000, knowing my bid can't win, but making myself look pretty good. Mr. Smith will start out at $7,000. I'll raise him to $7,500. He'll go to $8,000. I'll go to $8,700. People in the auditorium or wherever we are, the auction house, will be wowed. They'll be saying, "Look at that guy! Look at that savvy old news hound going for the Juan Thornhill." And then I'll go up, and then he'll go to 88, and then 89, and then he goes to 9,000, and I stop at $9,100.
A real
and
player.
Everybody's impressed, and Ken Rosenthal is reporting that I offered $9,100 for the Juan Thornhill framed photo. And then what do you know? Mr. Smith, Smitty they call him, comes in at 9,400, and just to be safe, I give up. But man, is everybody impressed that I took a big swing. Are we really going to indulge this as something real that could happen? Should we? That's my question here. Should we indulge this as something that could actually happen? My inclination is to say no. And again, I'm not impressed. Listen, I'll tell you this. If it's worth more than $100 million, whatever it was it 4 years, he said?
Yes.
Rosenthal? Then if they spend that kind of money on somebody else, then I'll say, oh, wow, they really did have interest in Schwarber, and here they are throwing $100 million at this guy. Or maybe $20 million at him, $30 million at him, and $20 million at him. So if this is real, if what Rosenthal's reporting, Jason Mackey, I believe, confirmed that reporting, okay, then the Pirates have given away, or somebody's given away, how much they're willing to spend in free agency. Am I right or wrong, Limits?
No, you're right.
Then go spend $100 million on other players. Go get 3 at $30 million apiece, $40 million, something, $20 million. Go get 5 at $20 million. You know what I mean? If that's the case, if they were really willing to part with over $100 million of Bob Nutting's money for Kyle Schwarber, then that's my baseline for what they should spend in free agency. Am I looking at that correctly or incorrectly?
Rosenthal came out with an update today that the offer to Schwarber was in the $120 million range.
Great. Then they're going to spend $120 million on free agents, right?
That's what would make sense, yeah.
Or something thereabouts, right? I'll take $90 million. Get me 4 players at $20 million apiece. I mean, if I'm a Pirate fan, I'm looking at this. First of all, I'm not believing it, but I'm saying if somebody tells me for certain that they're gonna be willing to spend upwards of $100 million in free agency, beautiful. In fact, I don't even know if the wisest thing to do in that case would be to spend it all on Schwarber. Let's spread it around a little bit.
That's what I would do. Not make it like a quality over quantity type of thing.
Let's let Smitty bid 120 or 150, and he can win Schwarber. I'll take my 110 or 120 or even 90 and spend it on other free agents.
Yes,
okay?
I'll give it to Polanco and I'll give it to Eugenio Suarez.
Gregory
and I'll give it
Polanco's out there
Jorge
at the age
Polanco
of 30.
is out
I know.
there, and apparently he values comfort and winning, which people are saying makes the Pirates a very unlikely fit.
Well, I'm not believing any of this. I think that they're willing to spend a minimal amount on one guy until I'm proven wrong. So your thoughts on that? I didn't even mean to open with that, but I guess I just did. At 412-928-9370. Do you like my new Warriors winter hat Limits? I got it at the airport.
I do. Very nice. Which airport did you get it at?
I can't remember. Oh, it was Pittsburgh. Yeah, on the way back. I left Nashville without, I usually buy a little treat or trinket to leave a city with, and I never did. And then we went out to dinner at the airport on the way home. There's a little Italian place at the airport that's unbelievable. Limits. I forget the name of it.
In the new terminal? What was it like?
Oh, my gosh. Did I tell you about the new terminal?
No, you didn't.
What do we like and not like about the new terminal?
I haven't seen it
dying
yet.
to hear from people about this. I didn't know where I was. I couldn't find the Hyatt is usually my marking point. You know what I mean? I couldn't find it. The parking leading up to the signs for the parking leading up to the airport are horrific. The signs inside the new airport, horrific. The lack of a PNC bank, horrific. Now here's things I liked about it, Limits. Easier, actually, once you figure out where to park. You can, at least I did, maybe accidentally, I parked right next to the terminal and just walked in. That I liked.
Did you get a ticket?
No. I mean, yeah.
Did you pay $150?
No. Everything was safe when I got back. That much I liked. I liked the new security system. I thought that was great. I used to enjoy riding the little shuttle back and forth.
Oh, I loved the little train. It was great.
That was a ritual, but I can live without it.
I can't.
And I got out of the airport way easier. For some reason, exiting. Oh, here's another nice new feature. Is the credit card situation when you're pulling out is much better. They've updated machines. Even I could figure them out.
For the parking
gate? Yeah, that much I loved. I loved the look, the decor. I really did enjoy that. I think that was nice. I did. So by and large, I'm a quasi fan of the new airport. I mean, it is. Have you been there yet?
Not yet, no.
It's
I mean,
radical.
it's only opened like a month ago.
It's radically different. Radically different.
Are there
I
any
thought.
clicky-clacky floors at all?
I didn't notice that either
How
way.
did you not notice that?
What do you mean clicky-clacky
That was one of the
floor?
best
I didn't
parts
even
of the
know
other.
what you mean.
That was one of the best parts of the old airport.
Explain that to me.
You would wheel your suitcase on the ground. You'd hear the floor like click, the click, 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 click of your suitcase. People
get
love
it.
that.
I
loved that.
I honestly, I never knew of this and didn't notice. Another bad feature. Franco is like relegated practically to a closet. What are we doing here?
Well, I knew there was a whole display for Franco.
There is, but it's off to the side and it's in a little indentation in the wall. It's like, what are we doing? Plus, it says 0.00 on the clock, which is not accurate when he caught the ball.
Did they change the score from when they originally put 12-7? But the score did not line up and sync with the clock. It was 13-7 the final score.
Something is wrong with that, but I think they did check. They changed the score. So there's positives and there's negatives to the new airport, and I'm dying to know what people think of it.
Does George Washington have a little display, like when he was right next to Franco?
No, and I'm sad about that.
Has George been taken out?
I don't know. I wouldn't vouch for that. I didn't see him next to Franco. He may have been taken out. I don't know. Didn't he call the show once, disguised as Andrew Filipponi?
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
Yeah, I think maybe that was it for him at the airport. Maybe that was his Waterloo, so to speak. Was that Napoleon? I don't know who it was.
Texter, the new airport, especially the parking, is more confusing than Matt Canada's offense.
I agree 1,000%. Maybe I'm crazy, but I only saw one sign that had the word parking on it, and that was way before I got to where the parking is. Then all it said was rental car here, terminal lot there. So terminal lot equals parking, I guess? I guess it did because I followed that. I didn't know where the hell I was. I was in a place I've never been before at the airport, so I just parked in 4A. But it turned out I was closer to the terminal limits. I was closer to the terminal, which what made me happy. But the signage, come on. Yeah, just put the word parking there so idiots like me know where to park. Parking, P-A-R-K-I-N-G. And then you get inside, and the signage to where the parking lot is, again, when you're coming back from your flight, is very confusing. Can we just have something that says parking lot? Go this way. Arrow, parking. It doesn't say that.
And they just put it in a new parking garage as well, too.
I don't want to park in a garage. I want to park in an open lot.
I want to park as far away as possible so that it's the cheapest as possible.
I want to park as close and cheaply as possible, and I didn't have to walk this time. There were things I loved, and there were things I did not love. Please text us at 412-928-9370, and please pull over before you do if you're listening at home, or if you're watching on YouTube, even better. You can see Bob's cardboard cutout sitting across from me. But the bottom line is, Limits, I was blown away by how different it is, and I had only been following that story very tangentially, if that's a word. And my wife was laughing at me. She said, "You didn't know we had a new airport?" I said, "I've seen headlines like that things have changed." I couldn't find her. Limits. I was a traveling beat writer with the Penguins. I used to take, 3 flights, 6 flights really a week at times when you consider there and back.
Yeah.
And I entered the airport unwittingly in a place I've never entered it before. I had no idea where I was.
Well, I'm sure a lot of other people felt the same way the first time they've gone,
and then
but they haven't gone yet.
And then no idea where to go. It was incredible. But by and large, I think it's been a good effort. I just think there are things that need to be improved.
Yeah, the texters are not very happy about the Franco display.
Well, let's hear some texting feedback on this, because I meant to do this yesterday, but we had other things on our mind.
One texter says that Franco is in a temporary spot for now. I don't know if it's temporary or not, but another says the Franco statue or a mural looks like a Nintendo game, and they have the score wrong. It's no wonder they don't have good signs for where to park, LOL.
I know. What are we doing with the Franco thing? Next thing you know, they're going to have a statue of him dropping the ball at the airport. What are we doing? What else do they say?
Texter, sounds like Limits wants to park at Globe Airport Parking. Shout out to them.
With Chris Oak.
With Chris Oak, yes. Somebody else says, how has Joe lived here since the early 90s and not known about the clickety-clackety floors? I can't believe that, Joe. Did you have like a duffel bag?
November of '89,
Did you always
to be
carry
precise.
a duffel bag?
I have a Charleston hockey duffel bag with my inscribed.
That might be why. So you don't roll your suitcase at all.
I thought you might be curious and say, why do you have a Charleston hockey bag, minor league hockey?
No.
Okay.
But please explain.
I ordered it online a while ago. I don't know how. I went down a rabbit hole of monogrammed. It's not even luggage. It's a duffel bag. And I thought it was a cool logo. And so it says Charleston Hockey or something with my name on it.
Not the Charleston Chiefs?
No. Anything else, Limits?
Somebody else says the score still says 12-7, but I thought Josh Yohe tweeted out that they fixed the score either yesterday or the day before.
I was fixated on the clock saying 0-0 and the fact that Franco wasn't in obvious sight for everybody to see. Can it be that hard to put just put it in the middle of the airport if you have to?
Yeah.
Right, Limits?
I mean, they had it in a good spot where basically everybody could see it going right down the escalators last time.
I will say this, too. It had a Christmassy holiday feel. Like, I like the vibe in the new airport. I do. I do like it.
Did it give you a vibe like you were going to be running in Home Alone when they were trying to catch the flight?
A little bit.
Christmassy vibe?
Yeah. A little bit. I felt good overall, just very, very confused. All right. That's enough of that. And I'm confused on the Pirates as well. Actually, I'm not. I'm pretty clear. Did you like my Smitty analogy?
I did, yes.
To the auction? Well, what do you think? You're a Pirate fan. When it's all said and done, will they have reeled in a big fish, a medium fish, or a bunch of minnows again?
I think a medium fish. Like, I don't think that Kyle Schwarber is actually realistic. I like that they're at least being reported 4 years, 120 for $30 million a year. But that's, I mean, I'm taking it with a huge grain of salt, though, Joe.
When you say not realistic, then you don't believe the report, or you don't believe that they're actually willing to go up where the bidding's going to go.
I believe the report, but I don't believe that they are going to up the bidding number. Because the higher it goes up, Schwarber's probably going to end up with about $35 million a year. Would the Pirates actually pay that?
Listen. I'll sit in this seat and be very, very happy to admit I'm wrong about the Pirates if it comes to be that they land a big fish. And by big fish, we're talking, what, 25, 30 million a year, something like that?
Yes.
I'll be happy. But, man, if those reports are accurate and if that's what's out there at between 100 and 120 million, then that should be the baseline for how much they spend in free agency. You're willing to put that out for Schwarber? Okay, you don't get him, then spend that money elsewhere. That's my bottom line with them. Do we agree on that, Limits?
Yes, I definitely agree with that. I mean, the fact that there's all this talk, and there was the report a couple of days ago that, it's like the Pirates are a freshman in high school with a brand new credit card, and they're just trying to figure out what to spend it on.
Yeah, okay.
They haven't spent it on anything yet.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yes. So it's a huge grain of salt for me.
As I've said with Omar Khan and wide receivers, deliver the baby. All the talk of how hard you tried is great. And how, you thought you had this guy. Ayuk was at the goal line, as they say. I don't care. It's pro sports. Deliver. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So I guess that's a long way of saying I don't really care that they're being mentioned in the Kyle Schwarber sweepstakes. It means nothing to me. Nothing. I hear people, they were indulging this a little bit on the PM show yesterday, and maybe they're right, acting like this is a real thing. I'm not going to do that.
Well, I don't think we should entirely brush it off as entirely false and not talk about it. Like, I think it's definitely relevant.
I don't think it's a false report. I explained my feelings on it. I think it's a situation where they know they're not getting him. So let's see if they spend that money elsewhere.
I do think that it's relevant enough that in all the discussions, it's the Pirates numbers that have come out on what their offer is. We haven't really seen that with Philadelphia. The Reds are very interested. We haven't seen any numbers. So maybe it is the Pirates trying to control the narrative a little bit, and hey, we're out there very actively trying.
I agree with Dayon. It's agents putting it out there, trying to whip up as much of a bidding war as you can possibly get going.
I could see both.
That's what I believe.
Case.
All right. You want to weigh in on that? I mean, there's plenty of other guys. Anybody else tickle your fancy?
Eugenio Suarez would be the guy that I would take immediately.
How much?
3 and 60. I think makes plenty of sense. $20 million a year.
And then they'd
Play
still
third
have
base.
they'd still have $60 million left over if you believe the report.
Yes,
on
they would.
Schwarber.
Yes, they would. Wouldn't it make more sense to them? Like, if Kyle Schwarber is their guy, hypothetically, let's just say, and it is like a 4 and 120, maybe they go to a 5 and like 150 type of contract. Do they really believe, because that would be the only money that they'd spend, we'd have to assume, do they really believe that they're just one bat away? Like one bat and Connor Griffin away after this trade that they made with the Red Sox? So it's this bat they got from Boston. Griffin comes up in about May, let's just say. And then Schwarber.
Two
and that's all they need?
unproven bats at the major league level, but go ahead.
Right, and that's all they need?
No, they need people who we know can hit. People already have track records hitting major league pitching.
We agree with that, but I wonder if they think otherwise, if it would be true that they signed Schwarber and that would be it. They'd be done.
Meanwhile,
if they thought
limits.
just one bat.
412-928-9370. I saw the passing of, a lot of people may not know who this guy is. Raul Malo, lead singer for a band called the Mavericks, my wife Susie's favorite band. That's why we went to Nashville. I bought these tickets back in August. Excuse me. Just thinking it would be cool to go to Nashville and see the Mavericks. Between then and now, he came down with cancer and just passed away at the age of 60. So R.I.P. Raul Malo.
R.I.P.
It was still an incredible show because it was a tribute to him. It was a bunch of, famous Nashville singers singing their songs with the rest of the band. So it was real emotional.
That's cool.
Great show at the Ryman Theater. So R.I.P. Raul, one of the great voices, I think, in music history, if you ever get a chance to listen to something by the Mavericks. In the meantime, I'm losing my voice today, Limits, but we're going to forge ahead.
I can tell. We will make sure that you are good with some remedies and some water and taking everything necessary. Maybe some cough drops if we have them.
Yeah, perhaps cough drops. I'm not sick. I just have lost my voice. Let's talk Steelers, too. We'll take calls on the Pirates situation. 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And it's a simple yes or no question. Now that we've had a day to digest, do you think this team's going to win a playoff game? And let me add to that, who would be your preferred opponent if you win the AFC North? And I made a mistake yesterday, God bless me, by saying the tiebreakers went head-to-head, division, and then conference. That was wrong, as Mark Caballi pointed out. It's head-to-head, division record, and then common opponents. Here's the common opponents with Ravens and Steelers. Are you ready for this, Limits?
Please.
Browns, Bengals, Packers, Bills, Lions, Bears, Dolphins, Vikings, Jets, and New England. And right now, the Ravens are 6-3, and the Steelers are 5-4, but they both have 3 games pending with common opponents. So we'll see what happens there. It could go all the way to conference record where the Steelers lead by 2. But anyway, your avenue to the playoffs is clearly winning the division, right? I mean, that's obvious at this point. Would you agree with that, oh Limitless Wonder?
Yes, I would agree with that.
I mean, I don't think you're getting in as a wild card at this point. The Steelers have I think, 8th best record in the AFC. So if you're getting in, it's very likely as a division champ. And then among the candidates you could face, Chargers, Bill. Right now it would be the Chargers with their win last night. Chargers, Bills, Texans, Jags seem like the 4 most likely candidates. Who would you most want to play of those teams, Limits? Limits is on the phone. I'd most likely play or most want to play the Jags. I go by quarterbacks and overall team, obviously, but quarterbacks. I don't want to see Josh Allen in a playoff game. I'm not sure I want to see Justin Herbert. Now, Trevor Lawrence is the next best quarterback on that list, probably. I think C.J. Stroud has really gotten a raw deal in Houston. I think he's really good, and he has no offensive line. He really doesn't have a run game. But bottom line is that offense is not good in Houston. The defense is great. So my order would be Jags first, probably Texans second, Chargers, and then the Bills are the team I don't want to see because of that guy, Josh Allen. But can the Steelers win a playoff game? I mean, of course they can. Are you getting more of a feeling that they could win one? And my answer for me is yes. How about you? 412-928-9370. Is that a prediction? Absolutely not. If you ask me to bet right now, I'd say no, they're not winning a playoff game. Am I getting more of a feeling that they could? Yes, I am, for a couple of reasons. And we mentioned this a little bit yesterday, but really didn't dive in. You got to have a quarterback, and if the Rodgers that we saw Sunday is sustainable, they have a quarterback. We're getting pretty late in the year right now. That was a great sign when he was showing signs of deterioration, if not falling off a cliff. He came back and played really well. His best game in a Steeler uniform, if you ask me. If you have that, and if the Steelers finally go into the playoffs with their playmakers healthy on defense, I give them a shot. I do. I don't think Hayward and Watt have been entirely healthy. I don't think either was going into the playoffs last year. Highsmith feels like rarely at full health. I knew he was limping around the other day, but he was good enough to make the game-ending sack. You give me those three guys healthy and a quarterback, and I give them a better shot than I dreamed that they would have this season. I do. I think Cam Hayward's playing pretty darn well. I don't know if the splash numbers show that, but every analytic I see, Limits, tells me that Cam Hayward is actually playing good football this year. And I saw him at the end of the game the other day still having a strong rush. And I thought to myself, by the way, during that game, watching him, how does that body hold up?
Yeah.
That guy's been doing it forever.
He's not playing as well as he did last year, but he's still playing at a high level. Last year was an all-pro level, and the older he gets, the expectation of that continuing just shouldn't be there as much. I do agree with you that Jacksonville would be number one on that list. I would put the Chargers at 2 just because their tackles are banged up.
The team you most want to play.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know how much I like Justin Herbert. But there are just some things with that offense that
banged
still
up,
concern me.
Yeah, they're banged up. That was a good win last night, though.
Plus, Houston's defense is the best in the NFL right now.
Yeah,
their offense is not good, but if that defense forces a couple of turnovers and can make Mike Tomlin really nervous because turnovers in his mind are the only thing that wins games, I would not want to play Houston.
412-928-9370. Do you have more of a feeling than you've generally had with these Steelers that they could win a playoff game? I do. Not at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. It's sometimes Palm and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, last night, Monday Night Football, Chargers did take down the Philadelphia Eagles, and right now, how surprising is it that Philadelphia just continues to kind of spiral? It was an overtime, 22-19, as the Chargers are now 9-4 overall and still competing in the division, as Philadelphia is still first place in the NFC East, but they're now 8-5, and they're on a 3-game losing streak. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. December's Fan Beer of the Month is Grist House's Hazadelic Juice Grenade. And the charity of the month is the American Cancer Society. Your purchase helps fuel critical research, advocacy, and patient support.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Aid. So I wasn't all that surprised that Jeff Kent was voted into Cooperstown. His numbers at second base are the best ever. However, I am disappointed Dale Murphy, Fernando Valenzuela, and Gary Sheffield weren't also voted in. Obviously, the steroid issue remains very much an impediment for some players. Barry Bonds may be the greatest player ever, and Roger Clemens has those 7 Cy Youngs, and yet they were not voted in. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stopped, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan and the official sports betting partner of the NBA. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel, the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. That's why FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. And right now, it is the absolute best perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. On FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms That's sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership, the ultimate stocking stuffer for the ones you love. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance you can always count on. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. They'll even thank you with a $20 gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
'Twas the night before Christmas, no action to be had. Mrs. Claus bought you new flow, boy ain't you glad.
Guys, receive the gift of confidence in the bedroom this year.
New Flow Men's Health is Pittsburgh's leader in treating ED successfully. No pills, no injections, no games. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from New Flow. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Hey, anybody see Mrs. Claus?
I'm right here, big boy.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Mike Tomlin set to address the media at noon. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Nick Farabaugh will join the show in just about 20 minutes as we get ready for Steelers and Dolphins. Miami, a team that almost fired its coach and did fire its general manager early on this season and decided to ride it out with Mike McDaniel for the rest of the year. The Dolphins have been somewhat rewarded by that, and they will battle it out against the Steelers on Monday Night Football, where the vibes should be a little bit better than what they might have been if the Steelers had lost to Baltimore. Joe, what do you expect Mike Tomlin to say today? It should be a much more different type of feeling press conference compared to last week where tensions were very sky high.
I didn't feel like tensions were that high
last
week. I thought it was a sort of a very sort of tampered down situation where we've seen at times Tomlin gets very combative in news conferences sometimes. Not a lot. Maybe combative is the wrong word. Maybe irritated is a better word.
Yeah, especially earlier this year when he said, man, you guys really annoyed me today.
Yeah, like that. And I like that, by the way, that version of Tomlin. Last week, I thought it was just very, let's sort of get through this, and that'll be that. I'm curious to see about today. I thought he made some good moves last week that helped them win a football game, and now they have, I think, an unexpectedly are we on the air, by the way, or
we
did
are.
You do your update? I was talking to the big boss. You saw that down there, right?
I did, yes. I was with you.
You even came in for a minute.
Yes.
You and I had some pre-show tension limits that I'd like to address. I went into where you record back there.
Correct.
And you were very unreceptive to me 10 minutes before the show.
Well, you immediately walked in, stood behind me, started singing a song, and started rubbing my shoulders, and I felt uncomfortable. Let's not leave that out of the equation here.
You were working on something not related to the show.
Correct, because I had everything done related to the show already.
Oh.
I made sure that I had everything
But
processed.
it was
put
10
away.
minutes before the show.
Right. I wanted to make sure that I prepare ahead of time. We know how important preparation is in our business.
Okay. All right. What exactly did you prepare for the show?
Well, if there was any extra audio that we needed, updating the reads for you, because whenever you have a message for the people, we want to make sure that it's correct and at the correct time. And monitoring social media for any news that might drop, like the Ken Rosenthal $120 million offer to Kyle Schwarber that was reported.
Yeah, I forgot about that, the $120 million offer.
$120 million offer.
412-928-9370. The Steelers, if you want to talk about that. Is anybody on the line to talk about that?
We have a couple of people, yes.
Why don't we?
Let's start with Melvin. Melvin is in the car.
May I call you Mel?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
what do you got?
As far as the Steelers winning the playoff game, I think I would like to say, hold up, let's see how they do against Miami, because this is the type of game they usually lose, a team that they would beat. So.
No, I agree with that, but we don't have the luxury of waiting until then. We're on the air right now. So what's your feel?
Yeah. Yeah, the feel is I'm not sure. I'm just not sure yet. I don't think they'll win a playoff game yet, especially those teams that you listed. Like we always have trouble in history when we play Jacksonville, even when we should beat them. I mean, look at the Blake Bortles game. We lose to Jacksonville. So it's like I don't feel comfortable playing any of those games. We don't play good against Houston most of the time. And so I don't have confidence. I need to see.
I'm with you.
Win a couple more games.
I'm actually with you, Melvin. I am on that. I just have more of a feeling, I guess, than I've had really at any point since the Colts game, that this could actually happen, that they could break their near decade-long playoff win drought. I appreciate the call, man. I guess it's a potpourri, a limitless wonder.
What is the true definition of potpourri?
Many different things in one spot, almost like a smorgasbord.
So what is isn't there also potpourri that's like out as decoration that you have, like a bunch of fruits?
I don't know.
That you can have in like your dining room table?
Yeah, maybe I have the definition completely wrong. Do I?
I don't even know how to spell potpourri.
Potpurri, I think.
Potpourri.
Yeah, I think. Is anybody else on the line?
Oh, it's spelled like potpourri, except you just don't say the T.
Right.
Here is Neil in Coriopolis.
Limits.
Hey Joe, hey Austin.
What's up?
I don't have any. I think we keep getting sucked back into this, and they were just talking about we haven't won back-to-back games, and like our last 3-game winning streak was against 5 turnovers for the Patriots, against Carson Wentz, and then against Dylan Gabriel, who won't be an NFL quarterback probably next year or the year after.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
We get sucked back in as Steelers fans. Like we have all these AFC championships in the 90s and 2000s, and then now we're just stuck in this. Maybe we could,
I know. Believe me, I know. But here's the thing. It's a different year in the AFC, and everybody's got problems. Like,
yeah.
Are you in a wind tunnel, sir?
No, I'm outside. I'm standing outside of work at Doughboys Pizza, McKees Rocks, just talking to you.
Nice. Thank you for making the call.
Yeah.
If you're in Baltimore right now, they're up in arms. Buffalo, I've been there back and forth several different times since September, and they don't know what they have there at all. They've got problems on defense, to be sure. Houston doesn't have an offense. The Chargers are banged up beyond belief, although I think that's a pretty good football team. Jacksonville, would you fear a game against Jacksonville? I wouldn't. Denver seems to have a pretty good all-around team, but certainly not a great one. And then there's
Myers, though. I would love to have him.
Yeah,
he's really opened up that offense for the Jaguars.
Me too. And you don't have to worry about
putting him in, and I do like Thielen because I feel like that was like it opened up DK, and if they could just scheme back-to-back games, wisely, it's like I just hope they don't come into this game with a bad plan, because that seems to be what has happened. Is like we're going to run the ball.
Yeah, Miami's playing well. I appreciate the call, man. Miami's playing pretty well too. That's the thing, is that suddenly from out of nowhere, the Dolphins seem like a formidable foe. Limits. You know what I mean? I don't know that they've, beaten a murderer's row here, although they did earlier this season. They hammered Buffalo. That was just about a month ago that they ripped the Bills, and then they beat, the Commanders, the Saints, and the Jets, for God's sakes.
Yeah, they're on.
How seriously are we taking that? Now,
not really.
To their credit, I thought that the wheels had completely come off the Mike McDaniel machine.
Oh, I did too. We both thought he was going to be fired.
Right. You remember earlier this season, and the one thing about McDaniel is he's very succinct and clear when asked about things.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers. That was kind of the extent of it.
Or trying to make sure that his quarterback does not throw 10 picks.
Yeah, he's going to take the snaps this week, and he's going to be our starter this week. And my expectation is that we don't throw 10 picks.
Tremendous stuff. Now, they had a very competitive game against New England earlier this year, and they outplayed Buffalo in Buffalo. Well, they wound up losing by 10, but if you remember that game on a Thursday night, very competitive. They had a 2-point game against the Chargers. This is not a bad football team, and I thought it would be. I thought it would be a horrendous team, and it's really not. But here's the thing. Can you look up A-Chain? Is he playing? He's a star, and he can score every time he touches the ball. And he's the type of guy who on the wrong day with the wrong scheme for a day or simply bad execution could light up the Steelers for 200 yards. What's his status?
Yeah, he has a rib injury. There was no fracture, and he is expected to play in the upcoming game. So
that makes it a lot more interesting. I'll tell you that. It really does, because he's a star. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. Partly cloudy today with a high of Andy Russell, 34, a low of Scotty Miller. Whatever happened to Big Play Scotty?
He played.
I know, but whatever happened to him? A low of 13. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Before we get to another call, you mentioned Phil Rivers, and I have a trivia question for you. Is there news on him? Is that going to happen?
So he's worked out for the Colts. He hasn't played since, 2020? I heard that Philip Rivers is also a grandfather now.
Well, that was my trivia. What are they going to bring back, LaDainian Tomlinson, too? I mean, what are they doing? So he's a grandfather. Yes. I looked this up today, believe it or not, because somebody asked me in my Post-Gazette mailbag, would he be the first grandfather to ever play in the NFL?
That's a great question.
According to Yahoo, there was one other. I thought it might be George Blanda because he was older than Ron Cook when he still played. But the other one was who, Limits? Wrong.
Would it have been Warren Moon?
Great guess, but no.
I'm trying to think of players that went until 45.
Yeah, you'd think a kicker maybe, right?
Yeah.
Like a Jan Stenerud may have been Grandpa Jan. I don't know.
Y.A. Tittle?
Granny Yanni? I don't know. Y.A. Tittle's a great guess, but not to my knowledge.
Johnny Unitas?
Great guess, but no. Brett Favre.
Really?
Was a grandfather, at least according to Yahoo.
Did not know that.
In his last year or two. Grandpa Brett. I go by Grandpa Joe. Seems cumbersome. How should I shorten that with my granddaughter Mallory?
You don't like Papa or Pap or Pa?
Well, some of those names might already be taken in the family. Do I just go by Joe?
No. You have to go by
Papa Joe.
You have to go by Papa something.
You can't be two things at once.
Like my mom's dad to us is Papa or Papa Bob.
Yeah, but what if there's another grandfather in the picture that's already Papa? It can't be two Papas.
My dad's dad to us was Pap.
Yeah.
So you could be Pap and Papa.
I could be Peepaw, Meepaw.
You could be Mimi.
No,
I don't think you do.
No, we had a Mimi earlier. That's for the grandmother.
That's the grandmother, yeah.
So what are we looking at here? I think Grandpa Joe is a good name.
Grandpa Joe can work.
It's from Tom Sawyer, I think, isn't it? Or something. But no, it can't work because the kid can't talk yet. How's she going to say Grandpa Joe?
Then just say Papa or Papa Joe.
Then she's going to get confused if there's another Papa.
Is there, how you would know, is there another Papa?
I don't know. I'm not around all the grandfathers. There might be and there might not be.
You can't ask the parents?
I might have to. Yes.
I feel like that's a very easy question to ask there, Joe. There's a solution there.
Sometimes things get complicated, Limits.
That's true.
Next phone.
Here is Ron. Ron is in Indiana.
Hey, Ron.
Well, you guys are cracking me up. What's
happening?
On? Hey, so two things. Philip Rivers doesn't cuss. He probably doesn't drink. Got 10 kids. Coaches high school football. I'd love to see him and Ben Roethlisberger do 40-yard dash right now.
Wait a second. So, is it a fact that he has 10 kids?
Yes.
I believe so.
So he could basically quarterback his own offense then, right?
Could you imagine Philip Rivers in 20 years? He's coaching his team. He just decides the 34th team in the NFL, an expansion team, welcome to Portland, Oregon. And it'll be coached by Philip Rivers with the entire Rivers family playing on offense.
Like the Von Trapps and the Sound of Music. What if they just lined up and they knew the West Coast offense by heart and just started running these intricate pass patterns?
And you can hear 95-year-old Chris Collinsworth. Oh, I tell you what, Al, they've been running these plays since they were in the backyard at 5 years old. I tell you what, that Patrick Mahomes.
What's on your mind, sir?
Well, and the grandkids on the sideline saying, Papa Phil, Papa Phil. So, regarding the playoffs, if Tomlin lets Rodgers do what he did last week and takes the handcuffs off and Rodgers stays healthy, we can win playoffs because anybody can win or lose any given day, but it's up to Tomlin. Let them play. Rodgers has to stay healthy. We could win the conference.
You know what? I don't think that would be like the miracle on ice because of the shape the conference is in. If the Steelers played the Jags this weekend, would you be surprised if either team won? I wouldn't. Would you, Limits? No. I'll answer for you.
A little bit, yeah.
If the Steelers beat the Jags, you'd be surprised?
They haven't won a playoff game in 8 years. I'd be a little bit surprised if they just win a playoff game at this point.
It's not like the Jags are the 85 Bears. They don't exactly have a dynasty going.
I know that, but the last time when this streak ultimately...
Who would be favored? If the Jags came here next week for a playoff game, who's favored?
I think the Steelers by about a point.
So how could you be surprised if they won as a home favorite?
Could you imagine if the streak begins with Jacksonville and ends with Jacksonville?
Did it begin with Jacksonville?
Yeah,
I guess the yearly streak.
Yes, the yearly streak in 2017 started with Jacksonville.
What's your name, sir?
It's just Ron.
Ron.
Can you
Ron
believe
Butler.
Ron Butler. Can you believe Limits at this point? He's lost his mind. There's not. Let's put it this way. There's not a single team in the AFC that I would be shocked if the Steelers beat. Again, I'm not predicting it. I've maintained this through all the ups and downs and reevaluations. I don't think they're going to win a playoff game. But on a given week, if they played, pick a team, Denver next week, would that shock me? If they beat Bo Nix and company? No. Maybe that's just me. Mike?
100%.
Ron? Okay. Thank you, sir. Limits, I thought he was going to have more of a comment at the end.
Yeah, I did too. He just kind of paused and waited his turn.
Left me hanging there. By the way, Notre Dame can shut up. That's what I say to them. And I actually think they should be in the playoff. I think it's ludicrous that you have Tulane and James Madison in the college football playoff and not Notre Dame. Notre Dame is practically the team I saw come to Pitt. How many NFL guys are on that team? What have they won, 10 games in a row?
Yeah, Jeremiah Love's a Heisman candidate.
Come on. He might be the best player in all of college football. And they're not in, but Tulane and James Madison are? What are we doing here?
I love that Tulane and James Madison are in.
I want one underdog, not two. If you have 64 teams, great. You only got 12. Meanwhile, they should be in over Alabama. They didn't even look at they didn't consider Alabama's horrible performance in their conference title game or the fact that they lost to Florida State, who stinks. Having said that, Notre Dame really has only itself to blame. And yet, you've got their not the commissioner, the AD out there complaining about the ACC and complaining how they've been unfairly criticized and all this crap with Notre Dame, okay? Notre Dame has acted in its own best self-interests since I've known Notre Dame. And I grew up a Notre Dame fan, quasi-fan. They had a running back named Eric Pennick. You don't remember him, Limits. But he went 44 yards down the sidelines against USC one year, and I liked Notre Dame in their helmets. The ACC advocated for the ACC. Notre Dame's not in it in football, the last I checked. So the ACC advocated for one of its own in Miami. And if they happen to show Miami beating Notre Dame on a loop on the ACC network, too bad. If they sent out tweets comparing Notre Dame and Miami's resumes, too bad. The ACC advocated for its member school. And for Notre Dame to sit there and throw a fit over that is just pathetic. It really is. It's pathetic. Plus, the ACC's given Notre Dame a home for all its non-revenue sports, last I checked. Am I right about that?
That was correct.
So what do they expect the ACC to do? Not advocate for Miami? What's the word for it? The privilege that Notre Dame thinks it has. It collected the entire $20 million it had for its college football playoff run last year. Didn't have to share with anybody. Collected it all for itself. Doesn't think it has to play in a conference. So go home. Take your ball with you. We won't see you in a bowl game. Oh, well. Bye-bye, Notre Dame. Get out of here. You agree?
I 1,000% agree. It is soft, and it is ridiculous by Notre Dame to do this because they think they're high and mighty and they're just ultimately better than everybody with our independence and with our contract that we have with NBC. Notre Dame, you can't just have your cake and eat it too here in this situation.
It's embarrassing. It is very embarrassing. It's beneath Notre Dame to do this. And here's the thing. While I agree they should be in, it's still a borderline case, and they made it a borderline case, either or both, you could say, by idiotic scheduling, by having Miami and Texas A&M lead off your schedule, or simply by not performing in those games. Sorry, but those games count. It's 2 of 12. That's a lot of games in a 12-game season, 2 of them. And you lost, and you gave up 68 points. So... and one of them was at home. You gave up 40, I think it was. Was it a neutral site game or at home? They gave up 41 points to Texas A&M. So quit your crying. Start off your season with somebody else. Schedule smarter until you get things figured out and you start playing well later in the year. You didn't beat anybody. Whose fault is that? You lost to the 2 best teams on your schedule, and like I said, gave up 68 points in doing so. So get out of here. Please, leave.
If you think that's bad, their schedule next year is even more ridiculous.
Well, I mean, to their credit, I guess, they opened with Miami and Texas A&M.
Right. Good for them. They play Miami later on in the year, next year in November. But they play like Boston College, who's bad, Stanford, Syracuse, who won 3 games this year, Michigan State that fired their coach, Purdue, Bill Belichick in North Carolina, and they also play Rice. Their only difficult games are SMU, but that's on the road, USC at home, and they play against Wisconsin and Green Bay. They should be able to run over Wisconsin. Plus
how many ACC schools do they play limits? They're supposed to play 5, right?
They play North Carolina, Miami, Boston College, SMU, Stanford, and Syracuse is 6.
SMU won't be an easy game with the talent that they've been collecting
It will
lately. They're probably smart. You know, that sounds like, does it have it in order? Who are they opening with?
They're opening with Wisconsin, but I think there's supposed to be a game before that, the week before. They're playing in Green Bay against Wisconsin. I think it's at Lambeau.
Get off to a better start. If you start out by losing 2, you're practically done. You know? Now, to their credit, they ran the table after that against mostly weak competition. So I just don't want to hear their crying.
And for the people that say, oh, well, schedule more difficult things, the schedules are made so far in advance. Look at Alabama canceling.
What do you mean schedule more difficult things? They started out with Texas A&M and Miami.
I'm talking about for future seasons. But look at what Alabama did. They took West Virginia off the schedule. Sure, West Virginia's down, but to schedule FCS opponents.
I don't blame. If I'm in the SEC, I have built-in wins that can help, or built-in games that can help me if I win. I'm scheduling Point Park 3 times if I'm in the SEC. Nothing against Point Park. My wife went there. Tom McMillan went there. Lots of
Bob Pompiani went there.
Pompiani went there. Wonderful school, but I think you're crazy. You win. You need not to lose 3, although now Alabama has. So I guess you can lose 3 and get in, right? Why are they in?
They have no reason to be in. A 3-loss team should not be in when Vanderbilt and BYU even, I think, had worthier candidacies than Alabama in that situation. The way they played against Georgia pummeled them. They were non-competitive in that SEC championship game.
And they weren't very competitive even in their win against Auburn. That was an awful effort. They were petering out at the end, Alabama, but they get in. Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday. And they didn't get in last year when they deserved.
They were a better team last year with 3 losses than they are this year.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Partly cloudy today, high of Andy Russell, 34. A low of Scotty Miller, 13 fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Nick Farabaugh coming up, and I have some Steeler questions for him, including about this run game. What's going on there? We'll talk to Nick next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, so the Penguins on their way as they will play on their way back home, I should say, from Pittsburgh after Sunday's game against the Dallas Stars, back in town tonight to play against the Anaheim Ducks at 7 o'clock. Pens still with trouble in the shootout. They lost 3-2 to Dallas, ultimately losing its sixth game in either overtime or the shootout. Then they will play against the Montreal Canadiens on Thursday at 7 o'clock. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Foley and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
The weather outside is too cold to function. But inside Fine Wine and Good Spirits, you'll find everything you need to warm up. Our shelves are stocked with the seasonal spirits that bring your favorite cocktails to life, like schnapps for a peppermint eggnog, or Buffalo Trace for bourbon cream tiramisu. No matter your taste, we have the assortment to warm up every celebration. Shop for seasonal favorites and more today at your local Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Adam Guardian's giving new customers a floodlight camera with AI deterrence.
You mean the one that lights up and talks to intruders?
Yep, I know it's for new customers only, but I'd pay just to see that thing in action.
I already have a Guardian, but now I've got serious floodlight envy.
If you're new, call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN.
Terms and conditions apply, and if you're not new, join the club. Call 1-800-PROTECT.
Terms and conditions apply.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City.
Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
This New Year's Eve, escape to Margaritaburg at Rivers Casino. Kick off your flip-flops and join us on Wednesday, December 31st for Island Vibes, live music, party favors, drawings, a midnight confetti celebration, and more. Visit riverscasino.com for full details and waste away the last hours of the year. Rivers Casino style. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The season of savings is here at South Hills Kia. Stuff your driveway with the 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive, only $309 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose a 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Don't miss out. These holiday deals end January 2nd, 2026. Celebrate the season with a new ride at southhillskia.net for details.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. If you love golf, great food, and good times, you've got to get to 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. And don't forget the Washington, PA location. And this holiday season, grab discounted gift cards available in-house at both locations.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bauer Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
An hour away from Mike Tomlin speaking to the media as the Steelers will prepare to play against the Miami Dolphins, currently in the driver's seat to win the AFC North. Last night, Monday Night Football, Chargers beat Philadelphia 22-19 in overtime, game-winning field goal. As we take a look at the AFC standings in the wild card, the Chargers are the number 1 wild card, with Buffalo the 2 and Houston the 3. So as it stands today, the Chargers will be coming to Pittsburgh. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Nick Faribault joins us next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
Yes, sir. It's time for Nick Faribault from PennLive.com. Joins us every week before the Tomlin News Conference. Nick, that was a mighty interesting game the other day. For Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf, that clearly stood out. How much of that is sustainable? Was it a one and done like Ben against Indy back in 2020 when he was running sort of a pop gun offense, and then for one half against the Colts, they went crazy getting the ball down the field, but it proved to be not sustainable. Is this?
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because Rodgers, I think, played the best game he's played all year.
Yeah.
And he just was making some unbelievable throws. I mean, you look at the first throw to Metcalf, the second throw to Metcalf, the throw to Austin, great throws. The big play to open the second half, I mean, he had 7 seconds to throw the ball. Metcalf runs up, then across the field. I mean, are those really super sustainable? I don't know. I do think utilizing Metcalf like this is sustainable. They should be utilizing him, giving him more jump ball opportunities. I mean, I don't know if people realize this. The first play of the game, the 52-yard reception, was the same play that Mason Rudolph threw his first interception against the Bears on. And it was just a better ball. I think that was something you saw. So super sustainable. I'm not sure, but I think that they can utilize DK Metcalf more dynamically like they did in this game. They were getting him away from coverage more, utilizing the doubles a little bit better to get other guys open. So the Ravens kind of stood away from those and allowed DK to really get those deep passing game going. If you were going to focus on the run game, which the Ravens did, they stacked the box and said, you're not going to run the ball on us. Well, then you have to hit him over the top with DK Metcalf, and that's exactly what the Steelers did.
Yeah, man. I mean, that changes everything and forces teams to respect it. Do you think on that touchdown throw to Jaylen Warren, the one where 3 Steelers went into the end zone together before any Raven got there, that was something that was schemed up beforehand, or that Rodgers recognized something at the line of scrimmage?
I think it was partially a schemed up play, but I do think Rodgers kind of had the sprint out part of that. That was him seeing that he kind of slanted away from where the blitz was. I mean, they mugged up the double A gaps. When you saw it, they just brought everyone into the middle and no one was out in the flat. That's really what happened. No one followed Freiermuth either, as you mentioned. He would have had a touchdown. And so they saw the cover zero coming from the mile away. It was going to be man-to-man all the way across, and the Ravens didn't even do that correctly. They miscommunicated on that too. So when we've been talking all year about the Ravens and the Steelers this year are really similar, aren't they? Well, you saw that.
Man.
Blown coverage.
It's unbelievable, those two franchises. They showed the graphic before the game, like the points are practically even in Harbaugh-Tomlin, although to Tomlin's credit, he's pretty much drilled Harbaugh lately. Of course, the notable exception is a playoff game, which matters more than all the others combined. But anyway, Nick Faribault from Penn Live on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You can also check him out on our YouTube channel, which is doing amazing numbers. Go to our website, 937thefan.com, head over to YouTube, or just go to YouTube first, and you can find us and watch the show. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Listen, both of you, I'm looking at the lines for these games this week, and this is one of the most surprising lines I've seen all year. Buffalo's going into New England, and they're a favorite? Is that right?
Really?
That's what I'm seeing on – look it up somewhere else, Limits. That's what I'm seeing on DraftKings via ESPN, is the Bills by 1.5. That makes absolutely no sense to me.
Yeah, the score has the same thing, 1.5 points for Buffalo.
Nick, would you care to weigh in on that one?
So the markets have been acting like they believe Buffalo's the best team in the AFC all year, which is interesting.
Too bad Buffalo hasn't been acting that way.
Right. And I think, they just take Josh Allen and take kind of what they have with James Cook and really bake it into those two guys and say, we just don't rate the other teams in the AFC like this. We think those two guys alone will be able to overcome a lot of it. I guess they think, Christian Benford's had a really nice hot streak here over the last 3 or 4 weeks. I don't really get it. The Bills cannot defend the run at a high level. They certainly struggle to consistently move the ball offensively. I think Allen makes a lot of great plays and Cook's phenomenal, but the receiver room, not very good. The offensive line has its own moments of lapses. And so I think Buffalo they're a good team, but they are not. Like, at New England?
It's at New England. It's at Drake May. I don't know. New England already beat them in Buffalo. What are we doing here? I guess it's all. Yes, Limits, you have a breaking news story?
I have a breaking news story for you, Joe, and it has to do with something that we talked.
Don't even tell me the Pirates signed Schwarber.
With Kyle Schwarber signing a 5-year, $150 million contract with a team in Pennsylvania. The Philadelphia Phillies. He goes back to Philadelphia.
As soon as you said 5 years, 150, did you say?
Yeah.
I knew it wasn't the Pirates. So,
well, Rosenthal said that the Pirates offered $4 and 120.
Oh,
so that
boy,
was just one additional year.
They were right there, Nick, weren't they? They were right there.
Was at the goal line, Nick.
Yeah, it was at the goal line.
It was at the goal line. Everyone knew that wasn't happening from the beginning.
Well, not everybody, but most people. I mean, okay. So again, and I'm sorry, Nick, to go into baseball for a minute. If they offered $120 million, then that's what they have to spend. Then go spend it. Go spend $100. Go spend $90. Go spend big money on free agents. If we are to believe that, I used the analogy earlier today, Nick. And are you a Pirate fan?
Yeah, of course I am.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Pittsburgh. I grew up north of Pittsburgh and McCandless, so I'm a North Hills guy.
Very interesting. I use the analogy of I'm going to a auction, and there's a man named Mr. Smith there. He's very rich. They call him Smitty. And I know for a fact that Smitty is going to bid $10,000 on an autographed Juan Thornhill framed photo. One of the finest photos in history, I might add. Limits, do we have the quote on that photo from Juan Thornhill?
I think it can be one of the best of all time. Really? And I'm putting that in there now. One of the best of all.
One of the greatest photos of all time. But I know for a fact this very rich man named Smitty is bidding $10,000. But I still go to the auction because I want people to be impressed with me. So I start out at $8,500. And eventually it's just me and Smitty. And we go up over $9,000. We go to $9,200. I'm in it. People are impressed. Ken Rosenthal's reporting that I'm bidding $9,300 on the Juan Thornhill photo. But I stop at $95 because I know Smitty's going to $10. That's, to me, what this situation is. It's the Pirates knowing they're not going to get him, but wanting it out there, or at least having it out there, that they bid 4 years. And what was it, $120 million Limits?
$120 million.
Okay. Then they have 100. You know when I'll believe it, Nick? You know when I'll believe that? When they spend over 100 in free agency, however they spend it this offseason. Your thoughts as a guy who grew up in the North Hills?
I haven't seen them sign an external free agent to a multi-year contract in a decade. I'll believe it when I see it. Listen, you mentioned it, right? Okay, you have the money to do it. All right, now pivot and go after Pete Alonso, who reportedly is having a depressed market and is having a tough time.
Right.
What the Pirates should do right now is go to Pete Alonso and
go
say,
get him.
You know what? You're having a tough market. You're our guy.
Go get him.
Big bat. Go get him, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Did Thornhill land on his feet, Nick?
He's in Jacksonville, so he did. He's on a football team right now.
Okay.
It's good for him.
Imagine the Juan Thornhill Bowl if Jacksonville comes here in the first round. The Buffalo stuff and even Jacksonville leads to the next question I had for you. We're talking to Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live. You can contact City Limits on the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. If the Steelers win the AFC North, if they do, who would you rather play among the most likely candidates? Chargers, Jags, Texans, or Bills? What's the best matchup for the Steelers?
Clearly to me, it's the Chargers or the Jags. I do not want to face the Bills again. I think the Bills are just a tough matchup for Pittsburgh. They're gettable, but they're the one team I feel like out of those teams that will be able to grind out the Steelers in a way you can't otherwise do it. And then the Texans, I just think Aaron Rodgers might be taken away in a coffin at the end of that game. I just do not want to face that defense, even though their offense is nothing special. I think the Chargers, getting a second crack at the Chargers, I think would be interesting. That game was pretty close for a while, and Rodgers played his worst game of the season there. You get even better play from Rodgers in that game. You have an offensive line you can take advantage of, a defense that I think is certainly gettable, very well coached, but personnel-wise, you can get them. And then Jacksonville, listen, I think out of those teams, maybe has the worst quarterback of the four, and Trevor Lawrence. It's either Lawrence or Stroud. It depends on kind of how you want to evaluate those two. Their defense has been streaky at times. So, again, gettable defense, offensive line gettable. And they have some really good playmakers, but they're just a really well-coached, well-meshed group. But I feel like if you're going to get one of those teams, I kind of lean in Los Angeles. I would rather have the Chargers. I'd want to get a second crack at it. Facing Herbert, not an easy matchup, but I actually think that's a really easy, kind of gettable game for the Steelers in some respects.
Join the Pomp and Joe Show on a Football Friday with Donnie Football this Friday, December 12th, live at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry with General Patton, our friend Jeff Patton. Bring non-perishable items to be donated to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. And say hi to the guys. Details at 937thefan.com. It'll be Donnie, myself, and a little man named City Limits. You're going to be out there, right?
I will be there, yes, running the equipment.
I love it. Have you been there yet?
To the Card Castle?
Yeah.
I've been there a couple times to visit, but never for a show.
Nick, have you been out there?
I have been out there. Card collecting. I collect the cards. I collect like those McFarlane figurines. I collect a bunch of things. So I'm at like a lot of these card shows and different things like that. So I have been out to Card Castle.
Why don't you stop out and say hello? We'll have you on the air for a few.
Sure, I'm down with that. I'll come out to Cranberry. That's only 20 minutes from me.
Yeah, man. We'll be there from 10 to 2. That'd be great, especially on a Football Friday. Without much elaboration, I'm going to ask you to give a couple grades to players this season. Cam Hayward, how would you grade him?
I'd honestly grade him better than people would say. I'd give him an A-. I think people are giving him way too much flack. They would be so hapless without this guy. In terms of what he does in the run defense, high-level stuff. I don't think he's an elite pass rusher like he even was last year, but the pass rush productivity has still been better than people think. When you watch the tape, Cam Hayward is the top 2 player on this defense, if not the best one this year. So
I agree with you. I don't think Limits does. I marvel at Cam Hayward, what he still does. His body has been through so many battles. I can't believe he's still in one piece, let alone doing what he does. I look up, and granted, it's not great to see guys running down the field 15, 20, 30 yards. This dude is still chasing people down. Some of the plays that have people ticked off, I get it. It's somebody, James Cook just busted through for 30 yards. There's Cam tackling him from behind. And late in the Ravens game, he's still a force. He up the middle, for instance, on the last play of the game, last Ravens play when they sacked him. Limits, we give him an A-.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing poorly. I give him a B+. I just said that he's not playing at the all-pro level that he played at last year.
Is he an all-pro, Nick?
I don't think he's an all-pro, but that's because there's a lot of great interior defensive line play in the NFL this year. He should be a Pro Bowler. I 100% believe that. I mean, you look at Cam, I think this is the craziest stat. 36-year-old Cam Hayward leads the NFL among interior defensive linemen in snaps played. I mean, that is a crazy stat.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Limits.
I think he should be a Pro Bowler as well. I'm in agreement with Nick.
Is agreeance a word, Nick?
I am in agreement. I believe that is a word.
Yeah, that's a word. I think you used that
thought
word
agreement. I've never used that word my entire life.
Well, I'm in agreement too, and agreeance.
Agreeance is a rare, archaic noun meaning the act or state of agreeing. Limits, you're going back to cavemen times to bring out agreeance.
Hey, I'm just
It's
using
archaic.
my Malsey thesaurus.
My Malsey. Nick.
I'm turning the pages of my Malsey thesaurus over here.
All right, give TJ Watt a grade.
I mean, Watt, I would give him like a C, honestly. Listen, he's not played up to the $41 million tag. No doubt about it. The first step data, I think, is extremely concerning if you're a fan, because you have to look at it and say, is he slowing down? And some of that might be due to chips and doubles, and so he's got more traffic to work through. But we're talking about a guy that is being paid to not just be a good player, which he is. He's a good player. He's being paid to be an elite top-of-the-line player. He has not been that.
I know, but
even in run defense, he's had some issues, right? The run defense hasn't been perfect.
Although it was good against the Ravens, he hammered Henry a couple times early. Let me ask you this. I agree with you. But something makes me wonder if this is the year that it's reversed a little bit, where TJ doesn't have a great regular season, but shows out in a playoff game. I just wonder about that, Nick. I just wonder.
It's possible. Listen, I think he's still a very good football player with highs. I think some people are talking about him like he's some washed, used up piece like Patrick Peterson was when he was in Pittsburgh. That's not what PJ is at all. TJ is still a really good player. And so I could totally see it. I mean, we've seen him this year have pretty big games before. Like, we have seen him go off in certain matchups. It just hasn't happened in a few weeks. And so there's not recency bias towards it. So I can 100% see him loading up in the playoffs, especially if they get the matchup against, like, the Chargers, like I mentioned, where it's an O-line that's really gettable. I 100% think that TJ Watt could have a huge impact. He still has, when he does get the opportunity to make the big splash play, Joe, he still does. Forced fumbles, a bunch of TFLs. Like, he still is getting splash play production.
All right. Last question. Adam Thielen, the Addy Cat. Does he have an impact this week?
I think, this week against the Dolphins, they're so corner depraved in Miami right now. I do think Thielen is going to play a lot. I mean, he was already the wide receiver 2 against Baltimore. He played 25 snaps. So the more he plays, I think the more he's going to get comfortable. And this week, I think he will get more comfortable. So I do think he's going to have an impact. He's going to be the guy that is going to be, hey, if this deep passing game keeps working, the underneath stuff is naturally going to start to open up back up a little bit more, right? Because teams are going to start putting more resources into stopping Metcalf. And so you're going to get some of the underneath stuff really opening up. And that's where he'll really kind of showcase himself. He's got good hands, and he's able to have these little kind of veteran savvy moves where even though he's not fast anymore, I mean, watch him run up the seam on a clear out route. I posted the clip on my Twitter, and he's just trying, man. But DK literally runs a deep dig before he can even get on the seam. But he is a guy that is like, he's kind of Keenan Allen-ish in some ways, where it's just these little moves, these little ways he can get open. He'll eat if the underneath stuff starts opening up again. So that's where he'll have his impact if the Steelers can start getting the down the field stuff going.
The savvy old root hound, Limits. And by the way, I'm ashamed and mortified to have left you out of that conversation. Would you like to ask Nick a question?
I would love to ask Nick a question. Nick, I'm curious your thoughts on what's going to go on at left tackle. Is Pete going to come back? Are they rolling with Dylan Cook? What's the case there? Spencer Anderson, they were moving him in motion at times as well. What's your thoughts on the line?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think if Pete can clear concussion protocol, he'll start. We will see as an extra day this week, but who knows with concussions? I mean, that is the ultimate unpredictability so early in the week for that right now. So we'll see. If he doesn't play, I think it will be Dylan Cook. And I thought Cook, to his credit, I thought he did an admirable job. I think the Ravens are not a very good pass rush, so I can't say he was tested a ton, but I think he did well for what he was doing. I will say outside of that left tackle spot, which has been kind of a revolving door in recent weeks, I think the other 4 guys are playing some really good ball. I think Fautanu is really developing into what is, honestly, he's becoming one of the best right tackles in football, I would say. He's playing at a high level. McCormick's playing really well. Frazier's playing well. Sayamalo, I think, is having right now the best stretch of games he's had in a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform and is honestly making a really strong case to maybe be a re-signing this offseason. I know he's getting older, but that could be a spot you would want to address. So this offensive line's playing good ball. Let's see what happens at left tackle. I would imagine it's either Andres Pete or Dylan Cook. If Pete can clear protocol, he'll be the one, I think.
Thank you, Nick. Great stuff as always, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yep. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it as always.
See you, buddy. All right. We have the Tomlin News Conference coming up, top of the hour. In the meantime, we have something we haven't done in a while, the Limitless Express. Little Penguin talk thrown in here as they continue to be one of the great stories in the National Hockey League this year. They have a big game tonight against a pretty exciting team. We'll talk about that. Maybe a little college football thrown in. Why didn't Pitt play Penn State? All of that on the Limitless Express coming up next. But first, let's talk a little FanDuel. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, the FanDuel Sportsbook app, to be precise, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And this Sunday, as always, it's your chance to hit, I should say this Thursday, your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, because Thursday has the touchdown jackpot. You can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in, must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the thoughts of any Kyle Schwarber to the Pirates talk is now over, as he has agreed to a 5-year, $150 million deal with the Phillies. He'll be 33 in March. Schwarber, who was the runner-up for the NL MVP, will be staying in Philadelphia. Edwin Diaz, the star closer for the Mets, is signing a 3-year deal with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So the rich get even richer. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod made the most of his rivalry game versus Baltimore. The 42-year-old threw 1 touchdown on 284 yards and also flashed his signature pose after rushing in a 1-yard TD. He was 22 of 34, including a 52-yard pass to DK, while getting more deep balls this week than he had in the prior 5 combined. Roger said he felt great and joked that at his age, that's not a guarantee. He credited his team's success with a great week of practice, claiming it was their most crisp week of preparation. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tyler Shuck is no fluke. He's proving he belongs in the NFL. Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth pegged him as the best rookie quarterback from the class, and that was before he led the Saints to an upset win in Tampa. After Sunday, Tyrann Mathieu was calling for New Orleans to, quote, give him the keys. In the pounding rain, Shuck delivered 2 rushing touchdowns, converted clutch third downs to seal the win, and now the second-round quarterback is proving he's tough, mobile, and poised under pressure. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment. Finance HMF loan APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Hybrid models only. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end January 2nd, 2026.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's. Both available with 0% financing for up to 60 months. Or receive up to $4,250 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in and new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the faceoffs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Things are going to be busy between now and the end of the year. Holiday gatherings, school functions for the kids, and family get-togethers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the last thing you want to worry about this holiday season is whether your roof is going to make it through another Pennsylvania winter. One call to MHI Roofing to schedule a free 21-point roof inspection will put your mind at ease. A highly trained roof inspector will carefully examine every inch of your roof, checking the 21 most common areas of roofing failure. Then go over the results with you and discuss your options going forward. Most of the time, problems can be fixed with a minor repair. But if it is time for a new roof, MHI offers money-saving discounts and financing terms to make paying easy. And don't forget, MHI is so confident in their skilled installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call or go online to schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864. That's 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Turning cloudy this afternoon, the high 36.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
Idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
You know what this means, and I bet you've missed it. It's time for the Limitless Express with our friend and yours, Austin Bechtold. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Wonder Twin?
And Joe, it is currently 11:43, which means it's time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township.
I'll top you on that. You can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
So some unfortunate news today with the Penguins, Joe, as Evgeny Malkin has officially been placed on injured reserve. Blake Lizotte as well. So Dan Heinen and Sam Poulin have been recalled from Wilkes-Barre. Ricard Raquel also on the ice for the first time since undergoing hand surgery end of October. And he's missed the last 18 games, so that is a good positive sign for the Penguins with Raquel, obviously, huge piece. Surprised they didn't trade him last year at the deadline, but a key piece in this team being able to continue its ascension in the East. They will play against the Anaheim Ducks tonight at 7 o'clock. Artur Shilovs is confirmed in net. Where are you with the Penguins right now?
Happy, entertained, having forgotten about Ricky Ricardo coming back. That's good news. And then Gino. What else did they say about that? We have any insiders saying anything about what they think that is, or what it could be in terms of how long he'll be out? I really credit him as a huge part of their start. I didn't think that this was going to happen. 29 points in 26 games. I think at times the lines he's played on have been pretty good, but let's face it, he doesn't exactly have, Curry and Anderson as his line mates this year, but still. 29 points in 26 games, and he's a +5. And above all, he's been motivated. He's been a leader. He's been intense. He's won them games.
Yeah, Seth Rorabaugh says that both are due to undisclosed ailments at the moment. So
yeah,
I'm sure we'll get more information from Dan Muse when he speaks to the media. But
both Gino and Lizotte? Okay.
Correct, yeah.
So in the meantime, as we've mentioned several times here, they're just flat out entertaining. This is a shock, really. I'm surprised.
I'm very surprised by this.
And it's fun. And the big question to me right now, the big question with the Penguins is what to do with Jarry. I was just reading up from King Jameson, which is the best name in Pittsburgh sports writing. Is it not, Limits? King Jemison?
Yeah, I really can't think of any better. Is his real first name King, or is that like a pen name that he has?
I think it's King. Should we ask?
Nice.
Do you have his number yet?
I do not. You should, right? You're the beat writer.
Well, you can email him at kjemison@postgazette.com.
Let's ask
do that right now, please?
Okay.
And just say, is that your real name?
Hi, King. My name is Austin Bechtold. I work with Joe Starkey, who actually works with you at the Post-Gazette. And we're wondering if your real name is King. Thanks.
Perfect. Yeah. He just wrote a good little piece. The future is now with Ben Kindle and the dynamic kid line. But he gets into some of the things that are happening in Wilkes-Barre. And what's pertinent to our discussion is that Miroshov stopped 34 shots Friday. He has a .935 save percentage. He's second in the AHL in that category. He has a .173 goals against, second in the AHL. He's 7-2. I think he's ready to come back here. I really do, if need be, and be their number one guy. But Jarry's playing some of the best goal of his career. So what do you do? Because the fact of the matter is that even though he takes up a decent chunk of their cap, Jarry is very affordable and actually a bargain if he's going to be a good goalie. He's a bargain as a good goalie.
Yeah, but Joe,
and he's not 44 years old.
No.
He's still a relatively young guy. Do you keep him and keep moving ahead with him because he's been so important? Or do you seize the opportunity to sell high and bring in some assets for him from maybe a goaltender desperate team? Edmonton, anyone?
I am definitely seizing the opportunity right now. Joe, remember just a year ago, they waived Tristan Jarry. They were just trying to get him off the roster.
I know, but
nobody wanted him. Things
change.
Yes,
change.
They did. And they already have the answer behind Jarry. This is not like, oh, well,
I agree
should
with
they
you.
sell high at the moment? They have the answer.
I agree
within,
with you.
Which is what should make the decision to trade Jarry more of an easier one. I would sell high
I don't think
and
at
get
this
a prospect or get a pick.
I don't think at this point it's an easy one. It's becoming less easy for me because he's been so important and such a rock for them. And I never thought I would say that about him. He really has been. I won't say he saved their season, but they were kind of reeling.
Yeah.
What was it, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, and he had some very solid performances.
When he came back, they had lost, I think 4 or 5, 3 or 4. They were just piddling along, really, and sinking a little bit. And then along comes Jarry. They're sitting there at 10-6-5, and they win 4 or 5. They win his next 4 starts. And then they go into Dallas, and I thought played a very good game. And I thought he was really good again. And, sometimes in the NHL over the course of 82, you're gonna lose some where you play really well. So They still got a point. So I'm thinking more about this, is what I'm telling you. It's no longer an easy decision for me. But, man, the fact that Miroshov, he came up here and I thought was very good. Look at his numbers.
Yeah, short sample, but I thought it was solid.
And then you look at what he's doing in the AHL. I'm ready to see him, and I think he's ready. And there may never be a better time to trade Jari than right now. Right this second. What would you want for him, Limits? I'd want an NHL player, actually.
I'd be okay with that. How high of a pick could you get for Jari? A second?
Yeah,
maybe?
I would
You think so?
Yeah, right now, a second. But
That's how high he's increased his value.
I don't like that right now. I don't want a second-round pick.
You want a player.
This isn't the NFL. Yeah,
I agree.
want a player.
I would take a young
a high-end prospect.
Well, and if you're trading Jari to a goalie-needy team like Edmonton, who is so desperate to win right now with McDavid, which is a trade that makes sense, you would think that a prospect that they have that, just like when the Penguins were trading off prospects for years to be able to compete when they had their stars in their prime, they would be okay with something like that.
Yeah, here's the thing that where my mind has changed is I think I'd be okay if they kept him. I can't believe I'm saying that. And now you look at the Penguins with a homestand, 5-game homestand, Anaheim, Montreal, San Jose, the Utah Mammoth. Do you like that one, Limits?
Mammoth, yes. Yeah. One of the rare teams that don't have an S at the end of their name.
And Edmonton. Will Jari be playing goal against the Penguins in that Edmonton game? This is a nice chance to pad your lead, because there's not much of a lead to pad right now. You have a bad week in the East, and you move from, where are the Penguins right now? I think they're third. Well, no, they're in the wild card now because the Islanders move 1 point ahead. So they're in the first wild card position with the Fighting Sullies. They've got games in hand on virtually everybody. They're in a pretty good position, but in this conference, you have a bad week, and somebody, one or two other teams have a great week, and you go down 6 spots in the standings. You know what I mean? A horrible losing streak, and you may never recover.
How about Jari this year is 9-2-1?
Yeah.
With a shutout and a .254 goals against average.
What's his save percentage, really Limitless Wonder? 9-10 or so?
9-13.
That's pretty darn good.
The opposite of 13-9.
Which is good news for them, and maybe good news in terms of trading him. All right, that became a one-topic segment. We got to get ready for Tomlin.
It did.
That's okay. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Partly cloudy today. And a high of 34, AJ Burnett. A low of 13, Nick Bonino. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Let's talk about my friend Gina Giampietro. When Yanni met Gina, he knew right away he'd found the right real estate agent. In his 5-star review, Yanni said Gina was professional, direct, and will always fight for her clients. During Yanni's home buying process, Gina noticed a small disclaimer about the sewer, something that could be easy to miss, that ended up saving Yanni thousands on his home purchase in Crafton. When it came time to fix it, Gina came up with a creative solution that worked for both the buyer and seller. When you want to work with a pro like that, who knows how to handle all types of situations, call Gina. You can't lose. She sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy, call my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
After losing to Hofstra 80-73 on Sunday and losing 2 in a row, the 5-5 Pitt Panthers will play against Villanova next basketball game at the Pete, or rather on the road, I should say, at 4:30 away from the Peterson Event Center. Our coverage on Saturday will begin at 4 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. ACC play begins for the Panthers on December 30th after Christmas against the Miami Hurricanes on the road in Florida. More headlines 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan text line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and if what I'm about to describe describes you, then it sounds like you could need some help. It's time to get intimate, everything gets ready, and then you can't perform like you used to when you were in your prime. Blue Chew can help you out, fellas. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. Blue Chew is a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and then handed it a gym membership and then slapped it on the back and said, get out there and do your best. Blue Chew's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is, because showing up matters. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Is your home ready for the holidays? 'Tis the season to be jolly, and nothing makes me jollier than a clean home. With the holidays right around the corner, it's time to get ready for friends and family. What a better way to do that than Zero Res? You got the salt stains, you got your family coming in, traipsing all their mess everywhere. You need Zero Res. Don't do it yourself. Call Zero Res because you know it is safe and effective. Zero Res can handle it all for both your home and business. Carpets, air ducts, hardwood, LVP, tile and grout, upholstery, rugs, and stone. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead and get clean, but don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or visit ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spots are filling up. Don't wait. Lock yours in today. Happy holidays from all of us at Zero Res.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
The Tomlin Presser, brought to you by Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin set to speak to the media as the Steelers prepare to play against the Miami Dolphins. They get an extra day off to be able to prepare for Monday Night Football this upcoming week, with the Steelers at 7-6, first place in the AFC North. Dolphins currently on a long winning streak, as well as Miami is playing its best football at the right time. They're still out currently of the wild card race, but they're coming off of, with 3 games still to play, a victory against the Jets after previously starting this winning streak against the Bills, 30-13. Beating the Commanders, the Saints, and then the Jets. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines that are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. Recap of the Coach's Presser is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slidek and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob Pompiani isn't a cardboard mannequin. He's a real man, and he's over on the south side, and he's getting ready to introduce Mike Tomlin after a pretty huge win, especially when you consider how the last week went. Probably the most tumultuous week of Tomlin's career. Here we go.
As always, I'll start with a quick review of our last performance. Certainly it was a physical football game, and attrition was a component of it. I guess a component of reviewing it is talk about some of that. As we lead into this week. Calvin Anderson at tackle can be characterized as out again this week with his knee. Certainly we have several guys in the concussion protocol. We'll let that process run its course, and the medical experts will be center stage in terms of determining the availability of those guys. Those guys are Pete, Malik Harrison, Darnell Washington. We have some other guys who got banged up during the course of play. Kendall Benton had an ankle. He was able to go back and finish. I'm sure that'll limit him some at the early portions of this week. James Pierre suffered a calf injury. He was able to finish, but it certainly could impact him at the early portions of this week. Ben Skoranek, Y.A. Black, and some others. Kyle Duggar certainly has got a chance this week to come back from his hand injury. And the rest are kind of bumps and bruises associated with play. Thankful that we have an additional 24 hours or so or plus this week, and that's why we adjusted our schedules in the way that we've done. Sometimes when we play on Monday, particularly at the early stages of team development, we'll do Friday twice and hit a lot of our situational football and really get solid on some of that stuff. we just deemed it appropriate to give ourselves another additional 24 hours of recovery this week. And so that's why we've taken the approach that we've taken this week. Thursday will be like a normal in-season Wednesday, and then we'll proceed on from there. And hopefully we'll get better clarity regarding some player availability. We'll give guys some additional time to rest and recuperate and be able to put their hand in the pile in terms of participating in the process of game readiness. And it's certainly important this time of year that we have that as the road gets narrow. Things that I thought were significant in terms of determining the outcome of the game on Sunday, I thought we were aggressive schematically on offense. And beyond that, though, we had the playmaking to go along with it. We were aggressive down the grass. In some instances, I thought DK obviously was a central component of that, but so was guys like Calvin Austin. That was a big 3rd down and 3 down the grass in the third quarter for him, and really was a whisker away from going 75 or so. We were able to hit Jalen Warren out of the backfield versus some pressure on a 3rd down play, and he was able to run it in from about roughly 40 yards out. And so we got some yards in chunks. That certainly aids execution. It flips the field, and oftentimes chunk plays are the central component of scoring drives, and certainly it was for us. We were able to put 7 points on the board our first possession of the game. We were able to put 3 points, I think, on the board the first possession of the second half and kind of go on from there. From a defensive perspective, I thought our 3rd down play, particularly at the early stages of the game, sent the message and quelled the environment and allowed us to find our footing and play. Brandon Echols, I thought, was central to that. He broke up a pass in the red zone early in the game, made him settle for 3 on the first possession. He had a sack on the next 3rd down. On the subsequent drive, he had a 3rd down coverage play, I think, on the next down. Largely, we did what we needed to do on 3rd down in the first half of the game, and I thought it really set the stage for game on, if you will. We had a stop there at the end of the half, but we were penalized, and that was a 4-point penalty. They were able to go in and score a couple of plays later, and it also minimized our opportunity to maybe go back at them in the 2-minute drill prior to the half. And so certainly that was a costly penalty, but largely I thought 3rd down in the first half really kind of set the stage from a competition standpoint, from a defensive perspective. And then certainly in the second half, man, standing up on the short field was big, making them settle for 3 or getting off. And I just think this time of year, that's where the game is played for offenses and for defenses. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention special teams. I thought we had some timely playmaking in that space. Guys like Ben Skoranek and Carson Bruner, man, really were productive. We talk about activity and productivity and it being a difference. And those are 2 guys, man, that have been highly productive at whooping blocks and making tackles in that space with a high level of consistency, and it was needed as you battle for blades of grass in the field position game in games like that. Largely, though, I liked everyone's smile in the face of adversity mentality. The environment was a tough and competitive one. Certainly, the Ravens are a worthy dance partner, and we were able to get the job done. Now, as we lean in on Monday Night Football, this week we're excited about Monday Night Football at Acrisure. Certainly, the Dolphins are as hot as any team in the NFL. I'll start first with their defense. If you look at these guys statistically over the last 5 weeks, man, they're tops in football. I think they're giving up 13.2 points per game over that span. 3rd down conversion rate is like at 31%. They got 9 turnovers. I think that's 2nd in football. And so there's some of the very critical statistics that measure how you're playing. They're checking those boxes, and that's why they've been the winners of 4 straight. When you keep the point total down, you take the ball away, you're good on 3rd down. I think they're 22% TD rate in the red zone, and so they're stingy in that area as well. They're doing all the things you need to do to play really good defense. I love their linebacker tandem, both highly productive instinct football players, volume tacklers. You better get hats on those guys if you want to make plays, not only in the running game, but just in the perimeter game, et cetera. Very active tandem. They leave them on the field quite a bit. They don't go to dime on third down and things of that nature like a lot of teams do this time of year. 20 and 25 are going to be in the middle of everything. I think they've been really solid in the secondary once they solidified some of their, divisional labor. And I think Minka has been significant in that regard. He's been playing nickel for them. And they've got more depth, certainly, at safety than they do at corner. And Minka's versatility has been an asset to him. He's done an awesome job as a guy that plays closer to the line of scrimmage in the nickel position, a guy that blitzes. Certainly in base, he plays free safety and is a hub of communication and center fielder back there for him there. They got two really good, solid veteran corners who do a nice job of keeping things in front of them. They're very aware and instinct players. Raul's been around a long time. Jones has been around a long time now. They're ball guys. You see it. They've taken the ball away. They hunt the ball via the turnovers and punching and raking at the football as a collective is really impressive. Really impressive by Bradley Chubb's efforts. I think he missed a significant amount of time over the last year or two. He certainly appears to have found his footing. He's a challenge for us in terms of the edge rush, particularly with some instability that we have at tackle. It's going to be a challenge minimizing his impact on the game. But Chop is a designated rusher. Judon, they've got a quality edge group. And certainly they got some capable guys inside as well. On the offensive side of the ball, I can't say enough about A-Chain and their running game and how they've been playing behind that over the course of the last month or so when they've been on that win streak. Even last week with Wright, they were able to do similar things that they've done. They've really anchored down and established a personality there. The offensive line is running off the ball. They're certainly capable of attacking you vertically down the field. Still, Waddle is a dangerous guy. He's capable of going over the top. He's capable of run after. Waller, in particular in the red zone, is a force to be reckoned with. He's a big-bodied guy. He's good along the end line and so forth in that space, and he's certainly been an asset to him over the second half of the year since his acquisition and activation. Been a central component of what they do. They utilize a lot of people. They utilize a lot of personnel groups that work to keep you off balance that way. They got a veteran offensive staff, know a lot of guys on the offensive side of the ball, and so certainly we'll be utilizing the additional time to prepare ourselves not only strategically, but also just getting really familiar with their personnel. It's been a number of years since we've seen these guys, and certainly I'll take the additional day to get familiar with that component of the matchup as well. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Mike, you didn't mention Derek Harmon. Is he ready to go? And two, Wyatt Black played more snaps than any defensive line. Where is he in his development?
Yes. Derek Harmon will be limited at the early portions of the week, and we'll let the amount of participation and how quickly it picks up and the quality of that participation as we go through the week to determine whether or not he's available. Certainly excited about an additional day as it pertains to him. YA is a guy that's just gotten better throughout the process, and sometimes, as I often say, one man's misfortune is another man's opportunity. We've certainly absorbed some attrition in the front with guys like Dean Lowry and Loudermilk going down on IR, Derek Harmon having two separate injuries, and so YA has been a guy, man, that's really taken advantage of the opportunities, not only in terms of his play, but just the general growth associated with gaining in-helmet snap experience. And so I think it's reasonable to expect him to continue to get better. He brings a good attitude. He is getting better from a production standpoint, and I just think last Sunday was a reflection of that.
Mike, the numbers you guys have against the run when Harmon's in versus whenever he's not in there are pretty. It's almost a 100-yard difference per game. What does Derek do so well that helps you guys defend the run better?
He's a first rounder. That's why you draft first rounders. He's really talented. But, you know, it's not a one-man gang, certainly. I knew we were in for a tough run day last week when Malik went down because that's also a component of his job description in terms of being a 9-on-7 run-stopping type linebacker for us. And so it's never a one-man discussion. Usually it's a multiple-man discussion, but certainly Harmon is an asset to us in that space.
Like you mentioned Minka, how do you feel like you guys have done in terms of replacing him not only schematically but also leadership-wise?
You know, I don't think we're devoid of leadership by any means. Certainly, we've gone through some adjustments schematically in terms of how we divide the labor up, but it's not exclusive to him. I think the loss of D. Elliott has been a major component of that as well, and guys like Miles Killebrew. It's just the attrition component that's associated with football. But at the same time, that's why we're really excited about having Jalen Ramsey, man, with his position flexibility, his ability to play outside corner and nickel and safety. We envision that being a big-time asset to us in terms of keeping people off balance and from a matchup standpoint. In recent weeks, and I guess you could say month and some change, we haven't been afforded that because of some of the other things I mentioned, and we're thankful that he's been rock solid for us at safety as well.
Mike, I know DK wasn't able to travel back with you. Do you have an update on him?
He's moving in the right direction. I don't think it's going to jeopardize his availability at all, but it certainly may jeopardize his availability at the early portions of the week from a practice standpoint. But thankfully, he's fine. I'm appreciative of our medical staff and how quickly they acted in making sure that he was safe and taking care of him post-game.
Mike, you opened by talking about some of the explosive plays you were able to create in the passing game. What do you need to do from either a game planning or execution standpoint to replicate some of that going forward?
You know, both. You know, it's a mentality thing, particularly as the road gets narrow, but also the schematics are a component of it. We knew we would have opportunities. We've just been in those circumstances with Baltimore so many times over the years, and I'm in the process of getting familiar with Miami and what that might look like this week.
What was the impact you think that Thielen and MVS had on the receiving corps?
You know, just veteran guys, been there, done that guys. As I mentioned, as the road gets narrow in December, it's good to have those guys in the fold, guys that have experience in rising up in those moments. And certainly statistics might not bear it out, but I thought they were an asset to us, and it's reasonable to expect that to improve and increase as we continue.
Mike, your record as a head coach the week after losing by 15 plus, Michael has this in the notes every week, is really good. Why do you think, in your 2-0 this year, why do you think you guys have consistently been able to respond after a really rough patch?
I just think that's what this business is about. It's week to week. They're going to be good weeks, and you can't wear your hand out patting yourself on the back when you have those good weeks, and you certainly can't hate yourself when you have those negative weeks. And as a leader, I think it's important that I show that steady presence to provide that compass, if you will, for the collective.
Mike, is that something that you've always done, dating back to your early days as a coach, or is that something that you kind of had to learn and adjust?
I just think I understand my role as a leader to be what my guys need me to be. And certainly when you're coming off a negative performance, they need stability and belief. You always say, what gives me confidence? And I tell you, life, ditto.
One thing that Johnny said yesterday, having played with Miami last year, he said they're particularly good at getting their fast backs in space. From your standpoint, how do they do that? How do they manage that? And from your run game defense standpoint, how do you combat that? You know, they're really good with their personnel groups. They'll go pony backs or two running backs in the game. They got a lot of pre-snap shifts and motions. They personnel you a lot. And so with some of those pre-snap movements, they gain an advantage on the edge from time to time, and they really do a nice players. Their field of vision, their feel for the game is broader than DN's, and some of the things you mentioned I think is reflective of that, but I think that's not only characteristic of him, it's characteristic of all our edge guys, TJ, Herb, Jack Sawyer. That's the benefit to me of being a hybrid or a stand-up edge group.
Mike, going back to your wide receivers, what went into the decision to have Roman down versus Scotty being active?
You know, Scotty's a capable backup punt returner, and I thought that was the difference.
Mike, in terms of Skoranek and the special teams play, I mean, does it take a unique individual to be a gunner? Because we saw some of those where he was getting destroyed out there, the time he fought through it. I mean, did you notice that from him in L.A., or is that something he more developed here, you think?
Certainly I noticed it. He's a football player first and receiver second. He has an appetite and thirst for the competition the way that Darius Hayward-Bay did when he was here. and certainly we're appreciative of not only his efforts, but also, as I mentioned, his production.
Does it say something that DK basically volunteered himself to then go in and fill in late? And as a coach, when you got a guy that's as valuable in other areas of your team as that, was there any wait, what's Ford doing out there?
No, I just think that's what time of year it is. That's what type of game it was. I'm thankful for his efforts, but he wasn't the only one. Jalen Warren, for example, returned kicks in the game. The roads getting narrow. It's AFC North football, et cetera. There are a lot of reasons why that type of attitude and approach was required.
Like DK said it felt different last week. The practices felt different. The details were different. What do you do as a coach to kind of get that out of them finally?
I'm sorry?
What do you do as a coach to kind of get that out of them finally at this point of the season?
I think we're always working to improve our process and thus our play. And certainly as you get into December, it's reasonable to expect your process to be cleaner, to continually elevate the floor in an effort to do so relative to your play.
Mike, you guys haven't been able to run the ball recently. What do you guys have to do better to get that going? And do you see any relatability from the deep passing game that was non-existent for a month and then flipped on this week?
You know, I'm comfortable with our approach to running the football. Certainly, we haven't gotten what we wanted from a production standpoint, but there's a lot of layers to that discussion. I thought particularly last week the loss of Darnell in game was significant in that regard, and Pete at tackle. But that's just football. You adapt. You keep moving. Things are going to be less than ideal at times, particularly during this stage of the journey. I'm excited about putting together a good and complete plan in an effort to do so this week.
Like James Pierre is one of the league leaders in yards allowed since he's been in the starting lineup. Can you explain how a guy goes from on the couch at the beginning of last season to 6 years into his career, somehow one of the best cornerbacks in the league?
Man, it's him. Ask any of his teammates. He has unwavering belief in himself. He's an unbelievable professional. He's tough-minded. He's physically tough. He's willing to do anything and everything. He's earned everything that he's gotten in this business. As I've mentioned in this setting before, you know, he was an undrafted college free agent in the COVID year. And so, man, you know, the tough road is not something that's new to him. I just think that he's played it up mentally, and I just think it's an asset to him and us.
Mike, you did the discount double check celebration after Aaron did. What's it like seeing him, have that rushing touchdown, have that celebration in 2025? Did you know he still had wheels like that?
You know, I don't want to make more out of it than should be. It's just fun. We went down the field and scored on the opening drive in a hostile environment, and that's what it was about.
It looked like he had one of his best games of the season on Sunday. Was there any indication in practice leading up to that week, or what do you think maybe was the difference for him? You know, as I mentioned before, you do business with a guy like Aaron for environments like that in this time of year. He's a been there, done that guy. His resume reflects that. But beyond his resume, he's a competitor, and he's not running from it. He's running to it. And certainly that was a big game. And so I'm not surprised by big things from him.
Like he hit a third and moderate, I think it was 3rd and 5 to Calvin Austin in the second half from the 31-yarder down the sideline. Were you hunting for any more of those in the fourth quarter that just didn't manifest on those 3 possessions? Well,
I don't know that I'm going to tell you my intentions. We got to play that group again here in a couple of weeks.
Can you do the things that you like to do with Darnell Washington in the game with other people, or is he so unique that you kind of have to scrap some of that stuff?
You certainly can, but there are weight classes in combat sports for a reason. And, you know, he's significantly bigger than others that you replace him with, and sometimes that's the difference.
Mike, you guys are 0-4 in games that kick off at 4:25 or later. Is there any explanation to that, or how do you kind of maybe break that streak this week?
I make no excuse.
Mike, you've had Dylan Cook for 3 or 4 years. What did you think? How do you think he handled his opportunity, and what's the comfort level if he's your guy going forward? You're excited for a guy when he gets an opportunity to play. He certainly has worked hard and has been professional. I loved his mindset when he went in. Happy for him. Oftentimes one man's misfortune is another man's opportunity, and he may get another opportunity this week. We'll see where the week leads us.
Mike, I think this is the 3rd time in the last 4 or 5 years that you guys have beaten the Ravens when they've outrushed you by 100 yards or more. What goes into a game plan to mitigate that vast of a difference in the ground game?
You know, they're built different than a lot of teams, and so the nature of our matchups are different. You know, you can almost substitute their rushing yards for passing yards and vice versa. The bottom line is you better win the turnover game. You better be good in the red area. You better make timely situational plays, and you know, that's kind of the formula for playing those guys from our perspective.
Mike, you said you understand your role as a head coach to when negative things happen. DK after the game said Mike takes a lot of bullets for us. I'm curious, 19 years into, does taking those bullets get rearing at any point for you?
It's the job.
Like one of those bullets was at the Bills game, fans calling for your job. Did you feel like you were in the hot seat at all last week?
Man, I've been in the hot seat for 19 years.
Did you feel like you had something to prove to the fans at all?
I always feel like I got something to prove, not necessarily to anyone in particular, but that's just the spirit in which I go about what I do professionally.
What do you expect from the fans Monday night?
Man, I expect them to show up, man. It's Monday Night Football in Acrisure. It's going to be a big game.
Mike, can you clarify a little bit about what happened with DK after the game? And we all met with him in the media room, and then all the reports came out last night.
He got hit in the abdomen or stomach in game. I think they gave him some basic over-the-counter remedies in game, like Pepto or something like that, and it got probably progressively worse after the game, and so I'm appreciative of our medical experts. We just exercised an abundance of precaution. We didn't want to get him in the air without having a complete understanding about what he was dealing with, and they did a good job of that.
Mike, is there something to appreciate about Joey's, battling back from 2 penalties that he had early in the game, and then helps make a breakup unlikely at the end of the game, and keeping that sort of resilience in important moments?
Joey is always trying to make plays, and he's certainly been a Pittsburgh kid, understands the nature of Steelers Ravens. He always wants to be a Raven killer. He's made some plays against those guys in the past. He had a big interception against Odell Beckham as a rookie. He tackled Lamar, I think, on a 2-point conversion a year ago. I think that's just how he's wired.
A lot of what you talked about, Miami's secondary certainly manifested on the stat sheet last week. They're going up against a 24-year-old quarterback, obviously difference from you guys and the veteran leadership that you have there. But like their aggressiveness, their break on the ball, that sort of thing, is that something that is painting a picture of them throughout the whole season, or is that specific more to going up against New York last week?
I think that's reflective of who they are after they found their footing. Certainly they've absorbed some attrition, particularly at the cornerback position. Juju Brents and others have been injured, but I think they've settled into that veteran tandem, as I've mentioned, solidifying Mika as a nickel and utilizing their safety depth and getting stability there. What they've done over the last 5 weeks is kind of reflective of where they are, but I'll let them speak to that. I'm just viewing it from an outsider's perspective.
Mike, I'm sure you like the 3-step catch rule on Sunday, but in general, as a member of the committee, the competition committee, do you like that?
It's always been debatable. It seems like I've just learned to kind of move on. To be quite honest with you, I moved on from Jesse James, for example. I don't even know what year that was. There are going to be controversial calls in big games. I think I always focus my energy on making enough plays to minimize that in terms of determining the outcome of the game. That's why you won't hear me calling New York post-game for explanations and things of that nature. You guys asked me that maybe earlier in the year regarding something. It's not going to change the outcome. I just work to keep moving, and I just like to put together a comprehensive enough plan and make enough plays where the game's outcome doesn't hinge on one play or a couple of plays.
You have a pretty good feel for what a catch is and what a catch isn't.
I do.
Do you worry when you see the results on Sunday, though? I mean, when you have to the scoring play is one thing, but is it difficult to? How do you process information? Who do you rely on to say, hey, we should challenge this or not?
I just think that football is so bang bang and exciting. I think that's why our fans love it. It's a difficult game to play because of the speed. It's a difficult game to officiate. I think as a collective, we have some things in place that kind of, protect us all in an effort to get things right. Ruling that catch a touchdown makes it automatically reviewable where I don't have to decide to challenge, et cetera. And so there's a lot of things in place, interrelated variables relative to that discussion.
Going through 4 left tackles and
3 games. What kind of stress does that place on an offense, and how does having Isaac there, a veteran like that, next to that position, help mitigate that?
You know, I don't know that Isaac is blocking any of those edge guys, but certainly from a communication and coordination perspective, his presence is helpful. It's been a challenge, but that's why we work hard at making sure that we prepare the collective. It's next man up for us, and not only at that position, but others. You get a chance to prove that over the course of the journey, and certainly we've been challenged in that space in recent weeks. Can't say enough about those guys. I think we largely kept Aaron clean in game, and it's a credit to those guys.
Cam is about 70% snaps as an interior defensive lineman. At 36 years old, those things don't happen in the league, maybe ever. How do you explain that he's able to do that at this age?
He's an outlier. There are some outliers in every discussion. And guys like he and Calais Campbell, for example, are outliers.
Mike, you have a 42-year-old quarterback. Can a 44-year-old who hasn't played in 5 years come back and play? Philip Rivers?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The Colts were supposed to work him out.
That's none of my business, man. I'm trying to get ready for the Dolphins.
When you talk about Cam, was it fair to say that the attrition, he's played more than you planned on or expected him to in terms of the snap share?
We do what we got to do. He certainly does what he has to do, man. He is a quality leader in every way, and I think certainly he understands our collective circumstance at times, and he's always willing to do whatever he needs to do to help us win.
With the left tackle situation being what it is, it's kind of forgotten your 3 linemen from the center out are second-year guys, and you kind of have they been taking that second-year step collectively as you?
They have, and they have in a big way. To be honest with you, I don't even really think about it. But we invested a lot of draft capital in those guys, man. I'm not surprised that they're capable players and that they're emerging and as individuals and a collective, and I think it's reasonable to expect that to continue.
Mike, you're probably deeper at linebacker than you have been in quite some time. How much did that come into play on Sunday, and how important is that going to be down the stretch?
It was certainly needed. I'm appreciative of Cole Holcomb's contributions, and as I mentioned, man, Malik has a certain job description for us, and when he went down, I thought Cole did a nice job. But depth is big, certainly at the linebacker position, and we're continually working not only in terms of the acquisition of players, but the development of players as well. Oftentimes guys make plays in special teams before they make plays on defense, and one of the guys I mentioned as a special team highlight for us was young Carson Bruner, and so he's in the hopper as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Very interesting. Might that have been a little shot at the Ravens there at one point, Limits? Please allow me to explain.
Yes, please.
He was asked about refereeing, officiating, and he said, I move on from these things. That's why you won't hear me calling New York for explanations and things of that nature. Well, guess who called New York yesterday? Oh, limitless wonder.
Mr. John Harbaugh.
You're right about that. John Harbaugh and GM Eric DaCosta requested and got a phone call with the league. They spoke to Perry Fuel, the NFL's senior vice president of officiating and administration, and Walt Anderson. So that's unusual to get like an official conference call with the league. I don't know. Maybe Tomlin didn't know about that. He didn't even know about Phil Rivers trying out as a 44-year-old. He sure knew about Joe Flacco earlier this year. He didn't say that was none of my business, did he?
To me. And, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings. It certainly made sense from Cincinnati's perspective.
That was one of his great answers of all time, and that's why it was so shocking at the time when the Bengals got Flacco, that when he was asked about it, he didn't give the answer he always gives, which was the one today when they asked about Rivers. He said, it's none of my business. I'm getting ready for Miami. So that was good. It was sort of a dull news conference right up to the point, I thought, where the Gravesdigger came in, Limits, and I believed said something to the effect of, Mike, Your players mentioned that that you've taken bullets for them. Does that ever get, do you ever get weary of that? And he said it's the job. And then I think Brooke Pryor or somebody else came in, Limits, with a couple more questions about the heat that Tomlin has been facing.
Yeah, I think it was actually Leotis from TAE.
Like one of those bullets was at the Bills game, fans calling for your job. Did you feel like you were in the hot seat at all last week?
Man, I've been in the hot seat for 19 years.
Did you feel like you had something to prove to the fans at all?
I always feel like I got something to prove, not necessarily anyone in particular, but that's just the spirit in which I go about what I do professionally.
I love the answers, and I love the questions by Ashley there. Love the questions. Just, respectful, and that's kind of been a big part of the story this week. We mentioned it going into the news conference, that was probably the most tumultuous game week of Mike Tomlin's entire tenure. Coming off a home game where fans were chanting for his job. And so that kind of needs to be asked when you have a week of redemption against the Ravens. And that was the first time in the whole news conference today that Tomlin, really piped up and showed some emotion. And I liked it. I liked the back and forth there. Limits. Can I hear that again? Both those questions. The first one was, is one of those things, one of those bullets you take for the team coming from fans chanting for you, and do you feel like you're on the hot seat?
Like one of those bullets was at the Bills game, fans calling for your job. Did you feel like you were in the hot seat at all last week?
Man, I've been in the hot seat for 19 years.
Did you feel like you had something to prove to the fans at all?
I always feel like I got something to prove, not necessarily to anyone in particular, but that's just the spirit in which I go about what I do professionally.
I like it. Things piped up at the end. I found that quite entertaining. And then maybe not there, a shot at the Ravens. We talked about Cam Hayward. I think he's having a pretty good year, not as splashy as last year. He also gets a hell of a lot of attention on that defensive line, and I think he's mostly played well. Yes, their run numbers have been ugly. I'm just not sure he's the reason for that. I think they focus on him and don't worry about other people so much. What stood out to you, oh Limitless Wonder?
Yeah, I think that was one that definitely did. I also thought that it was fascinating how much that Tomlin glowed about Minka and how he's played with the Dolphins. That was something I didn't necessarily expect.
I think they've been really solid in the secondary once they solidified some of their, divisional labor. And I think Minka has been significant in that regard. He's been playing nickel for them. And they've got more depth, certainly, at safety than they do at corner. And Minka's versatility has been an asset to him. He's done an awesome job as a guy that plays closer to the line of scrimmage in the nickel position, a guy that blitzes. Certainly in base, he plays free safety and is a hub of communication and center fielder back there for him there.
Good stuff, that was. And I think Minka's come on this year of late, and that's going to be interesting because Minka, my experience watching Minka, and I in particular remember Tyler Boyd accusing the Steelers of quitting at one point, and Minka laid the lumber to Tyler Boyd in the next game, as I recall, maybe to the point of a personal foul. I think he's going to come out with a bit of an edge myself. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What time is it, oh Limitless Wonder?
Joe, it's 12:37. It's time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township, and it's almost time for Brian Batko.
Yes, it is. Brian Batko, the Post-Gazette's going to help us break it all down. Listen to this for one night only, Wednesday, December 17th, our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, 100.7 The Star, Whammo 107.3, and Y108. We'll be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore. Host local celebrities take the mic for celebrity karaoke, no admission, but bring canned food donations to support North Hills Cares. Details at 93.7 The Fan. All right, let's bring in the Batconian Mongoose coming up next. We just bring him in from the wild, don't we? And he always delivers week after week after week. In the meantime, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays, from points to rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. The Warriors have a new guy named Pat Spencer. He's not new, really. He's been around for a couple of years, but he's suddenly starting because of injuries. And he's putting up points and assists. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Injury updates from Mike Tomlin saying that Calvin Anderson is out this week. Derek Harmon, who has been out the last couple of games, he is expected to be limited in the early portion of the week, and it really doesn't sound great that Harmon is going to be able to play. Andres Pete, Malik Harrison, Darnell Washington, all still in concussion protocol. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. After all the opinions and his draft day slide to the 5th round, Shedeur Sanders is proving there is a place for him in the NFL. The rookie just earned the Browns' starting job for the rest of the season after a 364-yard, 3-touchdown breakout performance against Tennessee. He's Cleveland's 3rd starter this year, but easily its most promising, showing poise, fight, and growth every week. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Nugget Bells, Nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts, and of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit them online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Hey Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. If you love golf, great food, and good times, you've got to get to 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. And don't forget the Washington, PA location. 9 Yards features the #1 ranked golf zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic play you'll find. Tee it up on world-class courses. Join a league or grab a private bay with your buddies. And this holiday season, grab discounted gift cards available in-house at both locations. Because at 9 Yards Golf, fun goes the full distance. Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for West Shore Home. Home remodeling should not be stressful, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. By using cutting-edge technology from real-time scheduling to precision scan-to-plan measurements, West Shore Home makes your remodel fast, easy, and convenient. Whether it's a tub-to-shower conversion, walk-in tub installation, full bathroom model, new windows, an entry door, patio door, or even in full house flooring. Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. Why? Because they only use teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors. This ensures a consistent, world-class experience every time. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you'll get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a fan of the program. But you need to schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan for buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Mr. Magic Car Wash lets you give the gift of happiness that comes from driving a bright and shiny car. Give your family and friends Mr. Magic gift cards this season for an amazing stocking stuffer. Stop by any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations to load up on gift cards for easy holiday shopping.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. And if you're planning on asking her to marry you this Christmas, you better have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest unique selection of diamond engagement rings with either natural or lab-grown diamonds. Don't settle for a mall chain store or online bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford from a reputable family-owned business. And now, through Christmas Eve, you can save up to 25% on almost everything in stock. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with Alla Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and Bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at AllaFamiliaFineFoods.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Did we find the mongoose, and is he on YouTube?
There he is.
He seems angry, or perhaps reserved. Are you sitting in front of a map today, Brian?
Yeah, I didn't go with the library backdrop today because, well, for reasons. But yeah, I got a map behind me and pins on the places that I've been. Oh.
Tell us about that, please, before we get into Tomlin. Where have you been? What's the most unusual? Look at that. What's the most unusual place you've been, and do you have a goal of getting to a certain place or 10?
No goals. There shouldn't be one on Algeria. I don't know what happened there. I've never been. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do a little more international travel, clearly. This job and covering Pitt previously has taken me through a decent amount of the U.S. I did think about this, though, going to Baltimore yesterday for the, whatever, 7th time, on the beat. Like, I'd like to try to see every NFL stadium while I'm doing this job. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, that would be. That'd be great. Would you like to take a trip?
One next year.
I want to take a trip in honor of my dad to the Santiago de Compostela. It's a trail. I think it's like 500 miles. It goes from France all the way through Spain, I believe. Woman on the plane was telling me about this that I met randomly going on a college visit with my daughter recently. Then my dad passed, and then the story is that he took me on that trail a long time ago, but only for a very tiny portion of it. And I think that he wanted to go back. So I want to go back and walk the thing in his honor. And she said it took her 45 days. I don't know if I can make the whole thing, Brian, but that'd be great. If you could come with me and do a little portion of the trail, we could do that. Visit France, visit Spain.
Well, you better start getting back out there to pick up hoops with us so that you can get in the proper shape to make that lengthy walk, Joe.
I might have to. It's like 15 miles a day. How long would it take you to walk 400 or 500 miles, oh limitless
15
wonder?
15 miles a day.
Well, yeah,
that's
or
a lot
10.
of walking.
I know, but that's all you're doing. You wake up, you have breakfast, you walk.
Are your boots made for walking?
I hope so. All right, Brian.
I don't think I could do that. I'm not like I've never been someone who wants to run a marathon just to see if I can. Like, I just don't really think the human body is meant to do it, but obviously that's why some people enjoy it. They get a rise out of defying the human body.
Well, my daughter-in-law just ran a marathon, and is she a daughter-in-law? Yeah, I guess. Wait a second. Is my nephew? What is my nephew's wife to me?
Your niece.
She's a niece?
Niece? I mean, niece-in-law, but no one says that.
A niece-in-law. Is that right?
No one says that. Yeah, but nobody says that.
I think they sponsor this show, Niece on Law.
Well, whoever she is, she ran a marathon recently, and I asked her about the training, and she never ran an actual marathon in training for the marathon. Have you heard about that, Brian? You get close, and then you actually just do it that day. Is that the way to do it?
I think that is what most people do. You're supposed to, stretch out your runs, but you never go quite to 26, 22, because I think the logic there is adrenaline will get you over the hump that you need on the day of the race. You don't want to kill yourself before that. There is a good bit in the show How I Met Your Mother where Barney Stinson, the character, is insisting that he can run a marathon without training. And he's like, step one, start running. There is literally no step two. So I like that mentality.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's putting yourself out there. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What stood out about Tomlin to you today, Batconi and Mongoose?
I think some of the questions were more entertaining than the answers. I think Tomlin is in it's December mode. I'm keeping it as brief and basic as I possibly can. And we just want to get through this 30-minute endeavor so that I can get back to watching film and apparently not even being aware that Phillip Rivers could be returning to the NFL, which I guess I believe him because he's so...
I do believe him, yeah.
He's so laser focused. However, though, like there is a TV that you walk past every morning when you get to the Steelers facility, but maybe he just makes a left turn right up the stairs and doesn't even look at what's being discussed on First Take or FS1 or NFL Network or whatever they have on there when he gets there.
And fellas, it is official. According to Adam Schefter, the Colts are signing 44-year-old Phillip Rivers to their practice squad. How is this going to work?
That is incredible, Brian.
Can 44-year-old Phillip Rivers still play, Brian? This is insane.
I have no idea, but Steve Weish from, I think, NFL Network had an interesting tweet that I read before I fell asleep last night at halftime of the Eagles-Chargers game that apparently something with Hall of Fame voting guidelines, his clock would reset if he returns to their active roster, but it doesn't if he's only on the practice squad. So, I mean, if you can only be elevated 3 times and there are 4 games left. So, I mean, something would have to give there, but maybe that means he's not going to play this week. And then he gets elevated for the last 3. And then he does the Miles Jack, Eric Rowe and never actually leaves the practice squad, but stays with them in the playoffs should they make it.
So Rivers could technically play 3 games, being called up from the practice squad, and still go into the Hall of Fame next year or whenever, and it wouldn't matter.
I think so. I think that is what Steve Weish reported. So that is just one fascinating wrinkle to an obviously fascinating development. It's funny because how many times did like you or me or Joe or Pony or Muller come on the station and say, Ben looks good. I think he could still play. Steelers, give him a call. And that is exactly what is going on with Indy and Phil Rivers.
And that is going to be a sight, man. If it sounds like he will, unless he totally flops, he's going to be their starter.
26 modern era semifinalists right now for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He really could get into the Hall of Fame while playing in the NFL just a couple of months earlier.
This is incrinculant. For one night only, Wednesday, December 17th, our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, 100.7 The Star, Whammo 107.3, and Y108 will be flipping the turntables, turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore. Our hosts, local celebrities, take the mic for celebrity karaoke. No admission. Bring canned food donations to support North Hills Cares. Details at 937thefan.com. Partly cloudy today, high 34. AJ Burnett, low of Nick Bonino, 13. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Another minute or two with the Mongoose. He did pipe up a little bit, Tomlin did. At least, you know, the tenor of the news conference got a little more interesting when he was asked about, I think Will Graves said, you know, taking bullets for the team. That's the way DK Metcalf put it after the game. And was it Ashley Liotis who followed up on that? Here's a little back and forth there, Brian.
Like one of those bullets was at the Bills game, fans calling for your job. Did you feel like you were in the hot seat at all last week? And I've been in the hot seat for 19 years. Did you feel like you had something to prove to the fans at all? I always feel like I got something to prove, not necessarily to anyone in particular, but that's just the spirit in which I go about what I do professionally.
Thoughts?
And then there was another follow-up about what he expects Monday night, which I thought was a good one. And
yeah,
he said he expects people to show up and basically be a good crowd, I guess. So, yeah, that's why I said when you first brought me on here that I thought the questions were better than sort of the run-of-the-mill Tomlin answers. He's said variants of these over the years. I think it was more so in years past after playoff debacles when we asked him about his job security, and he said he always feels like he's coaching for his job because that's the standard, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's a good way to handle these questions. As I said last week, you never have to worry about how Tomlin's going to respond to those types of questions. But in fairness, you could probably make the case that it's a lot easier to respond to those questions when you do feel like you have the utmost job security and your boss is on record as saying he only evaluates you and that he's glad you're his coach.
Anything else stand out injury-wise or talking about Minka a little bit? What do you got?
Roman Wilson was inactive because they needed that backup punt returner in Scotty Miller. Really covering all the bases there. I guess if something would have happened to Calvin Austin III, they needed to make sure Scotty Miller was there to be the backup punt returner. No one else could have stood back there and called a fair catch. Roman couldn't have done it. Kenny Gainwell couldn't have done it. Adam Thielen couldn't have done it, despite his loads of professionalism, which was so evident in that game. So I just that was an indictment of Roman Wilson. It had to be taken that way, that he's in someone's doghouse, whether it's Tomlin's, Aaron Rodgers, Arthur Smith's, or some combination of the three. That's just not a good look. That is not good optics for the development of a third rounder in his second season.
Oh, there was one other thing, Brian. We're talking to Brian Backo, the Post-Gazette. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. I don't know if he was taking a shot at the Ravens here or not, but when he was asked about, the likely play, some of the officiating, he's on the competition committee, thoughts, blah, blah, blah. He said, I've learned to move on. I moved on from Jesse James, for example. And then he said, you won't hear me calling New York for explanations and things of that nature. Well, guess who called New York yesterday, Brian? John Harbaugh and Eric DaCosta. That's who, to get explanations and things of that nature. Shot or no shot?
Yeah. I tend to think it was, although I guess going off the Phillip Rivers answer, Mike Tomlin has no idea that happened. So maybe it was just pure coincidence. I'd have to go back and look to see if he's ever made a comment on a Tuesday about, we sought clarification or whatever. Over 19 years, I feel like it's had to have happened at some point. But I agree with him that, you do move on. And, if you're the Ravens, maybe you feel like the rule went against you, but, here's the thing. Isaiah Likely, just protect the ball, finish the play a little better. John Harbaugh did say that when he was asked about it. He said they don't teach that in those situations. And, this other thing, people are crushing the refs for the call on Christian Kuntz, which probably was a bad call, contacting the snapper. And the narrative out there, not even just from Baltimore, but national people too, is the refs gave the Steelers a touchdown instead of a field goal. Last time I checked, they did not escort Gainwell into the end zone on the following play. The Ravens defense still could have stiffened up and gotten a stop there. So I hate complaining about the refs, whether it's from the Steelers side or the other team's side. I really do.
I like it. And
I know you do. We sometimes fight over that.
I know. I think we did last week. And now I've completely forgotten what I was going to ask you about next. There was the Likely play. There was Phillip Rivers. There was the Rodgers play. Oh, there was Tomlin saying of the Phil Rivers thing, that's none of my business. I thought for sure that's what he would say all those weeks ago when he was asked about Joe Flacco, but that's not what he said, did he?
What if he would have been like, what, Flacco wasn't available? Andrew Berry didn't know to send him Flacco?
That would have been great. He says that about any time he's asked about like a league issue or a player on another team. But the fact that he piped up that day and ripped Andrew Berry was one of the all-time great Tomlin press conference moments. Was it not, Mongoose?
And they got to see Andrew Berry and his squad of rowdy Titans losers again in a few weeks. So, but this time with 100% more Shador and 100% less Dylan Gabriel, unless there's an injury. So that absolutely adds some intrigue to Steelers-Browns. Not as good as if it would have been Steelers versus Kenny Pickett, but we'll see if Shador makes it seem like Andrew Berry is a lot smarter than me or us if he can go out there and beat the Steelers in Cleveland.
30 seconds. Who would be the best opponent for the Steelers? In other words, the team you'd like to play the most because you feel you could win. The Bills, Jags, Texans, and who's the fourth one, Limits, that's possible? Chargers. Yeah.
Probably the Jaguars. To be honest, I don't even know what's going on down in Jacksonville except they just win every week. I don't think I've watched a single snap of Jaguars football. I don't know if Trevor Lawrence is playing great or just getting a little lucky. But having them come up north and knowing that they've had a pretty weak schedule. I mean, they beat the Chiefs, they beat the Chargers, but I'd just go with Jacksonville. I don't know if I'm buying them with the Chargers a close second.
I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mongoose.
Chargers killed the Steelers, but Justin Herbert seems to get destroyed every week, so maybe that would play into their hands. Thanks, guys. Goodbye.
See you, buddy. All right. Coming up, Limits, I have an early dismissal. It might be you. It might be you and Donnie Football. I think that's going to be very exciting for the listeners to decipher when you return.
Yes, I'm not sure either, so it'll be interesting for me to decide.
What do you have on the docket if it's you? Are you going to go Steelers? Are you going to go Kyle Schwarber? Incredibly doesn't come to Pittsburgh?
I think that we're going to end the show with some Kyle Schwarber talk, but I think there's a couple of very interesting tidbits that Tomlin also mentioned that I want to get into on the wide receiver usage with Thielen and MVS, on also Tomlin on how his team responds after getting crushed in games like they did against Buffalo.
What a nice man you've become, Limits, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I will see you tomorrow, Joe. Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin speaking to the media, gave an injury update and said that Calvin Anderson will not play in the matchup coming up against the Dolphins. They will get an extra day of rest. Derek Harmon expected to be limited in the early portion of the week. Doesn't sound great that he's going to be able to play. DK Metcalf, though, moving in the right direction, seems to be fine after having to stay overnight Sunday into Monday in Baltimore. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Think Verizon, America's best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Verizon has you covered with the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
This holiday season, give yourself the gift of a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is unwrapping amazing December lease deals. Slide into a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. These offers melt away January 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and drive into the new year in style.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Things are going to be busy between now and the end of the year. Holiday gatherings, school functions for the kids, and family get-togethers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the last thing you want to worry about this holiday season is whether your roof is going to make it through another Pennsylvania winter. One call to MHI Roofing to schedule a free 21-point roof inspection will put your mind at ease. A highly trained roof inspector will carefully examine every inch of your roof, checking the 21 most common areas of roofing failure. Then go over the results with you and discuss your options going forward. Most of the time, problems can be fixed with a minor repair. But if it is time for a new roof, MHI offers money-saving discounts and financing terms to make paying easy. And don't forget, MHI is so confident in their skilled installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call or go online to schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864. That's 412-998-8864. Or online at MHIRoof.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Need a new roof? Call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, they are your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Tomlin Presser is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Welcome back to the NFL. Phillip Rivers, as he is signing to the Colts practice squad. He is 44 years old, has not played since the COVID year when he last played for the Colts. The soon-to-be Hall of Famer from the Chargers might suit it up once again with Indianapolis, and it could reset his Hall of Fame clock. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Join the Pomp and Joe Show. That's us on a Football Friday, a Donnie Football Friday. This Friday, December 12th, live at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. And we ask that you please bring some non-perishable items to be donated to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. And say hello to us. I will be there producing on site. Starkey will be there. Donnie will be there at the Baseball Card Castle. We love going there. Say hello to the General, Jeff Patton, setting everything up for us. But if you can't make it, you can still support by going to the Pittsburgh Food Bank website, pittsburghfoodbank.org/need, or you could text NEED, text NEED, NEED to 50155. Details at 937thefan.com. We've also opened up the link that we had for the charitable event that we did earlier this year for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank when we were feeding the need. Mike Tomlin on the hot seat, maybe not nearly as much. At least that's what Aaron Rodgers hopes this week.
What does it mean to get a win like this after the week that you guys have had and the week that kind of Mike Tomlin has had too?
Means maybe you guys will shut the hell up for a week.
Maybe a little bit. Easier said than done, Aaron, as narratives will continue to carry on. And the truth and just the reality of where the Steelers are will carry on, where they're 7-6. And then many other divisions, if they were in the AFC East, they would not be in a playoff spot right now. If they were in the AFC South, they would still be trailing the Colts, and they'd be right neck and neck with Jacksonville. And there's Houston also in the rearview mirror as they continue to climb. If they were in the West, Denver, the Chargers, who has already beaten them, Kansas City might actually be dead now and not make the playoffs. But the Steelers are benefiting from being in the AFC North in a division where Joe Burrow didn't play half the year. The Browns are a dumpster fire. Lamar Jackson's been banged up for Baltimore, missed a couple of games, and their defense for large portions of the year has just not been good. So how did Tomlin address potentially being in the hot seat?
Like one of those bullets was at the Bills game, fans calling for your job. Did you feel like you were in the hot seat at all last week?
Man, I've been in the hot seat for 19 years.
I don't think anybody actually thinks that's true.
Did you feel like you had something to prove to the fans at all?
I always feel like I got something to prove, not necessarily to anyone in particular, but that's just the spirit in which I go about what I do professionally.
And I think it's a very fair way that Tomlin answered the question, because just think about if the Steelers would have lost that game to Baltimore. And for a large portion of it, really until the fourth quarter, they pushed Baltimore around. Like, it wasn't what we saw last year. Up front, obviously, the Steelers did get pushed around, yes. I mean, they gave up 200 yards rushing to the Ravens. But they didn't allow Lamar Jackson really to be able to create. Sure, that might have been because of the injury. But Lamar was not effective downfield. The secondary played well. They contained him. Alex Highsmith game-winning sack. And I thought the offense moved the ball pretty well, where Baltimore just might end up firing that defensive coordinator. Remember Dean Pease came in last year and helped out that defense with Orr, the coordinator, and basically not being able to put the pieces together and figure it out. Seems like he is definitely in maybe a similar Matt Canada situation. Maybe not as much noise surrounding him. At least nationally there's not. But the Baltimore eventually is going to have to make a change there. If the Steelers would have lost that game to Baltimore, Monday night probably would have been ugly. They consistently get about 64, 65, 66,000 at games. Could there have been 55, 56? A lot more empty seats than you would expect? Tomlin expects them to be there Monday.
What do you expect from the fans Monday night?
Man, I expect them to show up, man. It's Monday Night Football in Acrisure. It's going to be a big game.
And I really don't have a problem with fans booing or chanting "Fire Tomlin." It can sometimes get to be a little bit excessive, but there are ways for fans to be able to state their opinion, and I fully understand that and fully get it. So the narrative, the noise, it's definitely a lot quieter this week as we approach Miami. That's just the current position that the Steelers are in. Is this the direction that you want them to be in at 412-928-9370? So Tomlin has addressed it, and Tomlin has also addressed some of the other additions that they made to the team and also what the Dolphins' defense is like, and we'll get to that. But I'm really curious your thoughts on, and you can hit us up on the text line at 412-928-9370. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Also hit us up on Twitter. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Tweet us at 937 The Fan, and you can also tweet me at Austin R. Bechtold. You can watch the show on Twitter. Over 1,000 people, over 1,100 people are currently watching the show on the live stream that is currently fixated on Bob Pompiani. The Bob mannequin is taking center stage right now as the main face behind the camera. So I'm fascinated by that. What do you make of the state of the Steelers right now? Ultimately, of the point of how Tomlin has addressed it and where the team continues to trend, basically mushy middle, still, they're going to go to the playoffs. I think we can kind of maybe not safely say that, but it's as close to safe as I've been all year, just because of what Baltimore still has ahead of them and what the Steelers have ahead of them in the division. It is right to write off Cincinnati. Should be an advantage having to play the Ravens back in Pittsburgh, where I didn't think that they would win in Baltimore anyway. The Ravens have a lot of difficult tests. Obviously, the Steelers at the very end, they're on a 2-game losing streak now, and they have to play Cincinnati, who they lost to on Thanksgiving Day. A 1 o'clock game on the road. New England at home. The Patriots right now, one of the best teams in the AFC, have one of the best quarterbacks in the entire AFC. That's on Sunday Night Football. Just flexed. Then they're in Green Bay, having to play in Lambeau against the Packers, who are currently the number 1 seed. They beat their rival Bears. They're in the driver's seat to have the number 1 seed. And then the Steelers. So anyone that thinks, whether it's Vegas, that thinks that Baltimore should still be the favorite to win the division right now, I just think it's factually incorrect. But one thing that the Steelers did to try to improve offensively and defensively, trade away Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Dolphins for Jonnu Smith, who has basically been invisible for most of the year, and Jalen Ramsey, who I think has played pretty well in a safety role. What about Minkah, Mike? How has he fared?
I think they've been really solid in the secondary once they solidified some of their, divisional labor. And I think Minkah has been significant in that regard. He's been playing nickel for them. And they've got more depth, certainly, at safety than they do at corner. And Minkah's versatility has been an asset to him. He's done an awesome job as a guy that plays closer to the line of scrimmage in the nickel position, a guy that blitzes. Certainly in base, he plays free safety and is a hub of communication and center fielder back there for him there.
And that's really something that they did not want to do with Minkah, play him close to the line of scrimmage. It was play him in center field, let him roam around, try to force turnovers there, which ultimately did not work, and basically be the center fielder in the last line of defense. They didn't play him unless it was really in the red zone where there wasn't much room for him to be able to play 30 yards off the ball. They didn't play him around the line. And because Miami has multiple safeties that they use and they're struggling in other areas, they're able to use Minkah closer to the line of scrimmage, and he's been able to thrive in that role. Find it kind of fascinating that Tom was noticing that, but never tried it himself. And he spoke about how well the Dolphins' defense has played on the 4-game winning streak.
If you look at these guys statistically over the last 5 weeks, man, they're tops in football. I think they're giving up 13.2 points per game over that span. Third down conversion rate is like at 31%. They've got 9 turnovers. I think that's second in football. And so some of the very critical statistics that measure how you're playing, they're checking those boxes, and that's why they've been the winners of 4 straight. When you keep the point total down, you take the ball away, you're good on third down. I think they're 22% TD rate in the red zone, and so they're stingy in that area as well. They're doing all the things you need to do to play really good defense. I love their linebacker tandem. both highly productive instinct football players, volume tacklers. You better get hats on those guys if you want to make plays, not only in the running game, but just in the perimeter game, et cetera.
Tomlin really does have the ability to make a 6-7 Dolphins team that sure has won 4 games in a row, but doesn't play well in cold weather. Sure, they just beat the Jets, but not necessarily going to be a warm day next Monday night in Pittsburgh. Yeah, 21 degrees for Monday night's game. By the time we reach kickoff, it will be right around 18. 21 is 22, 23 degrees is the high. So we know what it's like for Miami when they're playing in freezing temperatures. Will that ultimately matter for the Steelers? I think it will. Steelers are favored by 3.5 in Monday night's game. Finds a way to make the Miami defense sound like the 85 Bears. They are 20th in the NFL defensively in total yards and tied for 15th in points, tied for 16th in third down defense. They have been better defensively on third down in the last 4 weeks or so, and just giving up a 22% touchdown rate in the red zone. But the Steelers showed some things against a beaten-up Baltimore defense that is very familiar with the Steelers, obviously, that I think that they should be able to have some success against Miami. And the fact that some of the emotion and feeling, which is real, you're not dealing with robots when you're dealing with what the Steelers are. I think it could be fascinating on Monday if they can grow the lead and ultimately end up expanding it to a point where Baltimore just really has no chance to be able to catch up. 412-928-9370. Let's hear from you coming up next. Also, this Phillip Rivers story is fascinating. Is he really going to come back and play for the Colts? He's signed into the practice squad. Is he going to be activated? One insider says he could play sooner rather than later. That's next. Also, one-star baseball free agent decides to sign in Pennsylvania, but stays on the opposite side of the state. What is the state of the Pirates right now, and is there a first baseman that is drawing interest from the Pirates, from the NL East, that could ultimately be a key answer in the lineup? 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on the matter. Austin Bechtold with you, in for Joe with his early dismissal on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Last night, Monday Night Football, the Chargers beat the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Chargers right now situate themselves in the number 1 wildcard spot. They would come to Pittsburgh if the season did end today. 22-19, the final that was won in overtime by the Chargers. Philadelphia now 8-5 on the season. They have lost 3 in a row. They get a bounce-back game against the Eagles 1 o'clock on Sunday, but Philly had to put up 10 points in the fourth quarter compared to the Chargers' 6 to be able to send it to overtime. Just 9 points through the first 3 quarters. They have serious issues. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod made the most of his rivalry game versus Baltimore. The 42-year-old threw 1 touchdown on 284 yards and also flashed his signature pose after rushing in a 1-yard TD. He was 22 of 34, including a 52-yard pass to DK, while getting more deep balls this week than he had in the prior 5 combined. Roger said he felt great and joked that at his age, that's not a guarantee. He credited his team's success with a great week of practice, claiming it was their most crisp week of preparation. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Notre Dame is on the warpath. After the College Football Playoff Committee left the Irish out, they immediately turned down their bowl game offer. Yesterday, the Notre Dame AD lashed out at the ACC for supporting Miami. You get the feeling if they could actually play a game right now, they'd be a house on fire. Unfortunately, for the many Notre Dame fans, we'll have to wait till next year to see the Irish respond on the field. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Joe?
I started a woodworking business. I was able to build beautiful furniture, but had no handle on the business side of things, so quickly fell behind in my taxes. 1 year of being behind in taxes quickly turned into 5 years. I ended up owing almost $37,000.
Then Joe found Tax Relief Advocates.
I would hear ads for tax relief advocates. One day it just clicked. This is my exact situation that I'm in. So I wrote down the number and called from the car when I got home that day. TRA saved me 99% of what I owed the IRS, and that brought a huge sense of relief.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Joe did and call TRA for a consultation.
I'm really happy that I made that call, and I finally felt like I could breathe again.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-513-5321. 800-513-5321. That's 800-513-5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
This New Year's Eve, escape to Margaritaburg at Rivers Casino. Kick off your flip-flops and join us on Wednesday, December 31st for Island Vibes, live music, party favors, drawings, a midnight confetti celebration, and more. Visit riverscasino.com for full details and waste away the last hours of the year. Rivers Casino style. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet?
Shopping season is in full swing at Louis Anthony Jewelers. We're here 7 days a week for your holiday shopping needs. Louis Anthony Jewelers has the best selection of fine designer jewelry, timepieces, and home decor. We've got something for everyone on your list, from brands such as David Yurman, Roberto Coin, and Baccarat. Let the Louis Anthony team put some extra sparkle into your season.
Have we met?
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias. During our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event, go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit, not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
At Shooters Golf in Wexford, golf season is never over. Our 16 outdoor heated bays let you tee off in comfort all year long. Looking for a fun night out? Shooters is the perfect place for guys' night, girls' night, even a date night. Pair your game with great food, cold drinks, and catch every big play on over 30 TVs. throughout the facility. Don't miss our base specials. Half price every Tuesday from 10 to 4, Sundays after 6 p.m. Shooters Golf in Wexford is more than golf. It's your go-to destination for sports, food, friends, and fun. Book your heated bay today.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to tell you again, it's all about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You know, like somebody kind of gave you a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best where and when it counts. And Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. And it really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days, to your prime, when you told everybody you were at your best. And guys, it isn't just about performance. Give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's Neofes insurance.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Looking for holiday plans? Let Rivers Casino do the cooking for you. Visit riverscasino.com to view holiday offerings for Martirano's Prime and Wheelhouse. Enjoy a variety of seasonal dishes in addition to regular menus. Happy holidays from D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. All brands and 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is also a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
At Target, great memories start with great prices. Get gingerbread house kits for just $12, plus all the Wonder Shop baking must-haves. Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wonder Shop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wonder Shop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We have a wonderful treat.
All right, Austin. It's wonderful to be here.
The show has been sabotaged and taken over by Malsey in studio.
Yep.
Malsey, would you like to yawn in that chair? Yeah, that was close. It's kind of like a...
Yeah, that's what he used to do. This is what he... Here, I'll do it one more time before I lose all of your listeners. He would go like this. He would go... And then he would act like nothing happened to me. And I would sit there. Do you know the amount of emotional damage, the amount of psychic scarring that occurred to me in a 5-year period working alongside that man?
How much do you think has come down on me in a 2-year span?
I think Do you find yourself singing stuff that he sings during the day when he's not around?
Occasionally, yes.
Like, I used to sing his little, I'm a horticulture expert, I'm a horticulture guy.
Yeah,
like,
thankfully I don't do that.
You start singing that, man, you know that you're in deep with him.
Yeah, thankfully that is not one that comes to mind. It's typically church hymns that he changes the lyrics to that involve your name half the time.
Yeah, that also is weird. He's really made a career off of working Mulsey into any situation imaginable.
Is that endearing? Do you take that as a compliment?
I like it. I mean, I would hope people know by now that Joe and I are friends. Joe and I get along. Joe and I, when we work together, would occasionally be at each other's throats. But I had a special talent for really ticking him off on the air to the point where he was like ready to strangle me, but managing to stay friendly with him when the mics went off. So
50-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Mulsey, What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly.
Woo!
And what's cooking right now, Mulsey? Other than the Tomlin presser, which we'll continue to get into. Phillip Rivers signing to the practice squad of the Indianapolis Colts at 44. Mm-hmm. He's a semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, for gosh sake.
Mm-hmm.
One, do you think Rivers will actually see action in a game? And two, it makes me wonder, could Ben come off the couch tomorrow and sign with a team and be able to play?
Yes, I think Rivers will see action. He probably wanted to get signed because he's got like 13 kids, so he probably needs the money. I mean, he's made a lot in his career, but tuition isn't getting any cheaper. I do think he'll play. I thought Riley Leonard, I actually watched a little bit of that game after Jones blew out his Achilles. I thought Riley Leonard was like not horrible, but obviously he's not going to win you a game like that. To me, Rivers is the kind. I would actually rather have a statue basically back there than a guy that, like, remember late career Vic would come off the bench and play, and Vic was still a guy who wanted to make it happen with his athletic ability, and occasionally he could, but when that's like a main part of your game when you're great in your prime, I don't think that ages very well.
Yeah, when he won that game in the soccer stadium.
Right, like that's a good example, and he made a huge run to help seal that game. I think a guy like Rivers, who I think his probably best 40 time was like 5'2" at some point. Like there are absolutely people in this building faster than Phillip Rivers. Like not just Doran, I mean. Like I think Crowley with a strong tailwind could run a lot faster than Phillip Rivers.
Could you on a bad knee do it?
Yeah, I think I could. Like my knee is better now. When I first ran that one that made everybody make fun of me because Pony looked like an ostrich that was like constipated, and he was somehow like allegedly faster than me.
What is he, the Limu Emu character?
He was. If you've ever seen the video, we were at Kenny Pickett's pro day, so this is several years ago at Pitt's facility, and he and I just goofed around and tried to run 40s, not against each other directly. We each ran it individually, and it was a hand timing issue. And comments like, Mulsey, you obviously are faster. You look like you've actually run before. Pony was like high stepping and high kneeing. It was very weird.
Yeah, I do remember that
They
video.
claimed that I ran like a 5'9". There's no way. And I also was like a month away from tearing my meniscus. So this version of me, you let me limber up here, I think I could beat Rivers in a 40.
So do you think that what would Ben do if he came back for one game, and let's say it's hypothetically against Cleveland?
I think Ben's, well, so I think there's a good question about Ben, because I think Rivers had to be more of a technician, and actually from day one, I think Rivers had to probably like know the offense better. Ben got by on he was a great athlete, kind of Josh Allen before Josh Allen existed in the NFL. Maybe not like the pure runner, but hard to bring down, big rangy guy, bigger than the linebackers trying to tackle him.
Like what kind of shape is Ben even in right now?
I think Ben actually, I've laughed about like, was he ever going to be one of those guys who ballooned up? He looks like he's not. I mean, he randomly crossed paths with me. Obviously, there was no Christmas cards or hellos exchanged, but I was at Laurel Valley for the 10 Memorial Golf Tournaments Junior event that they did. It was their inaugural event this past summer. And Ben's son is a very good golfer. His son, who's like right around teenage years, I think he's like 13. And so he plays in a lot of the big junior stuff around town. And Ben was there as a golf dad. And he looked like he always looks. I bet you if I had to guess a weight on him, because he's every bit of 6'5.5", he's a tall guy, so you got to go higher. I guess like in the 260, 270 range, probably on the lower end of that. But to your point, though, you asked me if he could actually do it. My main question would be, at the end of his career, we know he like got way better as a technician and as a guy who was reading defenses.
He was a point guard.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like knowledge of scheme, knowledge of what other teams are going to try to do to stop you, etc.
Yeah, kind of like Rodgers at this point.
Sure.
can he pick up somebody's offense? Or can you tailor an offense quickly to say, Ben, what concepts do you remember liking, especially late in your career? What do you feel good about throwing right now? And what do you feel good about doing? I think in like a pinch, is he going to be better than, say, Brady Cook, who the Jets had to put in when Taylor went down? Yeah, I think he probably would be.
Well, and hasn't Rivers, he have a connection with Steichen as well, going back to the Chargers days?
I believe so. Steichen was still with the Eagles when Rivers played his last actual year. But, yeah, I believe Shane Steichen and he have shared history.
So there should be some verbiage there that he should be able to pick up on easier where...
Yeah, he was the Chargers OC in 2019 when old Philly was still there.
Yeah, so like if Bruce Arians
they speak
was
the
still
same
around,
language.
Or if Matt Canada was any good and went to a different job, maybe that would, or Coach Randy.
It'd be Fichtner. But no, I think, not Canada. Ben would intentionally sabotage Canada, I think, at this point.
If Coach Randy was coaching for, like, the Vikings right now, I could see it.
If BA was coaching somewhere, like if Bruce Arians was the OC or the head coach of a team and was like, I need a quarterback, and he called Ben, I think Ben would pick up the phone and there would be a very serious discussion.
How do you feel about Tomlin's comments about Minkah and what he said ultimately about how he's being deployed?
I think they've been really solid in the secondary once they solidified some of their, divisional labor. And I think Minkah has been significant in that regard. He's been playing nickel for them. And they've got more depth, certainly, at safety than they do at corner. And Minkah's versatility has been an asset to him. He's done an awesome job as a guy that plays closer to the line of scrimmage in the nickel position, a guy that blitzes. Certainly in base, he plays free safety. And is a hub of communication and center fielder back there for him there.
So I find it ironic that Tomlin mentions that and how he's playing around the scrimmage, around the line of scrimmage and playing near the box, and the versatility component. Things that the Steelers never let Minkah do over the last couple of years before trading him.
Well, the one thing that you have to remember about his time in Miami is that he actually claimed that he hated being moved around a lot as a chess piece. He liked to give me one role and let me do that role. So I do think Minkah's kind of an inconsistent or in literary terms, an unreliable narrator here with some of this. They seem like they have him as, what did Tomlin say, free safety and base and a nickel corner otherwise.
Right.
I think honestly Mike respects him, but I think also Mike's answer there sort of just generally indicated that things with Minkah had run their course here pretty obviously. I think the question, I think it was Brooke who asked it about his leadership too.
Right.
And Tomlin, I thought, gave away the game a little bit there when he said, we have a lot of good leaders. We don't have a leadership deficiency here, because I think the Minkah leadership had curdled a little bit by the end. Because I think he was, there's two kinds of hard ass that you can be. You can be the guy that, really gets people to rally to your side because you're such a blood and guts type of player. But you can also be the kind of guy that I think, kind of puts off some of your teammates if you're acting almost standoffish. And I think Minkah by the end turned into that guy.
Well, and even mentioned communication too, and what he's doing with Miami. And communication seemed to be a problem where, especially in that Chiefs game, there were multiple instances, whether it was Queen, whether it was Elliott, just putting their hands up and looking towards Minkah as to what happened. Miscommunication issues all around.
I've got to chime in on something.
Yes.
I fired up the YouTube comments, and Pony's going to roast me for this. I told him he could. I had a dad moment here. I am wearing the exact same hoodie that I was wearing yesterday to work. Basically the hat, the hoodie, the whole deal. Different pants, thank God, and different underwear. But I threw back on the hoodie today after a shower. And now I realized to my horror when I came in that I was wearing the exact same thing. And people are just going to try to hit me with those Callis charges here. Like when Callis stunk up the place because he did not have a chance to go home and shower, and the prod studio was a bit messy.
So you didn't wash the hoodie at all then? You just put it right back on after you put it on the bed or in your closet.
But listen, you hang the thing up. It's not like I came in here and ran sprints in this thing. So why should it smell bad after one wear?
It shouldn't, and it probably doesn't. What an observant YouTube chat to be able to remember
that. The YouTube chat can't believe I'm on this early either. What would Starkey ask you? Do you like Cornish game hens?
I think he'd say right now, he was actually talking about you guys and your comments on Kyle Schwarber. Why would the PM team actually think that Kyle Schwarber would be a realistic topic for the Pirates? Because Joe thinks that it was just basically a talking point where it might be thrown out there by agents that the Pirates are trying to spend all this money. But if Ken Rosenthal's report is correct, 4 years and $120, and Schwarber ultimately signed for $5 and $150, Are we realistically saying that if the Pirates went an additional year, that Schwarber would have done that? I'm
I
sure
think they would have had to they would have had to offer him like $5 million more per year over the life of probably a 5-year deal, so it would have looked like $5 and $155 because there's absolutely a Pirates tax. Philly, we laugh about Philly. Obviously, we make fun of the Flyers, and we should. Their fans are completely insane. It's an unbelievable sports town if they like you.
No doubt.
As an athlete, like if Philly fans decide that you're one of them, that is one of the greatest places to play in the world.
He's beloved.
Because they'll basically bring the knives out, literally and figuratively, to defend you. And he's like I think he's probably the most popular guy on that team at this point, more so than even Harper.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And we've seen how they are trying to run Castellanos out of town, the verbiage.
He sucks now, by the way.
Yeah.
That's kind of the problem.
And how about Jalen Hurts last night, too?
He also sucks right now. I think we can officially – he's a weird case, isn't he? Because he's played in 2 Super Bowls and easily could be 2-0, and in both of them, he either played Mahomes to a draw or in the second one outplayed him badly. And that would give you credence to the idea. That would lend credence to the idea that he's like a really top-end dude. He ain't.
Oh, he could have been the MVP in both.
He's not the best. He's not like a force multiplier quarterback at all.
No, he's not a top 10. Where is he? Do you think 10 to 15
all right,
range?
Here, quickly, because we got a minute left. Let's play my favorite game. All right. Is he better than Drake May?
No.
Is he better than Josh Allen?
No.
Is he better than Tua?
Yes.
Is he better than anybody on the Jets? Yes.
Yes.
Is he better than Burrow? No.
No.
Is he better than Shaduri? Yes.
Yes.
Is he better than Rodgers? Yes. Gun to my head.
Yeah,
yes.
he is.
But it's because of the running component.
He's not better than Lamar.
He's not better than Lamar. That's 4. Is he better than Herbert?
No.
Is he better than Mahomes?
No.
Is he better than Bo Nix? Tough.
No. Maybe. No.
Tough scene right now. 7. Is he better than Trevor Lawrence?
I say no.
Okay. Is he better than Stroud?
I think yes.
Is he better than Cam Ward?
He's definitely better.
Cam Ward is putting good tape out there for a horrible football team. Skip the Colts. Who do we miss in the AFC? Anybody?
I think that's it.
Is he better than Stafford? No.
No.
Is he better than a healthy Jaden Daniels?
A healthy Jaden Daniels? No.
Is he better than Purdy? That's 10.
Yes,
Okay,
he is better than
Purdy. Is he better than Darnold right now?
No.
Okay, that's 11. Is he better than Jacoby Brissett? Sure. Is
Yes.
he better than Caleb?
No, not right now.
Is he
No,
better
not
than
the way
Love?
Caleb's
No,
playing.
Love
no.
is awesome. Love's an MVP candidate. Is he
Goff?
better than Goff?
No.
I would say no. Is he better than Baker?
No.
Is he better than? Well, yes, he's better than McCarthy. So we've named 15 right now.
Yeah, and he's better than whoever Atlanta's throwing out there right now, Kirk Cousins or
I think
Penix,
he's
the
better than
Saints.
He's better than Bryce Young.
He is.
But like we just named half the league. He's a middle of the road quarterback on an unbelievable roster. If he was like Lamar Jackson healthy on that team, they would never lose. Anyway,
Thank
fun
you,
time,
Mozzie.
Austin. Thank you.
The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's a high of 34. AJ Burnett and a low of 13. Nick Menino. The PM team is next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Last night, Chargers beating Philadelphia. The Eagles on a losing streak as the Chargers right now the number 1 wild card team after winning in overtime. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day in college basketball is Columbia laying 4.5 points on the road at Stony Brook. Columbia comes in with a 9-1 record with their lone loss coming to UConn. The Lions have the more trustworthy offense here, ranking in the top 30 of effective field goal percentage and top 10 in offensive rebounding, which should give them plenty of second chance look. Bet smarter, beat the books, download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When you walk through our doors, you're not a case, you're family.
At LGKG, we take time to listen, to care, and to fight for what matters most, you.
AV-rated super lawyers, taking your personal injury case personally. LGKG.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You ventured into the attic and garage for your holiday decorations and suddenly remembered what a cluttered nightmare it was. Before you put it all back, give us a call. 2menandajunktruck.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The season of savings is here at South Hills Kia. Stuff your driveway with the 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive, only $309 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose a 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Don't miss out. These holiday deals end January 2nd, 2026. Celebrate the season with a new ride at southhillskia.net for details.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Surfside is the perfect fit this holiday season. Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, there's nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. Made with real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin went down a long list of injured players today to start his press conference. One good note, Derek Harmon, banged up, could return Monday night against the Dolphins. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Left-handed power-hitting DH Kyle Schwarber hits this one, a fly ball to deep center field. Back is Gorski at the wall, leaps up and makes the catch. Matt Gorski just robbed Kyle Schwarber of his 300th career home run, leaping at the wall in center field.
One of the girls shot a logo three-pointer that landed like 15 feet short of the hoop. Middle school girls basketball, but that's pretty much what the Pirates offered when they offered Schwarber a 4-year deal. Because you knew it was going to be the Phillies. No, the Pirates weren't ever really in.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. It takes a lot for Tomlin to get knocked off the marquee on a Tomlin Tuesday, but I've gotten tons of texts, and our YouTube comments and everything else seem to be centered and focused on what happened at the winter meetings. The Pirates, the bridesmaid again, on Kyle Schwarber. Can you guys tell me the name of the ex-Pirate catcher who was comparing the Pirates' pursuit of Kyle Schwarber to a middle school-aged girl missing a half-court shot by 15 feet?
Eric Kratz.
Yes. Did you know that, Miles?
Absolutely not. That was a very perspicacious answer by Donnie.
Because I feel like we've used him before for something. Like he has a podcast.
I was just going to say
Cup
Keith
of
Osick.
Coffee, Eric Kratz with the Buccos.
Was he from the year where they had
a
like
shot of espresso?
Was he from the year, I think it was 2011, where they had about 62 different people catch a game for them? The Wyatt Teregas year? Dusty Brown. Can I get a Dusty Brown in the chat?
I place him in 2010 or 2011.
Yeah. They had a year there where they had, like, legitimately, I think, 9 different players actually start a game at catcher.
Eric Kratz, quick aside, Eric Kratz was the backup catcher for the Syracuse Chiefs when I was doing games there. The starting catcher was Sal Fasano, who might be your spirit animal, Donnie. Go look that guy up. And you want to talk about riot. I accidentally knocked over the table that had their post-game spread on it.
No.
Macaroni salad.
Oh,
Those guys probably wanted to kick your ass.
Dogs. Oh, they did.
And
Kratz was right in the thick of it.
I don't think there is a worse thing you could have done. You might have been able to get away with insulting one of their spouses, and they would have reacted less poorly.
So the Pirates lose out on Schwarber. You might want to put that in air quotes. I'll leave that up to you. I'll leave that up to the listener. 5 for $150. There's some thought that the Pirates offered 4 for $120. So the money per year was the same. The Phillies just upped the offer and went 5 years, and the Pirates either did, and Schwarber took the Phillies offer because all things being equal, he'd rather play for the Phillies, or they stopped at 4 years. That would be some good reporting if someone can get the information on that. I have a question for everybody out there. Finishing in second place on the best power hitter in free agency, does that do anything for you at 412-928-9370? Because I will take the middle school aged analogy, middle school girl analogy from Kratz a step further. When I was in middle school, I don't know if it's true for you guys, would your gym have all of these slogans? No, like posters on the wall that had uplifting, motivational quotes and stuff like that.
You're talking about like going to like a Michael's or a Hobby Lobby and seeing like those like perseverance means never giving up no matter how hard it gets. So we would have stuff for like the players on the varsity team, like little posters.
I'm talking about middle school gym or elementary
school. I went to parochial school.
Okay.
The whole thing was
Donnie,
the same
did you guys do that? It was like our gym was spackled with all of these motivational posters.
I feel like we had like some of those around the school, not necessarily in the gym. You mean like it would be like team together, everyone achieves more.
Exactly.
Somebody's got this one that says tradition never graduates from their school.
Stuff like that.
Did you go to Alabama for middle school,
Stuff like that. And I'll never forget there was a John Wooden one on our middle school gym wall.
Put your socks on properly or you'll get blisters.
That said something like activity is an achievement. And that's how I take what's gone on so far. They have money, but they haven't spent any of it. And unfortunately for the Pirates, and if anybody wants to call in and say, yes, they've actually brought me back to life here. I'm checking to see updates. I thought there was a chance they'd get Schwarber. I actually believe that this is going to be an off-season that I've dreamt about as a Pirates fan. 412-928-9370. Or if you want to call in and agree with us, that's fine too. But they just don't get the benefit of the doubt is the point I'm making here.
In no way should they get it. If they were a team that had signed players in the past to legitimate competitive contracts that were in demand by other teams, you'd say sucks they missed out on Kyle Schwarber. But we wouldn't be having this conversation if they were one of those teams.
Even if we found out the Reds finished in second place, I would say, okay, they gave Joey Votto a gigantic deal. They've shown a willingness in the past. Yes, the Brewers, they gave Braun all that money. They've made big trades and made big signings.
Didn't they give Yelich a ton of money too?
They did, yes, after they made that blockbuster trade. Good job, Mulsey.
They've also made a blockbuster trade, and like we talk about the old David Price bit where the Pirates, they almost had David Price way back when. They got CeCe Sabathia in Milwaukee and did that.
So, I don't know. I just feel like based on the feedback I've gotten from Pittsburgh sports fans today that there's a lot of people with opinions on this. I'm not saying all of them are positive, but people seem to want to sound off on this idea 24 hours ago that, hey, the Pirates actually put an offer in front of him, only to find out today, well, what do you know, he's going back to Philly. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts, Malzy?
It's something where hearing that they made allegedly this is a very real offer, they put this offer in front of him, and then they finished either runner-up or maybe more than runner-up or whatever.
Do they get credit even for the offer?
Absolutely nothing.
They do not.
No, because you know what? It proved that, one, they weren't willing to go that extra year, which Philly was, because the guy is going to be like 38 when this deal's done, or maybe even close to 39. Okay.
He's going to start the season at age 33, so yeah, you're right.
He'll be close. He'll be nearing 40, and these deals often don't age well, but Philly is saying, yeah, we know that. We're willing to deal with that. I didn't see if there's any opt-outs for either side late in the deal. And also, it's just $30 million more, period. The Pirates have to pay a Pirates tax. If you had told me, now if
Pirates tax.
If I had somehow found out that the Pirates offered 5 years and they decided to pay a 20% or whatever it is, or close to 20% Pirates tax, $155 million, throw $5 million on top of it every year, and he gets an extra $25 million. And I found out that from credible sources, they really made this offer. He had both in front of him. He picked the Phillies.
Yeah.
That would at least be a situation where I would say they deserve some credit for doing what Philly technically wasn't willing to do.
They went above and beyond.
They went above and beyond and really wanted the player.
They understood their place in the baseball food chain.
To use a high school analogy, they brought roses to the prettiest girl in class, and she picked the quarterback and not them because they're, I don't know, I don't want to offend anybody. They're in the math club.
So like the kid in the Breakfast Club, what was that guy's name? That Anthony Hall?
Brian Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony
Lead
Michael
singer
Hall.
of AC/DC?
Donnie, you sent out a pretty pessimistic tweet about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be the offseason that is reminiscent of some of their trade deadlines when they were a team that was in a competitive spot. I mean, even the 2024 season. And we will hear about all of these players connected to Kyle Schwarber, connected to Pete Alonso, I mean, connected to any big-name player you want. I feel like they will come away with none of them. They will sign.
So no good consolation prizes either. You don't think there's like a guy that's a
they have to
tick
prove
or two
that
below?
me.
So they've started at the highest point. You don't even think they come down a little bit and get one of those maybe B-level?
I mean, I'd be happy
hitters?
with that, but they'd have to prove that to me. I'm not going to give them. I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt either.
There have to be guys who sign with this team that are legitimate major league free agents for anybody to give them any benefit of the doubt. And by the way, I shouldn't have made fun of Math Club. It would be 5 years, 175 is the deal I was hypothesizing.
I feel like they'll come away from this signing the same types of players that they usually
so you think
sign.
It's going to be that bad?
They'll bring back
1
Andrew
year
McCutchen
old
for a
guys.
fifth reunion tour, and we will just have to hear, well, guys, we were close. We were interested.
I don't know. Do you think internally, I guess this is where I would want to take this for a second briefly. Do you think internally they feel like these offers getting leaked, hey, we really did make this offer. It was there. Rosenthal's not doing our bidding here. And I actually don't think these insiders like the Pirates very much, so I don't think any of them are particularly inclined. Yeah, I don't think they're inclined to help the Pirates when the Pirates don't deserve it.
Yeah.
I wonder if internally Ben Cherington, Bob Nutting, Travis Williams are like, well, if this gets out from credible sources that we really did offer it, we actually put the offer out there, we had to be willing to almost be not afraid that he might actually accept it. Does it help us with our fans? They can't possibly think that people are going to give them the benefit of the doubt for clanking one off the rim. The crowd cheers when somebody shoots a half-court shot when it goes in.
Not when it's close, not when it rims out, you're saying.
Right, they go, ooh. In this case, Pirates fans aren't even going to give you that.
Yeah, but if it's a kid in a Little League game with very little power and he hits one to the warning track, isn't he going back to the dugout and he's getting like pats on the butt and high fives from his coaches like, hey, that was pretty good. Get him next time? I kind of feel like that happens, and I feel like the Pirates in the baseball ecosystem are kind of the runt of the litter.
They're able to be more of a normal-sized dog in the litter, though. The runt in Little League has no say in whether or not he's the smallest kid in the league.
Maybe you're right.
The Pirates absolutely have more to spend.
We've been sitting here now for almost 15 minutes, and no one has called in yet to disagree with us. And that's usually the first thing people want to do. When they hear me open my mouth and say something, or you say something out of pocket, or Donnie says something asinine, the first thing that happens is the phone lines light up and people say, well, hold on a second. You guys don't know what the hell you're talking about. No one's doing that. So is it just universally believed that this is what Donnie said? Names get put out there, offers get talked about, but they don't pull any of it off. I'll give you a guy, this is going to shock you. You know who actually is already giving them some credit for what they're trying to do?
Dayon.
Boris.
Boris?
Yes. Yes. Boris. Scott Boris, the biggest power broker in Major League Baseball.
Loved ones performed a wellness check on him?
Scott Boris talked to one of the Pirates beat writers, not Mackey, who's wearing two hats and has dual citizenship these days, who has got a million jobs. Colin Beasley. Colin Beasley talked to Scott Boris. The Pirates' aggressiveness is, quote, the right step.
Is he Schwarber's agent?
I don't know that.
Here's the thought.
I'm sure I can peruse the story and get you the answer.
If he is really quick, I would say this.
He's not.
Okay.
But Alonso is, Bregman is, Bellinger is, all three of those guys.
I would just say, though, if he had been Kyle Schwarber's agent, or even if he's not and he's just seeing it, I think in Scott Boris's world, a team like the Pirates making an offer that is credibly confirmed to have happened, that's that much money, just makes it more fertile ground for him.
Here's the Boris quote in the PG. Ben and the Pirates have reached out to us on a number of players. They've made us very aware that they're going to be active in the free agent market, and they intend to add free agent talent to the roster. I would say it's the right step, Boris went on to say. I certainly don't want to limit them for future years, but it's good to see a few of the clubs that we don't normally hear from in free agency be active in it.
Okay, but hearing like them calling Scott Boris up, and I mean, Scott Boris must, I guess, believe it. I mean, he doesn't have to give a quote like that. Maybe he's setting the table that if they don't do something, then he'll come back around and clobber them for it. But it still doesn't do anything other than indicate that they are at least making phone calls, that they aren't just sitting on the sidelines. They're trying.
Here's Corey on the fan. Hello, Corey.
Hi.
Hi.
I just want to say I've been a Pirate fan since 1965.
Congratulations on all your success. That means you were a teenager when you saw them win in '79. That must have been fun.
That was fun, and it was fun in '71 too. But I just want to say that I'm with Mosley on this. If they don't hire somebody, if they don't get a player, I just don't want it. It's all still lip service. It's just the same old thing, and I can tell you this much. Until they start to develop players, they're not going to attract other players.
All right, do you think in about 2 weeks, you're going to have to call into the show and say, I was dead wrong. The Pirates did go out there and make a big free agent slash. Kudos to them, props to them for actually proving me wrong. Do you believe that?
It could be 2 months. I'll call you and say that. I'll be happy to say that.
But do you actually think that will happen, Corey in New Kensington?
I do not.
All right.
What happens if they, fresh off of his, boxing match with you yesterday, Fake John and Robinson has cited a player here that I've talked about being on their radar. They'll sign. What if they sign Luis Arraez, 2 years, $30 million, which would be roughly what he's projected to get per year, and try to tout that as their big signing?
I would say better, but still not good enough.
Well, I would say nowhere close to good enough. He's a singles hitter. He's a good singles hitter.
Man, I know a lot of you out there sent messages to your buddies either mocking the Pirates or feeling downtrodden that Kyle Schwarber signed with the Phillies today. So I want you to call into our show right now and give us your reaction. First guy says, there's no way in hell they sign any good free agents. Do you agree with him? Is this all lip service, as he put it? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, a person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19 in overtime on Monday Night Football. Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 15 of the NFL season. Atlanta and Tampa Bay, Thursday 8:15. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood 1, begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And FanDuel's the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. You got points, rebounds, threes, assists. FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. I usually bring up the guys we watch play college ball here in this promotion, and I forget Steven Adams, who's still kicking and still logging big minutes and still getting block shots and rebounds, and good teams keep wanting him. What a heck of a career he's had after kind of a quiet run at Pitt. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Double bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Rival Wednesday Trivia. Be the 10th caller. Ask a member of the PM Team a trivia question, and you could win a $25 gift card to Rival Sports Bar in Bridgeville or Fox Chapel.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Last night, Jalen Hurts became the first player with 2 turnovers on the same play since 1978. If you haven't seen it, it will be on blooper reels for years. It was embarrassing, but it's only part of a much bigger problem. The Philadelphia Eagles offense has disappeared. They've lost 3 straight games. They haven't scored more than 21 in a game since October. They better figure out something soon because their chances of repeating as champions are fading fast. I'm Andrew Perloff.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatments can exceed $400,000, and families often face losing their homes and life savings just to pay the bill. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to significant compensation to help the cost involved with the treatment. Mesothelioma is caused by exposure to asbestos, and companies knew the risk, but you shouldn't have to bear the costs alone. The law firm of Flint Cooper has helped victims and their families secure financial support they're entitled to. Call Flint Cooper now because time is running out for you to file a claim. Call 800-606-8169 for a free consultation. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma and don't have legal representation, call Flint Cooper now at 800-606-8169. That's 800-606-8169. Call now, 800-606-8169.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pitch is swung on and hit deep out to left field. Racing back, Pham, warning track, and Schwarber's hit one out of the ballpark. Home run number 20 for Kyle Schwarber, 1-0 Philadelphia here in Pittsburgh.
How can the Pirates, with a straight face, say, we made a 4-year offer for Schwarber? What are you doing? If you want Schwarber, you think you're going to be able to make a market offer and get him? You think he's going to go?
Jim Bowden, Bob Papiani's old roommate at Point Park, former Pirates front office man, now a man in the media, who has an interesting hairdo, talking about...
interesting hair color, you would say?
Yeah, the Pirates and Kyle Schwarber and how it was never a realistic thing. Some speculation here off the air during the break that maybe teams are using the Pirates to get a baseline offer.
Don't you think that's why Boris might be praising them? Because he figures some of his candidates or his clients might get the same kind of baseline
Interesting
offer?
Conspiracy theory.
I just think it's like sound business from an agent's perspective to encourage a team like the Pirates. You want as many interested suitors and bidders as possible if you're the agent.
Did the pursuit of Schwarber get you excited for the Pirates' free agent possibilities? How many of you out there are actually expecting that the Pirates do some things in free agency that kickstart your fandom, that get you hyped up, that get you fired up for next season, that get you to buy back in? 412-928-9370. We're 0 for 1 with that so far from callers. And that is the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Here is Bill in Latrobe. Hello, Bill. Bill?
Yeah, how you doing?
Hi, Bill. You're on the radio right now.
I honestly don't believe that the Pirates are going to get any type of significant free agents until either Mark Cuban or someone of his stature buys them from the current owners. I don't think anybody
so we
in
need
Major
the owner
League
to have a change of heart about his biggest business. We need a guy from Pittsburgh who has owned a basketball team to step in and buy the team. And if those things happen, well, then we'll really be cooking with gas, is what you're telling me. We need that fantasy that has been discussed here for, what would you say, Chris, 25 years? Are we encroaching on 30 years of having this Mark Cuban delusion where he's looked at as our, like, messiah figure for a certain segment of Pirates fans?
Yeah, he's absolutely been that messianic figure. Like, no Tepper ever in that thing.
No Tull.
No Tull, no Tepper.
I honestly feel like from the second our radio station launched, we were being inundated with people saying Cuban needs to buy the Pirates.
Yeah, early on in the station's history, it was two things. I wish Mark Cuban would buy the Pirates, and I wish Pitt would hire Bill Chirpak.
Mike is in Baldwin. Hello, Mike.
How you doing?
Hey.
Hello.
How's it going?
We're okay.
Hey, pretty much same as everybody. Gotta show me how it's gonna go before we believe you. But I think Starkey was a little mistaken earlier when he was saying he expects that $100 million that we offered for one guy to then go to 4 other guys, because that was over the long term of the deal.
Was Joe saying though, like, they better, like, was he saying it almost as a threat, like, if you're going to say that you actually offered a guy $30 million a year, you better break up that $30 million over 2 or 3 other players, or else it was a hollow offer? Was he saying it in that context, in your opinion?
I think sort of, yeah, but that's where I think you're setting yourself up for failure. We know what we're dealing with. You obviously were going to spend some of that money.
So
but
you didn't get sucked in by this at all. When you started to hear the biggest insiders in baseball say, hey, the Pirates are talking to Kyle Schwarber, Mike and Baldwin didn't even get a tiny bit excited?
I do, actually. Yeah, Starkey did get me a little excited because we have the pitching staff to start that, and I think this would be the smartest time to ever spend that money. I agree.
Well, yes, those are two very different things. Like having the opinion that they need to strike while the iron is hot when you have a very cheap, affordable Paul Skeens. You're paying him next to nothing. He's the best pitcher in baseball, maybe the greatest pitcher of all time. Now would be a wise time to actually spend on free agent hitters and bolster your team. The thought and the application of it and pulling it off and executing it are two very, very different things. And I have said a few times here, if Travis Williams and Bob Nutting are true to their word on this, where urgency, it's got to happen this offseason. If it doesn't, I'd fire Cherington before the season even starts. All right, buddy, this was your put up or shut up time. This was your nut cutting time. You didn't get it up. We gave you the money. You didn't do it, so you're done. And if they keep him around, it'll tell me that they're really not that disenchanted or disappointed with the job he did, Chris.
I think, yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the bottom line for me. Also, though, if he didn't get it done because of still the parameters under which he's working, are you going to look in the mirror and say, I should fire myself?
Well, right now there's the illusion that he does have, like, opened up purse strings and not a blank check, but a much bigger.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you think that the Rosenthal's of the world are getting these news of these offers from the Pirates, from the agents, from Bob Nutting himself wanting it out there? The last one seems the least likely, but if Bob did want to sort of grease the skids for I'm unhappy with my GM, I would be telling everybody personally.
That's a good question. Noah Hiles is going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. I wonder where he thinks this is coming from, because if it's from the Pirates and then they fail to sign any of these guys, you were right. It's going to make them look really bad.
It makes them look even worse because you put yourself out there like you were going to do it. Just the way I said getting Skeens would actually be like a curse more than a blessing if they didn't surround him because you know how good he is. I do wonder if the owner would talk to any of these people if he had like an inkling that Ben was given more resources, right? But wasn't getting the job done. And he knew as the owner, I'm giving him more than I've ever given him in his whole career. I would almost want to start getting out ahead of it if I found out he kept swinging and missing on players.
Or if he was unwilling to overpay out of some, principle.
Yeah,
you can go get this guy if you want. And he's like, he's actually not worth the money, Bob.
Could you just hypothetically imagine Bob saying, I know this is an overpay. I know this is going to make us all uncomfortable. I want you to offer 5 years, $175 for Schwarber and make them turn you down. And Cherington,
not a good baseball move, Bob.
Bob, come on now. We can reallocate those funds elsewhere.
I mean, if you believe the reporting, he had more money at his disposal last offseason and spend it on analysts.
I'm imagining now a very funny conversation where Bob goes, what, you're going to spend it on 10 more analysts instead of Kyle Schwarber?
Here's Robert on the Fan. Hello, Rob.
Hey, love the show. And there's no way the Pirates are going to pay for a big bat. Actually, they need 2 or 3. There's no way I believe what they're saying. And even if they do spend a little more money, they'll probably get some second-rate guy that has a big name that can't cut it anymore, and they'll increase their payroll and say, look, we tried. Here's our payroll. It's increased so much from last year. But, even if they spend a little more, I'm not so sure they're confident enough to pull off a big-time player that's going to make a difference.
But that sounds to me like more of the same. And they've talked a bigger game than that. They've talked a bigger game than – what's the analogy you've made for years, Donnie? This is they're acting like they're not going to Target and finding the DVD bin that has Insano Man in there for $3. Or,
Man, when I used to work at one big box store.
A Caddyshack 1 and 2 box set for $12.
We used to have True Lies, Commando, and Predator for $8.88. Them were the days.
I mean, you're not finding a better deal in town.
Oh, that's Russell Martin.
Isn't that
for
what
2
you said
years.
about them? That's how they shop.
Yeah.
For players.
Yeah, it's like the $5 movie bin.
Yeah.
And you just kind of hope and pray that you got the Godfather in there, but it usually isn't.
But no one's made it sound like that's what they're actually doing this offseason. From the people who cover the game to the Pirates themselves, they're leading us to believe that something bigger is going to happen. But I will, for the second time in 2 days, bring up the Polar Express again.
Again, creepy movie with that uncanny valley kind of animation. Don't love it.
You know what we're finding here? This is like when the kid gets Santa's bell and his parents can't hear it because they don't believe anymore. They're ringing this bell that they're actually going to go for it. And based on just the small sample size of the people who've called into our show, none of them actually want to hear it. None of them are actually like, oh, my God. They are like, that sound means, oh, my God, that music's playing. That means here comes Eugenio Suarez or Cody Bellinger or who else is out there? Pete Alonso.
I think people would take Luis Ariz as a starter even at this point. Pete Alonso.
All right. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch us on Twitter. We've pinned it to our X page at 93.7 The Fan. You can also watch us on YouTube, where the comments border on the insane, including a woman on there named Desiree who keeps trying to organize a date and coordinate one with Austin Bechtold. You can listen to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right. More of your calls on this plus. Mike Tomlin's PM Team Tomlinism of the Week.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back home tonight. Puck drop set for 7 against the Anaheim Ducks at the arena. Evgeny Malkin placed on IR with an upper body injury earlier today. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. All right, your windows, you're not thinking about them right now. You're thinking about all the different things you got to do around the holidays. You're thinking about the gatherings you might be hosting or attending or anything else. Don't let your windows kind of die on the vine here as a concern, especially if you're going to be hosting this holiday season and holiday seasons into the future, and your windows are substandard. Because they're going to make your house more uncomfortable for all your guests. They're going to make your heating and energy bills a lot higher and your cooling bills higher in the summer. That's going to make your wallet uncomfortable. But you could fix this all right now with a call to Universal Windows Direct. They've got a great deal going. It's buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus 0% interest for 60 months and a free vacation voucher with your project. So that means you have a little trip to look forward to in addition to improving your home right now. Don't wait on this one. Let Universal Windows Direct help you out. Call 412-545-6003 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. Schedule that free in-home estimate today, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Spots are filling up fast, so don't wait. Lock in yours today at ZeroResPGH.com. Happy holidays from all of us at Zero Res.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
What's up, black and gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquicktrain.com.
You have a 42-year-old quarterback. Can a 44-year-old who hasn't played in 5 years come back and play? Phil Rivers?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The Colts are supposed to work him up.
That's none of my business, man. I'm trying to get ready for the Dolphins.
Well, that happened fast. Our PM Team Tomlinism of the week. Mike has really stopped using one-of-a-kind sayings. They're more repeatable, ones that we've heard for close to 20 years. They're stale. They're not fresh.
He's not
much
doing
like him as a
artisanal
coach.
stuff. He's
No.
not doing like those boutique liners. He's just saying, here's the slop. You can deal with it if you want.
Instead, the Tomlinism of the week is being used here as an opportunity to talk about Tomlin feigning ignorance, first of all, on Rivers.
I'm glad you brought that up on your own.
As if he has his head buried so deep in the sand. Nobody inside the NFL texts him. Omar Khan doesn't come into his office and say, holy bleep, can you believe this? Phil Rivers is coming back to the NFL.
Dadgummit, here comes Philip Rivers.
Oh, honey. Oh. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, baby. Oh, Lee. Uh-oh. Shoot. Oh, my gosh. Shoot. That aggravates the stew out of me.
That's my favorite one.
So homespun.
That aggravates the stew out of me. Have you heard? I know, that's probably gets said a lot at, your neighborhood Cracker Barrel. But have you heard anybody ever say that aggravates the stew out of me?
I've not.
That's the Tomlinism of the week right there.
That
Riversism.
aggravates the stew out of me.
That aggravates the stew out of me.
Do you think he's ever sworn in his entire life?
Yeah.
Gotten so mad that he actually cussed, and then he probably felt bad about it?
I think he was born again in that regard.
I don't know. I heard about this with him in college that he
really?
would do this too. Yeah.
Well, you don't think
He was married and had a kid when he was still at NC State, I believe.
That's no shocker. How many does he have, Don? He's the first grandfather, I think, to play in the NFL.
So Joe said earlier that Brett Favre was a grandfather when he was in his final NFL
I guess maybe
years.
That's possible. I didn't really do any kind of grandfatherly fact-checking.
I think Brett Favre's daughter was 20 or 21 and had a kid when he was in his early 40s, I think.
But yeah,
Blanda?
It appears that he's the second. Yeah, Blanda was a stunner since he played for 50 years in the league.
Too busy playing football to have kids who then had kids.
He has 10 kids, I believe. Phil Rivers.
You don't think
he might need the money?
You don't think as a fifth grader, he gets outside of the house, there's no supervision, and he's on the playground just dropping F-bombs? You really don't?
I don't know, man. If he was raised, I assume he was raised in a pretty Christian household. I would imagine he was probably told he's going to hell.
My cousin, when I was in second grade, heard me leaving school, because she was 2 years older than me, going through, my favorite swear words. I think I was power ranking them. It was an early pioneer of power rankings.
Sure.
And she reported it right to my aunt, who took it to my mom. Who really didn't care.
Did you try to unleash vengeance on that cousin? Did you go for a retaliatory strike in some way?
I was mad. I thought we were in this together. I thought we were in a cone of trust.
I think I accidentally, because I didn't realize it was really a bad word, said the S word in front of my dad just very casually in second or third grade, and that did not go over well. F word, I think I heard for the first time, didn't know anything about what it meant on the bus, probably age 6
Donnie,
or 7.
were you an early adopter of curse words? Was a 8-year-old Donnie?
No, definitely not that young. Probably middle school or right before.
The big moment for me was, and I don't try to make a habit of this because I did for a while, and then I realized how kind of dumb it sounds and juvenile. When I decided I was old enough to swear, not really in front of my dad, who never swears, but in front of my mom, who would be occasionally liable to let one go if she was pretty ticked off.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I'm now an adult. I can kind of throw one out there if I have to in front of mom.
Here is Jonathan Jones. I think that's his name, right? From CBS Sports.
Yeah, he's their insider. He's their Schefter in training.
This is from a few minutes ago, his reporting on what's going to happen with Philip Rivers in Indy.
I will not at all be surprised if Philip Rivers takes every first-team rep this week at practice for the Indianapolis Colts. I will not at all be surprised. At this point, had you asked me this 24 hours ago, I would be surprised. I will not at all be surprised if Philip Rivers starts this upcoming Sunday.
So wild. I am fascinated by this. It is so much more interesting than Brett Rippon or 75% of Riley Leonard playing quarterback. It's a 44-year-old man who's been coaching high school football and hasn't taken a snap in the NFL since the COVID year.
I think he'd be better than either of those
I
guys,
agree.
Though. I don't even think it's really close. Because I think when you've played as long as he ended up playing, and I would even apply this to Ben, who later in his career absolutely became more of I'm going to read the defense and not rely on my athletic ability. Any of those guys that stuck around for an eternity in the league, even Breeze, if they're close to the game and Rivers is coaching football, right, or if you're watching enough of it, You don't just like forget like what some of the base
did you
defenses
hear the
are and,
J.J.
like, all that
Watt
stuff.
anecdote about this?
No. What did he say?
Watt did the game last week, and he was did the Colts game last week, and he was making small talk with Steichen, who said at the time, apropos of nothing, that Rivers was running Steichen's offense in high school, and they would talk on a weekly basis about concepts and plays and everything else.
Speak the same language.
Yeah.
He's going to walk in there and probably have a pretty good handle on that offense. Better than I bet a lot of like rookie third stringers have on their own team's offense.
If the Colts get to 10 wins and play the Steelers in the wild card round and beat them, is that worse than the Tebow or Bortles loss?
Absolutely not.
No?
Nothing is worse than the Tebow. Nothing's worse than the Tebow
won 100. He's an actual football player who's not an old man.
He wasn't a quarterback, though. He was a fake quarterback. And also, the Bortles loss is bad. But I always feel compelled to point out that but for a very bad missed call, they were going to beat the Patriots and go to the Super Bowl.
If a guy comes out of the crypt to play off the couch at 44 and beats you in a playoff game, that's the low point to me.
But if Ben did that to somebody else, you'd be saying, look at the old cowboy.
Yes, I would.
And
I guess this
you wouldn't
old
act like
and he's going to go on his podcast with Spence and say,
How many
called me, too.
How many NFL teams is he going to say over under 3.5 did he field calls from this same week? Who needs a quarterback who's still in the race? I'm trying to think of any other team that's in the Colts' current situation.
Not as bad as them. Like a team that has a winning record that needs a quarterback stat.
Because we're at the point in the season where like any bad team would just
play out the string. Play out the string. Be like if the Dolphins had Tua get hurt last week.
All right, Donnie, here's a good one for you.
Mike McDaniel called me.
Last quarter of the season, final 4 games. If Rivers gets there and plays, like Jones just said there, and plays the last 4 games, and Kenny Pickett gets the last 4 games for the Raiders, who will have better stats?
Oh. Can I answer?
I feel like Phil
I already know your answer. So I'm asking someone who might be closer to neutral on this.
I feel like Rivers in that offense will.
One guy is at worst a fringe Hall of Famer. The other guy threw a touchdown pass last week, and people are reacting like it somehow vindicates a career that looks like it's destined for.
It was a good throw.
Now,
so what?
I know it was in garbage time. But it was a good throw.
I will say this: if you switch their spots,
you think Kenny could go there and cook?
I think who's with the Colts will have the better numbers in that scenario. I mean, he's already starting to appear on the comeback player of the year odds. I think he's third.
He should win it if they make the playoffs. I'm not kidding.
If he wins like 3 games here down the stretch, he should win it.
Hold on.
He hasn't played since COVID.
He's got to go to Seattle against that defense.
Their schedule is absolutely brutal.
They're
Seattle,
also on Monday Night Football. We get him in a primetime standalone game.
Seattle, Frisco, Jacksonville, Houston. If he goes, I would say even 3-1, but if he were to go 4-0 with good numbers, not only should he win Comeback Player of the Year, he should win it unanimously.
I honestly think we're a little bit delusional because of how well Brady played in his 40s. And also I think we've seen Flacco this year against the Steelers go off. And so that makes us think that this is more likely or more possible that he plays well.
It's also more fun to consider it actually happening.
But when we saw this guy last, and they were not bad his final year in Indy, they made the playoffs and lost to the Bills. It looked like at times he was throwing a medicine ball and not a football. I do not think his arm strength is anywhere close to what Flacco's is right now.
Well, he's had time. He's been holding all those babies. His right arm's gotten so much stronger, carrying kids around.
Is it wrong to root for this guy?
No,
as a Steelers fan?
Hilarious.
He's in the same draft class as Ben. He's looked at as a Ben rival. Am I breaking some kind of Steelers fan rule by saying I'm into this?
The Steelers already played them.
Wait.
I mean, it would be different if they had to play the Steelers and we're like, I'm rooting for Phil Rivers.
He's a Hall of Fame semifinalist. This will restart his 5-year clock.
Yep.
What if he went on the run of ages, got all the way and won a Super Bowl at 44?
Oh, he'd get in for sure.
He'd get in, and it would be one of the great stories in sports history. I'm rooting for him. I also actually think you give us the cautionary tale. There's only one Brady, etc. He has never, ever, ever been a player who has been defined by his athletic ability. He's had a good arm with the goofy shot put release, but he has always been slow as molasses. Mm-hmm. He also I didn't realize he turned 44 yesterday, which is kind of interesting. I just think that guys like that who've never had to rely on being faster or quicker or better or whatever can come out of retirement and do stuff like this a little bit more reliably than the alternative.
Vinny Testaverde, I think, is the last guy other than Brady to start numerous games at 44 years old. He did it in Carolina. 2-4 record, 5 touchdowns, 6 picks. I don't think Rivers is going to do better than that.
Steve DeBerg started a game at 44 for Atlanta.
So did Warren Moon, but it was only 1.
Would you like to know what Steve DeBerg's numbers were?
Horrible. 6 picks.
His numbers that season, I'm assuming in the game he started, 30 of 59, 369, 3 touchdowns and a pick.
Holy cow, they let him just air it out. That's incredible. Here is Mitch and Cranberry on the Pirates. Hello, Mitch.
Gentlemen, how are you?
We're good.
Hey, just calling in regards to the Pirates, Schwarber.
Yeah.
They had me for about 15 minutes. I got excited. I thought, wow, this would be awesome. And it was based on the premise of the Pirates pitching staff trying to get some RBIs for that team because they need to try and acquire at least 200 ribbies, free agency or whatever. And they had me, like I said, for about 15 minutes. But, you know, the Pirates are who they say they are.
They are who we thought they were, like Dennis Green said. They are who we thought they were.
Yeah, exactly. The Pirates organization, front office, they are like the Goodwill shoppers in the free agent market. They'll try to find somebody, hey, there's a little potential there. What if we, you know, putz around and see if we can get this for it and try and resell it or something, whatever.
Gotcha. I hear you, Mitch. Well, they've done a lot of that, but we've heard that this is going to be different. And they've missed on 2 guys so far, Naylor and Schwarber, who they were allegedly in on. Those weren't the only 2 big-time hitters that are out there, so they've got more time. But I understand, because I share this opinion, where you don't want to completely buy in, be wrong, and then you're like, why was I sitting around checking my phone and watching MLB Network and hanging on every word and all this stuff only to have them pull the football out from under me again? So
it's just, I think they've accrued or they've built up so much scar tissue with their fans that adding on to it, like with every little story like this, it's just going to take them making a series of unprecedented moves to kind of knock through it.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather, sponsored by Myers Law Group. Love Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Again, a very cold night, low of 17. Let's hope for that Monday against the Dolphins because Miami stinks in cold weather. All right, Tomlin Tuesday. Mike Tomlin said something about winning and clapping back at the fans who booed him against Buffalo. What did he say? And what are our thoughts on it? All coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. It is. And it's about my weight. It's about kind of goals. So you kind of know the deal with me. I lost 35 pounds 6 weeks. Zalt took me 3 years ago now with Awaken 180 weight loss. And since then, the stuff that I learned, the lessons that I took from Awaken 180, the habits that I created have helped in a variety of different ways. One, it's just been easy to keep the weight off because when you realize you were eating way too much of the wrong things, it's a lot easier to start eating a lot more or a lot less of the right things. And it's also easy when you have a recipe portal in the Awaken 180 app that gives you delicious recipes that are either program friendly or maintenance portion of the program friendly. Like they give you so many really attributes and resources at your disposal to keep the weight off, especially once you've lost it in the first place. And then Awaken 180, what I've learned on the program and since I was on the program has also helped me in what I'm trying to do now, which is build a lot more muscle. Much easier to do that when you know how to eat a certain way to make your body kind of do a certain thing. And that has been one of the great benefits, long-term benefits with Awaken 180 weight loss. I know it's the holiday season, but now can be the time because Awaken 180 fits into your daily routine. Make the commitment right now with the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with a top guest and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
At Giant Eagle, we believe in better. Because it's time to break out the holiday recipes. Because your get-togethers bring everyone together. Because it's always the right time to share an eggnog by the fire. Because you make the holidays feel like the holidays. At Giant Eagle, we're going for better. To bring the holiday magic home. Because it matters.
Holiday shopping is in full swing. Don't forget the most important thing on your list, individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan. Open enrollment runs through January 15th, so put a plan in your cart before it's too late. Their convenient plans give you access to an extended network and great coverage. UPMC First Care offers a $0 copay for a variety of visits. They'll even give you access to a healthcare concierge who's like a personal shopper. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your wrap-up the year sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
'Twas the night before Christmas, no action to be had. Mrs. Claus bought you new flow. Boy, ain't you glad.
Guys, receive the gift of confidence in the bedroom this year.
New Flow Men's Health is Pittsburgh's leader in treating ED successfully. No pills, no injections, no games. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from New Flow. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Hey, anybody see Mrs. Claus?
I'm right here, big boy.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ho, ho, ho! 2 Men in a Junk Truck has an early gift for you. Mention the fan and save 10% off your junk removal. Book us before Santa comes. Oh, oh, 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Hey Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. If you love golf, great food, and good times, you've got to get to 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Now open at the Block, Northway in Ross Township. And don't forget the Washington, PA location. And this holiday season, grab discounted gift cards available in-house at both locations.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier local option for shredding and document management. We make it convenient with on-site shredding at your business or quick drop-off at our Strip District location. We also offer hard drive destruction, e-waste removal, plus new scanning and digitizing services to eliminate the clutter and boost security. Steel City Shredding, trusted, convenient, and 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
Lewis Anthony Jewelers is open 7 days a week for your holiday shopping needs. Visit us at lewisanthony.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
It's
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin addressed the Steelers' long list of injuries today. Did point to some optimism when it comes to defensive lineman Derek Harmon, who could return Monday night to play the Dolphins. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
At the Bills game, fans calling for your job. Did you feel like you were in the hot seat at all last week?
And I've been in the hot seat for 19 years.
Did you feel like you had something to prove to the fans at all?
I always feel like I got something to prove, not necessarily to anyone in particular, but that's just the spirit in which I go about what I do professionally.
Mike Tomlin, I've been on the hot seat for 19 years. Kernel of truth there.
Chris Muller, no, you haven't been.
Not with his owner, and that's the only person who counts, not with his boss, Art Rooney. I do think true with fans. I think because of who he replaced, the timing of it, his age, his lack of experience, the team he got to work with, I do think there have been people that haven't given Mike Tomlin a fair shake. But I think now, with most fans, he is on. I might even say I think he's past the fan hot seat. I think fans. If I ran a poll right now, even after the Ravens win, do you want to see Mike Tomlin fired at the end of the year? Even after pulling into first place with a lead over Baltimore, what percentage of fans do you think would say yes? Better than 50-50?
Probably like 60-40 yes. There would be some people who'd say, "Hey, he won the division. I'm not gonna fire a guy."
And if you were in charge, he'd
be gone.
He'd be on your hot seat. He'd be gone.
He'd be gone.
What could he do this year to rectify or remedy that situation if you were in charge?
He'd probably have to win like 2 playoff games.
2?
Yeah, I don't even think 1 would be good enough. Like, to just rectify his current standing with me, I think he'd have to win 2, man. Because, like, there's, again, I've talked about scar tissue with the Pirates and their fans and not signing players. It's been a long time. How many teams have a bigger playoff win drought than the Steelers? The Dolphins do. I think the Jets.
Raiders.
The Raiders. They're not
Broncos.
Broncos. There's not that many more. There's
Falcons.
4. They were the other one. Their Super Bowl, their NFC title game win that year was their last one, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The Panthers? I think.
Actually, the Falcons are wrong because the Falcons went to the NFC Championship game.
Or
went to the Super Bowl that
same
year.
Season.
So
You're
they
right.
would have advanced past the Steelers.
Longer. The
My
Panthers?
Bad. That sounds right to me. I think that is right.
It's not many. There's not many teams. I think you have to do more than just win a playoff game. Winning a playoff game, very good job, Mike. We're very proud of you. You finally did it with an ancient quarterback, who looks like he was around when the game was invented.
It doesn't sound you'd be very proud of him because you just said you'd still can him.
I'm holding him to the higher standard than just win a playoff game now. Like, you've got to do something fairly dramatic to win me over to this idea. I think there'd also have to be like a visible sign or some sort of basic statement by a very articulate coach that he is changing in some way, shape, or form the way he tries to do his business. Instead, what we get from him are the platitudes about, well, this is how I've always carried myself over 19 years. I always have somebody. I'm always accountable to myself.
But
you're not, though.
Okay, but I do think Sunday we saw a philosophical offensive change for a game.
But is it going to last, I guess, is the point.
That's a great question.
So you get
but
to the
genesis
But
at least I saw it happen, and they won using it. So if they won using it, why would he be so adamantly against it?
I mean, yes, but we've had this same sort of – you've probably asked that rhetorical question before. We all wonder the same thing, and his answer is always, well, we can't do one week what we did the last week because everyone's different in the NFL. I don't know, man. The really good teams tend to impose their will, either offensively or defensively, on whoever they're playing. Bill Belichick famously did come up with a different game plan week to week and change that team's identity like a chameleon.
Yeah.
But the Rams are going to be the Rams on offense and on defense, regardless of who they're lining up against. Would you largely agree with that?
Sure. I mean,
they're going to have tweaks.
He's confessed that he doesn't have a very complicated offense, McVay. He's said as much.
But my point is, if you're really good at something too, and you know you can kind of not win in the margins, but win with little tweaks here and there, you're going to force another team to stop you. Mike seems to get spooked by the presence of a backup tight end having to play, and then he's going to completely tell Smith to alter the offensive game plan. In his quotes, we might hear this later today, and I don't even think this one is necessarily that wrong. He talked about how hard of a run defense day it was going to be when Malik Harrison went out on that scary hit.
Who he's barely had this year.
Right.
And is new to the Steelers.
So that's kind of what gets me, is that he seems, for a guy who talks a big game, his game plans and his philosophies are remarkably dependent on what he has at his disposal. He doesn't trust his way of doing things next man up. Patrick Queen goes out. Oh, well, if our communications hub gets knocked out again, what are we going to do? We'll have to get some foil and an antenna to try to communicate.
Donnie, do you agree with this? That in order for Tomlin to get off your hot seat, to not want him gone at the end of the year, he would have to win multiple playoff games?
I would probably put it at 1 right now, at least to put things at bay. I kind of feel like them winning on Sunday put things at bay for a lot of people. And then you certainly had no shortage of the lifelong defenders of the guy puffing out the chest. Everybody tweeting out the gif of him blowing a kiss. I can't believe you would ever dare doubt Mike Tomlin in a big game.
Is this more of a shot at media people or Steelers fans, what you're saying right now?
Fans.
Okay.
I believe it's what Ryan Scarpino likes to do, the cap, he a Steeler, cry harder, when he likes to paraphrase the way fans tend to talk to him after he's slagged the team.
So, I mean,
if
he can actually lead them to a playoff game this year, yeah, I don't think the seat should be scorching hot. I'm not going to come out here after the season and say, yeah, let's get rid of this guy anyway.
So even if they just make the playoffs, you won't want him.
No, I said win.
Okay, he's got to win one.
Yeah, because they could very easily do the same thing that they've done for the last 8 years. They could make it, and then they could lose by 3 touchdowns.
And when that's happened, that hasn't cooled any of the desire for people who've wanted him fired for a while to want him fired. Pony, you're the one who has been on this show the longest tenured member of the Mike Needs to Go Club.
I agree.
What would one playoff win do for you?
Well, it would definitely bring him back.
No.
For me.
You're making the call.
Yeah, it would.
Why?
Because I've bitched and moaned about how that's a mountain that's too high for them for a long time. And if they were to do it, to me, that would be progress and a step in the right direction.
But all you're doing is rewarding him for meeting a lowered standard that he was the main reason became lower.
I don't think so. I don't agree with that.
If they had won a playoff game 7 years ago after a couple of years, 2 years removed,
right?
You wouldn't, especially if they had won and then lost as a favorite the next week, you wouldn't say that's good enough. The standard has lowered partly because he has been the one lowering it.
Defining a season as whether or not it was a success or not a success versus should somebody be fired for this are two different things. If you make the divisional round, and you're in the top quarter of the NFL, you're one of only 8 teams that are still left playing, I don't think that's a fireable offense. I just don't. I don't think that that's something that a coach, unless it's like like a guy who had, Sean McDermott or somebody like that, or John Harbaugh, who we think has this great quarterback, and you feel like I need to get rid of this guy or we're going to waste this dude's prime. That's different, but I don't. I would have to eat some crow on Mike if they win a playoff game.
But if the ultimate goal is you do want to see a change in how the Steelers essentially conduct their business, which I would think is a fair thing for me to say about your desires for them, him winning a playoff game merely gets everybody to retrench themselves on that side of things.
But my thing to you back on that is, because this is not a long-term solution, and by no means a quarterback situation that can be prolonged, maybe for anything more than just an extra year. Why would any playoff run make you think that Mike is capable of getting the quarterback position right and stewarding the franchise in the right direction? Even if they lost the AFC Championship game, you're still, in theory, maybe back to square one at the end of the year. And then what do you do then?
I mean, at that point, even in a wide open year, I'll feel like he's had to have beaten at least one really good team, probably two teams that are going to be favorable.
But you're saying,
give him a little more
but you're
credit for
saying
that.
right now,
2 is different than 1.
You're saying right now, on your proverbial hot seat, you would still fire Mike if they won their first round game and lost the divisional round. Right now, the matchup is Steelers-Bills. How do I say fire Mike Tomlin when Josh Allen comes in here, last year's MVP, they beat him? And I'm going to say, well, if he doesn't man up here against the Patriots in Foxborough this Sunday, he's gone. That just doesn't sit right with me.
What if they were to, say, win that first game, bounce the Bills, and then have to see, I don't know, for whatever reason, they end up I don't even know if they could play the Jags. I guess they maybe couldn't. Yeah, they could. Like, the Patriots have a wild card team that wins, and the Steelers get the Jags down in Jacksonville. It's Trevor Lawrence, who I don't think people here view as a serious operator.
No, they don't.
And he beats the Steelers. I don't think people would feel good, would leave. They'd be like, okay, he won a playoff game, and then it was there for the taking to get to the AFC title game, and he couldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, there'd be some disappointment because of who they lost to, but I wouldn't say that's a fireable offense that you beat Josh Allen in January and then lost to Jacksonville, who beats you in the playoffs all the time.
Where I'm willing to dig my heels in is I think they are so desperately in need of a fundamental shift in how they do things, which starts with new people calling the shots, right?
Yeah.
That it would take a significantly deep playoff run for me to take what I feel are very valid long-term concerns about them and willfully put them off to the side in service of, well, he made it this far, you got to reward him
Tomlin
for
says
it.
He's been on the hot seat for 19 years. Malsey is saying even if Tomlin wins a playoff game and the Steelers end that drought this year, he would still fire him at season's end. Do you agree or disagree with that? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Stoddard Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Villanova Saturday at 4:30. You can hear that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 4. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. Guys, fellas, maybe it's time, wife or girlfriend, get a little romantic. You're having a great date night. You get home, head to the bedroom. You know where this is going. Wah, wah. The fail horn plays. Like you're on a very famous game show or something, and you struck out. You didn't win. You don't want that to happen anymore. You need to check out Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And with Blue Chew, you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. Your date nights will get longer and better for everyone. Not just about performance, fellas. Give the group chat of hers something to talk about because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. An update on something we discussed last week. Deputy Commissioner Bill Daley says NHL players will not play in the Olympics in Italy in February if rink conditions are unsafe. This in response to reports that the ice will be smaller than NHL standards. How is this even a thing? How did organizers work so hard to get these players in the games and then create this possible drama? I'm Andrew Bogish.
I'm Dan Zangbrilli here with Joe George, partner at the Western PA injury firm LGKG. Joe, there's no shortage of injury lawyer options out there. In fact, you'll hear plenty of ads saying this, singing that, or offering this or that.
When we're involved in a case, Larry or Joe,
We're actually involved in the game. We're the quarterback. We're the ones dictating where the ball is going to go. Is it going to get handed off? Is it going to get thrown? We're going to run it. We're the quarterback. You're going to talk to us. You're going to see us. You're going to meet with us. I'm happy to say a lot of the folks that we've had have been here 20, 30 years. They know their role and they do it well.
In other words, you don't get farmed out.
No, not at our firm. You're going to talk to the top dogs, Larry and Joe.
Or as I like to call them, the big cats, LGKG. They live here, work here, coach here. Most importantly, they win here. A 90-year reputation that provides you with a big home field advantage. So if you're injured in an accident, make sure you're playing with that advantage. Call them. You'll actually get them. LGKG, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
This holiday season, give yourself the gift of a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is unwrapping amazing December lease deals. Slide into a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. These offers melt away January 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and drive into the new year in style. 84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom. Now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune into Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's week to week. They're going to be good weeks, and you can't wear your hand out patting yourself on the back when you have those good weeks, and you certainly can't hate yourself. You have those negative weeks, and as a leader, I think it's important that I show that steady presence to provide that compass, if you will, for the collective.
Can't wear yourself out. Can't wear your hand out patting yourself on the back. He did wear his hand out blowing a kiss to the cameras after the Steelers win over the Ravens, so there's that. Segment is sponsored by Mike's Beer Bar, Fan Beer of the Month. Grist House Hazadelic Juice Grenade. Proceeds benefit the American Cancer Society. All right, so Tomlin tells reporters today he feels like he's been on the hot seat for 19 years. We know that's not actually true. The owner adores Mike, and it would give him a great amount of pain and discomfort to even broach Mike about a mutual split. I brought up to you last segment, if I posted a poll that said, even after the Steelers beat the Ravens, how many of you want Tomlin gone at the end of the year? So how much did he curry favor with fans after beating Baltimore and moving up to first place? 78% of people say, yes, they'd still fire him.
I wonder what that number changes to if they win a playoff game. Is it like reverse completely? Am I in like
it does for me.
1 out of every 5 people would still do it?
You might call me Art Pony II, but I'm not even sure I'd fire him if they won the division, made the playoffs, and played a close playoff game.
Ah, that's right. He can't get real victories in the playoffs. Moral victories, however.
Well, I think we're kind of in a 9-year drought with moral victories,
So why have a low bar for letting the guy who is largely responsible for creating the conditions of that 9-year drought continue to benefit from them? He is a big reason why the standard has dropped for a lot of people, and they'll say, I'll just take a playoff win.
In fact, I think he's the biggest reason other than Art.
So again, why let him benefit from his own lessened standard?
Because he actually would have accomplished something.
Wait, I'm talking about specifically in the get in but don't win.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. I'll borrow Mike Tomlin. He always talks about how he doesn't preach moral victories. I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not giving him credit for playing. It's not so much I'm giving him credit for playing a close game. It's I'm giving him credit for winning the AFC North. That's what I'm doing. And then the playoff game wasn't such a disaster that the winning the division outweighs losing a close playoff game. Don't you think some stock should be given to winning your division?
I don't know. The best player in the division, which I do think is actually Burrow at this point, missed how many games?
But you're the wrong person to ask that question to, because you don't think the Steelers' Super Bowl win counts as much because Brady was out.
Joe
right?
Joe Burrow missed how many games, though? 5?
But
5
we
or
don't,
6?
Yes,
but
he
Jackson
did.
has been compromised or out for multiple games.
But we don't do that, like, other than you.
I'm just staying consistent, though.
I know you are. But nobody else, when looking at, okay, the Steelers have 6 Super Bowls, but really it feels more like 5, and it's cheap, and the Patriots really have the
2008. They were the 2008 spiritual Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, I can't. If you win the division, like, yeah, you might have gotten some luck along the way, but you still won your division. And it's not like Burrow and Jackson missed the entire year. They played.
But didn't I say to you yesterday when something to this effect came up that, like, the fact that he maybe could surmount a quarterback injury is actually a problem because it shows how goofily their team is constructed?
Okay, but to me, you're talking about being consistent and fair. I'll tell you something I don't do for Mike, and based on what you said, you should probably do for him. I don't say, well, he was without Antonio Brown in Denver, or he was without Le'Veon Bell against the Ravens. No, you still lost those playoff games. Tough. I don't say, well, actually the streak's not that bad or the drought's that bad because look at the deck of cards they were playing with in some of these games. I don't say, well, the Jacksonville loss stings any less because Ryan Shazier didn't play. It's a pretty significant thing, though, that he wasn't out there.
Yeah, but they lost by 21 points to that Jags team with Ryan Shazier that year.
Yeah, but he was playing a lot better after that, Chris.
He was an off-ball linebacker. I doubt he was going to make a 3-touchdown difference. I don't know, man.
They didn't. By the way, they also didn't beat Tyler Huntley's Ravens. They beat Lamar Jackson on Sunday. Whether he was at 70% or 100%, he played and they lost.
Yeah, I'm not inclined to give Mike a ton of credit for winning a division that probably will end up being 9-8. That doesn't feel to me like you delivered a command performance as a coach this year.
Here is Adam on the Fan. Hello, Adam.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thanks so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Here's my idea, and call me crazy. If Kevin O'Connell over at Minnesota is fired, okay, I would trade Mike Tomlin for a second-round pick, and I would throw all the money I can to get Marcus Freeman from Notre Dame. And I know for every Jimmy Johnson, there's, Nick Saban, but I would take the risk.
Regardless of how this season goes, Mike could win the Super Bowl and you'd still want to trade him to Minnesota and bring in Marcus Freeman, an unproven pro coach.
I would. Things need to change in Pittsburgh.
No. I must have started speaking Chinese there. I just said if they win the Super Bowl, you would still say they're in need of a change?
I just don't trust Mike Tomlin for
How could you
drafting.
say you don't trust him if they win the Super Bowl?
Creed Humphrey Creed Humphrey was available.
Who gives a rat's ass about Creed Humphrey if they win the Super Bowl?
He's a 3-time Pro Bowler, and you were okay with him picking Kendrick Green over Creed Humphrey?
I was not fine with that. But even the best organizations make mistakes.
Adam, I just want to
They're not going to win this Super Bowl,
I just want to make something clear.
I know they're not.
In this
but
hypothetical, Adam, they somehow get on a heater like Flacco 2012 heater for Rodgers. They win the Super Bowl. You are going to be. We would find you at your house while everyone around you screams with delight, saying, "Yeah, but they could have had Creed Humphrey."
No, he'd be celebrating. Yes, they can now trade Mike Tomlin to the Vikings. I don't really care about the Super Bowl. I just want to get Mike out of town.
Creed Humphrey being
not
here.
I don't.
Also, Kevin Colbert made those picks, and I know Mike has a huge hand in it, but I feel like the GM should have to wear that one.
I mean, that well of hatred towards Mike runs pretty deep if you're willing to go on public airwaves and say things like, yeah, even if he wins the Super Bowl, it's time to move on.
You don't think that defines a ton of our listeners?
No, I don't know about a ton, but it just defined the last caller for sure.
I think it defines a larger percentage of our audience than you would probably like to admit.
Drew is next. Hello, Drew.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I love listening to you every day.
Appreciate it.
I kind of agree with Adam here, the last caller, but my take on it is what I'd like to see happen is if the Steelers could make a little splash in the playoffs, win a game or two, that would raise Tomlin's stock. He's already respected nationally. Then I think you do let him go. I think teams hold on to players too long. We've held on to him too long, regardless of what he does. And I will say,
Wait a minute, Again, think about the last thing you just said. Regardless of what he does. So results don't matter to you. They could beat the Bills and the Patriots. You said regardless of results.
Well, regardless of if he wins one or two games, I think you still got to let him go because that's a splash. I don't think that proves the misuse of his talents and his team's talents.
But it's
over
not
the last 12 or 15
misusing
years.
talents. If they beat the Bills, let's say, and then go to New England and beat the Patriots, something he hasn't done to this point, Cowher couldn't do. You're going to actually say he's still mishandling the team?
Well, but Tony, you're talking hypothetical, and I'm talking factual. I think that his last 12 years has been ugly.
No, hold on. You're talking hypotheticals, too, if you're going to say his value is this high. We don't actually know that. We think it might be, but that's not a fact. There's nothing factual about that.
Oh, I disagree. I think that if again, I mean, all this is all, of course, hypothetical, but I mean, I'm saying if they win the AFC North, which I'm not convinced they even still will, if they make it to the playoffs, and if they win it, honestly, I'm not a believer. I mean, I'm just not.
So you're a believer of Lamar Jackson and John Harbaugh. Got it.
If I'm a betting man, and I am, I placed money on them to not win the AFC North. So,
and who is that? The Browns?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I'm still. My money's on the Ravens.
Okay.
I feel like we're in the. I got transported into the middle of a Who's on First sketch or something. We're not dealing in hypotheticals, but actually we are dealing in hypotheticals.
The guy goes, "This is totally hypothetical." 2 seconds after saying, "We're not dealing in hypotheticals. This is a factual."
That's another Charlie Murphy's couch call. I wouldn't stomp on Charlie Murphy's couch.
Donnie,
I stomped on Charlie Murphy's couch.
Do you get callers on the night show that are crazier or more reasonable than ours? Because I used to find when I did those shifts, they'd be even crazier than the calls we got during the day. But I'm starting to think we get the loony bin of calls.
Donnie, tell me if this – I'll let you give your own experiences here. When I did 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. and Pony had moved up to 6 to 10, I found that the best calls either happened right at the top of the show because they were waiting for the show to come on. They wanted to talk to me, or post 1 a.m. That witching period between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., man – oh, man, could you get some bad stuff in there.
Wow. I feel like we get crazier one tier than what I get in the evenings.
So, like, what would it be?
Now, sometimes there's an outlier,
of course. Sure. I guess it would be like a bell curve sort of shape. Like, at the very beginning of an evening show, I would say calls are good, and then there's that big hump in the middle where it's all just wild, wild west, and then at the end it would even out.
Mike Tomlin saying that he feels like he's been on the hot seat for 19 years. Our last two callers saying there's pretty much nothing he can do to save his job this season in their minds. Even one guy saying if he won a Super Bowl, I'd still want him traded. 412-928-9370 can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can also watch along and comment on some of these caller takes over on X, on Twitter. Our 93.7 The Fan page has the video of the show live streaming all afternoon on YouTube as well, where now I feel like the YouTube comments have become more level-headed after hearing our callers. Anyways, Donnie has a headline. And then a Donnie Tomlin tidbit.
Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers host the Dolphins Monday Night Football, Acrisure Stadium. By the way, Color Rush uniforms on Monday, 8:15 kick. You can listen to pregame coverage. We will have Fan Game Day for you live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook from 6 until kickoff Monday night. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Don. Lot going on right now. Just, frankly, a ton. I've been sitting there thinking about the to-do list. I've been sitting around thinking, what do I have to check off today? And one thing you do not want to do is fall victim to letting things slip through the cracks. And matter of fact, think about this. Remember how like they would do old commercials where such and such number of this profession agree, right? It was always one profession, and that was to signify how important something is. Well, a bunch of different people from a bunch of different roof-adjacent companies, so insurance companies, material manufacturers, home improvement experts, agree on one thing. It's very tough to get these people to agree. It's very important to have your roof inspected every year by a licensed roofing contractor. So this time of year, something always breaks. Do not let that thing be your roof, because if you get your roof inspected by MHI Roofing, they can find minor problems early, fix them with an inexpensive repair, prevent them from turning into something major. MHI, they're the only people I trust with my roof because, frankly, in every way I have seen, they are the roofing experts. So do not wait on this one just because it's the holiday.
2-year-old threw 1 touchdown on 284 yards and also flashed his signature pose after rushing in a 1-yard TD. He was 22 of 34, including a 52-yard pass to DK, while getting more deep balls this week than he had in the prior 5 combined. Rodgers said he felt great and joked that at his age, that's not a guarantee. He credited his team's success with a great week of practice, claiming it was their most crisp week of preparation. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Happy holidays from Pellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
In terms of Skoranek and the special teams play, I mean, does it take a unique individual to be a gunner? Because we saw some of those where he was getting destroyed out there the time he fought through it. I mean, did you notice that from him in L.A., or is that something he more developed here?
Certainly I noticed it. He's a football player first and receiver second. He has an appetite and thirst for the competition the way that Darius Haywood-Bay did when he was here. And certainly we're appreciative of not only his efforts, but also, as I mentioned, his production.
Listen to Starkey occasionally pomp and Donnie with Joe on Fridays. Tomorrow, hear about his card of the week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 937thefan.com contesting page. On Friday, the boys will be out at Baseball Card Castle. Has Bechtold started complaining yet about how he has to stay back here and produce the show?
Well, I think he is going to get sent out there with us.
Whoa!
I think.
Whoa!
So I might be breaking some news here. on the air, but that was one of the things that we pushed for the last few months. Like, hey, let us go out to these.
Let us out of our cage.
Shows. We can run the.
Let us into the wild.
Remote equipment. Just have us switch spots with whoever is.
With Seth the Milf Hunter
out there,
or Chaz.
So I think he will actually be out there with us.
Has anybody administered a wellness check on either one of those guys? Seth is a diehard Eagles fan. They won the Super Bowl, but I caught some of WIP today, and the take there is Jalen Hurts is broken. I actually heard one of their hosts say, this reminds me of Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh. He's just hit a wall. He's fallen and he can't get up. He'll never be good again.
Was this a Life Alert commercial?
And then you've got Chaz, who roots for the Bucs, who just lost at home to the Saints. It is also a Devils fan, and they were in last place last I checked. So
Chaz, though,
hard times have befallen our producer depth here, our bench.
Our guy Chaz, though, I think is a self-loathing Bucs fan. Like, he hates them more than almost anybody. Seth the Milf Hunter is the one I'm worried about, because when the Eagles are flying high, I mean, he's like Merrill Reese practically in these hallways. He's parading around, gleefully wearing
Donnie,
Eagles
do you think
gear.
our listeners get the Merrill Reese reference?
No, because I don't. But maybe they do. Maybe the older ones.
He's their play-by-play man.
Yeah.
I never knew that was the guy's name.
He's the Greg Brown of the Eagles.
With his high-pitched voice.
He replaced Harry Kalas.
Always bleeding from the mouth.
I never realized that was his name.
Yeah.
Touchdown, Brian Westbrook to the end zone.
Charmander just picked up the football.
Another alligator arm situation for Todd Pigston.
Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Anyway, Seth rides the highest when they're good and sticks his chest out at everybody here. When they're bad, I think he goes into a pit of despair. And man, Jalen Hurts does look like he kind of sucks. I mean, reigning Super Bowl MVP.
I think last night was a Brandy Love night for him to try to get over the sting. I really do. Who we met, by the way, Malsey and I, and she could not have been cooler.
Yeah, she was super cool.
Shout out to her. Is she still active?
Big takes?
On on the field she worked in and interacting with fans and stuff? No, I didn't. No,
but she the thing with her that struck me is just how clearly business-like about the whole thing she is. I mean, maybe choice of words there could have been better by me, but very cool, very down to earth, and I think had a kid at that time who was starting college, and
at
she's
West Virginia.
Yeah, she's doing college visits. Because of course there was some creeper sitting there going, I think Brandy Love is at my freshman orientation.
The horny guy quotient would have been through the roof there.
Oh my God.
All right, this is called the Donnie Football Tomlin Tidbit. Mike Tomlin bloviates for roughly a half hour every Tuesday, and Donnie finds the one quote or soundbite that got on his radar and interested him most from that media powwow. Today, it sounded like a Kabali question who must have had a better seat assignment because he was actually asking some questions today.
Well, yeah, that was the big reason why I played this one, just because we can applaud our guy a little bit, Mark Kabali, for asking Mike Tomlin a question, because as Stained once said, it's been a while since we've heard Kaboom in that press conference setting.
Find someone who loves Ben Skoranek as much as Mark Kabali.
Who does he love more, Skoranek or Rudolph at this point?
I think at that point he'd break it up and he would do whatever that Japanese samurai thing is called on himself.
Ritual seppuku.
Yes.
He'd just kill himself. He'd just stick a sword in his stomach and disembowel himself so he didn't have to make a choice.
Yes.
I thought
in the football sense.
I thought honestly you were going to go with the Solomon. He would cut himself in half to give each half of himself to one of those.
He loves Skoranek. Roma was loving himself some Skoranek too, saying that they need to target him more and get him more involved in the offense.
Pony, I mean, Tomlin by his very answer there loves him some Skoranek. He is a football. When you call somebody who's a receiver a football player first and then a receiver, you are tacitly saying they're not a very good receiver.
Well, he did say that about Hines Ward, though, too, Chris.
Okay, that's the one example where it actually is used in a truly complimentary sense. They aren't calling Steve Tasker a football player first and then a receiver because they think he's actually both.
Who are some other guys that fall into that category?
True
football player first, position player second. Taysom Hill.
How about George Kittle?
I think he's the
He's like Mr.
platonic
blocking.
ideal of a tight end, though.
I know the fact that he's willing to just get in there and get his nose dirty and block and everything. Like, I wouldn't say that about Kelsey. Gronk,
No.
you could have said it.
See, those guys to me are just tight ends.
Or is it because they're too good at, like, what they do?
Like, I think of a guy, here's a guy that's up for the Hall of Fame that's cut from the same cloth as Hines.
Okay.
I think Steve Smith is one of those guys. He's not a wide receiver. He's just a guy that is going to go out and do whatever it takes.
Does any defensive player get this award? I feel like it's only used on offensive players.
I feel like Polamalu is somebody you could throw in there.
Sure.
Okay, that's a good one, Don.
All over the place.
How about, like, the late Frank Wycheck? You know who, if he was... I'm not trying to slag this guy. I mean this. Because I think he fits the bill of what we're talking about. If he got more run and he was a little better, frankly, just played a lot more.
Yeah.
They would say it about Connor Hayward.
You're right. I agree with that.
He's the other guy on the roster I think about.
Which, by the way, like, I'm happy that they found, because I like Connor, like, that he's found his niche here, and it's worked. But it is still weird to me that he has two jobs on the team, special teams, and then whenever there is a massive fourth and short or third and short, he's the guy with with the football in his hands.
How did they decide he was going to be the guy who did that?
They must have worked it at training camp, and he was the best one, I would think.
Or they said he is technically like fourth string tight end. We need him, but we can like risk injury because he could probably play through it. How about this one from Drunken Pittsburgh on Twitter?
Good one.
Debo Samuel is a football player.
Correct.
I like that one.
That's
that
100% right.
Yeah, Connor, though, I'm the tush push guy.
And I think it's a waste of having Rodgers on the field to just have him stand back there and watch.
I completely
Why are you playing
agree.
10 on 11?
Thank you.
Do you agree with that, Don? What's the
I had
point?
that exact
He's back there
thought.
to give the finger gun.
Why do you not have another person pushing or blocking?
If the play if there's a fumble and now he's the last
That's
guy
been my
back there,
thought
what
all
the heck is he
season
going
long.
to do?
That has been my thought all season long. He would give a worse effort than Jeff Reed in his last days.
I mean, Rodgers would practically
At making
wave to the guy as he was going
Which,
by.
by the way,
did
you see that Jeff Reed, like, I wouldn't say caught some strays, but some people brought up what we brought up with Jeff Reed because of a story that went viral last night? Quentin Jammer said that he played every game drunk in 2011, I think was the year, because he was going through a divorce.
Okay.
So the way he coped was to self-medicate.
Oh, God.
And he's like, dead ass, I played every game drunk. And some people got in his mentions and said, so did Jeff Reed. That didn't hurt him at all.
I saw that get quote tweeted with a play from that year, and
you could tell?
Certainly made you question what was going on with Quentin Jammer, who was a pretty good player.
Yeah, he was.
But yeah, there was a play like pass down the seam. He was just nowhere to be found, just very much dogging it in the direction of the receiver.
Well, didn't Josh Gordon say he played a bunch of games drunk,
Yeah,
too?
Josh Gordon, it was like a very serious problem. A lot of NBA guys have said they've played high or drunk. Jammer's tweet, I can't read it because it's like a little profane, but he describes bleep-faced drunk in there. I cannot...
There's a big difference between drunk and bleep-faced drunk.
Right. So if he's being serious here, and obviously it sounds like he got a lot of help because like his whole thing was be vulnerable and actually say you need help, which I'm happy that that's his message coming out of this.
Yeah.
I would be lying, though, if part of me didn't think of like anything I've tried to do athletically when, quote, bleep-faced drunk. Doesn't it make you feel like that person must have superpowers if they actually could play in a game?
And no one really, to the naked eye, noticed it.
He's playing cornerback.
True.
His job is to backpedal as fast as he can and then make lightning quick
I
cuts
agree.
against some of the most athletic people on the planet.
Yeah.
If I was bleep-faced drunk, I would be face down in the turf after one play. The guy might be like Hancock, that superhero, Donnie, that Will Smith played. He's just hammered, but he can do whatever he wants.
That was a Donnie football Tomlin tidbit.
You know who else is at? We've got a list of, from Fake John, a list of football player before position. Ready for this one, boys? Kyle Juszczyk.
Yep, great one.
Eric Metcalf, I don't think of him that way because he was so explosive, but maybe. Mike Vrabel, definitely.
How about Tomlin's guy, Patrick Ricard?
He listed him on that. And Matthew Slater, ultimate special teams guy.
Here is Nathan in Washington. Hello, Nate.
Hey, not a football thing, but a Pirates thing.
Sure.
I know they missed out on Kyle Schwarber. But what would you think about like Jorge Polanco and like Ryan O'Hearn? Bigger name guys, but not like superstars. Do you think that'd be a win?
I'm going to flip it on you and say, do you think that either of those two things are realistic as a Pirates fan?
I think from what I heard that like Noah House said that they offered Schwarber $31.25 million a year. So they're willing to offer one guy that. I would hope that they'd be willing to make a move like that.
But there's some, I think, debate of if they offered that knowing that they would still
stay with the Phillies.
Going to lose out.
Yeah.
Those would be two. Polanco plays, second for the Mariners, had a big playoff hit, took Scooble deep a couple times, has his number.
Yeah, Polanco had a good offensive year.
I'm not going to hold my breath, is my bottom line take on that.
Polanco's coming off probably by most measures the best all-around offensive year of his career.
I mean, those would be really good consolation prizes if that's what happens.
I just don't see that happening, though. I again, believe any of this when I see it. Not a minute before.
Mike Tomlin said today that he has been on the hot seat for 19 years. Malsey said that the Steelers could win a playoff game, and he'd still fire Tomlin at the end of the year if he had his druthers. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. Also, you're going to hear Mike Tomlin next on Roman Wilson. Why is he back in the doghouse? What are his whereabouts? And what do we make of it? Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team. And I'm here to talk to you about Mike's Beer Bar. We are going to be at Mike's a week from tomorrow for our big Christmas karaoke event, which if you like the station, if you think it's fun to hang out with us and drink some Christmas beers and watch us make fools of ourselves, then this is the night for you over at Mike's Beer Bar. Also, awesome place to go to watch games. There's a hockey game tonight. There's a lot of sports on tonight. Mike's has the games on. You can park over near Mike's right next to PNC Park and then take the T or walk up to the arena and avoid big prices for parking and all of the traffic. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, rain and snow showers arrive. Overnight lows around freezing. Some slick spots possible. Wednesday, a wintry mix with high temperatures into the low 40s. Then rain showers through the evening. Wednesday night, rain and snow with lows in the low 20s. And the chance of snow showers Thursday with highs in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I joined my dad and sister back in 2007. I was a bit busy before that. I had made the decision to leave college and become a United States Marine as a navigator and tactical systems operator on KC-130 aircraft. I proudly served in Iraq in 2004. Afterward, I returned to school and graduated summa cum laude from Ohio State with a degree in economics. Then I came home to Pittsburgh to join Dad and Sarah. We are Botkin Family Wealth Management, an independent financial planning and investment firm. Our partnership with LPL Financial allows us to combine independence and personal service with cutting-edge resources and advanced financial planning strategies. Visit BotkinFamilyWealth.com to learn more about our dedication. We look forward to meeting you.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. PAG and Botkin Family Wealth are separate entities from LPL Financial.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. This holiday season, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to say thank you to the Pittsburgh community and their valued customers. Your trust in their honest team of experts as your go-to home services provider means the world to them. Whether they've kept your home warm, your pipes flowing, or your lights shining bright, they're grateful for the chance to serve you year after year, and we look forward to serving you in the future. For the McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric family to yours, have a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, December 18th, come to Cheerleaders annual Christmas party, open bar from 7 to 9, and guest DJs all night long.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit SmaleAcura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify, and it's January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Chiefs take on the Chargers Sunday with Kansas City's playoff hopes on the line. Chiefs are laying 4 points, and I think that's the side to take in the game. Chargers already beat them once this year, and the spot is brutal. Short week off an overtime win, traveling on the road with a beat-up offensive line and a quarterback. I think the Chiefs win and cover. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
The holidays are coming in hot. Gifts to grab, parties to host, a to-do list longer than a string of lights. Luckily, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has the holiday hack to make shopping and saving easy. Fill a tote. Step 1, grab tote. Step 2, fill with 6 select bottles of wines and spirits. Step 3, save an additional $14 at checkout. Now relax. You're ready to gift and celebrate. Shop Fill a Tote at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Coupon required. Available at premium collection in select Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores. Ends January 4th, 2026. Please enter responsibly.
Holiday shopping is in full swing. Don't forget the most important thing on your list: individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan. Open enrollment runs through January 15th, so put a plan in your cart before it's too late. Their convenient plans give you access to an extended network and great coverage. UPMC First Care offers a $0 copay for a variety of visits. They'll even give you access to a healthcare concierge who's like a personal shopper. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting reports for downed utility on 28 inbound between exit 3B towards Millvale and exit 2 towards the 31st Street Bridge and the Strip District. This is causing a lane restriction and bumper-to-bumper traffic to back you up from the Etna bypass. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said today that Darnell Washington and Andrus Peat remain in concussion protocol. He did say there's a chance Kyle Duggar returns against the Dolphins on Monday night. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mike, going back to your wide receivers, what went into the decision to have Roman down versus Scotty being active?
You know, Scotty's a capable backup punt returner, and I thought that was the difference.
Okay. Thanks for finding us today. Pony, Muller, Donnie, and you at 412-928-9370. The 50-minute mark is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Fan weather sponsored by the good people at the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Low of 17. We'll see if it's that chilly 6 nights from now when the Steelers entertain the Dolphins, a team that has a horrendous history of winning in Arctic-like conditions. Mike Tomlin on one of the controversies that came out of the win against the Ravens, the decision to scratch Roman Wilson and put him back in the doghouse, and to roll with 2 old fogies. Adam Thielen, who had just got here, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who had been here. Didn't appear to be a rush to get him on the field. Well, Aaron Rodgers got his way, maybe in a bunch of different ways on Sunday. They opened up the offense. They threw downfield. They threw over the middle of the field. And maybe Rodgers got his way on Roman Wilson. I don't know. It seems to be a real touch-and-go relationship. Rodgers has said things like, when Roman has a good practice, he will point it out and sing the praises of it, because maybe going back to training camp, he's unimpressed or not really down with his practice regimen or routine or energy level. I don't know.
He doesn't trust him, that's for sure.
Right.
I think that's what it boils down to.
And I think if he practiced better, at least under Rodgers' umbrella of what a quality practice is from a wide receiver, I think he would be playing more.
Maybe, but it is sort of like a catch-22, because Tomlin talked about in other regards, like just players earning trust and everything. Well, on the same subject, you know, he mentions those guys have been in these battles, those guys have been in these situations, and it's like, well, you can't earn the sort of the experience in those situations if you're not on the field. How's Roman Wilson ever supposed to become like a trustworthy player if he doesn't even get the chances?
Can I go through the history of Steelers wide receivers here? And I get it. This is not like the barometer of what a good franchise is or what a successful franchise is. But hear me out on this. Can you think of, between today, present time, and when Emmanuel Sanders left for Denver, of the wide receivers that have come through here, has one guy other than Sanders left on what I would say were good terms? Like a guy that didn't see his stock or relationship with the organization plummet. Antonio Brown, all-time great player, had burned every single bridge in Pittsburgh when he left here. You've got, let's see, Martavis Bryant. Bryant, all-time talent who could not do it consistently enough on the field. An all-time what could have been guy.
Wait, you're talking about Bryant couldn't do it consistently enough on the field. He couldn't get on the field.
Correct. Juju Smith-Schuster wore out his welcome, started dancing on logos.
Did you say Mike Wallace yet?
Mike Wallace, I think, he was the
same draft class as Sanders, I thought.
No, he wasn't. He was before.
Was he? Oh, he was 1 year before because Sanders came in 10.
Here after Wallace was
you're right. You're right.
Martavis, no. Juju, no. James Washington just fizzled out completely. Deontay Johnson got a second contract, ended super poorly here. Is that George Pickens? Hello, how could I forget that guy? And now, I'm not saying it's because of like bad behavior, but we're traveling down the same road with Roman Wilson, where these guys have either been bad picks, busts, or their relationship has eroded to the point where the team just wants to sever ties because it's turned almost toxic between the Steelers and that player.
I think there's a lot going on here. I think one is, and you'll be shocked that this is where I start at, having a great quarterback like Roethlisberger helps keep those relationships good, especially with good players. It probably elevates other players who would be okay otherwise, but maybe are good to very good because they have a really good quarterback. By the way, didn't Sanders go to Denver and immediately say Peyton was the best leader he'd ever been around?
He gave some version of...
He absolutely did do something that kind of got back here.
Let me build up Manning, and I'll do that by tearing down Ben.
So there wasn't even...
He did.
Yeah, there wasn't even like a clean break there necessarily. But I think having Ben helped in the first place, and then... I think you are seeing with so many of these other stories that end ugly or never get off the launch pad, even though they spend like a pretty high pick on a guy, first 3 rounds.
Right.
You're seeing the bad outcome of a head coach's philosophy that is very risk averse and very backwards in terms of its approach to offense. I know Pickens, after he gets a big puff piece written about him, then reverts back to form for a night for Dallas. But, look at how he looked unleashed in a real offense here. Or there, I should say.
Yeah.
And, you look at a Claypool, he just probably a bad eval.
Oh, I forgot to even throw him in there. That's another good one.
He's a bad eval, too, because he was on sort of the straight and narrow when Ben was here, and they thought he was also, this super high-character guy.
And he started kicking people's heads in
he turned out not to be. He turned out to be, a petulant, prima donna, immature kid. But, so many of these other situations, I think, are just, for example, with Roman Wilson, I'll humor me. I don't know if he would be getting huge run, but if he was, on the Rams right now, or he was in the McVay system, where there's hey, this is your role, this is what we need you to learn. Maybe he still gets hurt the first year. Are we positive he just never works his way into the lineup? They probably find a way to make use of him. If he's with a team that has a good concept, if he's on the Niners somehow, he's probably terrorizing people from the slot. If he's on the Dolphins, is he really? Because if you're sighing to me heavily, right, and you're kind of doubting this guy, is
I
he
don't know.
legit?
The reason why
then it's a horrible eval if it's not your system.
The reason why I say that is because I've got Sky Moore in my head. Sky Moore got drafted by the Chiefs and stunk there. It was a second-round pick. So even those organizations where you're oh, wide receivers are going to go there and flourish, it doesn't always happen. He's a really small guy. 5'10", 185, I don't think does it justice. I think that's your high school football or high school basketball program. That's inflating numbers.
You're saying he's probably more 5'8"?
And $175.
Not a big guy.
And
Is he bigger than Calvin Austin?
He got hurt yeah, he is. He got hurt, which goes to show you how small he is. Got hurt year one, and now Mike, when we get to the most crucial time of the year, is saying, yeah, I'm going to bench on my own. This is not an injury. I'm going to bench a second-year, third-round wide receiver because journeyman Scotty Miller is a better backup punt returner.
That felt like him burying Roman Wilson under the jail or under the doghouse. I heard that because I was listening to my car on the way in. I legitimately heard that and gasped. I said, that was his explanation?
I'd rather have this guy with no future just because he's a better insurance policy in case one of our punt returners get hurt.
As explanations go, that makes the dog ate my homework look plausible and reasonable.
And you know what it does to me? It does crystallize if this season goes the way that a lot of Steelers fans still think it will. And that's with an 8 or 9 win season, a quick playoff exit, and a lot of unanswered questions and frustrations and anger and everything else that comes with another underachieving Steelers campaign. A lot of us are going to point to, me included, the lack of talent they had at wide receiver, how they intended once George Pickens was traded to backfill that and in the aggregate try to replace his production. And Roman Wilson was at the top of the list. And then, as I think something that you can use as a cautionary tale, as far as don't allow for middle or late round picks dissuade you from trying to win this year. They didn't trade for Jacoby Myers because they wanted to hoard their day 3 picks. Well, why would you have such a love affair with these mid to late round picks when you've got Roman Wilson who can't get on the field?
If once you actually pick them, you hate them.
You've got Caleb Johnson, who, unless you're backed up at your own end zone inside your own 5-yard line, doesn't play.
I forgot he was on the team a couple days ago. Somebody tweeted about him. And I actually just had that whole, oh yeah, he still plays for
Kendrick
them.
Green
He's
was
here.
a 3rd-round pick. DeMarvin Leal. I don't get it. I'm watching Jacoby Myers on Sunday catch another touchdown pass from Trevor Lawrence before Daniel Jones got hurt when it was a 7-7 game.
He's got 3 touchdowns for them.
He's got 3, and they're talking about on the broadcast, Trevor Lawrence said something like, we'd be up you-know-what creek without this guy. He's been massive to my development as a quarterback.
I was diving into Nate Tice, Mike Tice's kid. He does a big, more X's and O's and analytics football podcast, but they do break down players and actual film. He's basically Jacoby Myers has made Trevor Lawrence good again. That is the thesis, that he does the basic stuff so well. He just plays wide receiver at a very professional level, that he's allowing a former number 1 overall pick to actually look like he's supposed to look, and that he's freed up Brian Thomas to look better than he has.
And we didn't want to trade day 3 picks for a guy like that. Steelers had confidence that Roman Wilson was going to figure it out. Now we can't get on the field over Scotty effing Miller.
Pony, here's the other problem. Then you actually look at some of the other day 3 picks or late day 2 picks for other teams, and they are good because those teams figure out how to use them correctly. Now I'm looking up Brian Thomas and
he's had a bad year.
I know, but his numbers I think have slightly upticked a little bit since Jacoby Myers got there.
Donnie, what's your take on what's happening with Roman Wilson in the Steelers wide receiver position?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's never gonna come around. I mean, it's going to be once the contract is up, he's done. He'll go somewhere else. They'll rinse and repeat, which is disappointing, a guy who's only in his 2nd year. But then, yeah, I saw the same tweet about Jacoby Myers last night that rattled off everything he was doing. I was very tempted to send it to our buddy Mark Cabali because he was so against the Steelers using any sort of draft capital to make a move like that.
I'm not going to rip Mark for this, but he came on the air with us before the season started and said they watched Roman Wilson in the preseason and they were in love with him.
You know who else they were in love with, apparently? Caleb Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, because Caleb Johnson, you could feel the breeze when he ran by you in training camp.
We say
it was a different speed.
We say a lot of nice things about Alex Kazora's work at Steelers Depot and how hard he works on the tape and everything else. Alex did have a bit of a one. I bet you one he'd like back, Donnie. He threw it into triple coverage when he said you could feel the breeze, the whoosh that he made when he hit the hole. What's the sound he makes when he doesn't get off the bench?
I mean, this is a different regime now. This is Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin and Andy Weidel. What does it say about their talent evaluation of guys still?
Well, do you think it's
when a third-round pick, a guy picked 84th overall, can't get a helmet over old fogies?
Do you
and
think
a
it's
journeyman
talent
punt
eval?
returner?
Is it more chicken and the egg here? Is it more talent eval, or is it their philosophy and their unwillingness to put any trust in these guys? Is Wilson really practicing that badly, or is he just not practicing the way a very particular quarterback wants him to?
I think it's a lot of that, but you know what it feels like? We've got Tomlin clips on what he said about Thielen and MVS. It smells a little bit, or stinks to me a little bit, of Mike Sullivan at the end. Mike Sullivan wouldn't play Ben Kindle right now. Ben Kindle would be in junior. You needed somebody with a fresh set of eyes and a fresh mindset to, lean on and trust the young players again. Mike wants all guys that are, he's probably kicking himself that he didn't bring Phillip Rivers in here. He wants all old heads. He wants guys that are closer to him than in his 20s. So it's super frustrating and annoying because we get gaslit on these wide receivers that they have, these internal options. Oh, they don't need to go out. It's actually a blessing in disguise that they didn't give up picks for Jacoby Myers or somebody like that, because they would stunt the growth and development of Roman Wilson. Steelers media, they're propagandists sometimes. They actually came on the air, these airwaves, and said those things. Well, why would you want Jacoby Myers when they're going to block the development of Roman Wilson? Now you got guys that are almost 40 that are doing that. And we're not dressing a dude because we need a plan B as a punt returner. Roman Wilson can't return punts, evidently. Can't even trust him to do that?
Scotty Miller's just so trustworthy about going back, waving his hand above his head, and catching the ball.
Maybe this just upsets me and not our listeners. I don't know. 412-928-9370 if you want to call in and chime in on this. Taxes on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan. Tax line person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19 in overtime on Monday Night Football. Thursday Night Football, it is Atlanta and Tampa Bay. That game in Tampa, you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. 8:15 kickoff. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about my friends at Mr. Magic Car Wash, my weekly oasis. I will stop by tomorrow after I get my workout in. And I get my car washed at least one time a week at the 23 Mr. Magic locations. When you go unlimited for $19.99 per month, that's what you get to do. On top of that, gift cards available online, MrMagicCarWash.com. Instead of regifting or giving someone a gift you know they won't use, tell dad or mom or both that they've got the gift of a nice, beautiful car wash coming with Mr. Magic Car Wash. Sign up today, MrMagicCarWash.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
Cloudy with snow and rain tonight, the low 33.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to back up on 79 northbound because of construction between the exit towards Wexford and the exit towards 279. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renshaw.
Book us. 2 men and a junk truck.com. Ho, ho, ho! 2 Men and a Junk Truck has an early gift for you. Mention the fan and save 10% off your junk removal. Book us before Santa comes. 2 Men and a junk truck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
veteran guys, been there, done that guys. As I mentioned, as the road gets narrow in December, it's good to have those guys in the fold, guys that have experience in rising up in those moments. And certainly statistics might not bear it out, but I thought they were an asset to us, and it's reasonable to expect that to improve and increase as we continue.
This wasn't supposed to be the plan. Mike Tomlin talks all the time about that all-important second lap around the track. There's a Tomlin throwback, Tomlinism. Guys in their second year. That's where he expects the biggest jump and the biggest growth to happen. And instead of playing Roman Wilson, he is extolling the virtues of having octogenarian-aged wide receivers in football years. Adam Thielen and MVS out there giving you that vet savvy.
I do think a lot of it's Rodgers, though, telling him, I want these guys out there, and Tomlin ceding to his demands. I do think that in both cases, but probably Thielen most of all, that the quarterback wants these guys out there and says, trust me, I can do more with them than I can with Roman Wilson.
Though? I don't know if this is the connotation you're going for with that, but I do, given how long he's played and his success, if Aaron Rodgers goes to them and just says, hey, Roman Wilson ain't it, I do think he's a pretty good talent evaluator.
Well, I think I think at the very least, if he just says, I can't win with this guy on the field, they would honor that wish.
To me, that's a Roman Wilson problem and not an Aaron Rodgers problem.
I don't think Roman Wilson helped himself at the end of a blowout trying to hurdle a player.
No.
And fumbling the ball away. I think that was a watershed moment for him.
Dude, think about both of those third-round picks and the follies they've had.
I know.
And how they haven't been able to get out of the doghouse. And Tomlin admitted, he said, he goes, I don't know when it's going to end. Some guys never get out of it.
I'm surprised that Tomlin hasn't said, Roman was hurt, basically, and he's essentially a rookie. And they aren't just calling this his rookie year. So, yes, in year 3 we'll find out whether Roman Wilson can actually play in the NFL.
Here is Matt on the fan. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Chris, I appreciate you being the voice of reason on the show with this whole Tomlinism. Pony, how have you become such a flip-flopper when last week you're beating the drum, calling for Tomlin's head? Now you're going to be happy if he just wins the playoff game? What happened to you?
Because that's been my standard the whole time. If they win a playoff game, that's an acceptable season outcome for me. I never wavered on that.
It's been 10 years, Pony.
Yes, and if they win a playoff game, that drought ends after 10 years. Correct.
It's one playoff game. Mahler, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It has to be at least two playoff games. Get us to the AFC Championship. But like that old caller said about a half an hour ago, it's all hypothetical.
Yeah.
You know what?
Breaking up
you know
here.
what? Thank you, Matt, for calling in to support my side of it. But I just think it's like an inside job here. I think people knew, somebody at the station knew Matt was going to call in to vociferously support my point, and so they made his phone connection sound like that. I think people don't want Donnie the truth to be out there. They don't want to hear the hard truth.
I just don't know where people get off saying if they beat the Bills in the first round of the playoffs, the coach still needs to be served his walking papers. That'll be a massive triumph, in my opinion.
I just think it's if you ever make a pro and con list to make a decision in life. You say like, well, if I do this, then it's this.
Right.
Here are the good and bad.
Yes.
It's a lot of con, and like it would be okay. They staggered in at 9-8, won a division in an off year for the division for a variety of reasons, and they pulled a playoff stunner. That's still like a lot in the con list and not a lot on the pro list. That's how I would look at that.
But I honestly don't look at just because your division didn't have a very high bar. I don't think you should be penalized for winning it. If all it took was 9 wins and you go 7-10, all right, that's grounds for termination. But you did what was required to win your division and host a playoff game.
If 9-8 wins the division and they go 8-9, though, you would want them fired. And they don't win the division, right?
If they go 8-9 and win the division,
yeah, no. If they don't win the division, they go 8-9 and 9-8 ends up winning it. Somehow the Ravens stagger back in.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's just such a small difference in like one game.
What do you mean? Yes, of course. That's the difference in careers for guys, coaches, players, one game.
I know. That's why I'm saying for a guy who's coached this many and had, in what we're currently discussing, this long of a drought of any postseason success, I'm surprised that one postseason win you would say, like, all right, I got my little sip of water in the desert here. I'm ready to start walking again.
It doesn't give him a lifetime contract for me, although it probably would for Art. It would be a step in the right direction. It would be a reversal on – we wouldn't be able to say, well, it's the same old Steelers. We know what we're going to get from them every year because they would have flipped it.
I would still, if he's in charge and he's got the same kind of lieutenants running the show, which he would, I would say we do have a pretty good idea of what we're going to get from them.
But I would have a higher opinion of those people if they won a playoff game against Josh Allen, for example, in January. I just would.
I mean, it would be like a slight uptick for me because I can't just say it stays static, but it would not outweigh all of the stuff they've forced me to watch over the last couple of years that has frustrated me. It's aggravated the stew out of me.
No, I don't. It doesn't outweigh those things, but it's if he's like one. What's the name of that guy from The Price is Right who was the yodeler? You know the guy I'm talking about?
It's like the mountain climber.
The mountain climber?
Bill.
If he's one step away from falling off,
yeah.
If they beat the Bills in a playoff game, he gets 2 steps further away from falling off. Like
he goes back down the mountain.
Yeah, because now he's not in imminent danger of dying. That's how I look at Mike Tomlin here. Like, he wouldn't start fresh. Like, okay,
the problem
this washes away all his sins, but it would wash away some.
There's a problem with that. The problem is you and I have operated under the auspices that yes, unfortunately, the real world, he's one step away from the top of the mountain and falling off. But in our mountain, our game, he fell off a long time ago.
Correct.
So he can't just have one win, go 2 steps back. He's got both legs broken.
Here's App on the fan. Hello, App.
Hey, guys. Enjoying the conversation.
Thank you.
I want to talk about Roman Wilson and the incompetency of personnel usage. I don't understand why Roman Wilson isn't out there. In the small dose that we've seen, I thought he's looked better than everybody other than maybe DK. But I also don't understand why we're constantly running 300-pound tight ends out there in 3rd and long, and Rodgers is running around for his life because he can't find anybody open. Well, they're 300-pound tight ends. They're not going to outrun corners and safeties. I'll let you guys.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, we could have kept you on and debated this more if you wanted to. I don't see where is the evidence that Roman Wilson is like in need of being unleashed, where he's like getting a very smidgen of opportunity and making the most of it.
He had a garbage time touchdown late against the Chargers, right?
Yep.
Yeah, catches a little quick seam ball. It was funny too, because like Rodgers got asked about that. I want to say on that subsequent Wednesday, because I think people were almost trying to be like, hey, is this finally the breakout? And he was just very like, oh yeah, he caught the ball. Of course.
He rolled his eyes at it.
He was very sort of dismissive of it.
I mean, Austin's
which he probably should have been because it was garbage time play.
I mean, Austin's had peaks and valleys this year. He dropped 2 balls that turned into interceptions. One was super costly.
Yeah, but he clearly
Seattle.
has. I'll go back to the word I started this with, Pony. He clearly has Rodgers' trust.
Yeah,
it's obvious because he threw a 3rd and 5 ball to him that was like basically you get it or you don't.
But the problem is he's just miscast. He's a guy that is supposed to be a part of a wide receiver rotation. If
Calvin Austin was your slot receiver, and you had, because DK Metcalf would be your X receiver because he's a big dude, and you have somebody else who's the classic number 2, then Austin would be a lethal guy to put in the slot.
I don't think of him as lethal like you do, but I think he'd be fine.
You could be running go balls up the slot with him, up the seam, and put other teams in very bad matchups because of how fast he is.
Here is Deshaun. Hello, Deshaun.
Hey, I have to agree with Pony on the Mike Tomlin season. I feel like what everybody's forgetting is we can't act like how hard it is to get into a deep playoff run. And you guys acting like, or Chris is acting like you could just snap your fingers and you're at an AFC championship game. I feel like we still got to give him credit, even if he does win one playoff game. It's hard to make a deep run, and I feel like as a fan, that's all we want. We're not asking for Super Bowls necessarily. I mean, we want Super Bowls, but
Deshaun,
I feel
got a question
you
for
got to
you.
give him.
No, I got a question for you. Like, I would give him some credit. If he beats Josh Allen, I'd say that's like the best win he's had.
You wouldn't give him credit. You said you'd fire him if he lost the next week.
I'd be
That's
like,
not
Mike,
giving him any credit at all.
Mike, great win, but like, see you later. Deshaun, do you watch the Steelers week to week and get frustrated generally by what you see?
How could he not? Of course he does.
So that's like the whole thrust of my argument here. I used to defend Mike probably more than anybody on the station for a pretty long time. I've become so frustrated and so accustomed to watching a certain style of football that feels very out of touch with the modern NFL that it would take more than a playoff win in a pretty random, wide-open AFC this year for me to put those feelings aside and say, you know what, let's all group hug again. We're going to keep going down this road.
You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying that Mike Tomlin's going to go from outhouse to penthouse for me, but I just would not fire him if he wins a playoff game.
I do. Like, I get what Deshaun is saying there and what other people like Leslie in the chat have said, that it is hard to win playoff games in the NFL. But my problem here is the Steelers have made it look impossible. And if they get one, I'm not even going to meet you halfway and say, well, you just turn back the clock a couple of steps. I'm just going to be resolute in my purpose
I'm actually more on your side than their side on that. It's not that hard. A third of the league does it every year. 1/3 of the league does it every year.
There's a very small list of teams that have gone longer without winning one than the Steelers. That should kind of tell you how bad that streak is.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch us on Twitter, on X, 93.7 The Fan. It's pinned to the top of the page. You can also watch us on YouTube, where Leslie is calling out Mulsey, which I like.
And Johnny the Barber is saying, I don't want that barber smoke. He has sent me something that looks like what the Zodiac Killer put on a piece of paper, and it has something to do with Will Howard winning a Super Bowl.
Donnie will give us his biggest football topic of the day next. More of your calls, too. It's the PM Team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Phillies and Kyle Schwarber agreed to a 5-year, $150 million deal, so the Buccos losing out on the big slugger. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me. And I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180, 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
4:30 means it's time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. It's the Donnie Football Debrief at 4:30. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. The Donnie Debrief is sponsored by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Big Don?
The Debrief, December 9, 2025. Coming into today, I did want to talk about Phillip Rivers. We already kind of filled that void earlier in the show. But did either of you give any amount of time to the Monsters, Inc. alternate broadcast last night of Monday Night Football?
No, and I wanted to. I really thought I could make the sales pitch to Amanda to have Stella stay up and watch it because she had seen the previews for it. But here's the thing right now. She is turned into debate club champion, where when we try to put her down for bed, it's a huge process because she starts to come up with things that need done in order for her to sleep.
No, Ace does that
and
now
trades
in the big boy
she
bed.
makes.
Yeah, Ace does that in the big boy bed too, man.
I mean, so if I let her stay up till, 8:30 or 9, she wouldn't have fallen asleep until 10:30 if I did that. It's a huge process now. She needs water, then she needs milk, then she needs Pedialyte, then she needs ice because she hurt her hand. And then the blankets aren't organized the right way. And every blanket needs to be laid down individually. But wait, you did it out of order, or this one's not right.
What ends up finally getting her to relent and
I
give
think
in?
she just tires herself out.
So really, you're not so much fulfilling demands as you are just going through a step-by-step checklist.
I need another book. I don't want this stuffy in my bed. Yeah. I don't want this stuffy in my bed. Okay, now I want this one. Now I don't want this one. And
I've had good luck with Ace doing the Daddy's going to stay in here for 5 minutes. We'll relax in your big boy bed. You don't have to go to sleep yet. His problem is he keeps taking dumps in the middle of the night, dude, because he's so relaxed.
That's another one of her tricks. She'll look Amanda right in the eye and say, I'm taking a crap right now.
In those words.
Because that's another way for her to buy time and know that that needs to get changed before she goes to sleep.
That's an aggressive move from the animal kingdom. I feel threatened by bedtime. I'm taking a dump.
Yeah.
Ace does it in his sleep and is so tired that we've successfully now changed his diaper twice, like a NASCAR pit crew, without him waking up.
And we pull out all the stops. The elf on a shelf is going to leave and tell Santa bad things about you. You're going to be on the naughty list. We're going to call Santa. You're not going to get a sticker. You're not going to get a big girl bed. We're going to take away your Halloween candy. We're going to get rid of your toys. We go to every imaginable
The problem is
here.
you're
those work.
The problem is
eventually
it's like he's doing this in the preseason, Donnie. They're opening up way too much of the playbook. She's going to know everything they've got. They're showing everything.
Yeah.
Remember when Tomlin said he didn't want to put 2-point plays on tape? They put the whole playbook out.
I'm venting right now. This was an innocuous question about Monsters, Inc., and it turned into my...
Does she likes Sully and Mike right now? She likes the movies,
big
right?
time.
Yeah, so both my boys have at various times liked the movies. They're on right now a big Bluey kick again, especially Ace, and he likes Peppa Pig, which do not let her watch Peppa Pig.
Amanda's heard the same thing.
Well, here's why. It's because it's annoying. And the show has no redeeming value to me. I don't think it's actively bad. But they'll start talking in British slang.
Oh.
Lennox would do this. Dad, I hurt myself. I need a plaster. I'm like, what's that? A Band-Aid, by the way. I
didn't know they called it that.
Well, they have all this stupid British terminology, and both boys will start affecting a British accent and asking for those things.
She called Grover a disgrace today.
Why?
Because I was trying to...
a disgrace?
Her whole thing is she needs Paw Patrol every day. And I'm like, it's fine, but we got to work. So it's like working vegetables in. We got to get some
good
educational programming in there.
I think that's smart.
So I'll put on a Sesame Street, and it's just there's usually 2 minutes of complaining, then she'll settle in.
Yeah.
But we popped it on today, and that was her take on Grover. I'm like, Grover's not bad. Why don't you like Grover?
Grover's cool, man.
And she said he's a disgrace.
What does she think of Oscar the Grouch? Living in squalor.
Yeah.
I did not watch a second of it, Donnie. It seemed this is going to sound very miserable old man, and I promise you I'm not like this. Whenever I've turned anything like this on in the past, I understand it's targeting children. I shouldn't, want to watch it.
Like the Nickelodeon playoff game every year?
I am so filled with disgust. I'm just like, why? Who needs this? I know they send the heavy hitters like Mina Kimes, I think, does the broadcast, and some of their other bigger names for those Nickelodeon ones, but I just always find myself going, who's asking for this?
I've done a total 180 on this stuff. Anything that allows for me
to watch it with her.
Watch more sports without getting the eyes rolled, or really we have to watch this game too, is a win. And if that means I have to watch Monsters play football and Sully pick off Jalen Hurts 4 times,
so wait a minute. Is the whole thing that they put the game on, but then they do the monster animation, or is it just the monsters running around?
No, it's
so they have like a little like animation of the players, but they're always like a player or two behind.
Okay.
Because then they will get either Sully or Wazowski involved. Like they will be the guy that gets the football.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like I have a play from last night here.
Hurts under center, fakes the handoff to Barkley, looking for Wazowski. He's got him. A downfield hit, Hurts to Wazowski, 26 yards.
Yeah.
That's Drew Carter, who I met doing minor league baseball.
I'm glad that like some people like that are getting a chance to like kind of show their stuff and do their thing in another arena and format. But how does Drew say there's Hurts, he's looking for Wazowski? How does he say it without laughing?
So he also did the Simpsons one last year, if you remember that one.
Uh-huh.
And I texted him after that, and
he gets
said,
back to you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good job.
Yeah, I mean, normally like the next morning because he was doing the game and whatever nonsense after. But
is he aware of where your career has gone? That you're a big shot here?
Yeah, like we've gone back and forth a couple of times over the last few years. But he said he has a blast doing those. A blast.
I think college me would have loved to have gotten super duper stoned and watched like the Simpsons or Monsters Inc. football game. You know?
There's Hurts dropping back looking for Ned Flanders. There's Ralph Wiggum. He's open.
Yeah.
I caught a pass.
I mean, that win, it pretty much by the Chargers drove a stake through the heart of the Chiefs,
yeah,
right?
That's it. That's pretty much it. So the Chargers still, and also the Chargers, because wasn't one of the arguments, hey, they've got such a hard schedule, but if you beat the Eagles, you kind of dispelled the notion that you're incapable of winning these other games. You know what I mean?
The Chiefs play the Chargers on Sunday. I'm pretty sure there might be scenarios where if the Chargers win the game, they can actually eliminate the Chiefs
Kansas
officially.
City's 6-7,
There
right?
is a way that the Chiefs could be mathematically eliminated.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine 3 weeks of NFL football and they're completely out of it?
Did you guys notice how much Collinsworth during that game seemed to almost be rooting for the Chiefs over the Texans? I think a little bit was he was incredulous that he couldn't believe a team was actually just taking it to them and they didn't have an answer for it.
Yeah.
He also sounded like down in the dumps, though.
It was funny. There was one point where Stroud just like threw a pretty like run-of-the-mill like pass for a first down, and then the next thing is there he is, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this could be, and Pro Football Talk put this out there. If the Chiefs lose to the Chargers, the Bills beat the Patriots, the Jags beat the Jets, the Texans beat the Cardinals, that means the Chiefs will be officially eliminated because all of those teams
would either have 10 wins guaranteed or the tiebreak directly over them.
Most of them have the individual tiebreaker.
Oh, wow.
I don't think the Chargers are going to beat the Chiefs because for Kansas City, to Donnie, to use a wrestling term, it is a loser leaves town match for them, or it's a retirement match for them, I guess. But I think there will be at least one and probably two NFL weeks played this year where the Chiefs have nothing.
My take on it is you thought that the Steelers might have benefited from some officiating versus the Ravens.
You think they're going to have Nick Patrick?
My God.
You think they're going to have bad ref Nick Patrick put on the stripes?
Replay assist is going to be calling down nonstop in that game because they got to play that Christmas night game against the Broncos. They don't want the Chiefs to go into that game as
ball hits Travis Kelce's hands in end zone. Ruled as a catch.
Those Christmas games have not aged very well.
No.
Chargers receivers and ball carriers will have to show complete control of the football and take 12 steps for it to be considered a catch.
And to go back to where this conversation started with me having to be the master negotiator with my wife and daughter, that's going to be a tough sell for me on Christmas if I'm like, hey, I need to watch Chiefs-Broncos when Denver's already clinched and the Chiefs are like 6-9.
Hey, one more question, by the way, on that front of you as a master negotiator. I understand that much of Stella's early upbringing here, on your end of it, is you trying to lay the groundwork that she wants to watch sports with Dad.
Yep.
But what happens if, despite your best efforts, she's a kid, she's an independent human being who will make her own decisions. When she hits 7 or 8, she wants to do the stuff Amanda wants to do, and you're starting to get outflanked here, man.
That's what phones and tablets are for, I guess. I don't know. I can't just completely turn those things off. I'm just going to have to have it on while they're watching whatever.
Well, I think this is where you've really got
to
get Stella on your side here, because then the table's just, man, you want to talk about the power balance completely shifting. If she's going, Mommy, we've got to watch AFC West football, can you imagine what a win that will be for you someday? Mommy, it's the Chargers and the Broncos. It's Bo Nix. We have to watch.
She's making that big push to watch Cowboys Commanders at 1 p.m.
Can you imagine if Stella became such a sports and NFL sicko that she's like sitting there one day going, but Mom, it's Raiders Colts. We have to watch.
Well, her
Phillip Rivers is playing in his 38th year.
Her aunt called.
Phillip Rivers is throwing to his son.
Her aunt called before the Bills-Steelers game and said, "Let's go, Buffalo," on FaceTime, and Stella said, "You're an idiot," to her.
Oh, jeez, dude. Where's she picking up "you're an idiot," though? From you?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, it was said in fun. I didn't really reprimand her for it.
I'll tell you what, man. We got to get her and Ace back in a room together, because they're either going to play very well, or you want to talk about a Worlds Collide situation. We might have one there.
That was the Donnie Football Debrief. For one night, 8 nights from now, the Fan will take over Mike's Beer Bar, and it'll be a massive Christmas party that we have dubbed Christmas Karaoke. It's an annual tradition. It's a blast. We keep doing it because you keep showing up and you keep loving it. So be a part of it this year. It is free. We do encourage people to bring canned food donations to support North Hills Cares, and you can get details at our website, 937thefan.com. All right, coming up next, it is time for another edition of Tomlin Talks. What did he say today about the Steelers' run defense blowing ass? What did he say about Minkah Fitzpatrick going to Miami? All of those things and more coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Boss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Koriak, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I understand the Indianapolis Colts' utter desperation to find a quarterback, any quarterback that's healthy, and get them on the field. And I truly understand Phillip Rivers' love for the game, a love that's pulled him back to a tryout and maybe, once again, NFL football. It's still a massive mistake. Age comes for everyone, and it came for Rivers a long time ago. There's a reason he retired. And for his own sake, for his dignity, for the game, it should stay that way. I'm Bill Ryder.
Precision Pointing is the region's top masonry company for all things brick pointing, chimney repair, whole house restoration, commercial, residential. They do it all and more. The best crew, the best culture, and these qualities are harder and harder to find. Competency and craftsmanship. I know this firsthand because I'm the recipient of a job well done from Precision Pointing. The secret is out, and more people are trying to get on the schedule. So if you've got a project, book it. Spring 2026, get your job done from the best of the best at Precision Pointing.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please, gamble responsibly. Coming up Week 15 Pro Football Sunday, absolutely massive game in the AFC playoff race. New England hosting Buffalo. New England 11-2, Buffalo 9-4. Basically pick the winner of the game. Buffalo a 1-point road favorite. Total sitting at 49.5. I have to think Buffalo will be a popular bet this week. Buffalo's quarterback obviously has a ton of experience playing at an MVP level, but I think New England's the better team. And New England at a pick'em price at home with New England's quarterback also playing at an MVP level, give me New England to win on Sunday against Buffalo. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The season of savings is here at South Hills Kia. Stuff your driveway with the 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive, only $309 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose a 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Don't miss out. These holiday deals end January 2nd, 2026. Celebrate the season with a new ride at southhillskia.net for details.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, December 18th, come to Cheerleaders annual Christmas party, open bar from 7 to 9, and guest DJs all night long.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Do you want a roof that leaks? Of course you don't. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
You don't marry someone you can live with, you marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. We do custom design and also carry natural and lab-grown diamonds. And now, through Christmas Eve, you can save up to 25% off the ring of her dreams. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township. Check us out online at pittsburghdiamonds.com.
Southside Jake here. Have you seen the upcoming weather report? There's a deep freeze heading to the area. It's imperative to keep your family safe and warm. If you encounter no heat, frozen water lines, or even worse, broken water lines, Southside Plumbing Heating is here for you. Remember, our technicians are certified, not commissioned, so they're trained to do the job right, not sell you something you don't need. Call today at 412-431-7455 or find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? In Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Do you hear Becky snoozing on the 91 Butler Street bus? Shh. She's dreaming of coffee and concerts earned on the Commute Info app. Every time Becky bikes, buses, walks, and car or van pulls for work, she logs her trip on the Commute Info app. Then watches points pile up for perks on dining, entertainment, and shopping. All while saving on gas and parking with no rush hour driving. Get the Commute Info app today. Commute Info is a program of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the faceoffs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor, call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to back up on 79 northbound because of construction between the exit towards Wexford and the exit towards 279. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renshaw.
Brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Colts made it official today. They signed Phillip Rivers to the practice squad. There is a belief he will be activated from that and start Sunday in Seattle. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Minute mark on the Fans, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather, sponsored by the great people at Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Cold again tonight, low of 17. Hoping for chilly conditions like that for the Dolphins, who tend to crumble when they get put outdoors in December and January in those types of weather conditions. All right, it is time for Tomlin's Takes. Mike talks for 25 to 30 minutes every Tuesday. You can listen to it live on the Fan at noon. But if you're driving home and you missed it, instead of subjecting you to the whole thing over again and replaying a press conference, which we don't like to do here, let's show you and let you hear the greatest hits from Mike Tomlin's confab with reporters today. First answer here is on Minkah Fitzpatrick, who will suit up and play for the Dolphins Monday night. Tomlin asked, do the Steelers miss Minkah?
Certainly, we've gone through some adjustments schematically in terms of how we divide the labor up, but it's not exclusive to him. I think the loss of D. Elliott has been a major component of that as well, and guys like Miles Killebrew. It's just the attrition component that's associated with football.